Arc 27 Extinction 27.1. The news came through the earbuds, and it was like a shockwave rippled through our assembled ranks. Some of the strongest of us dropped to their knees, staggered, or planted their feet further apart as though they were bracing against a physical impact. The one Azazel that was still in the area landed atop one of Boho's buildings, nearly falling as a section slid off to drop to the empty street below. It found its footing and roosted there. The pilot couldn't fly, and the AI wasn't willing or able to take over. The other capes were talking, shouting, asking questions, sometimes to nobody in particular. With the blood churning in my ears, I couldn't make out the words. I'd used my bugs to find Hukulf's core, but they'd been decimated twice over in the process, and I wasn't interested in trying to use them to figure out what was being said. I could guess. I raised my arms, then found myself unsure what to do with them. Hug them against my body? Hit something? Reach out to someone? I let my hands drop to my sides. I opened my mouth to speak, to shout, to cry out, swear at the overcast sky above us. Then I shut it. There were no words. Anything I could do or say felt insignificant in the grand scheme of it all. I could have used every bug in the city to utter something meaningful or crude, and it still would have felt petty. I looked at the others. Clock Blocker was with Kidwin and Vista, Crucible and Toggle were nearby, on the back of a PRT van, bandaged. They were looking over their shoulders at the screen mounted on the wall of the van. Footage, covering ruined landscapes, and what had used to be the United Kingdom. Parian and Foyle were hugging. Odd, to see Foyle hunched over, leaning on Parian for support, her forehead resting at the corner of Parian's neck and shoulder. The crossbow had fallen to the ground, forgotten. I wanted something like that. To have a team close, to hold someone. I hadn't had something like that in a good while. Chevalier was a distance away, his cannon blade plunged into the ground so he didn't need to hold it, a phone to his ear. He was talking, giving orders and demanding information. Rebel was stock still, not far from him. I watched as she stepped back, leaning against a wall, then let herself slide down until she was sitting on the street. She placed her head in her hands. I'd never known her to show any weakness. She'd always been on the ball, always the leader. I knew how much concussion sucked, and I'd seen her carry on and contribute to the behemoth fight when she was reeling from one. It hit me harder than I might have expected, to see that. Tecton was standing a distance away, almost frozen, his eyes on the screen of his armband. Golem did the same, but he wasn't still. He paced, looking around for guidance and finding none, then turned back to the screen, watching. Glancing at the images from a distance, I could see the figure, the speck visible on the long-range camera, surrounded by a golden nimbus. I wasn't close enough to make out details. Only staccato flares of golden-white light. On the third, the screens fizzled, showing only brief gray static, then darkness. Another target hit. He'd taken his time on that one, measured the attacks. I took out my earbud before the report could come in. Not my focus right now. Instead, I reached for my phone. I dialed the Dragonfly. Would the AI be able to cope? Saint had apparently pulled something. If there was any hint he fucked us here, he'd pay for it. The phone responded with a message. An EDA. My eyes turned to Rachel. She was more agitated than Golem, her attention on her dogs. She used a knife to cut away the excess flesh and retrieve the animals from the placenta-like sacs within their bodies, and the actions were aggressive, vicious, savage. Her expression was neutral, but I could see the way the muscles shifted in her back, beneath the sleeveless t-shirt she wore, the tension, the way she was hunched over. The attitude fit the bitch I'd been introduced to, way back when I'd first joined the Undersiders, not the Rachel I'd come to know, who'd found a kind of peace. Angry, defensive, bewildered. Scared of a world she didn't comprehend. Aggressiveness was the default, the go-to route when there weren't any answers. It dawned on me. I sympathized. Given a chance, given something to do in that same vein, hacking through dead meat with a knife for some defined purpose, I might have acted exactly the same way. She flinched as I approached, as if I were invading her personal space. When she turned and glanced at me out of the corner of one eye, glowering, the tension faded. I drew my own knife and started helping. Bugs flowed into the gap and gave me a sense of where the sack was. I was able to cut without risking cutting the dog inside. It helped that my knife was sharp. We were both sweating by the time we finished. Rachel had already been sweating from more physical exertion, and her hair was stuck to her shoulders at the ends. The German Shepherd got free, walked a polite distance away and then shook herself dry. I looked at my phone, my grey gloves crimson with the dog's blood. There were incoming messages. Updates on the damage, the disaster, and on Sion's current location. I ignored them, looking for the Dragonfly's status. Minutes away. It had already been headed into the area by default, tracking me by my GPS, ready to maintain a constant distance until I was prepared to call for it. That was fine. I started walking down the length of the street, my back to the others, to the Azazels and the heroes. Rachel fell into step just a bit behind me, her dogs and Bastard accompanying us. Parian and Foyle were still hugging. I paused as we passed them, tried to think of how to word the invitation. Parian's eyes weren't visible, hidden behind the lenses on the white porcelain mask she wore. I hadn't thought she was looking at me, but she shook her head a little. Good. Easier. I left them behind. The Dragonfly started to land in an open area, an intersection of two streets. Moments later, the ground began to crumble. The craft shifted position, coming perilously close to striking a building as it avoided falling into the hole that had appeared in the street. A trap. Rachel boarded the craft. As I waited for the dogs and bastard to join us, I looked into the pit. As deep as a 6 or 7-story building was tall. I turned away, boarding the dragonfly. I plotted a course, then took manual control of the craft. The AI was better at flying than I was, but flying meant I didn't have to think. Didn't have to worry about what I was about to find out. Rachel didn't seat herself at the bench along the wall, or even at the chair behind mine. She sat down beside me, on the floor of the dragonfly, her back against the side of my seat, the side of my leg, staring out the narrow side window. It was physical contact, reassurance, seeking that same reassurance from me. Her dog settled on either side of her, bastard resting his head on her lap. We had the whole country to cross. Every few minutes brought more visuals, more reminders of what had occurred. Highways grew choked with cars. Countless vehicles had stopped at the sides of roads, at the edges of fields and at the fringes of small towns. Innumerable people running, seeking escape. Except there wasn't any place good to escape to. No. That wasn't true. There was. But the degree of the damage done was becoming clear. Before we even reached the east coast, I could see the damage done to the landscape. Smoke was only just settling around the cracks and fissures, fallen bridges, and ruined highways. People were making concerted attempts to move, to leave, but every step of the way brought more difficulties, more forced detours. Some had abandoned cars altogether, wading or swimming across rivers to make their way. Every step of the trip revealed more devastation, successively more vehicles choking roads and highways, forging paths around impassable roads. More and more people were forging ahead on foot, in crowds, because walking was faster than travel by car. More helicopters, marked with red crosses, had taken to the skies. Travel by ambulance wasn't doable. This was one place. One moment's attack. The display in the cockpit was showing more locations hit. Libya, Russia, France, Sweden, Iran, Russia again, China. Time passed. 45 minutes from the point in time I started paying attention to the clock, searching for a yardstick to try to track the scale of what I was seeing on the surface. How much worse did things get in 5 more minutes of traveling? In 10? It all seemed to get exponentially worse as the dragonfly took flight. It wasn't just that we were getting closer to the point where the attack had hit. Enough time had passed that people could react, now, realizing just how severe this was. All of the power of Behemoth, mobility almost on par with Kansu. The psychological toll of a Cymerg attack. These were the people with a strategy. Doing just what I'd be doing if I were one of the unpowered. The world was doomed, so they sought to flee to another world. Problem was, there were tens of millions of them, and the escape routes were scarce at best. The best known escape route, Brockton Bay. I felt my heart sink as we approached the coast. Mountains I'd grown up with weren't there. I let the autopilot take over as we got closer, approaching an airspace choked by rescue aircraft. I didn't trust my own hands. It had collapsed. The blast had only struck the northern edge of Brockton Bay, then changed orientation, striking through the bay itself to slice through the very foundation the city sat on. Everything had been dropped a solid 30 or 40 feet. Tall buildings had collapsed and only the squatter, sturdier structures and those fortunate enough to come to rest against other buildings were still mostly erect. Folding and collapsing, the entire city had been shattered, no section of the ground more than 25 feet across remained fully intact. The landscape rose and fell like waves, petrified and left frozen in time. The portal tower had fallen, but the portal remained there, oddly bright, too high to reach on foot. Work crews were struggling to erect something beneath, so the civilians could finish their journeys. The new arrivals were alternately joining in with the construction and making their way inside by way of rope ladders. Elsewhere, there were capes and rescue crews trying to contain the fallout around the scar. A structure had been raised to seal it off, but the collapse of the city had released the contents. A lot of containment foam was being deployed to slow the spread of a pale patch of earth, and there was one spot of fire that didn't seem to be going out. But the most eye-catching thing was a thin, scintillating force field that was holding off the water. It was taller than any building that had stood in the city, an artificial dam. Every few minutes, it flickered for a tenth of a second, and water would flood through to seep into the gaps and fissures. In time, I suspected, the water would cover everything in the area but the tallest buildings and the hills. Arcadia High might stick around. Maybe. I recognized the rainbow hues. It was the same force field that had been intended to protect the Protectorate headquarters. Leviathan had torn the structure apart at the roots, and the tidal wave had knocked it into the city proper. In the time since I'd left, they'd repurposed the fallen structure and the force field setup. Not, apparently, to try to block Sion's attack. No. This was more to stop the water, to break that initial wave, so it wouldn't simply sweep the ruins out to sea. I could only hope they'd done similar things elsewhere, to minimize the damage. We circled the city twice before I gave the go-ahead for the AI to start descending. My second sense extended through the area as we approached the ground, extending out to the bugs that were scattered throughout the ruined, shattered city. I immediately set them to work, searching, scanning, investigating. I changed the course, dictating a final, slow, sweep of the city. Not everyone had made it. Stupid to think they might. My dad's house was gone, collapsed. Nobody inside. Winslow High, gone. The mall, the library, Fugly Bob's, the boat graveyard, my old hideout, gone. My old territory, unrecognizable. The boardwalk was underwater now. It didn't even take him seconds to do. Too many dead, not enough who were merely wounded and unable to walk. Humans were so fragile in the end. I stopped the dragonfly and stepped out to seek out the first wounded. My bug signaled rescue teams to get their attention. The wounded here could have been my dad's co-workers. People he went out to drinks with. They could have been Charlotte's underlings. So easy, in the midst of it all, to lose track of the fact that these were people. People with families, friends, with dreams, lives, and goals. Golem had said something like that, hadn't he? How many people had simply been erased in the wake of something this random, so instantaneous? So inexplicable? I still wasn't sure what had happened. Tattletale was supposed to fill people in, but she hadn't gotten in contact with me. Or had she? I'd taken my earbud out. I looked to my phone, looked for transmissions. A burst of messages, following just after takeoff. From the Chicago Protectorate, people who might have been my teammates if I'd ever been inaugurated. More messages from Chevalier and the Brockton Bay teams. I didn't read them all. My eyes on the phone, I pointed the search and rescue to the next batch of wounded. I knew it was cold, but the corpses would have to wait. There were living people to find. There were no shortage of corpses. The number of living people, by contrast, well, we'd see what happened in the next 24 hours. The number of messages declined about 30 minutes after takeoff, then stopped altogether. Everyone who might have wanted to talk to me had found other things that needed doing. Other priorities, personal or professional. Which was exactly why I was here. I'd just arrived at that conclusion earlier than they had. I put my phone away. My mouth was pressed into a firm line as I helped the rescue workers. We lifted a corner of a second floor's floor, making room for someone get under and start retrieving a pair of women. Rachel whistled and pointed, and her German shepherd seized the floor in its jaws. The rescue workers seemed to hesitate with the dog's presence, so I took the lead, crawling inside on my stomach. I used my hands with the arms on my flight pack to move enough debris that we could slide the second woman out. There were more. Almost without thinking about it, I let myself slide back into the mindset I'd held for the past 2 years. Sublimating what I wanted to do in favor of doing what needed to be done. Minutes ran into one another as we worked. I could see Rachel growing progressively more short-tempered, slower to give the orders, hanging back, rushing with the jobs. That ended when we rescued a child that had a puppy wrapped in her arms. She clutched the limp animal like it was a security blanket, not crying, not speaking. She only stared at the ground, coughing hoarsely whenever she had to move. Her parents had been on either side of her, and neither had made it. The paramedics fit her with an oxygen mask, but they failed to pry the animal from her arms. I looked at Rachel, but she only shook her head. Rachel's power healed animals, but this one was gone. From the moment we left that girl to be loaded onto a stretcher and carried off to firmer ground, Rachel moved a little more quickly, a little more decisively. We finished with one site where the ground had collapsed and people had fallen into a depression, and then moved on to the next area. Some heroes were working alongside the authorities to try to rescue people from a building that had partially tipped over. Clock Blocker was there, along with Vista. I joined my powers to theirs in finding people and opening the way. Frozen time was used on panels, which were subsequently layered, so that one could offer support if another stopped working prematurely. Vista reinforced areas, then opened doorways, as I designated rooms where people were trapped within. A golden light streaked across the sky in the wake of Sion's flight, just along the horizon. A thinner beam being directed from Sion to the ground as he passed. The aftershock of his passing took time to reach us. Steam started to billow, but the force field absorbed it. The shuddering of the ground was more problematic. The entire city rumbled in response to the distant attack, a blow that was no doubt slicing deep into the Earth's crust, forcing everything to resettle. The building we were working on was among those things that resettled. I watched as the building started to slide where it was resting against the building beside it, slowly descending, building speed. My flight pack kicked in, and I flew through a window. I could feel the glass scrape against my scalp and the fabric of my costume. I found one person, a 20-something guy, took hold of their wrist, and pulled them behind me, running and using my flight pack at the same time. Tearing him through the window meant slashing him against the shattered glass, and the weight wasn't something I could manage with my flight pack. The building fell down around the people on the ground as I fell too far, too fast. The wing on my flight pack was still broken. Couldn't trust the propulsion. I let him fall into a tree instead, from a solid 2 stories above, and then focused the rest of my energy into pulling out of the plunge. The building was still crumbling as I landed a distance away. The rumble brought other, smaller structures down. I stood and watched as it continued its course. There had been 7 more people to rescue inside. The other buildings in the area that had been caught up in the domino effect had contained 3 more. That was just in my range. How many more were dying as he continued towards the mainland, cutting deep into the plate of land that the landmass was perched on? He hadn't even been near us. Closer to New York or Philadelphia than anything. More lives taken, purely collateral. When the dust settled, I moved in to help the people who had been on the ground. Vista and Clock Blocker had protected most, between a dome and a shelf of land to provide shelter. Rachel, for her part, had helped others run in time, snatching them up with her dogs, but I counted 3 more dead, 1 dying. Seeing them like that, bleeding, still warm, it caught me off guard. A kind of anxiety rose in the pit of my stomach, like an impulse to do something coupled with the frustration of knowing that everything I could manage to come up with was futile, hopeless. I either couldn't do anything or I couldn't think of what to do. It put me in mind of being back at high school, before I had my powers. Of being a child, powerless and unable to act. I saw the image of Perian holding foil in my mind's eye, and it was joined by an almost sick feeling of mingled relief and fear. I knew exactly what I wanted and I was terrified to seek it out. I could feel that same impatience Rachel had expressed earlier, but I couldn't turn my back on this. I got the guy out of the tree and found him okay, but for a broken arm. He didn't thank me, but I let myself chalk that up to him being in shock. I almost stumbled over to the latest injured and I attended to the wounded until the medics pulled themselves together, got organized and relieved me. Then I backed away, flexing my hands, feeling how stiff they were, battered by my attempts at moving things, at pushing things aside. My gloves, too, were stiff, crusted with dried blood, layered with dirt and fresh blood. I looked at Rachel, and saw her gazing at the portal. I didn't really have a home anymore. Knowing my old house was leveled, that the cemetery where my mother had been laid to rest was gone, and that I'd never really come back here to hang out with the undersiders, it hurt in a way that was very different from a knife wound, being shot or being burned. A crushing feeling, more like. But it was tough for reasons beyond the fact that I considered it home. I'd relinquished Brockton Bay, and my concern right now was more to do with the residents than the place itself. I didn't have a home in Chicago. Not in the jails, either. But Rachel had forged a home for herself, and it had been in arm's reach since we'd arrived. Bastard and the dog seemed to know I'd decided before I said or did anything. Rachel and I fell in step behind them. Rachel mounted Bastard before we got to the portal. The efforts to erect a proper support beneath the portal had been set back by Scion's strafing run, which left the portal hanging in the sky. Train tracks extended out from the portal in every direction, twisted and broken where collapsing ground had pulled other sections away. There had been a tower erected around the portal, but it had collapsed into shambles as the ground dropped. Now they were using the pieces to form the general structure for a tower of ramps that would lead up to the portal. Bastard picked up speed as he approached the tower, then set his claws on one of the ramps. The tower wavered perilously as Bastard leaped up to a higher point, coming to a rest on the very top of the dilapidated structure. It didn't look like there were nearly enough reinforcements, and I could see everyone present tense as they saw the mutated wolf's weight come to rest. That tension redoubled as the wolf flexed its muscles, hunching down, and then leaped, more up than across, to get to the portal itself. A few planks of wood broke in that sudden, powerful movement, and one rail of the train track fell free as the wolf scrabbled for a grip on the ground beneath the portal. When she was gone, the people beneath simply resumed work, heads down, dirty, defeated. I took flight, entering the portal for the first time. Earth Gimel. The tower that contained the portal had a counterpart in Gimel, a matching tower, tall and riddled with train tracks, like a train station designed by Escher, tall rather than squat, with wide doorways for the trains to exit, and complicated reinforcements for the above-ground tracks, positioned so as not to interfere with the tracks below. I flew out through one of those gates, catching up with Rachel. Trains extended in every direction from the portal, on tracks that extended out into the middle of nowhere, into pristine forest and mountains. They were long, almost absurdly long. Then again, the whole idea had been to have instant evacuation. Rather than have people make their way to trains, they'd had 8 trains that simply spanned the length of Brockton Bay, so any given individual had to find the nearest train car and make their way down the aisle to an empty seat. Around the tower, a small, odd settlement had sprung up. All of the sensibility of the city, but contained to a small area. Tall buildings, wide streets, and a look that matched up with a city proper rather than a smaller town. It was as though someone had cut and pasted the big city into the middle of this landscape. On any other day, it would have been energizing, the fresh air, the sunny day, the green and the blue water of the bay, subtly different from the shape of the bay I knew. But today wasn't that day. People at benches were clipping the corners off of refugees' driver's licenses and trading them for food rations and tents. Everything was prepped, set up in advance, and people were being orderly, even though the lines were so lengthy it looked like it might be hours before they got what they wanted. Those that already had their kits were setting up or settling into spaces they'd designated for themselves. Some clustered close to the settlement, while others spaced out, where they'd have more elbow room. The tents were identical, dotting the area. The kits, apparently, included signs, and these same signs listed family names and details. John and Jane Rowe. 1 diabetic. Hurl's family. 2 infants. Jason A.O. Looking for Sharon A.O. my wife. A crude picture was drawn beside the message. I scanned the signs, looking for names I might recognize. I headed in the direction Rachel had gone, but I moved carefully, making a mental note of everything I saw. It was an extension of what I'd seen back in Los Angeles. People trying to cope against something where coping was a pipe dream. There were some breaking down in tears, people getting angry, those who had withdrawn into themselves. In each expression, there was something that echoed my own feelings. A part of me wanted to hide from that, but another part of me knew I couldn't. It wouldn't do any good, but I made a mental note of faces, of the pain, the loss. People who'd been removed from their homes and had all hopes for the future dashed. If I ever had the opportunity to get revenge, to get back at Scion for doing this, I wanted to remember these faces, find just a little more strength, make it hurt that much more. But I wasn't one for simply wanting to help, paying lip service and promising vengeance felt hollow. Instead, as a token gesture, something that might not even be noticed, I gathered up every mosquito in range and proceeded to murder them with other bugs. I kept the biting flies. I wrapped the bugs around me. Fuck PR. The faint weight of the insects was reassuring, like a blanket. A barrier against the world, like Tecton's armor or Rachel's intimidating nature. A sign caught my eye. I stopped, looking over the people in the small campsite. Barnes. No further details, no requests. I almost hadn't recognized them. Alan, Emma's dad, had lost weight since I'd seen him last. He'd noticed me, and looked up, staring, his eyes red. His wife sat in a lawn chair beside him, while Emma's older sister sat on a blanket at her mother's feet, her mother resting one hand on her head. Zoe's Emma's mom's eyes were wet. Emma's sister looked equally upset. Emma wasn't in sight. I could guess what they were crying about. Alan was staring at me now, and there was an inexplicable accusation in the look. His wife took his hand and held it, but he didn't move his eyes a fraction. When Anne, Emma's sister, looked up at me, there was a glimmer of the same. A hint of blame. Emma hadn't made it. How? Why? Why could they all leave while Emma wouldn't be able to? I might have thought Emma had been somewhere out of reach, but that didn't fit. There would be no certainty she was dead. They'd be putting her name on a sign and hoping she turned up? And why would they blame me? For failing to stop this from happening? Fuck that. I turned and walked away. Once I was out of their immediate vicinity, I took a few running steps and let my flight pack lift me up. Better than zigzagging between the campsites. I floated over a sea of people with their heads down, their expressions alternately emotional and rigidly stoic in defeat. Hundreds or thousands of tents surrounded the area, and string fences no higher than one's calf bounded off each of the sites. Rachel had made her way outside the city limits, past even the tents that were set a 5 or 6 minute walk from any of the others. I followed her over the hill, to another small set of buildings. Cabins set on what had been Captain's Hill in Earthbet. I knew they were Rachel's because of the dogs that were scattered around the premises, a small crowd milling around Bastard and the other mutant canines. The largest cabin had 3 large bison skulls placed over the cabin door. Bastard and the other dogs had been tied up outside like horses, left to shrink, with a trough of water to drink from. I landed, and I was struck by the realization that my flight pack might not be so easy to recharge, now. I still had the spare, fully charged, but Defiant might have his hands full, and the infrastructure or resources might not be available. It was a minor thing. Inconsequential, in terms of everything that was going on. It wasn't like the flight pack was going to matter a bit against Scion. But it was one more reminder of what was truly happening. I stopped and turned to look over the landscape. I turned my head right until the small settlement and the sea of tents wasn't quite visible, then turned it to the left to do the same. Focusing on the nature, the untouched wilderness. Is this what Brockton Bay will look like, if we can't win this fight? How many years does it take for the last building to collapse, for dirt and grass to drown away any and all signs we were ever there? It was a daunting thought, a heavy thought that joined countless others. The dogs barked as I approached on foot. I kept calm and waited. I recognized the girl with the funny-colored eyes and darker skin from Rachel's hideout. I'd met her on my last week in Brockton Bay. With her presence alone, the animals collectively quieted. A single dog barked one last time, with 2 others reflexively following with barks of their own, but that ended it. The girl held the door open from me, and the dogs didn't protest as I made my way inside. Rachel was sitting on a couch with dogs arranged around her. Angelica was afforded a bit of favoritism, and received a touch of extra attention from her master. She, in turn, was extending a gentleness to Rachel that went beyond Angelica's poor health and the glacial movements that accompanied chronic pain. Rachel looked defensive, her eyes cast down at the ground. Something more severe than the whole Scion business. Charlotte, Forrest, and Sierra were present too, keeping their distance, keeping silent as we met again for the first time in over a year and a half, not moving from where they stood. The kids gathered at the far end of the room, silently occupying themselves with a mass of puppies. I recognized Mason and Kathy, and didn't recognize Ephraim at first glance. Jessie was conspicuously absent, but nobody seemed to be reacting to that gap. She'd left on her own, maybe. Found family. Aidan sat off on his own, a pigeon sitting on his knee. He opened and closed his hands, and the bird hopped from the one knee to the other, then back again. Something had happened there, but it wasn't a focus. Not right now. Tattletale sat in her computer chair, but the computer screens were dark, the computers themselves unlit, quiet, and still. I didn't like the emotion I saw on her face any more than I liked what I saw with the others. Pity. Sympathy. It wouldn't be Gru. No. That didn't fit. He'd been flying back, and he hadn't been so far away that he'd be in the path of danger. Not Imp either. Parian and Foyle had been fine the last time I'd seen. No. Tattletale was best situated to focus on Brockton Bay. Who had made it? Who hadn't? And there was only one Brockton Bay resident who truly mattered, that hadn't been accounted for. I felt a lump in my throat growing with every heartbeat, expanding every time I tried to swallow and failed. Without waiting for a response, for any words of pity, or even verification, I turned and pushed my way out the door, taking flight. I flew. Up over the bay, away from the city, away from this alien Earth. I blinded myself with my own swarm, drowned everything out with their drone, their buzz, their roar. All of this time, the sacrifices, the loss of security. The loss of me. To do what? To stop this? It had happened despite our attempts to the contrary. To reconnect with my dad? We had reconnected. I'd come clean about who and what I was. We'd built up a relationship that was new, accounting for the fact that we were changed people. Now, as I continued to fly, to put distance between myself and everything, I wasn't sure it had been worth it. The wind blew my hair, and I let my swarm move away, revealing the open ocean all around me. There was only the wind and the sound of the water to hear. The smell of salt water I'd come to miss. My dad was gone, and I couldn't bring myself to go back and get verification. I couldn't handle it if there wasn't verification. I was cognizant of the fuel gauge, of the dwindling power of the flight pack. I knew I'd have to go back. I knew there was stuff to do. But I'd spent the last age trying to build towards something, to prepare for the pivotal moment. I'd played my role, helped stop Hook Wolf. I'd communicated with Foil to urge her to play possum, tracking where the enemy was and what they could see. It had led to us taking down Grey Boy and Siberian, trapping Jack. And now the death toll was climbing. Scion continued his rampage, and I hadn't even had the guts to own up to the failure. I couldn't bring myself to go back and do something minor. It was arrogant, proud, but I couldn't bring myself to do search and rescue while the population was steadily scoured from the planet, the major cities wiped out like a human child might kick down anthills. There was nothing in the worlds that I wanted more than a hug, and I couldn't bring myself to ask for one. My dad and Rachel were the only ones I could trust to offer one without further questions, without platitude or commentary, and I couldn't get to Rachel without going through the others. My dad was even farther from my reach. The mask I directed to see things through to this point was cracking, and I couldn't bear to show anyone my face. The fuel gauge ticked down. I noted it reaching a critical point, where reaching land before I ran out might be difficult, if not impossible. The sky was darkening. No clouds, no city lights. A cloud passed over sunset and the moon overhead, and it was startling just how dark things became. A fluorescent glare cut through the darkness. My hair in my swarm stirred. I could feel the breeze from behind me. I didn't turn around. Your call, Tattletale said, her voice quiet. I'd like you to have my back, but I understand if. I shook my head, my hair flying out to either side. I turned around and floated over to the doorway that hung in the air. I set foot on solid ground, and felt weirdly heavy when I did. It took me a moment to find my balance. Tattletale caught me as the door closed beside us. Then she wrapped her arms around me in a hug. Odd, that she was shorter than me. When did that happen? I could remember her giving me a one-armed hug once, a long time ago. She'd been just a little taller than me then. Just the right height for a hug. Now we were like Foil and Perian. I was taller, receiving comfort from someone shorter than me. I'd underestimated her. She didn't ask any questions or offer any sympathy. They're all here, she said. Ready? I hesitated, then spoke. My voice was rough. Ready. We didn't budge. She didn't break the hug. Fuck it all, I muttered. My voice was still weird with emotion. Maybe I'd keep my mouth shut at this meeting. Fuck it, she agreed. That said, we broke apart, took a second to breathe, and then made our way into the meeting room. Extinction 27.2. The setup was the same, but there were undeniable changes. More people, and just about everyone was showing up in force. 13 panels, glowing lightly to light the individual groups from behind. Each had a symbol on it, now, representing the teams. Rachel stood at the corner at the end of the hallway, her back against the panel. Her hair was a little out of sorts, and she wore her jacket with the heavy fur collar. With stray dog hairs sticking to every article of clothing, each individual hair and strand of fur seemed to glow luminescent. Bastard sat beside her, and his eyes reflected the same light. We entered the booth as a group, Tattletale leading the way, with Rachel falling into step beside me. We settled into a similar formation as we joined the others. The booth was framed by a railing, same as before, but there was a crescent-shaped desk on our side of the railing. Tattletale had already laid out handheld devices, a phone, and several documents. She took her place at the center of the desk. Our spokesman, apparently. I glanced over my shoulder. The others were present, Perian and Foil included. Gru's presence made for a dramatic effect, tendrils of his darkness coiling around the base of the panel. He was making himself larger, moving the tendrils more. It signaled a higher degree of emotion. The logo was the name of the team, drawn out like a gang tag. I took a deep breath, then looked over the rest of the room. The other booths were crowded as well. Every face was shrouded in shadow, the groups lit only by the glowing panels behind them. It pissed me off. I was surprised at how much it bothered me, at the vehemence of the emotion, the impulse to act, to react. To yell at them and call them all imbeciles, because they were busy trying to protect their identities and be secretive when that was the lowest priority right now. I managed to make myself stay still, instead. If I was a little unhinged right this moment, then I needed to be calm, logical. It wasn't really working. I couldn't keep that sense of outrage over this trivial thing contained. I settled for channeling it into my swarm, having them crawl in a slow rotation over me, flowing over and around one another. It was the equivalent of drumming my fingers or pacing, if somewhat more mental than physical. It barely helped. Cauldron was present. Dr. Mother stood behind their desk as Tattletale stood behind ours. Contessa and the man Tattletale had identified as the number man stood with her. Our goddamned accountant, from our supervillain days, a major player in Cauldron. They'd managed our bank accounts, just like they'd controlled virtually everything else from the shadows. Chevalier was here, alongside Revel, Exalt, Golem and various team leaders from the Protectorate and Wards programs. I saw the dirt, dust, and bloodstains. I looked as bad as they did. Chevalier had laid his cannon blade across the curved railing, and the elaborate, heavily embellished weapon served to help frame the group. The Protectorate logo marked the back of the panel. I looked at Golem, and he averted his eyes, very deliberately turning his attention to the other groups around the perimeter of the room. Was he ashamed? Angry? I couldn't parse it. The guild, with Dragon absent. Narwhal stood beside Defiant, both of them ridiculously tall. Masamune stood beside them, not old but still stooped and frail, with a thin beard. ADT soldier stood by the man. I could guess which soldier it was. The guild's icon, the spear pole with the ribbon-like flag flowing from it, marked the panel. And I'm not going to appeal to emotion, Defiant was saying. I'm not going to tell you how brave she was, how selfless and noble. You were watching us, before you pulled the plug on her. I know that, and I know you saw all that. No. You don't care. So I'm going to talk about the facts, Saint. You're failing. Saint, standing in the booth opposite the guild members, had been ignoring him, focusing on a computer as he typed ceaselessly. At those last 2.5 words, Saint paused for a fraction of a second. The other Dragon Slayers were situated at either end of the crescent-shaped desk, seeing to their own tasks. The woman glanced at Saint, and that seemed to be enough to remind him to get back to the typing. Dragon could evacuate. She could minimize damage, manually control the force fields instead of relying on automatic overrides. New York's force fields went up too early. Golden beam sheared through, knocked it down. A third of the city gone. Dragon would have succeeded, you failed. 2.2 million estimated deaths. I want you to know the numbers. I want you to be aware of every single one of those deaths. Believe me, I'll remind you, and I'll make sure everyone else knows as well. Saint reached up to his helmet for a second, then dropped his hand back to the keyboard. France? Don't bother, Tattletale said. He muted you. Defiant stopped talking, setting his hands on his spear instead. All of the other major players were present, minus the birdcage contingent. The Thanda had 6 members in near-identical robes. Their logo was a block of letters arranged in a 5x5 grid. Muradnag had a ring of skulls around a black circle. Faultline's crew had a wavelength, like a reading on a seismic monitor. Looking at them, I was startled to realize Dinah was in the group, standing right beside Faultline. Which didn't parse. I turned my head to look across the room at another little girl. There was a 9 emblazoned on the panel, well above her head. I glanced back at Gru, saw how he was deliberately looking away, and connected the dots as far as why he was withdrawn and generating more darkness. I started to speak, and found the pitch of my voice to be a little skewed. Quiet, I continued, we invited Bonesaw. Cauldron did, Tattletale said. Hard to see, but she's restrained. That doesn't make me feel any better. Custom-made organisms could erode metal or break glass. She could have a breakable capsule that released a plague throughout the room. No, Tattletale said. But Cauldron okayed it. Fuck me, I said. My bug stirred in much the same way Gru's darkness was. It wasn't enough of an outlet. I settled for gripping the railing in front of me. Fuck them. Do you need to leave? Tattletale asked, her voice just as quiet as mine. I could send Rachel with you. I shook my head. No. I was pissed, but I wanted to stay. What the hell was Gru experiencing? This was the girl who had cut him open and spread the still living contents of his body around a walk-in freezer, complete with augmentation that would allow him to experience pain on a level that a normal human couldn't. 4 kicks. Because she was curious. We were joined by a group of the YA with grave NGBN, in flowing uniforms that fit somewhere between martial arts outfits and army gear, with masks like multifaceted gems. Faceless, with only numbers to identify them. There were capes I knew to be the elite, Nonpareil and Patrician, Agnes Cord and Blue Blood. They were the opposite of faceless, taking great pride in their appearance and their powers. The elite were an organized crime syndicate, shutting down anyone who tried to use their powers for profit, unless those people worked for them. I recognized Adelid, a South American cape, hero to the people, alongside Caliph Adapero, who had one foot propped up on the desk, an elbow resting on his knee. There was a man I assumed to be an interpreter beside them. The representatives of the suits were present as well, each with costumes stylized after different card suits from the original and newer decks: heart, club, spade, diamond, sword, wand, coin and cup. I was surprised to see them. The suits were capes from the United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom had been obliterated. The leader of the hearts, swords, and cups weren't present, leaving me to assume they were among the ones who hadn't made it. The suits managed different duties, classifying capes into groups for public service, fighting, intrigue, fast response and watching for malfeasance in other areas of the public. I'd read the PRT's pages on them when I'd been investigating possible vectors for the end of the world, only to discover that the suits were barely treading water as a group, in terms of funding and membership. Too many deaths to Endbringers, even before the pace had picked up, and the merchandising wasn't working out, with the group accepting handouts from the PRT on a regular basis. Not exactly the image they'd given to the public, of an elite group that was hipper, cooler, and more effective than the King's Men. The King's Men hadn't made it, I noted. The 3 blasphemies were standing at one booth, young women with masks depicting ruby-lipped faces, a smile, a frown, a snarl. Alabaster white skin, white hair, white flowing dresses. The frowning one held hands with the other 2. They were silent, still, and their very presence seemed to be bothering the nearby suits and protectorate members. The final group was arriving, stationing themselves opposite Cauldron. I glanced up at Cauldron's icon, marking the upper half of the glowing panel a stylized C, tilted upward at a 45-degree angle. That same mark, in different sizes and at different angles, marked the various members of the new arrivals. Weld's irregulars. Weld had altered his look, a little more edgy, a little less human. Segments of his metallic flesh stood out like horns or scales, and the veins and crevices were deeper. Strangest of all was that he was wearing another of the Case 53s, in addition to his thick canvas pants. Tendrils encircled his arms and legs, wound around his fingers. Loops of metal, in turn, bound the tendrils, locking them into place, or helped direct them into and through his limbs. All of the tendrils led to the same point, to a pale girl's face, with Cauldron's mark on her cheekbone. She had no body I could make out, no hair, only the tendrils. I saw Gully, standing a little taller than she had the last time I'd seen her in person, a muscle-laden young woman with braided hair that trailed on the floor. Sanguine, with red hair and red skin. Gentle Giant, a placid-faced young man who stood head and shoulders above even Gully, and innumerable others. The moment they were settled in, their icon appeared on the screen above them. A three-fingered hand. "We're all here," Dr. Mother said. Civil, pleasant, unruffled even though the world was being dismantled. Weld wasn't so inclined to be polite, nor was he unruffled. He spoke with a harsh tone that overrode his faint Boston accent. "I'm trying to think of why I shouldn't tell my irregulars to murder you three right here." The doctor didn't reply. She met his stare with one of her own. The tendrils around Weld's body tightened to the point that they bit into the metal. "I saw some people shift position." He continued, "I know what your Contessa does. I know about Number Man too. Hell, we know about the ghost girl who keeps you company. We call her the custodian. Is she one of your mistakes, like us?" "Yes," the doctor said. "And did you brainwash her to keep her servile?" "No. For one, she has no brain." "Is this really necessary, Weld?" Weld didn't show a trace of hesitation. "I think it is. Everything seems to tie back to Cauldron. To you. You're blaming us for this." "You're the most likely culprit," Weld said. "No," the doctor replied. "Our issue here is a lack of information. We have 4 sources that can corroborate the same story. One of those sources is in the birdcage, where they'll remain until we decide it's time to free them. There's Bonesaw, who isn't our most reliable source, and I'm guessing Tattletale is the 4th, Weld answered. He saw the doctor respond and nodded a little. Convenient. For those who don't know, the Undersiders got their start working for Coil, who was linked to Cauldron by 2 degrees of separation at most. "You have done your homework," Tattletale said. "But no. No ties to Cauldron here, aside from the rare clandestine meetings where we do rock paper scissors to figure out who plays a big part in the latest Endbringer attack." Weld shook his head a little, and then turned his attention to the doctor. "I didn't hear the question, but a large part of that was the fact that I wasn't listening." "You knew?" I asked her. "No. I only figured it all out just before it happened," Tattletale murmured, not taking her eyes off Dr. Mother. "But they knew." "Yup. Marquis did too, but they told him to stay quiet." I clenched my fists. No. I wasn't going to be able to suppress this. I could leave, stalk from the room. Except why the fuck should I? To spare these people's sensibilities? "You knew," I said, interrupting Weld's angry monologue about Cauldron's monstrous parahumans. I spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. I didn't care anymore. "You knew Scion would do this." Dr. Mother looked my way. "Yes. And you did nothing. You stood back and you let this happen," I said. I was aware that every set of eyes in the room was on me. It's better that this happens now. From what we know, and I do want to express that I'm eager to compare notes with the other parties, it was inevitable. Now or later, Scion was going to go rogue. If we waited until a decade had passed, we might not have the numbers or the powers we have now. "You knew," I repeated myself, staring at her. "We could have put this off. Bought ourselves time to deal with other crises, to find an answer, a way to stop him or..." I trailed off, lost for words. "To stop him. That's enough. We did try," the doctor said. "We offered as much assistance as we could without hamstringing ourselves for the next part of this." The number man spoke. "All of the statistics point to a decline in population over the ensuing few years. We were already in the midst of the breaking point. You experienced much of that yourself, Undersiders. Enough capes in one place, and it becomes the equivalent of nitro waiting to blow. Brockton Bay wasn't managed quite so well as other clusters like New York or New Delhi." He gestured towards Chevalier, then the Thanda as he named the cities. He continued, "You yourself took part in the chain reaction of events that followed the attempted ABB takeover." I didn't move. Cause and effect. A local gang leader by the name of Lung was arrested by Arms Master, the leader of the local protectorate team. He paused very deliberately, very knowingly, before continuing. "A subordinate member of the gang goes on a rampage, escalating violence and forcing another local cape to advance his plans for taking over the city. He already has the very talented Dinah Alcott, and he recruits the Undersiders and the Travelers to remove enemies from the board and bring them into his camp. The latter group of heroes sets the seeds for a later fiasco, the Echidna event. Conflict and the dormant Echidna's presence lead to Leviathan attacking, which leads in turn to the Nine visiting." I could go on, naming the Undersiders' actions in regards to seizing the city and stopping Coil, but you know the story. "You're saying all of that stemmed from one arrest," one of the female members of the suits said. "No," the number man said, and he managed to sound only a little condescending. "I'm saying that parahumans as a whole are chain reactions waiting to happen, and we were already approaching a critical point. Every year, the percentage of parahumans in the population increases. At that same time, the odds of a cataclysmic event happening somewhere are increasing steadily. Imagine a situation like the Echidna event that turned out more unfavorably, or an Wildbow who wasn't content to stay in one place. We have the Blasphemies, Sleeper, and the Ash Beast, even the Slaughterhouse 9, all as living examples of this concept at work. The world already stood on a precipice, and I'm not even mentioning the Endbringers in all of this. I glanced at the Blasphemies. They hadn't moved an inch, even as they were mentioned. The number man paused. There was an exceedingly good chance that we would have only 66 to 25% of the forces available if we waited 10 years. 14 years from now was the breaking point, Dinah spoke up. 53 to 2% of the forces available, then, number man responded. Yes, the doctor said. We weren't helping it along, but we're not overly upset. In fact, we consider this a best-case scenario. I saw Contessa tense even before my swarm moved, expanding, drawing out lines of silk. A slam interrupted me, jarring me back to reality. I turned to look at Chevalier. He'd struck the desk in front of him. Don't, he said. It took me a second to realize he was talking to Dr. Mother. A poor choice of words, the doctor said. What I mean to say is that a very large number of powerful capes remain active and alive, ready to combat the threat. We're situated to respond to this somehow, both offensively and reactively. At this very moment, we are managing a large-scale evacuation. We consider it a priority to keep Sion unaware, so we are evacuating the land masses on the opposite end of the globe in hopes he won't be able to respond or act. Evacuating people like you did in New Delhi? Tecton asked. No. Different Earths, closing portals behind us as we go. One of the Thandas spoke. Then you were capable of this evacuation before? Moving hundreds of millions to safety. Yes, the doctor responded. Why, he asked. Because of Sion. Because you knew, I repeated myself for the third or fourth time. My fists were clenched. You had an idea this was going to happen. Yes, she said. Everything we've done has been to build towards this eventuality. A silence hung in the air. I looked over the room. Moordnag and the South American capes had interpreters rattling off the particulars of the conversation. The Protectorate, the Irregulars, Fault Line's crew, the suits, all bristled with anger. Hell, I did too. Fault Line spoke, so. It all comes down to this. Millions or billions die and you get to step in now and be the big damn heroes. We have no intention of doing so. In truth, as much as we've stockpiled countermeasures, gathered information, and planned ahead, we fully expect to fail. Fuck, Tattletale muttered, just beside me. All of the war crimes, kidnapping people, human experimentation, creating monsters, creating psychopathic monsters, letting millions die, and you think it's for nothing? Fault Line asked. It's very likely, Dr. Mother said, unruffled. Then why? Weld asked. Because we decided in the very beginning that we don't want to be left wondering if we could have done more, in the moments before humanity ceases to exist, the doctor said. Why did we make you into what you are, Weld? Because it was an option, a step forward. Why did we keep it secret? It improved our chances. Why did we not tell you about Sion? Because it improved our chances. I stared down at the roughly circle-shaped patch of darkness in the center of the room. You made sacrifices on the behalf of others, and you made the hard calls, but it was all for something greater. I bet you think you won't have any regrets at the end. It's been some time since I lost sleep because of a heavy conscience, the doctor said. Weld gripped the railing hard enough to make the wood splinter explosively. I know what that's like, I responded. I've walked down that road. Maybe not so ugly a road, but I've gone that route. All the way along, I told myself it sucked, but I wouldn't do it differently. I did everything I did for a reason. Except now, having reached the point I was working towards, I finally do regret it all. The last 2 years, the way I treated my teammates, leaving the Undersiders. I'd change it all in a heartbeat. I turned my eyes to Golem, then the Undersiders, and then to Dr. Mother. Maybe I will regret it, the doctor said. But I'll run that risk. If the world ends regardless of our efforts, the only one left to judge me will be God. I shook my head a little, but I didn't answer her. We'd dragged this on long enough. She seemed to agree. Let's talk about the situation. Tattletale, if you would. Me? I'm flattered. Let's see. Sion isn't human. All of our powers stem from the same source. It's this big alien bastard that we keep seeing when we have our trigger events. Except each of his cells is coded with just a fragment of his brain and a technique he uses to manipulate his environment, protect himself or attack others. He spread powers around Earth as part of a way to stress test them. He wants to leverage our brains and imagination to figure out ways to make the most of these abilities or innovate new ones. With me so far? No, Gully said, from her spot beside Weld, not at all. I nodded my head in silent assent. Not that I didn't understand. It was just a lot to take in. Okay, well, it gets worse, so follow along. After distributing all of the powers he could, he left a chunk of himself still active, still alive, and he kept all of the good powers, the abilities he needed to ensure this whole process continues. Except something went wrong, and the process is fucked. How am I doing? Minor errors, the doctor said, but roughly on target. Great. Tattletale's grin was visible in the gloom. She rubbed her hands together, clearly enjoying herself, despite the circumstances. She wanted a scene where the detective reveals it all. This is just a little weirder. Okay. Let's see. The process is fucked, and he's a daddy with no little ones to take care of. They're dying or dead or something else went wrong and he's been looking for a purpose. He got that purpose when a guy called Kevin told him to go help people. He got a new purpose when Jack told him to start murdering. Murdering. My dad's face crossed my mind. The dead I'd had to ignore while rescuing others were a jumble, too numerous for me to even piece together in my mind's eye. If it were mindless destruction, the doctor said, it would be acceptable. We could convince him to abandon this, or hope he burns himself out on this Earth's remaining inhabitants, after we evacuate everyone we can. There's another problem. She touched something on her desk, and the various panels behind each booth changed. They were video screens, 3 times as tall as they were wide, and each showed the same clip of Sion's rampage. United Kingdom, first target struck. Obliteration, the doctor said. Eastern coast of Canada and the United States, damaged, but casualties were a third of what they were in the initial strike. She paused. Faultline took the opportunity to interject, not following. The third attack was against Mali, followed by Burkina Faso, Ghana, Togo, and all down the coast of Africa. In this attack, he selectively murdered specific individuals. I watched the scene. Sion flying with a speed like an arrow shot from a bow, narrow lasers blasting from each hand. He came to a stop a short distance from the camera, cancelling the laser assault. The image panned over to look at the city as Sion hovered there in the sky. A major population center. Capes were already taking flight to stop him. No, not capes. People in civilian clothes with powers, many heavily tattooed. He glowed, and the glow flared. The camera dropped a short distance and struck something solid. That blast we just saw, the doctor explained, was a calculated strike. The city was left mostly intact, but Sion killed specific people, targeting anyone who had already hit puberty. How? Tattletale asked. His perceptions are finely tuned, the doctor said. He's aware of his immediate vicinity, and in absolute control of how his power is expressed. He left, what was the number? An estimated 430,000, the number man said. 430,000 orphans. He didn't kill them all. Why is that scarier than the alternative? In Russia, his beam started fires. He cut off every escape route, then began setting fires from the outside in. It took him 35 minutes to start the fire, and he waited for 15 minutes while the flames spread and everyone within was cooked. Heroes that attempted to stop the attack were killed. He's experimenting, Tattletale said. The doctor nodded slowly. Following a very distinct formula. He's reversing what he did at the outset. Saving children, stopping fires. The man who initially gave him the orders is hospitalized, or we'd ask about the instructions he provided. It might give us an idea of what Sion is going to do and the patterns that might emerge in the course of this experimentation. Experimentation. He didn't have to learn to be dangerous. He was capable of obliterating us all in a matter of days. We're bringing the girl who was in contact with Sion here, the doctor said. Provided she survives. Sion is too close for us to access her at the moment. I only want to know 2 things, the Dog King said. What do we do, and how do I protect my people? There were nods from around the room. I found myself joining them. At the simplest level, that was what we all wanted. Those of us that weren't monsters, anyways. We run, the doctor said. Save as many people as we can. Muster your forces. Strategize, think outside the box. If you have ideas, run them by the group. Let me start, then, Faultline said. Simple answer. Talking to him got him to be a hero before, and talking to him made him do this. Let's talk to him again. And say what? Tattletale asked. Stop, pretty please. No, Faultline retorted. I want to find another option. We've got a planet full of thinkers and tinkers, let's gather intel, figure out just what it is he wants, and see if we can provide it. Get him to leave. It's not that simple, Tattletale said. That fairy kook who's going on about queen administrators and all that crap? She was a big hint in me figuring this stuff out, and she's under the impression that this all ends with this Earth and every other Earth being obliterated. We don't want to give him what he wants. Then we trick him, Faultline said. Before he gets too clever and before he wipes us out. Tell him to, I don't know, fly to the edge of the known universe and back. You try that, Tattletale said, injecting a note of sarcasm into her voice. That sounds brilliant. Any idea is a good thing, Chevalier said. We'll emphasize protecting and preserving the people we can save. Can you give us access to your portal network? Yes, Dr. Mother answered. Of course. We'll be observing you at all hours. You only have to ask for a door and we'll connect you to our central hub, provided you aren't on the same continent as Sion. She took a deep breath, then sighed audibly. I don't ask you, any of you, for your help. I don't ask for your assistance or cooperation. I only want us to share resources, provide solutions. Contessa, if you'd please ungig Bonesaw. Contessa nodded, then strode across the room. She worked something away from Bonesaw's face, then returned to Cauldron's booth. Hello, Bonesaw's voice was eerie, childish in a way Dinah's wasn't. She craned her head around, clearly unable to move anything below the neck, looking at the panel behind her. I'm not with them. Honest to gosh. There's no reason for her to be here, Defiant said. There is, the doctor said. Contessa believes it is the most economical way to get what we need. Tattletale. I'm really having mixed feelings about that whole tattletale thing you keep doing, Tattletale responded. It's like calling for your dog, which is irritating, but you keep giving me chances to do awfully fun stuff. You want me to dismantle Bonesaw? Feel free, the doctor said. Our goal is a remote. I'm playing nice now, Bonesaw said. Promise. Gotcha, Tattletale replied to the doctor. She turned to the little girl. So. This is cheating, Bonesaw said. I'm not trying to be tricky or anything. I just want to stay alive, help out. I don't want the world to end. The remote's just collateral. Once I give it up, you have no reason to keep me around. Which is, Defiant commented, exactly what you'd say if you were Jack's sleeper agent, biding your time to deliver the worst possible attack at the worst possible moment. No, Tattletale said. She's being honest. Honest. The murderous little tot had a change of heart. A partial change of heart. Let's be honest. You're not going to turn away from the art of your powers that easily, are you? You'll still crave to do something interesting, and maybe that interesting is at the expense of others. It can be at the expense of bad people, Bonesaw said. Does that work? No, Chevalier said, Defiant echoing him by a half-second. Besides, Tattletale said, the only bad person that concerns us is Scion, and you can't touch him. Phooey. Drop the act, Tattletale said. There was a pause. A voice that wasn't nearly so childish, so perky, sounded across the room. Okay. Better, Tattletale said. You're in the middle of a metamorphosis. Something triggered that change. Love? No. Friendship? Friendship. Someone outside the 9. Yes. It's not that big a deal. I realized Jack's been playing me because that woman, Bonesaw jerked her head in the direction of the doctor, fucked with my head. Which is why I'm handling this and not her, I guess. And because this little show builds the idea of solidarity between our factions. Multiple goals, I'm sure. An illusion that's strained when you mention it to everyone present, Dr. Mother commented. Whatever. Bonesaw. Boney. Bones. Riley. Riley. You're going through some changes. Let's. Can we cut the jokes? Chevalier asked. There's a lot going on out there. We've wasted enough time already. Then go, Tattletale said. When he didn't budge, she added, I'm having a conversation with Riley here. She's figuring out who and what she is, and we've got a bit of a snarl. Her art. My power. That's all it is, Bonesaw said. You're attached to it. You feel a bit of pride in what you've made, even now that you're apparently turning over a new leaf. I'm afraid I'm going to have to tell you to get real. I'm not that attached. Or proud, Bonesaw said. Sure you are. No. I mean, like, I think about my friend and I imagine messing with him and it's like. I don't want to do that. I enjoy his company. So I think about the other people and put his face over theirs and you still do horrible things. Let's not pretend you weren't screwing with Nilbog or palling around with the rest of the clones. You made them possible. I had to. Chevalier was right. We don't have a lot of time. Stop equivocating and listen. You're a monster. Maybe the worst one out there. But when it all comes down to it, you're just like that big golden bastard out there. You're Jack's pawn. Everything you ever made, everything you ever did, the strongest parts of you, the little vulnerabilities, custom-tailored by him. No, Bonesaw said. Yes. The friend I made, this new me, it's calculated. By Jack. Don't tell me he doesn't plot things for down the road. Hey Golem, talk to me. Golem's voice sounded from the other end of the room. What? You thought Jack had a thinker power? Why? What? There was a pause. Because he's like Weaver. He reacts like someone that is way too aware of what's going on. Acts like me? I'd made the comparison myself, but I'd tempered that, held back as I formed that conclusion. Hearing it in such a blunt way stung as much as a slap in the face. And you sent in the DT guy because Weaver surrounds herself with bugs, and Jack surrounds himself with capes. The non-cape is the only variable we haven't seriously tried. The competent non-cape. Tattletale nodded, thought so. So let's think about that. He's got a thinker power that lets him manipulate para-humans, or read them, or gauge how they'll react. He uses it, probably unconsciously, to constantly maintain the edge. And he gets bored. You've seen him get bored, haven't you, Riley? Yes. Yes. And when he gets bored, he sets up scenarios like the game in Brockton Bay, the test with Golem coming after him, whatever else. It usually falls apart before it comes to a head, because Jack is chaos incarnate, people cheat, Jack cheats, and so it goes. So tell me, do you really think he wouldn't let you have a little slack to see how you'd operate? Bonesaw didn't respond. Yet. Exactly, Tattletale said. Your art? It's his art. Your power and everything you do with it, it's stuff he's shaped. That's not true. I come up with my own ideas, Bonesaw sounded almost defiant. She'd also, I noted, forgotten the original message, saying her art wasn't important to her. His ideas. Everything's tainted with Jack. And you know it better than I do. You can think of all the little scenes and conversations. How your favorite projects were the ones your family applauded. The ones Jack praised, above all. Again, Bonesaw was silent, unable to retort. You want to face the new you? Here it is. It's not an easy change. It sucks, even. The magic's gone, now. Your power won't be quite so fun. Just the opposite, maybe. Still, there was no response. This is the real change, Tattletale said. Being reduced to nothing, starting anew. And you get to carry all the shit and all the hate that you earned being an unholy terror before. You deserve to carry all that shit and deal with the hate. You've got a steep uphill climb, before you even get a trace of respect or trust. You understand? Putting your buddy's face on possible victims isn't even close to redemption. I could see Bonesaw's posture change, even in the midst of her restraints, her shoulders drawing forward, head hanging a bit. Fuck me, was I feeling a pang of sympathy? My feelings were still off-kilter, undefined, unpredictable. It was scary, like stepping off a ledge with my eyes closed, not knowing what was on the other side. Except the feeling recurred constantly. Be rational. Let's not push the lunatic too far, I thought. That's rational. But Tattletale had let up a fraction. Her questions and attack were calculated, based on cues from her power. You want trust? Give us the remote. Fuck that, Bonesaw said. Fuck no. You have to trust us before we'll trust you. Give us the remote. Bonesaw didn't move. I saw Contessa lean close to Dr. Mother. It's done, the doctor said. We'll have the remote shortly. Thank you, Tattletale. Next order of business is the birdcage. I looked at Tattletale, who was still staring at Bonesaw. I could see Gru as well, tense, the smoke tendrils churning around him. And Perian, her hair and frock stirring as if there was a wind blowing. She'd lost her entire family, either to the Nine or to Bonesaw's warped plastic surgeries, making their faces identical to some of the most hated people in America. They had derived satisfaction from this. An attack on someone who'd attacked them, fair and just, acceptable, not quite torture. Not physical torture, anyways. I'd had my head cut open. I'd seen Gru change, becoming a shell of his former self. Hell, I'd been traumatized by what she'd done to Gru. I wasn't about to begrudge them that. But I still felt a measure of sympathy. To be clear, the doctor was saying, we didn't invite the birdcage residents here tonight because we knew it would be hard to impossible to send them back, all things considered. And because you'd lose our cooperation, Defiant said. Saint hamstrung us at a crucial juncture, he abandoned a number of people in this room to die when we were going after Jack, effectively delaying us, and he's supplanted Dragon, doing a criminally ineffective job at managing her duties. He's done all of this to free one man from the birdcage. For selfish ends. If you accommodate him, you'd intentionally obstruct us? Saint asked. Out of spite. I promised I would kill you, Defiant said. I will. Anyone who allies themselves with Saint gets the same treatment. I'm terrified, Saint said. Not of you, but of your short-sightedness. The end of the world is nigh, and you have a vendetta. I'm inclined towards tunnel vision, Defiant replied. For now, a great deal of my focus is turned towards one task. Denying you what you want. There are 6 blocks on the birdcage that Dragon set in place. Dragon is incapable of opening them, because she didn't want to be coerced into doing so. I imagine Saint is here because he wants the keys to the blocks. Yes, Saint said. Then if everyone here accepts that the birdcage should be open to let a select few prisoners out, I will give you the key. Slowly, hands raised around the room. Countries all around the world had prisoners in the birdcage. Countries all of the world had stories, horror stories about the people who had been sent there and what they'd done before. But things were dire, and we needed firepower. I raised my own hand. Then I'll provide the keys. 2 stipulations. I can guess what these stipulations are, Saint said. You want to wake Dragon up. I saw Tattletale tilt her head at a funny angle at hearing that. No. You're as single-minded as I am, and you've turned that focus towards being her enemy. We need the access you stole from Dragon as much as we need my keys, and you wouldn't give the access if it meant helping her. 2 things. You step down, and teacher remains in the birdcage. Saint snorted. No. Defiant asked, his voice level. Hardly a fair bargain. Give me time, and I can find the keys. It's just a matter of time before I dig through the code and find it. You want to goad me about the lives I've cost? Know that your stubbornness is doing the same thing here. You and everyone else here just agreed we should open the birdcage, Defiant said. But you're the only one here who wants to be in charge, the only one here who wants to free teacher. We need information if we're going to fix this, and he's our best source of thinkers. Weak thinkers, Tattletale said. Thinkers, all the same. I could see Saint's head turn, the cross on his face glowing as he scanned the room, searching the shadowy figures for signs of body language or gestures, for signs of agreement or disagreement. I could see just as well. Nobody was jumping to agree. His only chip was his monopoly on Dragon's technology, and he now had to choose between agreeing to Defiant's terms or refusing and making an enemy of everyone present. A compromise, Saint said. No, Defiant cut him off. You're unable to use Dragon's full complement of resources, and many people in this room are aware of the fact. Many came close to losing their lives. All I want is teacher free. I'll step down, if you have someone to replace me. There are options, Defiant said. He looked to the undersiders. Then that's settled, Dr. Mother said. Select the people you want, and we'll create the doorways. That would greatly simplify matters, Defiant responded. Any other business? Suggestions? Options? Yes, Faultline said. Again, being pretty simple here, but you guys are going way over our heads here. If we're opening the birdcage, there's less dramatic measures, Defiant said. Amnesty. In a time of crisis, Faultline said. I'll talk to my superiors, Chevalier responded. Good, Dr. Mother said. Many of us have things to see to. Do what you can. Use the doorway or ask for one of us if you require it. We'll see you all have a means of communicating shortly. People began preparing to leave, gathering stuff together. No, I could overhear Contessa saying, I ask myself several questions before I go anywhere, and one pertains to strangers. Stay behind. Imp appeared next to her. She walked back to us with a very dejected appearance. My eyes turned to Bonesaw. She hadn't moved or spoken. I felt another pang of sympathy. But not quite enough to act on it. Not enough to forgive her, not this easily. Not her. It was strange to enter a prison as a visitor and not an inmate. Very similar in some ways, down to the pat-down, different in others. Free to leave. Free to wear clothing. The place was ramshackle, an ancient building of stone slabs that had been modified to serve as a prison. 10 inmates to a room. Innumerable guards. I took a seat and waited. I didn't feel calm. I didn't feel confident. My feelings were still in a state of flux, and I couldn't pin them down. I felt like I could scream or cry at any moment. But, more than any other time, I wanted to appear confident here. The door opened, and 4 guards led a prisoner to the chair opposite mine. We were separated by a pane of bulletproof glass. Her eyes glared at me, cold. Not the eyes I'd known, no act, no hiding behind a mask. This was her. Hi, Shadow Stalker, I told Sophia. Taylor, she replied. Extinction 27.3. Back to the beginning. Emma's dead, I said. Sophia nodded. Her dad told me. Not a trace of emotion on her face. Not a flicker of a change in expression. Did she not care, or was she wearing an exceptional mask? Funny, just how easily those masks came to people. Costumes were nothing in the grand scheme of things. Cloth or Kevlar, spider silk or steel. It was the false faces we wore, the layers of defenses, the lies we told ourselves, that formed the real barriers between us and the hostile world around us. Looking at Sophia, I found myself instinctively reaching for that mask. I was using my bugs to channel my feelings, even with my concerns about my passenger and how it might be merging with me. I was wearing that aura of indomitable calm, even though I wasn't sure I liked the Taylor of this past year and a half, who had been doing just that as a matter of both habit and necessity. The two of us, in this shitty little makeshift prison. Tattletale had had this place built ahead of time, with the idea that we might need secure storage or a prison for anyone who made trouble in Earth Gimel. Too little, even with the measures being taken. Those with less than 6 years in their sentences were being given a limited release and kept in a more isolated location, with family and friends free to join them. The only exceptions to that early release were the para-humans. Maybe there was a human rights violation or a lawsuit in there, but the people in charge had other concerns. My phone buzzed. I picked it up and looked at the screen. Japan hit. V little left. Most evacuated. 22M EST dead. Total EST toll 500M. PRT issue phone, Sophia commented. Newer model than the one I had. Yeah, I answered. I put the phone down on the little ledge beneath the bulletproof glass. Big Bad Weaver. That's what you go by now, isn't it? I prefer Taylor. Taylor. Made it pretty big, as capes go. I shrugged. Wasn't really a priority, in the grand scheme of things. I only wanted the power so I could do what needed doing. Never appealed to me, power in the greater sense, she said. Personal power? I always paid more attention to power on a one-on-one level. I let myself relax a little. We had something to discuss. It wasn't going to be a fight, a series of attacks. I guess, Sophia said, you took my lessons to heart. Used what you learned from our little, what's the word? Lessons? Made something of yourself after all. She's taking credit? I was a little stunned, the mental gymnastics she must have managed to do that, what? A small smile touched her lips. Smug, superior. I'd seen it enough times in my interactions with her. Mark on your cheek is gone, where I gouged you. I think it disappeared at some point when I got healing or regeneration. Grew or panacea or scapegoat. Don't know. She said. Her eyes were studying me, and the look wasn't kind. Your family make it out okay? Just the question was like a slap to the face. No, I said. I don't know. Haven't bothered double-checking or asking. Me either, she said. Not that I'm really in a position to go look for answers. But they weren't visiting much anyways. Token visits, you know. I don't, really, I said. My dad was pretty cool after I joined the wards. We didn't see each other as much as I maybe wanted to, but it didn't feel like token visits. Difference between you and me, she said. She glanced over her shoulder at the guard behind her, then planted a foot against the little ledge beneath the bulletproof glass. Her hands, handcuffed, settled in her lap. Your daddy cared. You know, that meeting where you tried to get us that in-school suspension? I was more pissed at the fact that your dad was there than the suspension. Then the woman was. A PRT twit. I nodded, but I was distracted from my response by another vibration of my phone. I picked it up to look at it. Mordivai bubble hit. Sleeper has been roused, last tracked en route to Zayan portal. Casualties unknown. World's really ending? Sophia asked. Yeah, I said, putting the phone back down. Scale, damage, repercussions, all worse than any Endbringer attack. They're predicting that maybe 500 million are dead already. The mention of 500 million people being dead didn't affect her more than the mention of Emma's passing. Not visibly. Too bad, she said. There's no going back, I said. We're preparing for a counterattack right now. We'll see what works, what doesn't. He beat Behemoth, Sophia said. I know. I was there, I said. She looked annoyed at that. Her eyebrows drew closer together, and she shifted position, putting both feet up on the little ledge, one ankle crossed over the other. It was only after she was settled that she responded, he beat Behemoth, and nobody could manage that. He's stronger. We'll try anyways, I said. I don't think any of us are prepared to roll over and die just yet. Dumb, Sophia said. Throwing your lives away for nothing. The alternative isn't any better, I said. What? Not fighting? Finding a good spot in another dimension to hide out? It's 1,000 times better, eh bear? We're like cockroaches in the face of this asshole. You know what happens if we line up and march off to die single file? The strongest of us die, there's nothing left to protect the others and humanity gets wiped out. No. Fuck that. Cockroaches survive because no matter how hard you try, they're numerous enough, tough enough, and spread out enough that a few of them always survive. They survive the predators, the poison, the fire, the radiation, and a few generations later they're back in full strength. Yet you fought Leviathan. I fought Behemoth too, few months before. Kind of. Mostly did search and rescue. Difference between that and this is that we're more like rats when going up against a fucking Endbringer. We're vermin in comparison to them, but we're vermin that can take bites out of them. Get enough rats together and they'll take down a human, no matter how well equipped that human is. But cockroaches can't? I asked, with a note of irony. She gave me a look that people typically reserved for when they'd been spit on. Don't try to be clever, eh bear? It doesn't suit you. I rolled my eyes. I'm speaking metaphorically. It's a, what's the word? Like a ladder. Hierarchy. Hierarchy. Yet. Scion's one step above the Endbringers. Couple of steps, I said. A couple of steps. Whatever. So you've got to evaluate that shit, understand? Where the fuck do we stand in relation to him? Rock bottom. How do we deal? We scatter. Spread out far enough apart. One guy can't murder all of us if we can find a way to spread out over a million different Earths. Stick to villages and shit. Whatever. I was somewhat caught off guard by that. It wasn't a bad plan. Defeatist, but not bad. Something we'd implicitly settled on in the meeting, though we'd also agreed to keep our mind open for options. I was getting a chance to see how she parsed the world, if maybe she had been influenced by her passenger like I was by mine, and I was seeing a philosophy that she seemed to value. It was an insight into Sophia, and it wasn't one that matched up with my expectations. I ventured, and here I thought you were more focused on being superior to others. Sophia shook her head, her lip curling up a fraction. I acted superior because I was superior. Still am superior to most. That comes with perks. Do what you want, get away with shit, get people to look past the stuff you want them to look past. What you've been up to, I bet you've done that. Leveraged power. Leveraged power, I said. Yes, I have. Because you're better. You're a little arrogant, maybe? A little less forgiving of mistakes. I said. Thing is, when it came down to it, I wasn't stronger or cleverer because of it. It wasn't an advantage in the critical moment. Maybe the opposite. She dropped her feet to the floor and leaned forward, folding her arms on the ledge, her face not even an inch from the glass. But it got you that far. Others there, and they couldn't fix it either. Not a reason to change your mind. It was a pretty important moment, I told her. The most important moment. But I wasn't in the right place, wasn't in contact with the right people. More than anything, I wasn't asking the right questions. She looked profoundly disappointed. See, now you're just being a whiny bitch again. Negative. Retrospective, I said. Figuring out what I did wrong, changing. Your biggest problem, bear, is that you never realized your place. I almost had respect for you. Hard not to, when you're pretty much copying me. But you're still waffling on shit you shouldn't be waffling on. Copying her. I'd admitted to taking lessons from Bakuda, from Jack. I'd picked up some of Purity's protectiveness, only I'd turned it towards my territory. I'd learned from Coil, from Accord, and yet Sophia saying this nettled me. I knew why, and it wasn't because I felt like she was eerily on target. No, it was because it was an out for her. An excuse, a justification that let her keep her tidy little worldview. The best revenge was supposed to be living well, but maybe there was a petty fragment of my psyche that wanted to rub it in her face. Not that I was living well. The situation was catastrophic, my dad was dead, and I wasn't sure where I stood. I looked down at my gloves. They were dark gray, but they'd been caked in blood, and even a good washing in cold water had failed to get them thoroughly clean. Sophia, I said. What? She asked. She leaned back in her chair. They're opening the birdcage. Letting some of the scarier criminals out, in the hopes of getting some assistance against Sion. There's a lot of good firepower in there. Ahoy. Doesn't make sense to go that far if we don't extend the same concept to a smaller scale. Not sure what the numbers are, but there's a hell of a lot of possible recruits there. And you're here because, what, you're going to recruit me? I ignored her. Problem with this situation is there's no good way to keep track of all of this. In the chaos, it's hard to manage records, and time's tight enough we're not going to be able to pull a review panel together. So how do you decide who gets to go free? What a good question, Sophia said. She met my gaze with a level stare. Not a glare anymore. Capes interact most with other capes. Smaller pool of people to find, contact and question, versus trying to hunt down civilians who might know so and so. It's not a perfect method. It's flawed, even. But we're asking the victims. Teammates who were inconvenienced, enemies of the capes in question, all of that. Is this cape in prison worth letting free? Knowing what's at stake, are you willing to put the past behind you and give them a second chance? She smirked. And you're my victim. Me and the Brockton Bay wards, I said. The undersiders were asked, too, but they gave their votes to me, with only a few words of suggestion. She's fucking useless, Imp had said. And she shot my brother. Bitch isn't worth having to worry about being shot in the back with a crossbow. Moronic, she said. Making it a popularity contest. Doing what we have to, I responded. Moronic, she said, again. I might have missed it, if it weren't for the repetition of the same word. Slightly different. A hint of emotion? Disdain? Disappointment? Maybe she cared more about being freed than she was letting on. Maybe, on a level, she grasped that she was reaping the consequences of earlier actions. Well, I'd been there. I suppose this is the point where I'm supposed to beg? I give you some satisfaction, you get some closure, I said. No. I'm not going to make you do that. Because I won't, she said. I know, I said. It's not in you, based on what you've said here. That personal pride, the security she'd apparently found in knowing what her niche was in the world and how she fit into it, it was her mask, the barrier she erected against the world. You hurt people, I said. And the way you reacted to me, on that night where the undersiders kidnapped you, trying to slash my throat, you've killed. Yes. So have you. You might have a body count higher than mine. I might, I said. You hurt people too. I did, I agreed. A lot more than I did. Probably. And you weren't even subtle about it. Taking over a city, robbing banks, attacking the fundraiser, attacking the headquarters. Extorting the mayor, I added, unlawfully imprisoning people, a lot of other stuff. Yet you're out there and I'm in here, she said. Then she smirked. Funny how that all works out. It all comes down to strength in the end. Power. How useful are you to others? I was useful, strong, even marketable on a niche level, and they pulled strings for me. Pulled your strings, even. Yeah, I said. But I became more trouble than I was worth. They throw me in jail, say it's because of a probation violation. But why are they really doing it? Because I'm more trouble than I'm worth. I'm not useful, am I, bear? Regent got me, I was a liability. Couldn't be used to fight the bad guys. They sacked Piggy for the same reason. Even if that was true, they could have moved you to another city. They would have, I said. But maybe you burned bridges. Maybe the other teams didn't want you. She shook her head a little, her smirk turning up a little. I think your view is a little narrow, I said. It's about more than usefulness. There are other factors. Like what? Likability? Substance? Respect? Trust? Along those lines, I said. Bullshit, she said. Her eyes narrowed. You think you're more likable than I am? Fuck that, and I'm not just joking around like we did back at school. You and I? We're the same. We're tough where we need to be, we hit hard so our enemies aren't in any shape to hit back. We're good at what we do. Difference is you were a little luckier, bet on the right horse. No, Sophia, I said. No? You run, right? It was on TV. I run, yes. And you don't think you were trying to emulate me? Subconsciously? I was on the track team, and there you are, a bit of a loser, looking for a way to improve yourself, and you start running. Not even remotely close to the mark, I said, feeling a note of irritation. Not on that count. The other stuff? Maybe we are similar in respects. Maybe being a cape in this fucked up world means you have to go that route, just a little. Being a person, she said. Dealing with reality. Maybe, I said, but if I was like you, I was better at it than you were, went further, tested the limits more. I could see her eyes narrow further. And I think it's a pretty shitty way to exist, I finished. Ouch, she said. You wounded me. I couldn't hear anything in her voice, nor could I see anything in her expression, but her shoulders were tenser, her hands had stopped fidgeting and were still. I stood from my chair, collecting the phone. I glanced at it. NZ gutted. Timeline for counterattack set for 1.5 HR from now. Testing efficacy of some abilities at range. Legend, Pretender, Eidolon on board to help. Weaver has been requested for assistance in field administration. You're going, then, Sophia said. Yet. You said you wouldn't help, you'd rather scurry away like a cockroach. I'm not saying I'd rather. I'm saying it's what we should all do. Either way. You're free to convince me. To beg, we're back to that. To convince me. She shook her head a little. Fuck it. Let the world burn. We'll all be better off. No pretension, no fakery, none of the tradition, and this is the way things are and always will be. Hit the reset button, whoever's left will pick things up later. That sounds remarkably similar to how Jack sounded. Fuck you, bear. Fine. I'm walking away from this with a clear conscience. Sit there in your cell and worry every minute that Scion's going to come tearing through here and wipe you off the face of the planet. She smirked, but I could see that tension in her neck and shoulders, still. I felt like Rachel, looking at someone and trying to piece together their natural responses, figure them out. Or was it the opposite? Was I like Rachel in how she looked at a dog, understanding them on a level most people couldn't? You're afraid, I said. Fuck you, bear, she spat the words. You're afraid and you're hiding it behind a very good mask. Fuck that. I hate that fakery, that false-faced bullshit. You said we're alike. You're right. We're both very good at putting on a front. She snarled the words. There's a difference between acting and being. I'm not faking anything. Yet you refuse to do anything to deviate from your path. That's why you're so big on sticking to your place. If you never budge, you never have to risk seeing if the mask comes off. Oh fuck the hell off, bear. You sanctimonious, know-it-all, orphan bitch. She'd picked the orphan bit to hurt, to get a rise out of me. Yet I felt okay. Hurt? Yes. I felt something deep and important missing, and I wasn't quite ready to let myself feel that emotion in its entirety. To hear the words in full or see the body and know my dad was gone. I needed to do that, and maybe to do it soon, if only to pay respect to my dad. So yet. I hurt. I felt the sting of her words. I still felt off-kilter. But I was calm. No act. No mask. Me, and I was okay. Thank you, Sophia, I said. I feel a hell of a lot better than I did before this meeting. I don't know if. Loser. She'd gotten the guard's attention with her outburst. The woman was approaching. If you were right about us being similar or not. But I don't want to be the sort of person you could compare yourself to. I'm going to be Taylor again, so thank you, for helping me come to peace with that. I can be Taylor without being weak. Keep the best parts of Skitter and Weaver. I turned to leave. Fuck you. Her maneuver was a practiced one, no doubt something she'd trained herself within her cell or in the moments she was cuffed and unobserved. A way to buy herself a fraction of a second to use her power, where her wrists wouldn't come in contact with the cuffs, as she let them drop from a point further up her arms to her hands. I could sense the motion with my bugs. Her leg hooked under her chair as she made it as shadowy as she was, and she kicked out, sending the chair flying through the bulletproof glass. It rematerialized as it crashed into mine, and the two chairs in turn hit me. I stumbled. My shin stung where the little folding chairs had hit me. Sophia, in turn, was being held down by the guard, the handcuffs pulled taut against her wrists. Is this the real you, then? I asked. Oh my god, you pretentious cunt. Sophia snarled the words between her grunts of struggle. I'm going to break you. Take a minute or two to calm down, I said. Breathe. If you can relax, if you can look me in the eye and promise you won't hurt me or anyone else, I'm going to give the go-ahead for you to leave. There was a pause, shock stopping both the guard and Sophia. You're joking, the guard said. Sophia just lay there, her head pressed against the little ledge, panting. Her hair covered her face. Offers open just a bit longer, Sophia, I said. I want to take some time to get ready, and if you're coming, you'll need the same. She didn't budge. The guard took her weight off Sophia, and only held the chain of the cuffs, twisting so Sophia's arms were held taut above her. It must have been uncomfortable with the way her body was forced to one side, her head forced down. Afraid. I'm not asking you to fight Scion. Just doing search and rescue would be fine. It's not safe, but... Will you shut up? Sophia's voice was muffled, not in a position to let her voice pass through the perforated space in the glass. Fuck, I'll do it if you stop prattling at me. Look me in the eye and promise you won't fuck with me. The guard let Sophia straighten. She met my eyes, glaring as if a look alone could express 100 different kinds of violence. I promise. I shrugged. The guard looked at me, and I nodded. Your funeral, she said. I'll go take her to the back and get her ready. No need, I said. I looked towards the ceiling. Let's try this. 2 doors, one for me, one for her, to where the others are on Earth bet. The doors opened, rectangular windows. Unlike the portals I'd seen before, these ones were dark, one on each side of the bulletproof glass. Sophia, still cuffed, shot me an ugly sidelong glance, watching as I made my way through the portal. The door was already closing as I saw her turn and step through the other. I didn't want to let her loose without any observation. I'd bring her along for just a short while, then find a place to stick her. I felt okay with this decision. Comfortable. It wasn't a mask I was wearing, so strong it might as well have been real. No. It was something simpler. I'm not scared of her anymore. There were other, bigger things to be scared of. The sky was overcast, but it wasn't wholly clouds. Dust choked everything, thick and heavy. The sun was rising, and it felt like it had been rising for some time. The issues of teleporting across time zones. Red. The sky was a surprising red color, filtering between clouds that were almost black. It cast the tall mountains in similar shades, with deep shadows and vivid color. My breath fogged in the air. I'd been dressed for her summer. It was cold. The landscape around us looked like coals resting in a fire, cast in ash white, charcoal blacks and reds, but it was cold. The cold leached warmth from my feet, even. We were on a mountainside, a broad, flat ledge that could have held 3 helicopters. Instead, it held one Azazel suit and a crowd of perhaps 60. The cold wasn't just the altitude. The levels of dust in the atmosphere would be having an effect as well. My bugs were having a tough time here. I clustered them against my body, more so they could benefit from my warmth than the opposite. With the bugs so close to me, crawling on my skin, in the cradle of my folded arms, and beneath my clothes, my sense of others was limited. Even so, I could sense Rachel's approach. I didn't react as she set her coat over my shoulders, except to glance at her and nod my thanks. A crowd had gathered. Everyone from the meeting, minus Saint, was present. There were also innumerable others who hadn't been at the meeting. Some I recognized, many I didn't. Here and there, portals opened and people stepped through, joining the crowd. Long time, I heard someone say. Boston accent. I turned around. It was Weld, with his partner, the tendril girl that wound around his body. He hadn't been talking to me. No, his focus was on Sophia. Hey Chief, she said. He gripped the 2 loops of her cuffs, and absorbed them into his hands. She rolled her shoulders, then rubbed at her wrists. Don't cause trouble, Weld said. Too many people on edge here. Yeah, Sophia said. Then Weld left, returning to his group. Sophia was left standing there alone, cold in her prison sweats. Time passed. I'd hardly arrived in the nick of time, for the main event. I walked around the edge of the ridge, navigating around clusters of people, then approached the Azazel. Tattletale was within, her attention on the computer screens. Defiant was leaning over her, giving instructions. I left them alone, joining Rachel and Imp, where they sat with their backs to Bastard's side, feet inches from a precipitous drop. Gru was keeping more of a distance, simultaneously watching and keeping as far away from Bonesaw as he could manage. No more malls, Imp was saying. No more going shopping, no more reality TV, no more stupid boy bands to make fun of. What are you doing? I asked. Talking about everything I'm going to miss, Imp said. I'm trying to start from the outer edges and work my way in towards the biggest stuff. Work up my courage to say, you know. You'll miss us. I asked. Ah, you're so full of yourself. Imp said. It's so sweet. I was going to say, those creepy little kids who look way too much like their big brother? I'll miss them way more than I should. I'd miss them more than I'd miss you. I reached over and pushed her head a little, trying to mess up her hair and failing to do so before she'd pulled away. I found a seat beside Rachel. Bastard's chest rose and fell. It was one element of an uncomfortable seat. Warm, but not quite cozy enough for me to nod off. It was too cold, for one thing, and I felt my rear end going numb from the cold before I'd been sitting for a minute. Even more alarming was the general sensation that someone was gently pushing me towards the ledge, then easing up, pushing me, easing up. If he lurched to his feet for any reason, I wasn't entirely sure I would be able to stop myself from being shoved over the precipice. I should have worn my flight pack. I don't have a lot, Rachel said, breaking the silence. Haven't ever had much more than I could take with me if I left home. Had money, but it was just a number I couldn't really follow on a computer I didn't have. You have something now, I said. She bobbed her head in a motion that was almost too slow to be a nod. Yep. I didn't elaborate. We watched the crimson sunrise. Don't want to lose it, Rachel said. Any of it. I couldn't even complete a thought, hearing that. Damn it, Rachel, don't say that, don't remind me. I thought of my dad. Of my mom, though that was a wound I'd thought I'd healed. I thought of my hometown, which wasn't quite home anymore. I thought of my pride, my mission, neither of which I quite had anymore. I lowered my head, bringing my knees up to support my arm as I nestled my face into the crook of my elbow, burying it into the fabric of Rachel's jacket. This was too public. The wolf's overlong body provided a barrier between us and everyone else, but, too public. Sorry, I mumbled. My tears were hot against my face. Why the fuck are you sorry? Imp asked. I raised my head up just a little, trying to pull myself together. Feeling kind of my feelings are all over the place. A little unhinged. Imp didn't look my way, instead turning the narrow black lenses of her mask skyward. It's been a bad day, in case you haven't noticed. You're allowed to feel bad. It's kind of normal. Normal. I'd been thinking of my feelings as being off-kilter, out of control, unreasonable and irrational. Were they just regular feelings? Emotions that weren't being reined in by my discipline and bottling everything up, by distraction and disconnection? Somewhere along the line, I'd stopped thinking about my feelings as being mixed up or fucked up and stopped concerning myself with them altogether. On a level, I'd blamed my passenger. But I wasn't sure I could justify that with what I was experiencing now. Why would the passenger take away, gain ground in subsuming my identity and then give it back, all like this? Was it just me? Fuck. I wasn't sure I wanted this to be me and me alone. I lowered my face into my elbow again. Why? What was it all for? I drew in a breath, trying to keep my breathing level so I wouldn't give any audible clues as to what was going on, and it backfired. My breath hitched and I released a little hiccup of a sob. It was all downhill from there. I didn't care anymore. I wasn't about to mentally berate people for caring about secret identities when we were so far past that, and then care about my reputation or how I looked. Screw it. If I was going to be Taylor again, I wouldn't give a fuck. Rachel put her arms around my shoulders in a clumsy hug that squished my shoulder. Then, with the hand of that same arm, she reached up and put her hand on my head, rubbing left to right and back again. My head rocked with emotion. Soothing, but ridiculous enough that I let out a little half sob, half laugh. Which was probably even better than anything else. I let my head settle against her shoulder, and she left her hand on my head, no longer rubbing. We watched as the sunrise continued, the red of the atmosphere leaking through the gaps in the clouds. I felt the tears stop at one point, and rubbed them away. I had to try twice before I could voice a question. How's Gru doing? Ask him, Imp said. I shook my head. He's okay. Cousin made it out okay, but Rook didn't. So Cousin's getting a promotion. To leader. Imp nodded. Ah. Is there even anything to lead? How do you manage a group of thieves when everything that's worth stealing is slowly being erased from the planet's surface? I wouldn't push it. Imp started. Ready, someone in the crowd called out, interrupting her. Every single person on the broad, flat ledge of the mountainside turned. I wiped at my face again with my hands, then stood, a little alarmed at how the stiffness of the cold hampered my movements, and the nearby ledge that yawned before us. But no disasters. We made our way around Bastard's sleeping form and joined the group. The first of the portals opened. A broad-shouldered man with facial hair like that of a homeless man stepped through. He wore prison sweats with the words Bauman Para Human Containment Center across the shoulders. Is this safe? Someone asked. A girl, in her early teens. They sent everyone to their cells. Maybe a speedster could slip through, if they knew what was happening, but we have a lot of people here, a man next to her said. You didn't answer the question, Imp said. No, it's not safe. These guys are assholes. The man with the beard turned to glare our way, inexplicably, looked momentarily confused, and then walked forward. The crowd parted to let him through as he approached the edge. I'd done my reading on these guys while making my way to Sophia, waiting for her to arrive. If this went balls up, we'd be stuck between these guys and Sion. I'd wanted to know. The man with the beard was Gavel. Cell block leader. A vigilante who had gone after families, particularly spouses and children, also he could break his enemies before his namesake weapon could. He'd been notorious in the days before the three-strike rule or even the code. Even with that, people had lost patience with his mission when a villain had threatened to detonate a small bomb, and Gavel had called a bluff that wasn't a bluff. Gavel had walked away. Many others hadn't. A woman ventured forth. Her hair was long, her features matronly. She wore a prison uniform that had been cut apart and pieced together into heavier cargo pants and a jacket. Lustrum. Part celebrity, part antihero, she'd gathered a following of college-aged feminists, building up an almost religious fervor, before giving the fateful orders that turned things violent, pushing her thousands of followers to humiliate men, often violently. Things soon escalated to the point that more fanatical followers were emasculating and murdering men, even carving up followers who weren't playing along. My mom had, in her graduate school days, been a part of one of Lustrum's groups. She'd backed out around the time things turned violent. I'd heard her wonder out loud, to Lacey, my dad's co-worker, whether Lustrum had intended for things to get as bad as they had. But they had. A lot of people had suffered. Weird to think about, that my mom had been in the midst of this, and here we were, the loop closing. A woman, thin, with her hair cut short, with swooping, platinum blonde feathering at the sides, to the point that I couldn't tell if it was just messy or styled that way. Her eyes were the sort that looked like they were usually half closed, her features pointed. She moved with a strange kind of fluidity, as if she had twice the usual number of joints, limbs like spaghetti noodles. They weren't. It was Crane the Harmonious. Crane for short. The records of her arrest were spotty, suggesting things had been redacted or hidden, no doubt to protect her children that had gone on to careers in the wards or protectorate. She'd collected children with powers and raised them to be her soldiers. She walked into the crowd, and came face to face with a hero, 20 or so years old, wearing a robe. She stood on the very tips of her toes to raise herself up enough to kiss him on the forehead. The kiss was prolonged to a point that it went past weird. The next portal was already opening by the time she lowered herself and stood with her back to her old subject's chest. Acid bath. Cop killer and cape killer, he'd used his power to horrifically scar innumerable opponents and girlfriends. His blonde hair wasn't the grass green of his mugshots anymore, and he had circles under his eyes. He took one step away from the portal, then sat on the ledge in front of the crowd, searching for something, then settling into a stare when he found it. I looked, and I saw a man, not in costume but in a suit, standing and staring at Acid Bath, with an expression as though he was going to cry at any moment. But he didn't avert his eyes. String Theory and Lab Rat stepped out of the same portal. String Theory was shorter with her slouch, and petite, her dark hair tied back into a braid, her lips pulled back into a wide expression halfway between a grin and a smile. With her glasses, it made me think of a frog, or a small lizard. Lab Rat was the opposite, the last person one might expect to be a tinker. He had a mouth full of teeth that were screaming for braces, all crammed towards the very front of his mouth, overlapping and sticking out of lower gums. He had a mop of hair and heavy brows, was tall and broad-shouldered, and had a bit of a belly. String theory had made her tinker devices and then auctioned away safeties. Not uses of the weapon or offering targets, but only guarantees that the owner of a safety wouldn't be one of her randomly selected targets. The targets had ranged from gas stations in Indonesia to a filled football stadium in Cardiff. As one could imagine, there had been a high demand for her arrest. Lab Rat, conversely, had worked in secret, developing formulas that could transform people into monsters. He had used formulas on the homeless, then when the local homeless ran out, started picking off individuals that were isolated, out for jogs in the early morning or new visitors to his town. It wasn't clear just what he was searching for, in developing the formulas. What I found myself wondering was whether he'd been testing his work on his test subjects before using them on himself, or if it was the other way around. Both ideas were weird, almost inexplicable. Galvanade appeared. He'd been one of a number of players that had supplanted the local organized crime in the early to mid-90s. A mafia enforcer with powers who had decided he had what it took to be a boss. He'd done well, rendering entire squads of his soldiers effectively invincible, simultaneously capable of electrocuting someone to death with a touch. Nothing short of Alexandria or an Endbringer would stand up to Sion's sustained laser beam for even a heartbeat, but there was hope that Galvanate would render some people capable of surviving a glancing blow. Black Kaze. A Japanese urban legend that had turned out to be too real. Word was she'd snapped after Kyushu was destroyed. Except she'd remained lucid throughout trials, calm, patient. Nobody knew her real body count, but conservative estimates put it in the tens of thousands. She'd roamed the remains of the landscape, killing survivors, killing rescuers, boarding the ships that approached too close to the ruined area and killing the crews, and rendering a widespread area devoid of life. And with that reputation, she was only an exceedingly ordinary-looking Japanese woman in prison sweats, her hair tied back into a ponytail. The fingers of her right hand clutched and grasped as if she expected to find something there, missed, and then reached again. They'd apparently talked to her and considered her okay to go out and interact with the world at large. I watched as Masamune stepped away from Defiant and the guild members to approach Black Kaze. They stood there for a moment, inside each other's personal space, still but for the reflexive opening and closing of Black Kaze's hand. Masamune returned to the cluster of guild, and Black Kaze followed, directly behind him, head bowed a little. Ingenue, not quite the pixie I'd seen in her mug shot, 8 years later. She'd been wide-eyed and cute before. Now she was an attractive woman, but not quite someone who could have starred as the girl next door in a teen movie. Hopefully she had changed in her habits, as well. She'd partnered herself with 3 male capes, heroes. They had gone to the birdcage, and records suggested they hadn't survived more than a day after her return. When the 4th partner had used his power to poison a town's water supply, killing nearly 1,000 people, people started wondering about the common denominator, the girlfriend. The 4th had gone to therapy, and Ingenue had made her way to the birdcage. She extended a hand, pointing a painted nail, and swept her hand over the crowd. She settled on her target. Her walk was a practiced one, with the swaying of the hips, an unhurried pace. She approached Chevalier, then wrapped her arms around him, raising one leg off the ground. Chevalier, for his part, didn't move a muscle. Marquis was next to arrive. His brown hair and beard were just now starting to get strands of grey in them, wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. He'd been one of the scary bastards of Brockton Bay well before the Undersiders were even on the map. A guy who could go toe-to-toe with a full squad of Empire 88 and walk away. He'd been successful enough to pay for hirelings and ruthless enough to execute them for failures. His path to the birdcage had been very similar to the path that had almost taken me there, so many violations of the law that the 3 strikes rule had been left well behind him by the time the good guys finally won. He didn't look quite so intense as his mug shot. He seemed calmer. Even sorrowful. He approached the crowd, and he stopped in front of a woman I recognized but couldn't place. In the moment she slapped him, I drew the connection. Lady Photon. Sarah Pelham. Flashbang and Brandish were with her, looking just as grim. All around them, people were tensed for a fight. That stopped when Marquis nodded solemnly. He murmured a few words, then walked away, standing on the same ledge that Acid Bath had perched on, a little to the right of Lab Rat and String Theory. Teacher emerged, and I searched the crowd for Saint. Absent. Teacher was a mundane-looking man. If one were to put a Argyle sweater and khakis on him and put him in a classroom, he would have looked well at home. He had a receding hairline, with curly hair that had been cut shortish. Crimes: conspiracy to assassinate the Vice President of the United States. Successful. Conspiracy to assassinate the Prime Minister of England. Successful. He picked big targets, took his time and was successful. Setting up his pawns and giving them the low-level thinker powers they needed for observation and information gathering, for getting glimpses of the future or intuitively knowing how to hack or decrypt, or for knowing the weaknesses of their enemies and how best to hurt them. Followers that remained absolutely loyal as long as they had the granted powers. Saint had wanted him more than he had wanted to retain his control over Dragon's power. Why? Because having Teacher free would give Saint the capacity to regain control of that power and to use it at its full capacity. It didn't matter. We'd win this first and then we'd deal with that. Whatever Teacher was capable of, it couldn't be worse than Sion. In a manner typical for royalty, Cleistiguane was fashionably late. The Fairy Queen. Just like String Theory's terror campaign had driven people to desperation in their attempts to stop her from her scheduled sprees of destruction, Cleistiguane had drawn entire flocks of capes down on her head, by virtue of her habit of finding, killing and claiming the spirits of capes. Thing was, they'd sent multiple teams after her, and they'd failed. 32 capes killed and claimed. So they sent more after her. Again, they failed. Of the 50 who were forced into a retreat, 13 were killed and claimed. When that wasn't enough, they hit her with everything, only for her to surrender. She walked into the birdcage of her own will. Now they'd let her out. The cell block leaders. They'd held their own, maintained their territories, and had been okay to stick around by the thinkers. That double check didn't have as much weight as it should have, given how this one group alone had no less than 3 ways to screw with thinkers. But they were firepower. We had roughly 45 minutes to half an hour before we'd take our first shot at Sion. Try as much as we could while risking as little as possible. These guys would be assets at best. Cannon fodder at worst. Other prisoners were arriving. Dozens. Some seemed to be subordinate to the cell block leaders. Others, they didn't look like they had a place to go. I watched Lustrum beckon to a girl with yellow feathers in her hair, and the girl didn't budge. I saw Lung step forth, in the company of several capes. He stopped, taking in a deep breath, then exhaled with a volume I could hear. He was shirtless, and didn't move to cover himself up, even with the cold. His eyes roved over the crowd, and settled momentarily on me, on Rachel, and grew. Then Panacea stepped out. She was different, her wild brown curls tied back into a plait, her face thinner, with more pronounced cheekbones. She wore a camisole, with her prison jacket tied around her waist. Tattoos marked the length of her arms. A sun held a position of prominence on her right arm, a heart with a sword on the left. The simple tattoos, symbols and ideas got denser as they got closer to her hands, and a vibrant red ink marked the space between the individual black and white images. Blood on her hands. I was very aware of how the common prisoners around her stepped away when she stepped forward. Very aware of how Lung spoke to her, casually, his voice a low bass rumble as she scanned the crowd. Her eyes locked onto the members of New Wave. Her mom and dad. Brandish advanced, wrapping her arms around Panacea. Panacea received the hug in a stiff way. Her eyes were downcast. As if to distract herself, she raised her eyes, scanning the crowd. Her eyes fixed on me, on Rachel, grew an imp. I saw a momentary look of puzzlement cross her face as she looked at Sophia standing off to one side, then back to me. She mouthed a word. I didn't hear it over the murmurs of the crowd, the discussions. What? Then her eyes fell on someone else. On Bonesaw. Bonesaw raised her hand in a short wave. This time I heard Panacea. Fuck me. Extinction 27.4. The last portal closed. The birdcage had been emptied of everyone that could reasonably be let free, and probably a handful that shouldn't. We'd deal with that later. No faces present that shouldn't be? Chevalier asked. Ingenue was standing beside him. Every person on the list has a corresponding face in the crowd, Defiant said, going by the facial recognition program. Chevalier nodded. With respect, I'd like to ask everyone who isn't participating in the upcoming confrontation to please leave. The others, your enemies, your teammates, friends, or family, they need to focus on stopping Sion. Crowds had body language and attitudes much as individuals did. Though they were mingled with the capes in the area, the people who'd arrived to see the people leaving the birdcage were easy to pick out. They shifted position, as if Chevalier's request had a physical force to it, a wind pushing at them. Then they planted their heels. Hesitation, out of love or out of hatred. But the portals opened, leading to different worlds. Bet, New York. Someone announced, as a portal opened. Bet, Red Fist HQ. Gimel, New Brockton Settlement. More portals opened as locations were announced. The bystanders began filing away as their destinations were called out. I was surprised to see New Wave among them. Brandish said something to Panacea, squeezed her hand, and then turned to leave. Had they retired? Given up on fighting? Or was this simply a fight on a scale they weren't prepared or able to participate in? I'm going to go, Rachel said. Yep, Imp said. No use for us here. I looked at them. Okay, I said. Me as well, Gru said. Cousin. No, I said. He stopped, tilting his head at a funny angle, as if he could get a better understanding of me by viewing me from a skewed perspective. You're not useless. I get if you don't have the courage, but your power, there's potential. Even if it doesn't work, that tells us a lot. He folded his arms. If you say so. I nodded. Okay, he said. He stepped back as Rachel and Imp made their way to Gimel. Parian and Foyle hugged, and then Parian passed through, leaving Foyle behind. Sophia turned to go as well, very casually avoiding eye contact with me. She didn't want me to raise an issue, so she was slinking away. I drew Bugs from the other side of the portal together, then whispered a message to her. I'll talk to you later. She turned, but the people behind her were pushing forward. She couldn't exactly turn back to retort. The portals closed. 45 minutes, Chevalier announced. We've got Defiant and Tattletale at systems, managing Dragon's AI and running the data. They are your resource, the people you go to if you need something, be it information or materials. I glanced at the Azazel. Tattletale was sitting on the ramp, while Defiant stood at the end, near Chevalier. Tattletale would process the data, picking up the essential details, while Defiant would handle the lion's share of the code. They should be able to accommodate all requests, so don't be shy. Keep them updated on everything, the plans, the weapons, the possible applications of your powers. They'll categorize and prioritize your plans and will relay that information to people with the ability to put that into a plan. To Cauldron, I thought. 45 minutes isn't a very long time, Lab Rat commented. His voice was a rasp. No. But Defiant has been mapping Scion's route with his analysis engines, and Scion is somewhat predictable. He's spent the last few hours veering between extremes, choosing different kinds of targets. He strikes a major population center, then scales down to strike a select target. Individuals, a subcategory of the population like adults or capes, or properties. Right now he's in one of those lulls. We expect that, in 45 minutes, he'll move on to a bigger target again. With luck, this attack will serve to distract him and buy us time to finish evacuating. He's tough, Defiance said. You know that. He took on Behemoth with minimal effort. This is an attempt to see if we can find his limit, any weak spot, weapons that work. If we can, we expand, extrapolate. Keep that in mind and prepare accordingly. Alright. Let's move. Chevalier announced. First up, a door to the New York sub-office. The portal began to open. Chevalier continued, if you don't have access to costumes or weapons, we'll outfit you here. Defiant and Tattletale will direct you to other locations for other goods. I watched as a bulk of the forces began to head through the gate to the New York location. Chevalier and Revel stood by the portal, watching the various capes as they made their way through. I, too, hung back, watching. I could get a fresh costume and a spare flight pack easily enough. I wanted to know what the others were doing. The people who were hanging back. Slouching, hands clasped behind her back, String Theory made her way over to Chevalier and Defiant. The petite, odd-looking woman glanced around, not speaking up, but waiting until Chevalier deigned to look at her. Lab Rat, behind her, looked more impatient. He wasn't good at hiding his feelings. I'll need a lab, String Theory said. Tools. My tools, if you can get them. You can prep something in time? Chevalier asked. He sounded surprised. We expected the Tinkers to take part in the next attempt. I'm not an ordinary Tinker, String Theory said. She tapped her head. I've had 4 years to think, plan what I'd build if I got out. All up here. Me too, 7 years of thinking, Lab Rat said. Need a lab. Not sharing one with her. I wouldn't let you, darling, String Theory said, condescending. I could see Lab Rat's lip curl, but I wasn't sure if it was in irritation or amusement. You'll both have what you need, Chevalier cut in, before anything could start between the pair. Tell me what you need and when, String Theory said. You want me to hit him? Tell me how hard. Chevalier glanced at Revel and Defiant. When you were arrested, Defiant said, The F-driver, String Theory interrupted. Yes. Start from there, scale up. Oh, String Theory said. Interesting. With a minimum of collateral damage, Defiant added. Less interesting. Next question, when? My work is one shot, and my best work is on a timer. We attack in 39 minutes. Time things for 47 minutes from now. Most of the combatants will be cleared from the field by then, and the rest can move to safety before you put your work to use. String Theory nodded slowly, you'll hold out for 8 minutes after the initial offense. Defiant paused. Make it 43 minutes from now. Done. I'll need a fusion reactor. Or a suitably large source of plasma. Something I can draw power from. We don't have Defiant started. Then he reconsidered. We may be able to find something from Tinker materials the PRT has confiscated. Go inside the ship, talk to Tattletale. Without another word, String Theory turned to advance up the ramp, disappearing inside. Defiant looked at Lab Rat. Your old workshop is still there, sealed off. No. I'd be spending more time cleaning up than working, and the samples would be dead, if you haven't tampered with them. Something else. A room in a hospital would work. I can stay out of the way. We're not giving you access to humans, Defiant answered, his voice hard. Lab Rat frowned. Animal shelter? With the animals still present. Fine, Defiant said. 37 minutes. If you're going to contribute, you should get started. Door, please. To an abandoned animal shelter on Bet. The door opened. Lab Rat grunted. I'll figure something out. Then he was gone. And me? Bonesaw asked. I can help. You will help, Defiant said. After. When you work, it's going to be with supervision. Panacea can check your work and vice versa. Bonesaw sighed. My lab. The alternate dimension, the cloning vats. Destroyed, Defiant said. You're serious? He didn't respond. Bonesaw scowled. I shivered and looked out at those who remained. Panacea hadn't gone with the other members of New Wave. Instead, she sat on the cliffside with Marquis. I felt a stab of something ugly, seeing that. I couldn't justify or explain it, let alone give it a name. It felt fundamentally unfair, and I couldn't rationalize it. Life wasn't fair. Good guys sometimes got the breaks and sometimes they didn't. Bad guys sometimes got the breaks and sometimes they didn't. Panacea had taken more bad hits than most, and yet I wasn't able to convince myself she deserved to have that. Not because she didn't deserve the chance to sit and stare at the view on this cold mountainside with her father beside her, but because an irrational part of me wanted to have it instead. Someone to sit beside, to talk with, to discuss things, to be able to talk about stuff without avoiding everything Cape-related, someone to lean on, who'd been through some of this stuff. I turned away. Acid Bath had stayed, rather than leave to go get a costume, and was splayed out on the rock of the cliff face, his shirt off and laid out beneath him. Soaking up the rays, insofar as there was any sun to be had. Just a short distance away, Clay Estiguane was using her power. A shadowy figure, translucent, was kneeling before her, hands raised in a supplicating gesture. The figure had created a flame in the two joined palms of its hand, and Clay Estiguane was using the flame to warm her hands. I hesitated a moment, and then approached her. Queen Administrator. Fairy Queen, I responded. Mind if I share your fire? Not at all. I glanced down at the spirit. It wasn't smoky or blurry, and was fairly substantial, all things considered, but the features of the costume that the figure had once worn had been smoothed over, to the point that the line between costume and flesh was impossible to discern. An overly pointed nose, sweeping up into flames at the sides and top of the head, eyes without irises or pupils, pointed fingertips with more flames at the edges of the wrists. The gender indeterminate. Odd, that it had picked up on something so integral as costume, but not identity. How had Golem put it? Someone who'd had a life, a mother, a father, family. He'd had dreams, had undergone a trigger event or paid a small fortune for powers in a jar. He'd had a story. Relegated to being a servile hand warmer. Was there any of the original personality in there? The memories of the person that was? If there were, then it implied something ugly. Clay Estiguane collected passengers, tapped them for power, and if this thing had memories, then what did that suggest about the passengers? I didn't want to be cold and uncaring anymore, I didn't want to be calculating and efficient. It made sense to ignore this individual, the spirit, to maintain peace with the Fairy Queen, but I didn't like what it forced me to do. So, instead, I turned to the spirit. Hello. It opened its mouth to speak, but the words were faint, incoherent, as though it were emulating language rather than actually uttering it. Did you have a name? Phoenix Feather, Clay Estiguane said. Bit of a mouthful. I warmed my hands at the fire. Thank you, Phoenix Feather. He only lowered his head, shutting those featureless eyes that could have been lenses. I felt a bit of a chill at that. What if I fell in battle? Would she claim me? Would I become like that? What form would that body take? Skitter, Weaver, or a blending of the two? You're not armed for battle, the Fairy Queen observed, as if reading my mind. No. Soon. Yes. I wait as well. The head that wears the crown bears a heavy burden. You view us both as queens, Fairy Queen. I do. But let us drop the titles when we talk. Okay. Clay Estiguane. Anyone else? There are others who stand shoulder to shoulder with us, but queen is the wrong word, administrator. The champion, the high priest, the observer, the shaper, the domain's keeper. Why do you ask? Just trying to make sense of it, trying to figure out where you stand. Ah. Do explain. You want to see the fairy rise again, apparently, and Scion's a big part of that whole equation. Yes. I'm seeing what you're getting at, administrator. A conflict of interest. Essentially. We all have our parts to play. Parts. Yes. Like actors taking a role in a play. We wear our human faces and harbor our dramas and fantasies, but it's the same individuals playing the parts, as the play starts anew on a different stage, with different faces and forms. If it all goes well, a figure from the crowd joins the stage for the plays that follow, and the roles are refined. And us. Queens and kings. Do we have a bigger part? Leading roles. Everyone's the lead in their own story, administrator. Some roles are bigger, some smaller, but none are more important, understand? Yes, I answered her. What's your role in this, then? We're back to the topic of my conflict of interest. I have a special role in this. I keep the company of the fairy who have left our metaphorical stage. The dead, I said. You keep the company of the dead. Yes. The other nobles, their tasks are more immediate, shorter in term. What makes us truly noble is our role before and after this act. The others sleep, and we toil. We're practiced, stronger, for that constant effort. The champion and observer ensure the next act goes on without a hitch. The shaper and domain's keeper clean up after we are all done here, one way or another. So it goes. And the priest. The high priest, Clay Estiguane admonished me. You and I may be doing without the titles, but we mustn't offend the others. Right, I said. As for his role, well, you should know. I should know. Yes. I could only think of one powerful individual who was on a par with the others she'd named. Contessa and Clay Estiguane were easily 12s or higher on the power rating scale, and I could look to others with powers in that neighborhood to figure out who she was referring to. Panacea, Labyrinth. Which raised two questions. Why the hell was I on that list, for one thing? And was I Dolan the High Priest? He was the only one I could think of to fit the role. I'm not sure I follow, I said. He doesn't follow either, Clay Estiguane replied. which complicates things. We have 2 courts, but the other court arrived to the stage bedraggled, maddened, and they don't have any instructions or forewarning, you understand. I believe so, I said. Trying to, anyways. The high priest is in similar straits to these unfortunates. He stands straight and bluffs through his lines, but he's wearing the wrong costume and he's arrived at the wrong time, just like the others. And, what does he think of this? Clayistiguane shrugged. I couldn't tell you. But what would you think of it, in his shoes? He's set this in motion, and there's no finale, there's no promise of another play after this one is done. The nobles of our court's mighty fairy may have no role to play. But you're not concerned. She smiled a little, but didn't respond. If it comes down to it, if we somehow get one over on Sion and if it looks like we might win, are you going to back him up? Because you want to see the next play. She used long fingernails to tuck hair behind her ear, turning pale eyes towards the horizon. The sky was still red, but it was more to do with the dust-heavy atmosphere than the sunrise. I do wish to see it. I'd like to see the spirits of the dead dance through the landscape, even more than they are right now. Yet I'm still carrying out my role, and that's the evidence I'll give to my loyalty in the here and now. I wasn't quite putting 2 and 2 together, and I suspected that might have been because she didn't want me to. She was still carrying out her role, which was to collect and comfort the dead. Because, she hoped this all to go according to Sion's plan? I looked down at the fire that her shadowy spectre was creating, then to the spectre. To Phoenix Feather. I'd watch Clayistiguane for trouble. I thought of the other major players who I already was keeping mental tabs on. What is Sion to you? He's the director of this play. The audience, as well. The metaphor falls apart at this. He's our father, our child, our creator, and now our destroyer. I could grasp that much. Was there another I could ask about, that I wasn't so sure about? Dr. Mother, I said, without even really thinking about it. Can I ask what role she plays on this stage? Ah, now you're asking me to answer questions that could make enemies. Clayistiguane glanced up at me, and there was an implicit threat in the glance. I wouldn't ask you to answer questions if it was inconvenient, Clayistiguane. I'm sorry. Be polite, keep in her good books. I should hope you wouldn't, she said, and there was an admonishment in her tone. Then, her tone lighter, she replied. No matter. She's not one of ours. A prop, nothing more. No powers, then. Like I said, a prop. She doesn't seem that unimportant, I said. She has a lot of power. A prop can be important. The Grail was a subject for innumerable quests and tales. A message can decide the outcome of a war. A living prop, she trailed off. Forgive me, Fairy Queen, I said. I saw her start to object, then hurried to continue, I'm using your title because I'm about to be rude, and I do want to show you the respect you're due. It's been a hard day. I'm not quite so distanced from this as you are, not so willing to be the actor rather than the act, if that makes any sense. Perfect sense, she responded. That means I'm not connecting the dots as well as I should. Instead of wasting your time, I'll be blunt and say that I'm not following. That's the rudeness I was mentioning. Can you elaborate? A living prop. I can't elaborate. They watch and listen for mention of doors, so they can take us from one stage to the next, and they're listening to every word we utter. If I continued, it would upset everyone in question. I see. So there's something more. Something the doctor is keeping up her sleeve. I wasn't surprised. I should prepare for battle soon, Clayistiguane said. Unless there's something else you'd like to discuss, Administrator. There is. I'm sorry. My role. What's my role in things? In this act or in the greater plan? Either. Both. She reached up, placing a hand on the side of my face. It was warm from the fire. Her thumb brushed along my cheekbone, the long nail coming dangerously close to my eye. She could kill me right here. Pull my passenger away from me and claim it. I already told you, she said. I don't like to repeat myself. Now come, bend down. I bent down. She gave me a kiss on one cheek, then the other, then stepped back. I look forward to collecting you, Administrator, or to meeting you at the end, if you outlive me. We can have long discussions. They can talk. I asked, looking down at Phoenix Feather. No. But we can discuss. You'll understand, sooner or later. I nodded slowly. I'm sorry for your loss, Administrator, she said. Things become a great deal easier once you realize how temporary it all is. My loss? She knows? She stepped away, raising one hand. Like an explosion occurring in reverse, Phoenix Feather condensed into a point in her hand as she closed it into a fist. She opened her hands, and 2 figures flanked her. Again, the blending of costume and flesh. The blurring of identity. Both were women, but one had perhaps been mutilated in death, or she had been a case 53. She was 4-legged, her 2 arms different lengths. They worked together to fashion Clayistiguane's costume, discorporating the modified prison uniform she'd fashioned into a shroud and reforming it into a proper cloak and robe, with a texture that scintillated green and black, as though it were made up of thousands of scales the size of grains of sand. I took that as my cue to leave. Door. Chicago Protectorate Headquarters. The portal opened. I stepped through onto the roof of the headquarters. There was a strong wind, and the heavy clouds of moisture and dust were soaring across the sky. I looked down, and saw an empty city. No people in the streets, no moving cars. During the morning runs, even, or the dead of night, Chicago had been full of life. I could sense some life, though. I reached out to the bugs that populated the empty city and drew them to me. I knew why they had placed me on the roof. Moving the bugs through the building, I could feel the cracks in the structure, the broken concrete, the fallen boards of plaster from the ceiling of the office level. Something had shaken the building and it was at risk of collapse. The opening on the roof for flying heroes was ajar. I sent my bugs inside, all too aware of echo to the event that had led to the ironic case of my joining the wards. They collected fabric, collected materials, and fit themselves into the channels of my spare flight pack. Then they made their way up to me, everything on hand. The swarm circled around me, and they deposited every item, straightening the things out, spacing it evenly around me, a kaleidoscopic pattern. Spare costumes, costume concepts, weapons, gear. I'd wondered what form my body would take if Clay Estiguane were to seize me. The core costume was the same, but the details, the features, clawed fingertips of Skitter or the extra armor of weavers, with a spare coil of silk hidden beneath an armor panel at the back of the hand? Black? White? Grey? Red? I had silk bodysuits in every color, from when I'd tested dyes and worn the bodysuits to see how the color held up when the suit was stretched over my body. What color lenses? What weapons? Scion was a different sort of opponent. Behemoth could be misled by swarm decoys, one could hide from him. His attacks were lethal, but most wouldn't tear through cover as though it wasn't there. There was no camouflage against Scion. No cover. A gun could conceivably draw Behemoth's attention for a crucial moment, with a well-aimed shot. Not so with Scion. I'd been in a black costume as Skitter, a grey costume as Weaver. A part of me wanted to go purer, to go white and continue that progression. But I picked up the black bodysuit. This wasn't preparing myself for the fight. We wouldn't be trading blows, and I doubted my costume would be any better or worse than a suit of plate mail or going into the fight naked. No, I was preparing myself on a mental level. I gravitated towards the black because it had seen me through the toughest and most personal crises. It was home, for lack of a better word. I didn't have Brockton Bay anymore, didn't have my dad's. The black costume was the closest link I had to the last time and place I'd been at home. White armor panels, to balance it out. White lenses. A handgun. Again, more for the sake of my headspace than for anything else, and because I wasn't sure I could trust everyone present to be on the same side. 2 ammo clips. It reminded me of Coil. My first true kill. A taser, for the same reason, and to balance things out once again. I didn't dislike the added weight of the weapon on my belt. I donned the flight pack and fixed my hair where it had been mussed up by the straps. Then, as a final token gesture, I picked up a small canister of pepper spray. Symbolic. Door, I said. To the battlefield. The portal brought us to a small drilling platform, in the midst of the ocean. No music, no chatter, only the sound of the ocean crashing around us, from horizon to horizon in every direction. The water was dark, murky, a reflection of the sky above. Everyone was wearing spider silk. I recognized the individual components. Spare costumes, and costumes I'd created and sent out to Protectorate and Ward's teams. A meager contribution, considering our opponent's firepower. 80 in all, and we hadn't brought anyone like Rachel or Imp, the people who couldn't contribute to a fight where the opponent could fly like Scion flew, hit like Scion hit. A dog would never get its jaws on him, and he'd penetrate Imp's defense in an instant, either by seeing through it or by the sheer amount of collateral damage he did. Lab Rat walked among us, a backpack dangling from one hand. He handed us devices. An armband, for communication, earbuds for those of us who didn't have them, and little plastic cases the size of matchboxes, complete with straps. He was already wearing the full outfit, the wristband over the sleeve of his lab coat, the little matchbox similarly positioned, but over his bicep, like a blank white badge. He held one out to me, then hesitated. He fished in the backpack, then handed me another. What's the box? I asked. My work, Lab Rat said. That doesn't answer my question. You don't want the answer to your question. Wear it or don't, he rasped. I'm wearing it. He continued on, handing out the packages. When he was out of earshot, Clock Blocker commented, I don't think that's a good recommendation. That guy is crazy. At one point he made himself into some kind of photosynthetic lardass, so fat he took up 2 stories of a house. It's the only reason they caught him in the end. I looked pointedly at Clock Blocker's arm. The little white box blended in with Clock Blocker's white costume. You're wearing the thing. It's a shitty recommendation coming from Lab Rat, but as far as I'm concerned, I'd cut off my left arm if it bought me a better chance. I like knowing there's maybe a chance this would help. An explanation would suck. Give me a little hope. Maybe that's all this is, Vista said. Hope. I shut my eyes, focusing on the capes who were present, marking them with bugs. Here and there, portals opened, and capes stepped onto the platform. String Theory, carrying only a laptop. Galvanate. Galvanate reached out and touched a select few capes. Layering invincibility over invincibility for Alexandria, for Gavel, Gentle Giant, and a birdcage cape I didn't recognize. Could do with some of that, Gru said. Borrow his power. I suggested. Doesn't work. We did a few test runs before you showed. Some options. We'll see. Bonesaw and Panacea were both absent, I noted. Somehow ominous. 3 minutes. Another portal opened. Glaistiguane, twice as tall as she had been, moving as though she were walking, but with no legs beneath swirling tatters of green-black cloth. 3 spirits flanked her, walking on the platform. Not individuals I recognized. The wind turned, and I raised my head to let it blow through my hair. I'd always liked the sensation. Why put us out in the middle of the ocean? Vista asked. It's crazy. Symbolic, a voice said, from high above us. I looked up to see Legend looking down. Our planet's mostly water. We're mostly water. It's something you don't really get, being stuck down there on land. Rub it in, Clock Blocker said. Sorry, Legend said. He was a changed man, looking 10 years older than he once had. How much of that was emotional? The toll of dealing with Endbringers, with being a pariah. He was respected by the common people, but anyone who knew anything about capes had picked up on Legend's lack of status in the community. I never liked locations like this, I commented. Rooftops. Can't get down safely. It's isolated, to minimize chances he can track us somehow, Chevalier said. And we have a good escape route. Not to mention it's the furthest point from Sion. When he spoke again, he raised his voice to be sure that everyone on the platform was able to hear. It's time. This is our staging ground. We're not going to get close. We can't, because of the danger it poses, and because the Cauldron Capes can't create portals within a certain range of Sion. Can't or won't, someone asked. It doesn't matter, Chevalier responded. This is a test run. Trying one trick, it won't work. We'll get obliterated. So we hit him with things in a series, from multiple directions, and we see what sticks. I'll be with you every step of the way, Tattletale's voice sounded over the earbud. Defiance here too. Defiance spoke over the comms. Take our cues, don't hesitate. Chevalier said something, but I didn't hear it, because Tattletale said something else. By the reaction of the others, it was something for me and me alone. And because we're limited in what we can do, I asked to have you in the field, as my liaison. Right, I muttered. I put on Lab Rat's matchbox and then the armband. A display flashed, and then a request for ID. Taylor, I said. My name appeared. I confirmed. The display showed what appeared to be a distorted clock, with a square in the center. The clock had 14 numbers and only one hand. 14 points of attack. We're alternating strong and weak, clockwise around the dial. One number for each attack. 1 second. Switching string around to keep us on schedule. Chevalier likes his speeches an awful lot for someone who doesn't like speeches. Doors. Chevalier finished. As if corresponding to the 14 clock faces, the portals opened up in a circle around the platform. Ingenue, he called out. Chevalier and Ingenue passed through the door just to the right of the northernmost portal. He'd taken the lead, the first attack. He knew there would be too much risk of someone backing off if he put someone else in that crucial first slot. 4 miles north of Sion. Hitting him unawares. The portal door was left open, and my bugs gave me a sense of what he was doing. Ingenue's power was to muck with other people's powers. More power, at a loss of control, more control, at a loss of range. Her choice. If I had to guess, it mucked with people's heads. Maybe something to do with their passengers. Her partners tended to go loopy at some point. Homicidal loopy. Chevalier's cannon blade grew to 3 times the size in heartbeats. Not the gradual growth of before. It was a wild, reckless growth. Unfettered by restrictions he'd been held by before. 10, 20 times the size. I'd seen it be as long as Leviathan was tall, and this dwarfed that by a factor of 2. The weapon was too heavy for him to lift. He let it fall, the serrated blade biting into the earth on the other side of the portal. He fired, and the combination of the detonation and the recoil wiped out my bugs. Second group. I called out, an instant before Defiant barked out, 2, over the comms. Clock Blocker, a Chuckles clone, Gentle Giant and a group of others. A spread of powers with mobility and one of the few people who could maybe stand up to Sion's blasts, enhanced by Galvanate's attacks. They'd be getting dangerously close, using Chuckles' mobility. I waited. Waited. 20 seconds passed. The world on the other side of the portals rumbled. Even with portals miles apart, the rumble was felt in roughly equal measure across each of them. Third group, Tattletale said. Big guns. Watch for collateral damage. The others may still be there. Pretender, Eidolon, and Legend took off, and were soon followed by Glaistiguane. He's running, Eidolon reported. Tattletale, I said. Do me a favor. Anything for you, sweetie. She was being even more offhand than usual. Nervous? Pass on a message to Legend and Eidolon. Pretender too, might as well. They should watch their backs around the Fairy Queen. I talked to her, and she never quite denied she'd help Sion if it came down to it. On it. I concentrated my focus on the world beyond the portals. I could feel the bugs on the landscape, the high hills with sharp cliffs, the tall grass that could drown a man, eerily bright beneath a dark sky, with the way the light filtered down. I closed my eyes, and focused on the senses of my bugs. I couldn't see detail, but I could make out bright and dark colors. Sion was bright, and so were his lasers. An enemy that hit too hard to defend against, too tough to hurt. Eidolon teleported rather than try to stand up to his lasers. Alexandria took a glancing blow and plunged to the ground. Legend peppered Sion, paused, then hit him with a bigger laser. When that failed, Legend doubled down again. Fourth group. The others had already gathered at the respective portals. This group was Gru, with a select few others. Shuffle was among them. Gru looked over his shoulder at me, then saluted. I felt a lump in my throat. I wanted to be Taylor, here, but there was a limit to how far I could go with that. I saluted him back. As much as I could see the distorted contrasting shapes, I could make out the block of Gru's darkness that Shuffle had teleported into the air above Scion. It sank down, subsuming the golden man. Gru fired off a laser, spearing into the midst of the cloud of darkness. No, not Scion's laser. Legend's. If he could use Scion's laser, I imagined he would have. Legend's lasers weren't doing anything substantial, if they were doing anything at all. Scion didn't falter, and he didn't act like he was blind. Alexandria had gotten back up and was fighting at close range. Scion lashed out with another laser, and some portals winked out before the laser could intersect them and pour golden death onto the platform. Gru, return, I said. Different tack. Chevalier was just returning, carrying a burned ingenue. He'd left his cannon blade behind. Destroyed? Fifth group in, Tattletale said. Everyone else, clear out. Fifth group. One individual. String theory. Open one of those portals, she said. My lab. Right in front of the G-driver. Point the other end at the target. Clear out, Tattletale repeated herself. Capes at the periphery of the fight were returning. The Chuckles returned, carrying 2 wounded Capes. Not even a third of the size of Clockblocker's original group. Vista hurried to Clockblocker's side. He wasn't even aiming in our general direction, and he took out most of us, Clockblocker murmured. Fuck. Gru's group returned. Shuffle glanced at me and shook his head. One more power eliminated as a possibility, I thought. I had to do something here. Clock, you leave anyone behind? No. Gru. Gru shook his head. Nobody left on the other side, I reported. String. Idiot. String theory snarled, that's not the opening. Put a portal on the other side of the machine. There was a pause. Better. 22 seconds. Use it to give me coordinates. Patching you into the number man, Tattletale said. There was a pause. The portals all closed, like shutters sliding down, with an ever-narrowing rectangle of light at the base. We'd left Scion on the other side with nobody to tie him up. Dangerous. We couldn't predict what he'd do. We hadn't, as far as I knew, done any harm to him. Nothing suggested he had been affected in the least by their powers. Clockblocker's time freeze, Gru's darkness, useless. Give me a view, String theory said. Too dangerous, Chevalier grunted. He sat down on the floor of the platform. A view. Now. Or I'll make it miss. A window opened at the platform's edge. A view of the scene, a landscape torn to shreds by Scion's attacks, grassy fields with steep hills, a fence in the distance, trees on the highest peak. The grass continued to glow, but some of that was from fires that the fighting had started. Scion's golden light was distant. He turned, then began advancing towards the portal. It was more like the zap from a bug zapper than a shot from a gun. There was a distortion, like one saw with a shimmer of heat in the air, and Scion was punched out of the sky, leaving behind a golden streak of light. The path suggested he'd disappeared straight out of the atmosphere. Sources corroborating the visual, Tattletale said. Direct hit. It worked. String theory pumped her fists in the air. What was that? Vista asked. G-driver, String theory said. She lowered her fists, then fixed her lab coat and glasses. She turned around and gave us a smug, superior smile. Which is, someone else asked. Upgrade of the F-driver. The firmament driver, Defiant explained, over the earbuds. At the time of her arrest, String theory was threatening to use her firmament driver to knock our moon out of orbit. And we didn't hear about this because. Morale, Defiant replied, as if that was explanation enough. Would have done a lot for my morale to know we could do that, Clockblocker said. In case anyone was wondering, it's G-driver for God driver, String theory said. Obviously. Obviously, Clockblocker muttered. He's coming back. Tattletale reported. No surprise. But we could hit him. Sixth group, ready, Defiant ordered. The sixth group. Thanda, plus birdcage capes I didn't know, including one that Galvanate had charged up. Heavy hits. We didn't get that far. He's gone, a voice I didn't recognize sounded over the earbud. All had gone quiet, still. Checking cameras, monitoring, radio reports. Bastards hard to keep track of. I felt my bugs stir. Not the wind. I looked up. Scion. Here. Directly above us, to the point he was barely a speck. I'd sensed disgust from him once, when he looked at Eidolon. Nothing measurable, not an expression I could quantify, like a movement of the eyes, brow, or lips. But I'd sensed it. Now I sensed bloodlust. Not anger. Nothing so germane. Only that sensation I'd had when I was in Lung's clutches and he was squeezing me to death. The sensation I'd had when Bonesaw was straddling me, carving into my head. A feeling I'd experienced when I was face to face with Cherish. A feeling that, underneath it all, there was some base, primal urge to carve people apart. But he was waiting, watching. Toying with us. Tattletale, I whispered. He's here. No. Can't be. We need an escape, now. There was only silence. I felt a kind of grim despair in the pit of my stomach. Tattletale. They're saying no. Cauldron's saying no. String theory hurt him, or at least struck him. We need others in case they can do the same. You can't tell me they're going to let us gather some of the strongest capes around and then leave them to die when things take a turn for the worse. You don't understand. We put you on the opposite side of the planet, on a different Earth. He wasn't supposed to be able to access you. He did. She didn't respond. One of the birdcage capes somehow picked up on the same vibe I did. Maybe they sensed the latent hostility that filled the air and followed it to its source. They let out a muffled gasp. Others noticed. The golden glow above intensified. Ominous. Like a second sun, on the wrong side of an overcast sky. If I was Skitter, I might have tried to sacrifice myself. If I was Weaver, I might have made peace with the fact that I needed to die, so Cauldron could preserve their portals, maintain the fight. For the greater good. I wasn't either. Not at my core. Cauldron, I muttered. You're listening, with that creepy omniscient cape of yours. You're watching. If you're wondering what you should do, sitting on the fence between letting Scion see your portals up close and track you down or letting us die, let me cast a fucking vote. You save us. Nothing. He knows already, he has to, if he found us this easily. Come on. Oh god, someone said. Oh god, oh god. With my bugs spread out over the area, I couldn't feel a single telltale breeze of a portal opening around us. I closed my eyes. I'm sorry, Taylor, Tattletale said. I wish. Her voice shorted out as the energy of Scion's attack cut out the communications. Extinction 27.5. Run. I screamed the word. I took my own advice. The golden light around Scion had solidified, forming a sphere. The light dropped. Others were already scrambling to get away, but there wasn't a place to go. No portals, no place to run. The speed and size of the orb made one thing clear. The people in the center wouldn't be able to move fast enough to make their exit. I'd been standing in the direct center, to better observe those on the other sides of the portals. I was one of those people. I'd spent years running on schedule, interrupted only by injuries here and there, more hectic weeks and a spell in prison. Years of pushing my limits, pushing myself to move faster, strengthen my legs, build my stamina. I used it all, pushed myself as hard as I ever had. The wings on my flight pack extended, and I used the thrusters to give myself some additional speed. Lab Rat, who had apparently realized the futility of trying to move, wasn't running at all, but was rearing back, a device the size of a baseball in his hand. He threw it, aiming to put it over the water. Not enough. Lab Rat wasn't one of those prisoners who'd packed on muscle in prison. The ball fell short, then started rolling slightly back towards him. He swore in a language I didn't know, started to run towards the object. Too slow. If he wasn't going to make it over the edge and get to safety, he wasn't going to reach the object. My bugs hit the object as a mass, rolling it. It tipped over the edge. Lab Rat stopped. The bugs around him caught one word. Angel. Lustrum used her power. It was like walking into a wall, but it wasn't physical. My brain went blank for an instant, the heat and energy in my body seemed to disappear like someone had flicked a switch. My power, too, faded, the range zooming to a point close to me, my control momentarily going haywire. An instant later, it was back. I staggered, compensated with the anti-gravity, managed to not fall too far behind. The sphere above us shrunk a fraction. Maybe. Hard to make out, considering the size of it, and the speed with which it fell. Lustrum, for her part, grew. I didn't get to see how big she grew. The orb made contact with the platform, shearing through everything it touched. My bugs died as the orb touched them, and I could sense the devastation spread as more and more of it came in contact with the structure. The outermost edges of the orb were still directly overhead, plunging towards me, towards us. I stepped off the rig, pushing myself off, letting myself fall as I continued moving out, moving away. Falling was good, because it put me further away from the orb. I'd sooner hit the water than let that thing touch me. Bugs that couldn't fall as well as I could died as the orb made contact. Bugs that were close to me. Bugs to my left and right, bugs beneath me. I felt a momentary disconnect between what I was seeing and what I was feeling. I felt like I was plunging into the water, everything going numb, pain, my thoughts fragmenting. Yet I was still 50 or so feet above the water's surface, my view shifting as I veered to one side, despite my instructions to the flight pack. Lustrum? No. I felt increasingly disoriented with every heartbeat. Couldn't fly. Spiraling. Unbalanced. Blood. Injury. I tried to take in breath. Couldn't. I felt pain instead. Right ribs, back, stomach, left buttock, left thigh. I was falling. I spread my arms out, trying to slow the descent, failed. Right hand gone. Blood, fragments of golden light eating away at stump, making the bleeding worse. Falling faster, spiraling more. Thoughts weren't flowing. I jerked to one side with wind catching wing, spinning abruptly, felt something wrench, pulling from the center of my body. Fragment of a memory, legend speaking. Talking about Leviathan. Hit water moving fast enough, worse than hitting concrete. Had to slow my fall. Most important thing. There were bugs on me. I moved them, to get a sense of where I was. Compare to surroundings. One wing on pack. No legs. Half of stomach left. The pulling feeling was organs sliding out of body. Thoughts blurring. Help, passenger. A plea, an order. Move arms of flight pack that aren't broken. Brace against injury. Wing retracting, propulsion cancelled. Focus on bugs, on anti-gravity. Time activation to brake spin. Left, right, match to speed. Disorientation getting worse. 2, 3 seconds where I can't remember where I am. Focus on bugs. Only bugs. Flight pack pulsing. Rely on intuition. Starting to feel more pain. Burning sensations. Pulling in middle of body. I start timing flight pack to heartbeat, waves of pain, instead of where I am, direction I'm facing. Focus. Focus. Fix position, facing sky, see Scion hovering. Great smoky shimmering figure stands on water, holding 10 or 12 people against arm, tall as oil rig was. Oil rig collapsing. Only 2 legs remain, slumping into water. Focus. Facing sky. What was I doing? Flight pack. Gravity, push against direction of fall, slow my descent. Not enough. Falling too fast. Need to slow fall just a bit more. I extended the wing. Propulsion. Started spinning again, feel wrenching get worse, spreading through entire upper body. Hit water while spinning. No breath left in lungs for impact to take. Wing brakes, flopping over and over across water's surface. Stopped. Sinking. Use anti-grav to try and stay afloat, but system isn't meant to be used underwater. Can't float because no air in lungs. Slowly sinking. I opened my mouth to draw in a breath, had to struggle to manage it, felt intense pain, a crushing in one side. But I managed to get some air. Small bubbles spilled out of my side, from beneath the water. The water around me was murky with blood. No chance I'd live like this. Nobody nearby. Scion was attacking the giant, cutting her to pieces. Capes she was holding fell. The rig was collapsing, 2 pillars slowly falling in opposite directions, one left, one right. The platform itself was twisting, splitting apart. So was I. Half of me gone, the remains slowly leaking out into the water around me. Blood, fluids, intestine. I didn't want to die. Not like this. Not at all. I thought about my tools, as if there was an answer there. My pepper spray? Delirious, I almost thought about using it on my wounded lower body, some broken connection between burning sensation and burning and cauterizing. My taser was gone, obliterated by the damage to my side. My gun? I couldn't manage a laugh, but I would have if I could have. Thoughts of amusement crossed my mind. Shooting myself would be one answer, but it wasn't one I wanted to make. I wasn't ready to die. Even hovering over Gimmel's version of Brockton Bay, I'd tested the limits, stayed out too long. But now, like this, I knew I wouldn't have let it happen. I would have fought to swim back, would have called or signaled for help, pride be damned. Damn it all, I wanted to fight. Ironic, that I'd be so idiotic when the fight had been taken out of me, but I'd feel so compelled to fight when there was little option besides making peace with the end. I managed a little breath. Just let yourself sink. Tell the anti-gravity to cut out, take in one mouthful of water. That'd be the end of it. I couldn't. I didn't. But the pain was getting twice as bad with every heartbeat. Wristband. Dark. I didn't have a right hand to press the button with anyways. Lab rat's device? I thought about it, and in that same thought, I recognized a sensation that had been drowned out by the pain. A repeated pressure. A poke, a pause, another poke. I raised my arm over the water, shifted my orientation with the use of one of the anti-grav panels, and I briefly heard a beeping in the moment the device was raised above the water level. A part of the platform fell. The resulting waves rolled towards me. I didn't have it in me to hold my breath, so I closed my mouth, prayed water wouldn't flow up my nose. I was drowned, swamped by the water, rolled. I felt a dull, indistinct pain in a place that felt disconnected from my real body, something tearing. The body parts that were spooling out in the water beneath around me. I found the surface again. My lungs were burning for air as I opened my mouth to try and draw air into my lungs. My lung, considering the other might have collapsed. Everything seemed to be moving in slow motion, my thoughts simultaneously chaotic and focused. I had nothing left but adrenaline. Water flowed into my mouth. I shut it, moved my tongue to help force that same water out between my lips. Needed to get higher. Everything was going dark. The prodding in my arm continued. Lab rat's device. Whatever it was trying to do, my costume was getting in the way. I couldn't reach up to move it because I was missing a hand, couldn't twist my left hand to move it, because of the limitations of my body. The attempt at even moving my left arm made me acutely aware of the damage to my hand. I might have fractured or broken it as I hit the water. I took in a small breath, forced myself to take in another. I could hear the wheeze of my lungs and throat straining to work. And then I used the flight pack to rotate myself, turning myself so my face was in the water. I floated there, arms extended out to either side, rocking as the waves continued to shift me. My bugs descended from the air above, landing on me. The strap that attached the device to my arm wasn't spider silk. Cockroaches began to chew it. My lungs burned. Every moment, even the smallest movement, it redoubled the pain. I've dealt with worse, I told myself. I couldn't quite believe that, couldn't think back to that, compare, and convince myself. The water rolled over me. My cockroaches were washed away. Again. More. Hornets, more cockroaches. They hovered for the 10 or 12 seconds it took me to raise my arm up above the water again. I let bubbles of air leak out between my lips, as if I could convince my brain that I was breathing, convince my body to hold on just a bit longer, forestall that involuntary gasp. The device came free. Strands of silk helped to hold it as the swarm descended, hurried to carry it. Shoulder. Back. Nape of the neck. Over the hill that was my hood. They reached the point where my mask stopped, my hairline began. Vanity. I'd held on to my long hair, wore a costume that let my hair free. When I'd been filled with self-loathing, when I was so focused on the individual imperfections and the overall ugliness of my features, in the midst of the bullying campaign that had defined my early teen years, I'd still liked my hair. The skin was exposed there. No costume to get in the way. Please be healing, I thought, lowering the device until it was against my back. Pause, and then a prod. A needle, piercing the skin. A pressure, as something pumped into my body. Heal me. It wasn't healing. Flesh knit together, but it wasn't healing. The pain faded as quickly and dramatically as it had taken hold, but, still, I wasn't healing. Not exactly. My thoughts became clearer. Water churned where it came in contact with my blood. Where my flesh closed together and trapped water inside me, the effect intensified. It was soon the only pain I felt. We're 80% water, or whatever the number is, I thought. Resources have to come from somewhere. Water was seeping into my throat, despite my efforts to keep my mouth clamped shut. I turned myself over. I breathed, and it wasn't as hard as it had been before. My mouth opened, but it wasn't just the lips parting, or the jaw moving up and down. Things separated and stretched open on a horizontal plane as well. The soaked cloth of my mask stretched. My legs kicked, but they weren't good legs for swimming. I kept kicking anyways. Something about the way they moved, they were designed so that the motions shifted my abdominal cavity, pumped it, forcing air in and out with the rhythmic activity. I had to use my hands to paddle myself forward. Well, one hand and one other limb. The shape was still nebulous, the growth warring against the steady deterioration of the burning golden energy that still lingered here and there. It blackened and flaked off, and a little headway was made. The digit extended, broadened, flattened. It wasn't fully formed, but it served as a paddle. I began inching myself closer to the platform. Easy enough to manage, considering the steady movement of the water. Things were flowing into some sort of narrow, tight whirlpool, where water was flowing into some hole in the ocean floor. I shifted my arms in movements that were jerky, not quite muscular. The motions were strong, but hard to control, to moderate. It was fine. I didn't need control or moderation here. I made my way towards one of the intact legs of the platform. A circle of concrete, cracked by strain, with rebar visible in the cracks. I pulled myself up, but the attempt was spasmodic. I managed to haul myself up, moved a little too far, then fell. Another attempt. This time I focused on holding on, bringing my legs up. One leg in one crevice, another leg into a crack, another set on a ledge where the concrete above wasn't quite seated properly. My right hand opened, and the motion was more like metal tearing than anything else, tissue parting violently and unwillingly, creating a gap that was as much wound as it was design. The flesh joined together, forming ridges that faced one another. I closed it, felt the ridges meet. The flesh was still tender. I left it alone. My flight pack provided additional lift as I climbed. It was overly heavy, the anti-grav weak, but it gave me lift. I found footholds, handholds for my one hand, and used the arms of my flight pack where I saw opportunities. I found my stride, scaling the surface with increasing speed, until I was moving faster than I might have covered the same distance running. My swarm climbed over the surface and provided a map of the places I could find footholds. I tested my right hand. The flesh wasn't tender. It was hard. There were studs at regular intervals along either half, like teeth. Very like teeth. A claw. I raised my claw over my head, then drew it down violently, driving it into a crack. I was able to climb faster. I reached the point where the concrete ended. A shaft of 4 steel beams reinforced by crisscrossing beams set at diagonals loomed above me. It was an even faster climb than the concrete. My legs ended in points, and those same points slipped off of the metal beams, but I had 7 limbs to work with. Even if half of my limbs were reaching out for holds, I still had 3 or 4 solid points of contact I could maintain at any given point in time. Rage bubbled inside me, but it wasn't mine. I'd experienced my own anger, I knew how it influenced my own body, how it was connected to my emotions. This was something else. Hormones kicking into overdrive, compelling my body to react. Other parts of my body being designed angry, designed so they were primed for fight or flight, driving me to act and refuse to let me sit still. Lab rat stuff was geared towards turning people into weapons, making them take whatever forms he keyed into the formula and then act. I knew it. My awareness of what was going on wasn't stopping it. I was riding a tide of emotion, moving towards a fight where I couldn't possibly do anything to stop Sion, putting myself in danger. Had I chosen to, I could have turned away. But I liked being emotional, liked coming out of my shell, acting. Some of my finer moments had been when I was doing just that. I reached the top of the pillar and paused. I wasn't out of breath, and my limbs weren't really built in such a way that they got tired. Still, I had a barrier overhead, now, and I didn't trust my flight pack to hold my weight. I glanced down, and the individual waves were too difficult to distinguish. Here and there were flecks of white where they crested. Water still trailed from gaps in the pack as I reached up, folded 2 tarsus-2 feet around a beam over my head, and then swung myself up, grabbing another beam with my claw. I experimented, testing the security of my grip. It looked like it could hold all of my weight. I wouldn't make it do so, but it was a good option. Movement across the underside of the platform was swift enough. It only required a different kind of thinking, an abstract sort of grasp of how I moved my legs, found leverage with only one opposable thumb. A beam came loose as I tried to hang my weight off it, and I nearly fell. I found leverage on one beam with my third leg, reached out with my hand to grab elsewhere. Neither hold was secure, but I still managed to swing myself over and seize another beam, securing myself. I reached the edge of the platform, looked up and over, to see the fighting underway. Less fighting than systematic elimination. The only ones who were truly holding their own were Legend, Unwritten, Pretender, and Eidolon. Even then, they were more focused on avoiding Scion's attacks than dealing damage. Here and there, Eidolon or Unwritten would try something. The remains of the platform had stabilized. Only a few remained on top. Weld's people, the irregulars, made up the bulk of the group. Sanguine was tending to 2 injured. Not irregulars, but not capes I recognized either. The boy had hair and skin with a texture and color like clotted blood. The injured had blood piled and crusted over their wounds, scabs bigger than my hand. Or my claw. Weld looked at me, and his eyebrows raised. I opened my mouth to speak, and found I couldn't. My tongue was thinner, layered in something hard, and the sides of my mouth were odd. I communicated through my swarm, instead. What little of it remained, anyways. Drones and buzzes and chirps. Lab rat. The boxes he gave us, they're designed to trigger when we're hurt, force a transformation. Might get a few more recruits, Sanguine said, not looking up from the wounded. He had hands extended to 2 different wounds on one individual, and was drawing blood into one hand and letting it snake out of the other, flowing into the wound. Was he cleaning it? His transformations are temporary. Buying time. He cut me in half, and I'm not sure I'm going to be in one piece when this stops working. But it worked. Weld asked. I nodded. The motion was jerky. I reached up with my good hand, the movements twitchy, and felt my neck and shoulders. The little muscle I had was gone, and the skin was taut over cords, like tendons, of varying sizes. The muscle had been cannibalized to build flesh elsewhere, I gathered. Weld frowned, then reached into the pouch at his belt. He held another device. After a pause, he pressed it against one of the wounded. It beeped, then a light went on in the corner. The cape convulsed, his back arching. A moment later, transformations began, veins standing out along his arms and legs. Another one, Weld said. Get me a spare. Sanguine handed him another. Weld applied it. Scales were manifesting around the most prominent veins on the first one by the time the second patient started reacting. Gully, one of the other irregulars said. If we can get to her. We can't, Weld said, looking down towards the water, but she's wearing one. I trust her to hold her own. Their discussion of how their teammate was doing made me think of others. Grew. He'd come back through the portal, and he'd been close to the edge of the platform, but that was no guarantee. It was a hell of a drop to the water, and he didn't have a flight pack. Not quite something that Masamune had managed to mass produce. Above us, Unwritten had created a spirit that was spreading across the sky like circuits on a circuit board, extending itself across a plane. Scion was blasting it, but it had reached the point where it was spreading as fast as he destroyed it. Her other 2 spirits were working in concert, one duplicating the other, so it could create and lob projectiles that exploded in the air. The detonations left patches of a strange, nebulous darkness in their wake. They couldn't move more than a short distance from their master, which limited their number, but they added up to 20 or 30 in all. It's working, Sanguine said. It wasn't. I looked at him, confused. His eyes were on the patients. He's talking about lab rats' matchboxes. I looked, and I saw how the scales were spreading. They were breathing easier. Good, Weld said. We need everyone we can get. It's a temporary measure, I spoke through my bugs, my mouth firmly closed. Moment this wears off, they might need emergency assistance. Me too. Situation's bad, Weld said. Not sure we're going to get any help, emergency or otherwise. The triumvirate came. From miles away, one of the other irregulars said. She had a head that was many times the size, a body that was disproportionately frail, to the point that I wondered how she could hold herself upright. They can't open any gates here until Scion's gone. We need to drive him away, then, I said. Or hurt him. Kill him. The last 2 words slipped out, so to speak. Fueled by my anger, my outrage. No, not quite my own. A programmed bloodlust, one that came with this body. That's not really doable, Weld said. Pretty sure the scientist who knocked him through the stratosphere died. Nobody else has really been able to knock him for a loop. The tendril girl spoke, her voice harboring a soft Russian accent. We should go, Weld. Run. There's nothing more we can do here. There's nowhere to run, Weld said. Even if we swim. We're stronger than we think, the tendril girl answered, her voice soft. Isn't that what you always say? There's a strength inside us and we just need to dig for it. We came to help the wounded, with Sanguine and Matryoshka. Let's take the wounded and go. Weld hesitated. I suspected I could understand why. I want to help too, I said. I twitched, as if my body was taking that sentence as permission to go. Murder that fucker. But there's only so much we can do. Go. He gave me a funny look. I was put in charge of ordering people in the field. Take it as an order from me. I'm not your subordinate, Weld said. And I'm not sure you're in your right mind. You keep talking in a strange voice. Everything she says is in a strange voice, Sanguine murmured. A stranger voice, Weld clarified. Not in my right mind, I said. I stretched. Not in my right body. I shook my head a little. But this is the smart thing. Retreat for now. This was never supposed to be a prolonged fight. No, Weld said. I'll stay. I can help others. I'm tough enough to walk away with most of my body gone. I'll search for others who need help. There was the mask again. Even the Case 53s had them. The emotional defenses, the guys. He was hiding something, lying without speaking falsehoods. Go, I said. There was an emotion in the sound there really shouldn't have been. Anger. Irritation. Insofar as I could even express that with a voice generated by my bugs. He hesitated. Scion erupted with golden light. It wasn't the sort of attack one dodged. Instantaneous, hitting everything in every direction. My skin began to blister, the golden light searing through it, appearing in the ridges between spots where flesh was simply being eaten away. I scrambled for cover, moving back towards the underside of the platform. As I leaped over the railing, I grabbed one of Sanguine's patients with my claw. My movement was reckless, too quick, unpracticed, and I nearly threw the cape I was holding over the edge. I waited, hanging by my 3 legs, 2 flight pack arms, and 1 hand, the cape dangling below me, gripped in my claw. The light faded. I checked, then climbed back over the edge. Weld and his people had taken cover. Sanguine was covering injuries with scabs, but the damage was bad. The tendril girl's tentacles were worn so thin they were barely there. The cloud cover had been largely dissolved, bringing more light down onto the battlefield. More to the point, Sion's likely target had been affected as well. The cape that had spread across the sky was falling apart. Sion turned his attention towards Glaistiguane. Eidolon appeared beside her, taking her in his arms, and then the pair of them disappeared just as quickly. Legend opened fire with a series of lasers, while Alexandria ducked around to get behind the bastard. The cape I was holding climbed over the railing. I made my way under it, then sort of staggered in Weld's direction, the tarsus segments of my legs sliding on the slanted, gritty surface. The light had eaten through metal, eroded everything in sight. Below us, the water had been affected, boiling. Clouds of steam rose from the water's surface. My thoughts turned to the capes below us. My friends, past allies. Murderous instinct flared, and I restrained it. We need to go, the tendril girl said. We're no use to anyone dead. I can't swim, Sveta, understand. Weld's voice was quiet. It's not I'll stay behind. We've got the case for you to hide inside. Sanguine can carry you. You should go. We need you, Weld, Sveta said. Weld looked away. Another form, Sanguine said. Something that floats. I'm metal. Metal boats float, Sanguine said. Weld frowned. What is it? Sveta asked. I'm not sure it'll work. If it doesn't, Sanguine said, walk. On the ocean floor. Sveta asked. He doesn't breathe. It's not that simple, Weld said. I'm going to stay. I have old teammates to look after. You guys should leave. Not without you, Sveta said, her voice angry. A golden light speared past us. Striking the water. Sion was cutting up the capes who'd fallen in and survived. Glaistiguane appeared behind him. 3 spirits surrounded her. 1 to levitate, grant the ability to float. A telekinetic or power grantator. Another to duplicate capes. Duplicating the telekinetic, in part. But more focused on duplicating the 3rd spirit Glaistiguane had made. Grey boys. She'd gone through a phase, hunting down some of the scariest capes around, defeating them, claiming them. This was one. Sion was trapped in a time well, turning monochrome. Without any apparent effort, he broke free of the effect, shattering it. Only to be frozen again. My swarm was agitated. Agitated but futile. Sion started moving in the direction of Glaistiguane and her creations, gliding through the air. The effects went up as easily as they were torn down. I wanted to help. To stop him. I was powerless. A cockroach. Glaistiguane wasn't stopping him, but it seemed to have his attention. He wasn't using his power, either. Was it because he couldn't, or something else entirely? Eidolon, Legend, and Alexandria flew down to the water. They rose with no less than 12 capes between them, Eidolon levitating several, and then disappeared towards the horizon. Weld seemed to come to a decision. Okay. If it's what it takes to make you guys leave, I'll go. Make our way down. I shut my eyes, exhaled slowly. The air moved in a funny way across my mouth parts. Here, I said. I reached for my belt. It dangled, held in place by the silk cords that wound under and beneath my costume. Some of it had been obliterated by the blast. I used my bugs to start connecting the silk cords together. Too thin, too short. I reached behind my back, instead, past the small tube of pepper spray. More silk there. Some beneath the armor panel on my hand, others beneath my shoulders. I plaited them together into a rope. Others go down first, Weld said. Order of weight. Let's get you packaged up, Garrot. If you aren't climbing down, stay still. Stay still? He began undoing the little clasps of metal that bound Garrot against his body. She unfurled, reached out to railings, to edges of metal. Where the tendrils surrounded the railing, a barrier that might have stopped a speeding car, the metal bent, crushed tight. The tendrils continued to find their way to things to grip. There were more of them than I'd thought. One tendril seized my claw, faster than I could react. Just as fast, it pulled back, found something else to hold. She and Weld both stopped. I watched as she closed her eyes, drew in a deep breath, and then exhaled. Weld released her organs, hidden in a space in his broad back, and she was free of him. She collected herself around the railing, her eyes closed, drawing in deep breaths and then exhaling slowly. Slowly, the tendrils released, and she stretched out to her full length. She looked like a fish underwater, a lionfish or jellyfish with dramatic, crazy fins or fronds. Where they weren't bound to her surroundings, the fronds fell in line with one another, moved with their own rhythm, a mind of their own, that searched the surroundings. Tight, Garrot, Weld said, an order. His eyes weren't on her, but on Sion and Glaistiguane. Garrot wound herself around the railing, weaving her tendrils into gaps of the platform itself, to seize infrastructure. It was beautiful in a very different way, sinuous like a snake was, a face with everything condensed behind it, a mobile, flexible body. Sion and Glaistiguane began fighting in earnest. They weren't more than 100 feet apart. Glaistiguane was drawing on spirits with a shorter range, now. One with a fox face that seemed to be granting 3 different kinds of enhanced movement, teleportation, super speed, and flight. The other 2 varied from moment to moment. Some existed so briefly that Glaistiguane didn't even try to keep them afloat in the air, images that lasted 2 or 3 seconds, employing their powers before they exceeded her natural range and dissipated. Some came back, used powers in different variations. The ones Sion destroyed, though, they didn't recur. Glaistiguane was running out, and running out fast. Weld patiently helped Sveta bind herself to a single pole inside a half-sphere the size of a beach ball. When she was inside, he attached another half to the sphere and began screwing it shut. Here and there, the smallest tendrils found their way out of air holes. They gripped his hand. Be brave, Sveta, Weld murmured. I just tell myself I need to act like you, Sveta's voice came from within the sphere. Weld didn't answer that. He handed the sphere to Sanguine. The red-skinned boy gave his leader a nod, then started sliding down the length of the cord. The capes who had taken Labrat's juice were among the largest. They descended the rope I'd created. Only a couple were left, now. Matryoshka, get the ones from inside, Weld said. Think you can manage. A young case 53 with horizontal lines marking the length of her body nodded. She began dissolving into ribbons as she made her way across the platform. You're not coming, I suspect, Weld said. I realized he was speaking to me. I shook my head, the motion jerky. If it's about the injuries, the juice wearing off, we can support you, give you some healing. Not that. There's nothing you can do. Nothing we can do. Any of us. String theory hurt him. String theory died. And she didn't hurt him so much as shove him. It's like a 3-year-old pushing a grown man. Right time, right place, catching him off guard, nothing more. The metaphor was eerily similar to Shadow Stalker's one about cockroaches. I'm talking abstracts, I spoke through my swarm. I watched as a very androgynous figure left the building Matryoshka had entered. She bore innumerable injuries, but stoically limped her way to the rope, gripping it. She glanced at Weld, then nodded. Abstracts. We know it's possible to shove him, maybe other stuff is possible too. There's hope. So you want to do this again? Weld asked. How many of your friends came? What did you stake on this? I thought of Gru. I didn't know if he was okay, or if he was one of the capes who had been in the water. One came, I said. Is he okay? Maybe. I brought everyone, lost 3 for sure, one that's a maybe, Weld said. We can't do this again. He's too strong. Unstoppable. You wanted to stay, I said, stressing the you as much as I was able, speaking through the bugs. No, Weld said. I didn't want to leave. Different thing. I didn't have a response to that. Legend, Alexandria and Eidolon had returned. Legend and Alexandria rescued more stranded capes, flying off, while Eidolon rose into the air, positioning himself so Sion was between him and Glaistiguane. Sveta idolizes me. She sees me as a hero, a spokesperson for our kind. Her therapist asked me to come visit, because she heard about what happened in the Echidna attack, what Cauldron was doing. All of her progress, gone. So her therapist wanted her hero to show up. Give her guidance, support. It worked. That's a good thing, isn't it? I asked. I saw Eidolon open fire, not a dramatic attack, but a subtle one, a series of darts that left dark streaks in the air. My entire body tensed, as if I could jump into the fight. Weld was shaking his head. She thinks I'm fearless, but I'm not. I don't have any hormones, any real heart that can pound, adrenaline to flow through my veins. But I still feel fear, still feel despair. I can't jump into the water and sink to some point lower than Mount Everest is tall, spending months or years without any goddamn music. So I stay here and I try to convince them to leave. I'm a coward in the end, putting them at risk because I'm scared I'll sink. They left, I said. Because I lied. I'm not going to follow them. I'm staying. I nodded. Sweet fuck all we can do, you know. I know, I responded. But nothing we can do except fight. I don't know if I should pity you for that perspective or envy you. I shook my head. Weld spoke, his voice grim. In terms of morale, there's no fixing this. We put our best foot forward, we failed. I can't speak for the others, but I can guess how they're going to feel. I think of myself as a brave guy. I pulled off the hero bit, I lead by example. But I don't think there's anything we can do but run. That's all you'll do from here on out? Run. He looked down at his hands. And get revenge. I promised other people we would. That's the opposite of what we need to be doing, Weld. You have to know that. He looked up at me with inhuman eyes that were framed by fine wire eyelashes. His expression communicated so much, considering it was hard metal. Give me a chance to prove otherwise, I said. Prove? He stopped mid-sentence. Prove what? I don't know, I said. Then I moved, hopping up onto the top of the nearest structure, a small building that had stood on the edge of the platform. My bugs stirred around me. You took my dad from me, my hometown. You took our hope, betrayed humanity. I don't do well with betrayal. As I moved along the platform, I got a view of the last of the irregulars making their way into the water. Fallen debris was keeping them from being dragged into the narrow whirlpool beneath the structure. They swam as a group, some using pieces of wood for flotation. They just had to get far enough away from Sion for someone to open a door. My swarm climbed the rope, taking it apart, for multiple strands. They formed a single cord that was thin, but a quarter of a mile long. Me, my passenger and my screwed-up monster body were all in agreement. I want to hurt him. Want to prove this isn't hopeless, that we can do something. I don't want to lose to another bully. I'm done with surrendering to forces of nature, human nature or otherwise. My swarm extended in his direction, carrying a strand. I hurried across the length of the platform. Who was still here? What could I do? Nobody of consequence on the upper level. Down there? Drawing out a cord of silk between me and the railing, I used my faulty flight pack to lower myself towards the water. Silk wound itself around Sion's eyes. He didn't pay it any mind. His focus was on Glaistiguane. Her spirit was the same one she'd used before, launching ineffective attacks that left blotches of darkness across the sky. I found the capes on the water. A Thanda, 3 birdcage capes. The Thanda was using his power to fix them all in space, so they stood just a short distance above the water. 2 of them recoiled in fear as I lowered myself to their level. The Thanda was calm, by contrast. The wind blew the silk, threatening to pull it from my grip. Sion was moving, and it could break at any instant. I passed the silk to the Thanda. He gave me a curious glance. Then he froze it in space. It fixed the thread's location in space, froze Sion as well. The Golden Man was rendered immobile. Glaistiguane, Legend, and Eidolon all struck him with everything they had. Attacks too big or too slow to land otherwise. I collected the remains of the silk before it could land in the water. Not enough length to use the Thanda again. I moved, relying on the flight pack. It shorted out, and I used the sole remaining panel of anti-gravity to land on a shattered corner of the oil platform. It was slowly sinking into the waves. The swarm. Not many bugs, but something. I'd thought he was perceptive enough to see through the decoys, but he was the golden fool. The Cymurk had deceived him before. Maybe it wasn't that he could draw the logical conclusion and know that there wasn't a human inside. Maybe he was too ready for breakers, for capes who didn't follow the usual rules. I created a swarm decoy, gathering all of the bugs from the surrounding area. I couldn't tap the resources beneath the water, but I could draw from the life that had gathered on the rig, the bugs that feasted on the algae that clustered around the legs of the structure. The body approached, and Eidolon moved aside. He moved as if it were a comrade joining the fight, as if he, Glaistiguane and the swarm decoy effectively had Sion surrounded. Idiotic, nonsensical. Sion didn't even react to the maneuver. Glaistiguane attacked, and Sion retaliated. Her spirit teleported her away. Eidolon created mirror images of himself, illusions, and Sion lashed out. Only one of the illusions remained. It fizzled out. Eidolon died? No. Eidolon struck out from the clouds above. Sion seemed to anticipate it, sliding out of the way. The tempo of the attacks and counterattacks continued. Sion attacked Glaistiguane's spirits, and still, the destroyed ones failed to return. A pattern? He was an alien combatant, a stranger from another world, who saw the world in an entirely different way from how we did. But there was a pattern. I divided the swarm decoy in 2. Divided each of those 2 into 2 more. He'd stopped the spirit from spreading across the sky, and had made a concerted effort to eliminate Glaistiguane's spirits. He'd eliminated Eidolon's illusions. Whether the creations were concrete or otherwise, it was something that seemed to provoke him. Was it something instinctive? A part of his species? Something he watched out for in enemies, in threats, or competition? Sion turned and blasted the swarm out of the sky. The last of my bugs. His hand turned my way, as he floated in my direction. He knew who was controlling them. It was a diversion, a crucial distraction. Clay Istiguane flew in close, creating another set of spirits. Two to either side of her, one in the lead. I recognized the one in the lead, distorted as it was. Clock Blocker's spirit touched Sion, and the Golden Man froze. She banished the ghost in an instant, recreated the one who had created the dark blotches in the sky. The blotches began to move, gravitating towards Sion. Concentrated in one spot. She plotted this, planned out the extended attack. I felt my hair stir, drifting towards that spot. I'd seen something similar, once upon a time. I backed away until I was able to grab something for a hold. They all gathered into a single dot, and the effect intensified. The effect around Sion broke, and he began drifting towards the dark point. He resisted, and I could sense something from him. Not alarm, but a reaction nonetheless. From Clay Istiguane and Eidolon's body language, they saw it too. He reached out, one hand stretched towards the center of the effect. And Eidolon used a power, effectively detonating the effect, reversing it. The G-driver had sent Sion flying into the atmosphere. Eidolon had apparently taken a lesson from it, because he'd emulated the effect. Here, Sion was plunged into the water. Another hit, another inconvenience. Something. He was in the water. He'd come back up. We could do it again. I just needed to form another decoy. Except I'd used up every bug I had on this. Not bugs, then. I flexed the legs that Labrat's serum had given me, then dove into the water. I held my breath, making my way deeper. It was negligible, but I wanted as many as I could get. Simple life forms. If there were none above the water's surface, I'd use the ones below. A glance above me showed one of the flying heroes above the water's surface, watching. Good. We'd be able to coordinate an attack. We were too far from the ocean floor for me to find crabs or lobsters, but there were others. Krill. 2 inches in length, at best. But they were alive, and I could move them. I could use them. Another swarm decoy, another combination attack. Something that. My claw twitched. I closed it, then flinched. The teeth of the claw had bitten into soft flesh. It hadn't been soft before. I kicked, and I could feel the lack of strength in the leg's movement. The spasm wasn't as strong, and a wet feeling was running along the inside of the leg. Fluids leaking. No. I wasn't going to stop. Not now, not like this. He'd have to surface, he'd be angry, distracted. There could be an opening. I kicked, paddling myself forward, and I wasn't moving towards the surface, just the opposite. My lungs were feeling the strain. I didn't care. He'd come up, and we'd. Crimson blossomed across my vision, obscuring my view. Blood. Mine. One leg came free of the socket. No. Piece by piece, I started to come apart. The decoy. If I keep it together until he comes, let them split apart naturally, maybe he'll be fooled. I started to try and move towards the surface, aware of my circumstance. My strength wasn't there. My muscles had been cannibalized for parts to build this temporary body, and the reversion process wasn't supplying them with everything they required. My flight pack failed. I couldn't raise myself to the surface. Let me prove we can fight back. Don't let people like Weld give up at this point. My consciousness began to dim, faster than it had before. I didn't have the benefit of adrenaline. I had desperation, but it wasn't quite the same. My vision gradually fogged. I felt my body going numb. My arm, my face. Water began to fill my mouth. I didn't have the strength to keep my lips pressed together. Let him rise to the surface. Let this trick work again and again. Let it be the Achilles heel. A false hope, a faltering one. I knew it wouldn't work again. I coughed, and it was a weak cough, barely a hiccup. Enough for water to make its way into my throat. But I focused on the swarm, on the krill. Kept them in formation. Alexandria died like this. Drowned. A shadow passed over my vision. I forced my eyes to focus. Clay Istiguane, smiling slightly. She'd been the one above the water. And here she was. Not helping. Waiting. At least I'll still be able to contribute, I thought. The water moved, and I saw a look of disappointment on her face. A glance to my right showed a portal. A door. The water was flowing into it in vast quantities, and I was being pulled along. He's gone. He's nowhere close, I thought. We won't recover from this, I thought. Won't pull together with this kind of strength again. We lost. I blacked out. Interlude 27. June 24, 2013, now. He returns, Clay Istiguane spoke in her chorus of voices. Were there less voices in there than there had been? She was dripping wet, having just ascended from beneath the water's surface, but a spirit was attending to her, drawing the moisture forth, coiling it into wreaths and ribbons that trailed around the fairy queen and the other spirits. Eidolon stared out at the horizon. He could sense the shift in air pressure, see the movements in clouds and water alike. Sion wasn't any bigger than an ordinary man, but the world seemed to react to his existence. I know, Eidolon answered, belatedly. Something crumbled beneath them. The oil platform wasn't designed to stand on 2 legs, and it was deteriorating under the stresses. Eidolon could feel his pulse quicken, excited despite everything. Excited, despairing, hopeful, hopeless. He had no idea what to do. He had a mission. He'd never been one for drumming his fingers, for pacing or biting his nails. He had never gotten in the habit. Eidolon closed his eyes for a moment, releasing his hold on the sensory power. Like something swelling within him, filling every available space, another ability took hold. Something defensive. An invisible bubble surrounded him, linked to another power. Teleportation. It was a strong defense against aimed attacks, but it wouldn't help against something indiscriminate enough. He had a matter creation ability that was perhaps worth trying, and he had a density warping ability that could perhaps deflect blasts while letting him stand on the air. He was reluctant to give up either of them. Both were options, possibilities. Warping of time and space tended to have an effect, so the offensive power was a good one to have on hand. The density warping ability was key to his staying airborne. Flight was too important, but it was an ability he had in shorter and shorter supply. Can I assist you, High Priest? He opened his eyes. High Priest. I need more abilities than I have. There is a hole in my defenses. To cover it, I'd need to give up my flight, or give up my offensive power. Not a concern. I'll carry you. He hesitated. Let go of the flight, she said. I'll catch you. He glanced down, and he couldn't make out the individual waves. That wasn't because of the fog that still lingered after Sion's disintegrating glow, but because of distance. The occupants of the platform weren't visible either. A drop from this height would be fatal. He could survive it if he manifested the right ability. He might not have given it a second thought if it was only a question of his power's reliability or only a question of Clay Istiguain's allegiance, but the two together gave him doubts. He looked at her. Her clothing was dry now, animated by the wind around her, like the limbs of an octopus, green where the light caught it and black otherwise. Thin streams of moisture surrounded the garment, complementing her form, enhancing the unnatural appearance. A human face in the midst of an alien, abstract form, her eyes far older than the flawless, childlike face. Her stare transfixed him. He couldn't even guess at her motivations. Sion, the Endbringers, they were the others who typically came up in the same breath as Eidolon. He was the only one of them that was human. He had less power than they did, but more power than most. Clay Istiguain was one of the others, a contender for the title, though not necessarily in the public's perception. The PRT had controlled how much information the public had about her, to keep people from getting too scared. She was a non-factor, a captive in the birdcage. She'd taken down Grey Boy, had attacked the King's men and slain Athruis, and then she'd turned herself in. Easy enough for the average Joe to dismiss her as a lunatic. Except Clay Istiguain had been amassing power during her time in the birdcage, and he had been losing it. Had he been supplanted in his role as the most powerful person in the world? A leap of faith, Clay Istiguain spoke. Give up your power and I will be able to lift you. He glanced at her. She was smiling a little, as though she'd said something amusing. Can you tell me why you call me the High Priest, before I put my life in your hands? I could say it's because you rely on a higher power for your strength, she said. You could. But will you say so? Because when you talked about the others, you were speaking about their ferry, their passengers, their agents, not the individual. Yes, she said. He remained still, inviting her to elaborate. Some lead by logic, by law, by order and organization. Others lead by the abstract. By faith and the imagination of the public. Yes. You're talking about leading, the passengers, the agents. Naturally so. Plotting, raising the ferry up as objects for worship. They are chosen, cultivated, as the situation demands, to suit the world outside, to best manipulate it. The pantheon in the temple. Me. I'm this temple. She nodded. He frowned behind his mask. His voice was just a touch harder than it had been. This high priest you speak of doesn't sound like any priest I know. I have little love for gods or the godly, high priest. I may have to apologize for choosing such an unflattering title to describe you, but it fit as described, fit on other levels. Other levels. I would continue, but then we'd run out of time. A minute, perhaps less. You seem to know a dangerous amount, Clay Istiguain. And you know dangerously little, she responded. We're out of time. The statement was ominous. New powers took time to take hold and build up to full strength. As of late, it was taking longer, one of the areas where he was growing weaker. Could he trust her to catch him? Or would she let him fall to his death, attacking him if his power saved him, just to collect his abilities and add them to her own? Was it maybe better to die? Perhaps she could make better use of his remaining power. Or perhaps passing his power on to another individual would fix things, reset the gradual losses. The Eidolon clone that had been created in the Echidna attack in Brockton Bay hadn't seemed as restricted. He released his hold on the flight power, thinking of the broad target attack that had eliminated Granka's spirit, scalding everything in sight, disintegrating the spirit's branches as they reached across the sky. He could only hope he got something suitable. Eidolon fell, tumbling head over heels. Perhaps High Priest is fitting. My life, always in the hands of greater powers. December 5, 2012, 6 months ago. He stood from his seat, fists clenched. His powers were adapting. He'd been holding on to them, but the anger and circumstances were apparently enough to force a shift. A perception ability, an offensive ability that would let him move objects violently along strict paths that were dancing across his field of vision, and a future sight ability that was making the world change colors, identifying points of high future stress and danger with colored blotches. Dr. Mother was so unthreatening that she might as well have been absent. A shadow in the midst of the lines that continued spiraling out in every direction from every inorganic object in the room, each flaring with color. Contessa remained still, but she was highlighted in danger. Her breath fogged in the air as though it were winter, but it was merely the abstract representation of danger. Her lips, her eyes, her hands. The custodian, as well, loomed. There but not there, filling every space in the complex, moving not her physical body, because she had none, but her focus, as if that were a concrete object. The telekinetic smash would let him move her aside. Contessa, he couldn't beat Contessa. The precognitive power he'd gained wasn't one he'd used before, but he knew. The precognitive power, apparently useless in this circumstance, disappeared. Another began manifesting. Something abstract, offensive enough to level the entire complex if he needed to. Equally useless. She had an answer to that as well. The ability to see danger as colors still lingered, disappearing as the other power grew. Any fading in the color around her was solely because he was losing the ability, not because she was any less dangerous. Idle thoughts. He was angry, the desire to harm them in retaliation was one his agent responded to, but not one he would act on. Frustrating, that the distinction was lost on the agent. Say it again, he spoke. He let his voice tremor with the power that surged through his body. I can't, in good conscience, give you another booster shot. They're getting less and less effective in terms of how long they last and how robust the effects are. It's still having an effect, he answered. Small or otherwise. The Endbringers are attacking every 2 months. Paris was just 2 weeks ago. You can't deny I helped. Sion won that fight, Eidolon, the doctor responded. Her voice was gentle, patronizing. He clenched and unclenched his fists. You can't do this. The number of lives I save. It's substantial. You're asking me to leave them to die, doctor, he said, and the words had a bite to them. You don't want to look me in the eye and tell me that. Don't betray me by telling me you're now going against everything we've been working towards. I'm asking you to leave it to others. Each dose we give you is a formula we're not giving another person. Nothing you ever said suggested that quantity was limited, he said. I know it isn't. I used a power to put the numbers together. It isn't limited. Not to the point that we'd run out in the foreseeable future. Then I don't see the problem, he said. He leaned forward, gripping the table's edge. The formulas take some time to create. Gathering the raw materials, getting the balance right, 12 minutes on a good day, 30 on a bad, only to provide a booster shot that doesn't last 2 days? That gives you a 10% boost to your abilities and manifestation times? At best. It's meaningful, he growled the last word. It has to stop at some point, Eidolon. I have to draw a line in the sand and say that, at some point, you're going to have to adjust. That giving a formula to someone else for that 1 in a thousand chance we get something we can use is better than having you be marginally stronger. You can't. Eidolon shook his head, changed tacks. Doctor. I've always been on board. You told me about the true goals, about the experimentation, I was loyal, I understood. I know what we're up against. The rate of parahuman growth, the number of villains, the Endbringers, the end of the world. I'm not debating that, the doctor said. I'm saying it's more efficient, and we have to be efficient now. More efficient? Says who? Contessa. Fuck Contessa. He leveraged the telekinetic power, slashing his hand out to one side. The desk moved like a bullet. And stopped, no more than a hair from the wall. The custodian, invisible but to his other senses, gently set it down. Eidolon hung his head. Once upon a time, she wouldn't have been able to stop him. If it came down to it, he could attack her, drive the custodian away. He could see the lines. But that wasn't the important thing here. It was another reminder of how he was getting weaker. The doctor spoke. I should have listened to her sooner, but there are too many blind spots around this situation. The Endbringers, the end of the world, the formulas. Things she can't see. I held on, told myself I wouldn't cut you off until we had another Cymurg attack, to ensure you could minimize the damage, that you'd be able to recuperate and adjust for at least a few months before she showed up again. He shook his head slowly. The guild found the mass production tinker. All signs point to them becoming a force in their own right. We won't be helpless. No, he said. This is for the best, Eidolon. If it's a question of labor, can we divide the task? Get more hands on the job, for making the formula. It's not worth the risk. We'd be risking another Manton situation. With Contessa's ability, though. It didn't allow us to know about or prevent the Siberian from coming into existence. It's a blind spot. If we must take risks, then we need to be smart about it, ensure we limit it to the risks we need to take. Gambling on creating deviances, outside cases, or others. You asked me for my trust, I gave it. You asked me for loyalty, I gave that to you as well. You asked me for sacrifice, and I gave that. I was content to be second place in the Protectorate, because it's what you needed. What Alexandria needed. Eidolon shook his head. Let's not pretend. The doctor paused, then nodded slowly. Fair enough. When the shit hit the fan, when my clone divulged the ugly details to the public, I made sacrifices there too. I walked away, so the Protectorate could stand. Gave up everything. And I'm afraid I must ask you to give up this as well. This is all I have, he said, his voice quiet. It's my career, my life. It's my legacy. Some have children, flesh and blood to carry on their name and their memories. I went without, for your sake, for the world's sake. I didn't have children because I wanted to save lives more than anything else, and if I made peace with that, it was because I told myself this would be my legacy. He realized he was staring at the floor, raised his head to meet the doctor's eyes. She was managing to look sympathetic. It pained him. I'm not being famous was never a focus. I never begrudged Legend his status in the Protectorate, never put my status or any of that above saving lives. Understand that? Oh, I understand, the doctor said. It hasn't always been pretty, but you've never wavered. He pulled off his mask, letting his hood fall down around his shoulders. His face was briefly reflected in the reinforced mask. Homely, balding, with heavy cheeks, lines in his face from stress. A nose and ears that were too large. Maybe I'm not a good man, but I hope the people I've saved can do enough good to make up for that. Does that make sense? Yes, the doctor said. So I hope you don't mistake me. I hope others don't mistake me, when I say that it does matter, still. The legacy. That I want people to remember me at my best, not as someone withered. Do you need to sit, Eidolon? The doctor asked. David. He shook his head slowly, but he took the seat, using his telekinesis to move it left, then forward, until it was right behind him. He collapsed into the chair. The doctor took her seat at the chair that had been behind her desk. Confident, prim, proper. The one with the answers, even if he didn't like those answers. Priest and confessor. A silence lingered. With the table gone, all this empty space between us, I'm put in mind of a psychiatrist and her patient, the doctor said, echoing his thoughts. I'm not that kind of doctor, though. I'm not equipped to give you that sort of answer, David. No. No, I know that. When all of this started, we made an agreement. I made only one promise. I can't betray that promise for the sake of your legacy, for anything. Not even if it means saving you, saving any of us. I know. I can hear you out if you need to talk. As a friend, as an impromptu therapist, whatever you need. He met her eyes. There weren't tears in his eyes, but that fact was more surprising than not. He felt like he wanted to cry. When he spoke, he almost wished the words would bring the tears. His voice was tight as he said, I'd rather die in a blaze of glory than go out ingloriously. It feels like it's something I need to do. I can't put my finger on why. We need you, David. We can't lose you, gloriously or otherwise. I know. You're still among the strongest. Only those who've watched from the beginning would know you're not at full strength. There's some time before the changes become so pronounced the public notices. They've already noticed. The problem of being in the public eye. Everyone's watching as I fail. She had no response to that, and he didn't volunteer anything further. Staring down at the floor, he could see Contessa's legs in his peripheral vision. She was leaning against the wall, watching. He'd come to see her as a fixture. Harder, now. She couldn't give him the answer he wanted. For better or worse, he was another of her blind spots. The desk slowly slid back into place. The custodian was nowhere nearby, but she could move the furniture. It made faint scraping sounds as it crossed the room, before it stopped in front of the doctor. The dust on the surface was whisked away in a swirl. You understand that this is necessary? The doctor asked, the instant the dust was gone. David nodded slowly. I'm going to go check on the latest recruits. Let me know if you need to talk, or if you have any questions. He nodded again. She stood from her chair, pushed it in beneath her desk, and then stepped out of the room. His eyes followed Contessa as she stepped away from the wall and followed the doctor out. She hadn't said a word, but she usually didn't. It had taken him some time to understand why. Had the doctor chosen, Contessa could have handled the entire discussion. She would have won the argument. Had she so chosen, she could well have framed it so that he walked away happy, content with the situation. Yes, he was a blind spot for her, but she knew him well enough to construct a sufficiently David-like model in her head, to come up with the right answers for every question and statement. But he would have known. He knew what she did and how she operated, and it would have colored everything. With the blind spots surrounding him, she couldn't refine her path to victory enough that she could make him walk away happy and content with the situation, to the point that he stayed happy, stayed oblivious to what she'd done. So he would come to resent her. Dr. Mother handled the talking, instead, whenever she talked to anyone who she thought she might work with. She took no overt cues from Contessa. Every time Contessa was silent, she was holding back. A weapon, held in reserve, an answer to every dilemma, from the most trivial to the most major. She brimmed with potential power. It was uncharitable, Eidolon knew, but he resented her a little for it. For all of his loyalty, his devotion to the mission, he found it ominous, in a way he couldn't place. Staggering a little, as if he were wounded, he made his way to a standing position. Obeying, being a good soldier. Acknowledging the greater good. June 24, 2013, now. Clayistic Yuan caught him. He had the ability to fly. His other power was manifesting. His skin prickled, and that prickling soon extended to his costume. In moments, he could feel it as an extension of himself. His vision changed, shifting to an aquamarine color as the paint of his helmet took on another texture. Crystalline. The crystal continued to grow, forming more layers of crystalline cloth, ornamentation, and more. Something that would withstand a broad attack that his other defensive ability couldn't dodge. He exhaled slowly. Thank you. I am glad to be of assistance, High Priest. He stared out at the horizon. There was a golden light at the edge, and it wasn't the sun. Scion, approaching with a surprising deliberateness. Testing. Testing. It was a young woman. I'm here, Tattletale, he spoke, letting his power alter his voice. Lines went dead. We just got camera and audio. You're going to lose it again soon. He's coming back. The test is done. It went about as bad as we could have hoped against, but it's done. There's no need to fight. Eidolon thought back to that conversation he'd had with Dr. Mother, 6 months ago. Going out in a blaze of glory. I have more things to try. I'm reasonably confident I can survive. Clayistiguane is here too, but I don't know how committed she is to the fight. You're talking to the negotiator, Clayistiguane observed. Eidolon nodded. Whoops. My bad. I do not get this system at all. Got you on the line, magnificent fairy queen. Clayistiguane nodded once, confirming. We're not going to second guess you two. If you think you can try some stuff that might maybe possibly theoretically work, I'm thrilled. We're reeling. Lots of dead, morales rock bottom. Just going by what I'm getting from my power, more than half the people who were on board before this are running scared. You want to buy us time? I'm not complaining. The light was fast approaching. I'm guessing we're going to go dead. If you guys want to kick some ass, put on a show, it'd do a hell of a lot for people's confidence, keep more soldiers on the battlefield. We've got a lot of ground troops who wouldn't have been so good in this last test run, Lung and a few others. If you do well here, might mean we can keep them from changing their minds, yet. Eidolon could feel his power shift in response. Same power, but different application. Perhaps something more dramatic, if the opportunity allows. Make it dramatic enough that they can see from a distance, or stay alive so we can get the logs off the cameras you're wearing. I'll try to oblige, Eidolon said, his voice dry. His eyes were fixed on the growing golden light. His power was already obliging, had been before he asked the question. The line went dead. A moment later, Scion attacked. A flash of light. The light penetrated the bubble, and Eidolon was gone, a quarter mile away. Reactive teleporting. He felt the bubble form around him. Eidolon focused on Clayistiguane. She responded by creating a spirit that formed a construct of metal, like a dragon the size of a small island flowing from a point the size of a grapefruit. The metal construct grew faster than the laser tore through it. It slammed into Scion. He physically tore through it, and Clayistiguane maintained the assault until the last second, before teleporting to join Eidolon once more. Still cloaked in the shifting garments, Clayistiguane was breathing just a little harder. Just you and me left, he commented. No, High Priest, she said. She composed herself. There are others. Others. The wounded, who could not walk through the portal of their own will. Some down there. A meager few. I see. Clayistiguane formed her garments into a shell around her. Eidolon followed suit, drawing his arms in front of his face. And there are the dead as well, the fairy queen's voice echoed from within her cocoon. We mustn't forget the dead, High Priest. Eidolon thought of Alexandria. Scion struck. An indistinct attack, striking everything he could see at once. Eidolon reeled, flying through the air, momentarily bereft of his flight. The remains of the structure toppled before he even reached the apex of his trajectory. Clayistiguane caught him once again. The explosion had afforded Scion a chance to close the distance. It would be harder to dodge, harder to time defenses. Eidolon, for just a moment, imagined he could sense Scion's distaste. The fairy queen was between the two of them, but Scion ignored her in favor of him. Eidolon used his matter creation power. As with the fairy queen's monster of steel, this was derived from a single point, an expanding creation of matter. In this case, however, it was an explosion. Carbon unfolded from a single point. Eidolon chose Scion's right ear canal as the center point. The carbon expanded as a sphere, and there was a glimmer of Scion's reaction as the orb expanded until it was 100 feet across. A distortion, golden flesh stretching. Blood. The sphere dropped towards the ocean like a comically large cannonball, and Scion advanced. Intact, unhurt. Does he heal, or was my mind playing tricks on me? Scion lashed out, 50-foot blades of golden light extending from his wrists, and the bubble was once again penetrated. Eidolon teleported a distance away. His pulse was pounding, his attention focused. This is my focus, this is what I'm here for, he thought. A repetition of the last attack. A charge, another laser prepped. He moved to create the same sphere of carbon. A crevice was best. Scion's mouth was closed, but his nose. Eidolon didn't choreograph his attack, didn't move his hand, didn't act, but he placed the next sphere of carbon in Scion's left nostril. Scion shifted direction at the last second. He's adapting, learning. Smug, superior. The feelings mingled with the faint sense of disgust that Scion seemed to radiate. Confident. Amused. Another attempt, another miss. Scion's reaction was faster. The bubble was breached by a narrow golden beam, and Eidolon reactively teleported again. Scion followed up with a blast of golden light, again, radiating in every direction. The bubble hadn't reformed, and it wasn't strong enough. Eidolon's crystal exterior cracked and wore away. The attack wasn't letting up, the crystal wearing down. He could drop a power, but which? To lose the crystal exterior would end his life before another power was on board. The teleportation? He'd be a sitting duck. Losing the offense, when it was something that almost worked, no. He held tight to each of them, grit his teeth as the light dug into flesh. He felt his flight leave him. An effect of the golden light? No. Something else had caught him. Sion let up, leaving Eidolon to desperately cast aside the crystal exterior and pray for regeneration. His flesh began to heal, forming bone ridges where flesh met flesh. It would take him some time before the bone fell off, but it was the fastest regeneration he had available. A trio of objects moved towards the alien from the fallen rig. Spheres. They detonated, each one exploding a fraction of a second after the one before. Glaistig. She had 4 spirits with her, and 3 were working in concert. 1 to form raw materials, 2 to fashion them into objects, a telekinetic to manage it all by holding Eidolon immobile in the sky while launching the bombs in Sion's direction. One bomb was creating spaces of alternately accelerated and decelerated time. Another was distorting space to the point it was painful to look at. Eidolon banished his powers, keeping only the offensive one. Could he afford to draw Sion's attention? No. But he did anyways. He focused on the other ear canal. Sion shifted to one side, whirling around to face Eidolon. I'm not strong enough. June 21, 2011, 2 years ago. They gathered where they had met innumerable times in the past, but they were quiet. There was no confidence, no assurance. Legend stayed by the door, not taking a seat at the table. Bound to happen eventually, the number man spoke. The odds. Don't, Alexandria said. The number man shut his mouth, turning his attention to his laptop. Eidolon pulled off his mask, brushed at it to clean it of the slime from when he'd been swallowed and then vomited back up. He stared down at the opaque pane. We'll need to think, Dr. Mother said. What does this impact? The next Endbringer attack, at the very least. We can't afford to lose a fight at this juncture. The Protectorate, Alexandria said. We'll lose members. Critical members, no less. We'll retain others, but the tone of things will change. I'll need to step down, but I can effect some change before I do. It changes a great deal, Legend said. Forgive me for asking, but are you sorry? Not in the slightest, the doctor said. What we've done, it's always been with a singular goal in mind. We knew it would be ugly, but... You created the Siberian, Legend said. The Siberian killed Hero. Every action has effects. Stupid, mindless arrogance, and look at what it cost you. Hero's death spelled the end of our best years, countless members of the wards and Protectorate were disillusioned. One could argue, the number man said, that his death spurred others forward. He was a martyr. I'm sure he'd be comforted by that argument, Legend said. His voice was hard. Days of pent-up anger were now being given a voice. You told us this would be a net gain for the good in the world, more heroes. It has, the number man said. Less than we hoped, but a net gain nonetheless. Grey boy? Siberian? Human experimentation? Yes to all of the above, Dr. Mother said. I won't lie to you at this juncture. I'd ask to see this testing facility, but I'm not sure my conscience could withstand it, Legend said. My God. What have I done? You unknowingly participated in our greater scheme, the doctor spoke. If it's any consolation, your conscience was strong enough that there wasn't a good way to bring you fully on board. Whether we're branded as the heroes or the villains of history will depend on the outcome of this war. I'm not sure I can believe that, Legend said. He ran his hands through his wavy brown hair. Beads of sweat stuck to the strands. I have to go home. Look my husband and child in the eyes. Are they? Will they know? Contessa spoke, stepping forward. Alexandria handled the situation masterfully. We can curtail this information with some swift action and discouragement. A few weeks of activity and people will stop trying so eagerly to spread the word. Legend stared at her, uncomprehending. When he spoke, his voice was level, out of alignment with his expression, his narrowing eyes. 2 questions. Please, she responded. First of all, who the fuck are you, to decide? You'd go after heroes who'd want to spread the word, why? To try and silence them. I would succeed. He shook his head. And my second question, who the fuck are you? All this time, you've been lurking around the doctor. You're more than just a bodyguard. I'm the person who would succeed, she said. She glanced at the doctor. At whatever she needs me to do. Legend shook his head again. You're all so cavalier about this, so mechanical. It means nothing to you. It means a great deal, Alexandria said. We lost a great deal of power, leverage, trust. The heroic organizations are going to be sundered by this knowledge. Try as we might, we can't erase their memories. No, Dr. Mother said. Unless you wanted to use the slug. Alexandria mused. Dr. Mother shook her head. The slug, Legend spoke. I was wondering how the Case 53s came to lose their memories. Not something of Manton's, because he wasn't involved in making them. It's yours. It and others, the doctor said. Aren't you ashamed? Legend asked, his voice rising. I'm ashamed, Eidolon murmured. Heads turned. I failed. On many levels. We lost this fight. We've lost before, Alexandria spoke. Eidolon looked up at her. Can you look at me and tell me we wouldn't have won this, years ago? When I was new to the game. She met his eyes. He let go of all of the powers he held, waited for others to take root. I'll know if you lie to me. You can control your body language, but I'll know. She lowered her gaze. Yes. I'm getting weaker. We're slowly approaching the moments where we need to be strongest, the most critical battles, where any one endbringer attack could mean a chain reaction of loses, the world being too weak at the end, and I'm getting weaker. And you worry you'll be too weak to contribute in the final days, Alexandria said. Yes. Final days? Legend asked. We know who ends the world, Alexandria said. She met her old leader's eyes. We know what ends the world. Scion. Legend's eyes widened. And you haven't told anyone. It would be disastrous, Dr. Mother said. Disastrous and premature. Especially now, with morale already critically low. We'd hoped to wait, to time things. Everything we've done this far has led to this eventuality, but we need all of the organizations across the world on board, we need assets, ones we've developed thus far and ones we're going to work on shortly, and, we need Eidolon. Legend glanced at him. For his strength. He's an anomaly. We can only guess, but he's an outside case. A deviant case that isn't deviant in anything but execution. He breaks rules, and that's something we can use against the enemy who decided the rules this game would be played by. But I'm weaker, Eidolon said. Too weak. My powers are slower to arrive. I use one power too much, and I lose it. I can't tap it again. I can't choose what powers I get, so my agent reaches for those which serve double uses, and when they get spent, I'm left less versatile. Even then, the powers aren't quite what they were. Fire doesn't burn as hot, lasers aren't as focused, ranges aren't as great. If I couldn't beat Echidna, then we have to find others. More experimentation, Dr. Mother said. We'll have to hope for another Eidolon. Eidolon set his lips in a grim line. More experimentation, Legend said, stunned. Contessa will explain, the doctor said. If you're willing to hear her out. Legend hesitated. Fine, he said. Being replaced, Eidolon thought, a tool to be used by others. I agreed to it, but... Scion cast out another shaft of golden light, and Eidolon was flung across the sky by Glaistiguane, his powers still taking hold. Not strong enough. He created more matter. Scion avoided it for the third time. Despite Eidolon's desires, the matter generation power began to recede. His agent had apparently decided it wasn't sufficient. It hurt Scion once, hadn't it? Or had he wanted it to so badly he'd seen it? He began to glow, a brilliant azure. Eidolon took on the form of a living field of distorted space. Air ignited on contact with him. Scion lashed out, and he danced around the edges of the blast, closing the distance to swamp Scion. There were abrasions where Legend's finest lasers had cut. He drove his new body into them, expanded. It was working. Up until Scion radiated golden light. 9/10 of Eidolon's body was destroyed. The remainder was cast out across the sky. Too far apart to pull himself together. The Fairy Queen did it instead, using the long-range telekinesis, bundling him together. His senses became a haze as he traveled, indistinct and incorporeal. He found other powers, and he painstakingly rematerialized. He was beside Glaistiguane, and the world around them was grey, shrouded in thick mist. Scion's beam pummeled some unseen barrier. A reprieve, Glaistiguane spoke. I thought you'd need one. You're more powerful than I am, he said. The words broke him a little. She shook her head. No, he asked. Or is this a fairy riddle? It's not really your power. It's mine. Ours. But you're stronger than I am. I can see it. The issue, High Priest, is that you need to open your eyes. My issue is that the well has run dry. I can't tap it for power anymore. My best abilities are gone, and I'm spending the remainder with every minute I fight. Refill the well, then, she said. It's not so simple, but I'll take any suggestions. I've given it to you several times. I'll tell you again, open your eyes, High Priest. You weren't given your role on purpose. You took it, understand? Now you need to wrap your head around your duties. What are my duties? Those of the High Priest. He almost swore out loud. Less riddles, more answers, please. Unless you're interested in dying here. Death is inevitable. Life is too. Even if Scion succeeds, there will be some who remain, because they hid well enough, because they aren't interesting or different enough to kill. Life, death, a binary. This isn't constructive. It can be, but I won't repeat myself a third time. Binaries. Everything represented on the other side of the mirror. Not perfect reflections, but reflections nonetheless. What's my reflection, then? You should know, she said. You. No. But I could be, in a small way. Like I said, the reflections are distorted. Your power is death, my power is life. Not so overt, but you're thinking along the right lines. I am alive as the Fairy Queen, I collect the dead, I tap them for my strength, to better shepherd them. You are the High Priest of the stillborn fairy, but you could tap the living for strength. How? Glaistiguane pursed her lips. I told you twice and alluded to it a third time. I do like threes as numbers go. There's a significance in threes. Triads, triumvirates. He thought back. Open my eyes. Yes. I was starting to worry you'd injured your head in the fighting. I would hurry. The next demonstration will occur soon. Open my eyes. His powers were defensive and offensive ones. Possibilities, still growing to full strength. Sion was knocking down the barrier. To relinquish those defenses in the face of Sion's imminent attack. He did it, cast them all aside. A leap of faith was nothing if he didn't take it with nothing held back. He felt power stirring, manifesting. 3 powers lost, he could only hope that one of the 3 new powers would be sufficient. He prayed. God, let me see. The agent never listens, but please, for all that is right and just in the world, let it give me the ability to see. He felt the powers begin to take hold. Something affecting his body. He cast it aside. The barrier around them flickered. For an instant, the water and the sky around them were blue. Another power, something offensive, in his fingertips. He banished it. Flight, the ability to run. No. 6 powers lost and gained. He'd dug deep while fighting Endbringers, while fighting Echidna, the blasphemies and other great threats, but it had been for something offensive. Something safe in its own way. To dig so deep for something mental, it was scary. Something he'd explored, but not like this. He took a deep breath, murmured an indistinct prayer, and tried to empty his mind of all of the other needs and wishes and fears. With the 7th power, he felt a sensory change. He could see the passengers light up, taking form. Glimmers of images, shadows, scenes both earthly and alien. Clayistiguane was a mosaic, a stained glass window of 3 interlocking scenes, flowing into and through one another. 3 spirits. He could see how she reached out to them, how they flowed into and through her. This was her. What was he? What was his dream? Now, she said, as if from very far away. Nearby, a cape who had been wounded in the rig's collapse died. He could see the images start to fade, to degrade, consumed from the edges like darkness might creep in around one's peripheral vision as they lost consciousness. He saw Clayistiguane claim them, banishing her creations and leaving only the framework around the images. The framework took in the other cape, and it bloomed with a new life. He felt his own power stir. It emulated, copied. Grasping tendrils, reaching for Clayistiguane. He saw her expression change, repressed anger. No. The living. There weren't many. 4 that had been left behind, for whatever reason. He used hydrokinesis to bring them closer. The tendrils connected to the images surrounding them, abstract ideas, as though the agents had no identity or concept of their own beyond the memories they stored. He felt his power grow, hurried to allow new powers to fall into place so he could fill them with reserves, tap them for energy. Tendrils connecting agents here and elsewhere. They'd lose their abilities, be rendered weaker. They were dying anyways. New powers fell quickly into place. They reached a greater capacity in less time. Still standing at the edge of the ruined platform, Eidolons took in a deep breath for what felt like the first time in a decade. A weight had fallen from his shoulders. 2 powers, a third for this extra perception, the ability to tap others for energy. He tapped into an erasure power he hadn't had since he had fought Behemoth the first time. Destroying matter. No defense to penetrate, nothing to attack or avoid. Merely a vast area cut away. Sion moved, but the affected area was as broad as a tennis court. The Golden Man lost a hand. Thunder crashed as air rushed in to fill a space where even the oxygen molecules had been cut away. Something to keep him still. Another power was needed. The power was a familiar one. One he'd used to curtail Leviathan's movements in the Kyushu fight. He reached into another earth and pulled the cliff faces into this world. Sion blasted the cliff faces, but his golden light only affected the cliff on this earth. The moment he stopped, more emerged. He stopped to strike again, this time obliterating the cliff faces on this earth and the one in the other reality. Eidolon struck out with the erasure power while Sion was still. Thunder clapped. Sion was gone. No. Not gone. He had slipped into another earth, avoiding the affected area as easily as someone might avoid a thrown stone by stepping to the right. Clayistiguane approached Eidolon. She granted him the ability to fly. He banished 1 power, felt another come back to him. He fed off 2 more of the injured capes. He used the new power to shove himself and Clayistiguane into the next reality. He fixed his eyes on Sion, then lashed out, shoving part of the Golden Man into one reality. Sion reeled, then retaliated. Clayistiguane created an obstruction, the tornado mass of swirling blades and iron that emerged fast enough to absorb the beam's impact. Eidolon slashed with another reality push, and Sion disappeared. Running. Nearly as strong as I was in the beginning. He nearly felt like himself. May 1986, 27 years ago. A strange place for this discussion. The woman looked supremely at ease as she took a seat opposite David. The teenage girl who accompanied her was just as confident. Here and there in the little cafe, people gave them dirty looks. The woman was black, dressed all in white, the girl wore a private school uniform and held a notebook and fountain pen. They were tidy, prim. David felt underdressed, small. I admit to being a little confused, David said. Understandable. You can call me doctor. No last name. No need. He frowned. What do you think? She asked. I'm kind of bothered by the lack of a last name, he said, if you'll pardon my saying so. Pardon granted, the doctor said, smiling slightly. Very polite. David frowned a little at that. Somehow, I get the feeling you know everything about me, and I don't know anything about you. At this stage, very likely. But I'd still like to talk as if I didn't know all of the details. You applied to the army, and you were turned down. David chewed his lip, looking across the cafe. It wasn't a big town. How many of his father's friends or acquaintances were here, possibly listening in? You aren't surprised, but, you were still clearly disappointed, crushed. Don't, he said. He stared down at the table, his lips pressed into a firm line. They aren't listening, not really. They're busier looking at a black woman in a town where black women are rare, the doctor said. Sorry, David said, suddenly feeling embarrassed. Your town isn't under your control. What is under your control is what happened last week. David clenched his jaw. Lines stood out on his throat as he looked out the window. You tried to take your life. The army, it was something you wanted. I know I'm not in any condition to fight, to do drills or any of that. But there's other stuff I can do. Desk jobs. She nodded. I can offer you better than a desk job. Part of me thinks you stole a look at my records, he said. And now you're here to make fun of me. I don't intend to make jokes at your expense, David. What does the other part of you think, if not that I'm an unscrupulous medical doctor with a bad sense of humor? That if you told me your name, it'd be something sinister. Fire and brimstone. This sounds an awful lot like a deal with the devil. I suppose it does. I'm only mortal, I confess. David frowned. I can't make promises, David. Infernal, divine, or otherwise. I can't tell you that you'd be joining the army. Just the opposite. It would raise a number of questions. He glanced out the window again. He felt so ashamed of himself he couldn't meet her eyes. The army wasn't the thing. No. I wanted to go do something of my own will. Take charge, take action. Stop living a life where everything is decided for me. By joining the army, the doctor raised an eyebrow. He laughed a little. I know. Stupid. You wanted independence. I can't promise it. In fact, if this deal with the devil goes through, it might be something I demand from you. Your assistance, your aid. I need a soldier. He took his time thinking about it. I've thought it over, I get that there would be obligations. Yes. Please. I'll do it. I did outline the risks. The chances are slim at best. Yes. Well, I obviously don't put much stake in my own life, do I? Apparently not. Good, come, she said. We'll do this now. He nodded. His hands were stiff to move as he brought them to his sides and unlocked the wheelchair's wheels. The scars on his wrists were only part of it. The nerve damage from the seizures he'd had several times a day since birth were the rest. He avoided the eyes of the people around him as the doctor took hold of the wheelchair's handles, guiding him to his destination. June 24, 2013, now. He was catching up. Sion continued to run. A world without air. He held his breath. A world of magma and smoke. Clay Istiguane provided the protective shield. More and more remote Earths, less habitable, less familiar. Earthbet was a long, long way behind them. A glimpse here, of Sion with his back turned. A glimpse of Sion, hand raised to attack. Eidolon counterattacked with a distortion in space, while Clay Istiguane provided a defense, moving them a distance away. Almost, he said. Almost, she said. He remembered Weaver's warning. He couldn't trust this girl. But he had to. Every step of the way, his life had been decided for him. He'd been the disabled kid, carted everywhere by his mother and father, barely able to wipe his own ass. Careers denied him. Superheroics chosen for him. Then predestined events, the dissolution of his career in the triumvirate, the looming end of the world. This was the closest he'd ever felt to being free, but still, there were obligations. He had a mission, he knew what to do. Another attack. Clay Istiguane coordinated with him on this one. Another attack, rending Sion. An attack that would have killed an ordinary man. He could sense a degree of distress. Of concern. Not as dramatic as the disgust he'd felt from Sion before, but noticeable. If Clay Istiguane was going to betray him, it would be now. Are you going to stab me in the back, Fairy Queen? Every time Clay Istiguane spoke, stopping as they stepped into a lush earth, he uses his power, it costs him time. Time. He experiments, he plays, but he doesn't yet abandon hope. I don't abandon hope. The cycle could yet complete, by luck alone. He needs to find his reflection in the mirror. He lost his, like Peter lost his shadow, but another could appear. This doesn't answer my question. You are so blind, High Priest. Deaf. He will not let himself run out of time. If he runs out, then he will stop playing, stop experimenting, and simply wait, bide his time in the hopes that another will come to act as his reflection. That's your goal. It is. I believe you. He redoubled his efforts, no longer worried about defending against a possible attack from just to his right. They passed from world to world as quickly as he could make portals between them. They drew closer, closer still. And came face to face with Sion, mere inches in front of them. He'd stopped, turned around. Clay Istiguane distanced herself from Eidolon, until she was to Sion's left. Her body was tense, ready for an attack. Eidolon raised his hand, ready to attack. Had Sion decided on a tactic that would cost him less time than he was losing by taking Eidolon's repeated attacks? He had. Sion spoke for the second time. 4 words, barely audible. It took time to sink in. Eidolon let his hand drop to his side. He turned the sounds around in his head, trying to convince himself of a different configuration, convince himself he had heard wrong. But he hadn't. It dawned on Eidolon. He has Contessa's power. How many years did it cost Sion to use it? Not enough, he was convinced. Sion had defeated him. Sion raised a hand, and Eidolon didn't move. Clayistig was fleeing. Sion fired the lethal blast. Interlude 27b. You needed worthy opponents. Arc 28 Cockroaches 28.1. Man, oh man, did you ever fuck the dog, here? Blaming me? I'd failed. I'd taken on the world-ending threat and come up short. Why had I even expected to be able to do anything? Arrogant. But someone else responded to the accusation. We did no such thing, Tattletale. Working with the knowledge we had, we put our best foot forward, as did the others. The fault does not lie with us. It was the doctor, uncharacteristically irritated. Well, Tattletale was good at getting a rise out of people. Do I need to repeat myself, Doctor? You wanted to take charge, you proposed this scenario. Great. Except you didn't put your best foot forward. It fell apart as a result, and now we're in a worse place than ever. The dog is fucked. Thoroughly. All available holes. You don't need to repeat yourself, the doctor said. Please. Your meaning is clear. Can you stop talking about fucking the dogs, now, another young woman said. Rachel, I suspected. Let's be honest, doctor. This was a critical moment, maybe the most critical, and you held back your best cards. You could have evacuated most of the people there, and you didn't. If we had tried and failed, we might have lost the ability to easily move people between worlds. Do us both a favor, Tattletale, and stop pretending you're a brilliant individual. You have access to a lot of information, but that doesn't equate intelligence. An intelligent individual would recognize that they don't have all of the facts. Oh hell. I sat up, ready to intervene, and I felt something off. Enough that I gave up on stepping between them. I opened my eyes, but nobody was in my line of sight. My hand and lower body were intact. We're sinking down to base insults? Trust me, I'm way better than you at that, Dr. Menschel. I get that you're upset over losing Eidolon, but let's not cross a line and become enemies. We can't afford to add more conflict to the pile. Losing Eidolon? Oh hell. I was merely stating the facts, namely that you don't have all of the facts. The doctor sighed audibly. I'd hoped you had something of import to share when you called me in. My body was intact, but it didn't feel right. I experimented, tapping the thumb of my new hand against the individual fingertips, then repeated the process, mimicking the movements with my other hand. You've already shown you have one group of soldiers you've been holding in reserve. I know you've got more. Weapons, soldiers, tools, tricks. You asked some of the best and brightest of humanity to go fight, as phase A in a series of plans you have in mind. You barely care. So you move on to plan B. That didn't fucking work. So are you going to throw away more lives, to maybe stop Sion, now? On to plan C. I clenched my hands, then stretched my entire body. The sensations matched, but it still felt out of sync in a way I couldn't place. The doctor responded, her tone overly patient. If we'd gone all out, an upset of some sort might have spoiled all plans at once. Then where would we stand? If we'd gone all out from the outset, we might have stopped him. Then answer this, Tattletale, are you telling me you didn't have any idea about our plan B, plan C, and all of the other contingencies, or are you telling me you knew, but you said nothing? There was a pause, Tattletale declining to respond. I glanced around the room. It was dark, and there were curtains at the far end, drawn shut. There were 4 beds, but 2 of the 4 were empty. A girl with banana yellow hair and feathers sticking out of her scalp sat on the bed that was to my left and across from me. She was sitting on the bed, over top of the covers, with only a folded blanket bunched around her feet. She wore a sky blue shirt, bright orange shorts and lime green eyeshadow. Her body language wasn't 100th as vibrant as her clothing. She glanced at me, and I looked away, not wanting to look like I was staring. I opened my mouth to speak to the yellow-haired girl, but Tattletale started speaking, and I shut my mouth to listen. I could tell she was in the next room, by the volume and direction of her voice. I had an idea, but I'd expected you to play your cards if worst came to worst. A good lawyer won't ask a question on the stand if they don't already know the answer they're going to receive. You should take that under advisement. With the information you have available, you shouldn't ever make assumptions. The only person you can blame when you're proven wrong is yourself. I feel pretty confident I can blame you on this one, Doctor. Do what you need to in order to make peace with yourself. At this juncture, it might be all you can do. Buying time and making peace with things at the end. Thank you for wasting my time. Door. Tattletale didn't respond. I could only assume Dr. Mother had left. I reached out for my swarm, and I found for the first time in months that there weren't many nearby. How long had it been since I slept and didn't have an emergency swarm nearby for self-defense and investigation? Since I didn't leave hundreds of thousands of spiders spinning threads of silk? That wasn't to say there weren't any. There were bugs throughout the building, but they hadn't moved until I woke up. Spiders in corners, bugs in the walls. A hospital, newly built judging by the freshness of the wood. I could smell it. There were tents just outside, set on grass that was just starting to die. I hadn't even registered it consciously when I visited New Brockton Bay, but the grass had been fresh, alive. It had been days. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed, sliding them out from under the sheets. I realized I was wearing only the hospital gown. My costume would be destroyed, I realized, belatedly. The lower half, anyways. No reason to expect the silk would last if the flesh and bone had been obliterated. Which raised really strange thoughts on the particulars of having my legs rebuilt. I'd spent years running as a matter of routine. A part of me had been proud of the way I'd honed my body, built up my stamina. Had they rebuilt my legs with that same strength and stamina? With the muscles reflecting the regular exercise? If they had, was it really my strength? If they hadn't, could I deal with it? Work my way back to where I had been? If humanity even survived that long. I needed to go to the bathroom, which made me think of other things. Had my private parts been reconstituted? Had Panacea paid any particular attention to the redesign or accuracy of the architecture or plumbing? Or had it been Bonesaw that fixed me up? My skin crawled at the thought, heebie-jeebies from head to toe. No bugs involved. The sensation only served to remind me of how alien the new body parts felt, reinforcing the creeped-out feeling. Someone found a powerful regeneration grantaire and healed me. Bonesaw and Panacea had nothing to do with it, I told myself. Nothing to do with it. The first bugs in the hospital were starting to make their way to me. They crawled up the sides of the bed and up onto the hospital gown I wore. I eased my feet down to the cold tile and steadied myself against the bed. My body was okay, but I felt out of it in the same way I might have if I'd slept in too long. Not that I'd had that luxury in some time. Maybe it was odd, to think about things in this sense, to be concerned about my swarm or my body or the fact that I was tired. Part of that might have been an unconscious form of procrastination. Hey, the yellow-haired girl spoke. She was quiet, but the utterance carried across the room. I'd been staring down at the foot of the bed. I looked up at her. You okay? If there's pain, or if you don't feel okay to move, I can hit the button to call someone. Her voice was attention-grabbing, the pitch and tone shifting very deliberately. Done badly, it might have sounded like she was over-enunciating. She leveraged it well enough that it didn't sound that way, nor did it detract from the sympathy she was expressing. I was a little caught off guard by it. Left wordless, I shook my head. Things are bad, but I guess you heard that much, she said. Yeah, I managed. I'd explain, but your friends would probably be kinder. I shook my head a little. You don't know my friends. They cared enough to sit by you. One or two of them even held your hand during the tougher moments. Tougher. Panacea said your nerve endings were being reformed, and it was pretty raw. So you had a lot of fits, like seizures. Oh, I said. It's been a few days, I'm guessing. I guess. I moved in here last night, and you were still out. I felt my heart sink. It was confirmation. Scion was still active, and had been for at least one day. How bad is the situation? I asked. She glanced at the door. Bad. That's not telling me anything. Really bad. Casualty numbers? Key deaths? She shook her head. I never followed any of the Cape stuff. You're a rogue, then, I said. And an ex-member of the Birdcage, if I remember right. Yeah. Canary. I was a singer, until midway through 2010. Indie, but I was breaking through to mainstream, some radio stuff. I nodded, not really caring. I wanted more details, and I didn't. Another Earth, another time, another society, she said, more to herself than to me. I moved and flexed my legs, trying to judge if the old musculature was intact. It felt more out of sync than my hands did. It wasn't that I wasn't ungrateful, but... No, not worth moaning over it, one way or the other. I had my life, I had an intact body. Do you know if this is even remotely salvageable? I asked. Humanity? Civilization? She shook her head. No. Was that a no, it wasn't salvageable, or no, she didn't know? I wasn't sure I wanted to ask. I saw Aisha poke her head in, glancing into the room. She met my eyes, then disappeared. Well, she said, they're still fighting. Kind of. So there has to be something to fight for, right? She injected a note of hope into the statement. I almost believed her, almost bought into it. But I shook my head. Kind of, but kind of not. People were talking about it, asked if I'd fight, and they encouraged me and stuff, but when I said no, they started talking among themselves, and it didn't sound so hot. No. I'm thinking it probably isn't so hot. You're right. There are reasons to fight, and saving humanity isn't necessarily the sum of it. Selfish reasons, she concluded. I nodded. Pride. Revenge. Sheer stubbornness. I like stubbornness. She nodded, but she didn't respond. Why aren't you fighting? I asked. Then I raised a hand, stopping her before she could speak. Sorry. That came out like an accusation. I meant it out of curiosity. It's okay. I might deserve the accusations. I'm not a fighter. Like, at all. Besides, what could I do? Girl with a good voice. I shook my head. Voices. I thought about it. How many capes had I run into with eerie or altered voices? I'd had the beginnings of a thought while talking to some kids back in my first days among the Chicago wards. Cricket, Rachel, Labyrinth, Knight, Lee, Mannequin, and others I couldn't be bothered to think of, had had their voices or their abilities to communicate either removed or altered irrevocably. Leviathan, Scion, the other Endbringers, they didn't speak either, but they weren't quite human. Me, Gru, Eidolon, Clay Istiguane, Dragon, Defiant, Bakuda, Uber, Canary, we'd all used powers or technology to manipulate our voices, had done it as a matter of habit. A lot of us were powerful capes, others were minor capes striving to look more important. Odds were good I fit in Uber's position, more than Eidolon's. I could guess that Canary was in the low power category as well, but I didn't know enough about her. Bakuda was hard to place, but I suspected her power was devastating, and her lack of success was due to the chassis the power had attached to. An unstable, unpredictable individual, too intent on terrorism to become as big as her power deserved. Damn, we could probably have used some of her best work. Was there something important in that jumble of stray thoughts on voices and communication problems, or was my mind wandering in vain attempts to avoid thinking about how bad things were? Communication. The word crossed my mind. Tattletale entered the room through the door to Canary's left. Rachel and Aisha followed, with Bastard and another dog trailing behind. Tattletale carried a pile of clothes, neatly folded and stacked. Tailored to your measurements. I wasn't sure if you'd be keen on getting straight into costume or not. A lot of people aren't. Thank you, I said, taking the clothes. I didn't dress. Instead, I stood by the side of the bed, holding the clothing. They waited, as if apprehensive. Aisha wasn't visibly upset, so I could assume Gru had gotten out. I sighed a little. How bad is it? We lost just about half of everyone, Tattletale said. Maybe more, but communicating's hard right now. Don't exactly have an infrastructure. Everyone being. The capes, the civilians. Everyone. Half of Bet's one-time population is gone, just about. Good news is he's traveling between possible Earths, hitting major population centers, so the individual incidents aren't doing so much damage on a relative level. Bad news is he's traveling between possible Earths. I tried to process that, then gave up. How many possible Earths are there? Not as many as there should be, Tattletale said. Technically, every action should create a world where that action came to pass. Best guess is that he compartmentalized everything. Limited how far we could roam so he could save the other Earths for something. I nodded slowly. We're in bad shape, Tattletale said. She offered me a sympathetic half-grin, as if she'd just told a joke she knew was bad. We're doomed, Aisha added. The dog is fucked. Rachel wrapped her arm around Aisha's neck, seizing her in a headlock, wordless. Aisha struggled and squeaked, while Rachel maintained the hold, not so tight as to choke, but tight enough to be uncomfortable. I looked pointedly at Canary, as if to say, I told you they'd be blunt. Tattletale followed my gaze. Refugees. We're forced to keep moving, split up and spread out because of limited resources, and to minimize the damage when any one location gets hit. Canary was a refugee from another group. She wanted a place to stay, I offered. Canary said people are still fighting, I ventured. Tattletale didn't budge an inch. A poker face. Aisha's expression, by contrast, gave it away. Pained, concerned, looking to Tattletale for validation. No. I asked. Yes, Tattletale said, but she didn't look confident. Except it's not Scion they're fighting. I'd heard of someone's heart skipping a beat, had read about it enough times, but this was something else. It was more like missing a stair and hitting the ground floor a little too hard, a thud in my chest. So many things that could mean, none of them good. Tattletale tucked her hair behind her ear, a tell, and then pointed at the door. Easier to show than to tell. Come on, Canary. I'm not sure I want to know, Canary said. You're going to find out one way or another. Canary didn't budge. Okay. Whatever, Tattletale said. She glanced at me. I'm gonna pull up all the relevant files, so this won't be 5 seconds of explanation with 30 seconds of searching between each bit. Come whenever you're dressed and ready. If you want to get her to come along, it probably wouldn't hurt. I nodded. Tattletale stepped out, and Rachel let her arm drop. I was surprised to see Aisha there, a little flushed in the face as she fled. She gave Rachel the middle finger on her way out, walking backwards through the door. I almost started to close the curtain for privacy, then realized I didn't give a damn. I began pulling on the underwear. Are you going to try to convince me to fight? Canary asked. No, I don't think so, I responded. No point, is there? Unless you want me to. She's scared, Rachel observed. Everyone's scared, I responded. Rachel hesitated, then nodded a little. Canary spoke up, what did she mean, it wouldn't hurt? I started putting on the skinny jeans Tattletale had given me, hiking them up beneath the hospital gown. My guess? Most of the people we lost were some of the best of us. Team leaders, brilliant tinkers, people who've seen 10 or more Endbringer fights. People you've heard about in the news, people you grew up reading about in magazines or newspapers. Heroes, villains, people who don't apply to either category, all gone. I watched her expression change, studied it. Eyebrows raising, the movements of her eyes as she mentally processed the fact that people like Eidolon weren't around anymore. I continued. They were the sort of people who'd go to the front line without hesitation. Not sure how many we have left, but odds are good we're down to a select few. Major players who were lucky, clever, or tough enough to walk away, capes with crappy powers or powers that don't apply, and then rogues or new capes who aren't experienced in fighting. Gently, cautiously, I added, we need everyone we can get. I can't do violence. Like, at all, Canary protested. I turned my back to pull off the hospital gown and do my bra. I noted a change in the coloration of my skin where the flesh had been regrown. It's easy, Rachel said, taking over while I was distracted. You hurt people until they stop doing whatever it is that irritated you. Taylor kicked me in the head the first time we met, and she was way scrawnier than you are now. I stopped doing what she hated me doing, setting my dogs on her. No. I mean, it's like, mentally, I couldn't do it. I get sick at the sight of blood. Besides, my power wouldn't affect Sion. Probably not, I agreed, pulling on the strapless top with the string going around the throat. I turned around. I thought about what Dr. Mother had said at the last big meeting. But the real question is, do you want to be there when the world ends, struck by the sudden realization that maybe, possibly, you could have done something to help. She stared down at her legs. Baby steps, I said. I'm not asking you to fight. Just, come. Listen to what Tattletale has to say. Guilt-free, just to go that far. And then it's harder to refuse the next part, she said. I promise I won't ask you to do anything, I said. Strictly volunteer stuff. If nothing else, think of it as a morale thing. I'm using my bugs to feel out the surroundings, and the building is damn empty. I'd feel a hell of a lot better about this if we had just one more body in the room. A morale thing. I nodded. Okay. I grabbed the heavy jacket Tattletale had included and pulled it on. If we were going anywhere Sion had been, odds were good it'd be cold, much like Earthbed had been on our last visit. We made our way out of the little room with the beds. Tattletale had set up a command center. The bulletin boards, the notes, the files, books, and more had all multiplied tenfold. She must have moved me closer to home, so I could be watched. Aisha was with her, sitting on the edge of the desk. Bitch, Tattletale said. I'll go patrol, Rachel said. Tattletale nodded. She turned one of her computer monitors our way as we approached, so we had a clear view. When she started the clip, the same video showed on each of the monitors on the desk. Video feed from a cape called Greenhorn. I know him, I said. A new member of the wards, having joined just before the Slaughterhouse 9 reappeared. Untrained, he'd deigned to wear Defiance combat calculation suit. The image played out. It took me a while to realize what I was looking at. A crowd of refugees, fleeing into a portal. The camera panned as Greenhorn turned his head. Faultline was there, along with Dinah, Gregor, Labyrinth, and Scrub. Tattletale waited, then paused the image. She tapped the screen. I glanced at the image, but I didn't see anything out of place. People in the crowd, tired, worn out. A middle-aged man with a group of male teenagers and other men aged 20 to 30. I don't see it, I said. You will, she said. She resumed the video. I watched the man she'd pointed out. Familiar, but not overwhelmingly so. Nobody I knew. The crowd flowed through the portal as a mass. Up until the man I was watching stopped, turning around. The men and boys from the group around him did too. They became obstacles, standing against the stream of bodies. Far left, Tattletale said. Recognize him. I looked. A tan young man with dark hair cut close to his head. He was perched on top of a thick wooden sign, his hand on a taller man's shoulder for balance. No, I said. You only saw him without his mask a few times, Tattletale said. He was a cape? I thought about it. How many capes had I seen without a mask on? Someone I'd seen while in Tattletale's company, or who Tattletale would know I'd only seen a few times. It clicked, but something was already happening on the image. Greenhorn was standing on the same side of the portal as the group. Then he wasn't. The image had shifted, and he was standing by other wards and protectorate members. The image whirled as Greenhorn spun around. He had been moved outside of the portal. The man Tattletale had pointed out raised a device over his head, then hit a button. The portal disappeared. I watched as Labyrinth and Scrub stepped forward to try to knock open another portal. They succeeded, but their efforts apparently didn't allow access back into the same world. It was Teacher. One of the cell block leaders of the birdcage. He had the ability to make others into thinkers and tinkers, but it left them extremely suggestible. He'd surrounded himself with these mooks, then, what, he'd shut himself into another world and barricaded the door? The cape Tattletale had pointed out would be Trickster, ex-leader of the Travelers, apparently one of Teacher's brainwashed minions. The volume had been turned almost all the way down, but it hadn't been muted. I could hear the faint cries of the crowd, see Greenhorn moving to stop them from rioting. The looks of desperation, the fear, the panic, at realizing their way out had just been denied them. The camera moved to Faultline. She was talking, giving orders. Labyrinth changed the channel on the portal, setting it to a different world. The people began moving through again, a little faster, more forcefully. He betrayed us? I asked. No idea. Maybe he wanted a safe place to work on a trump card with zero distractions. Going by his modus operandi, though, yeah, I think he betrayed us. Not a big betrayal, but that's one world where we moved a hell of a lot of supplies in. I nodded, pursing my lips. Saint's upset, to put it mildly. We ran the data. Apparently he crossed paths with Teacher at some point a few months before Teacher's incarceration. There have been almost no cases where teacher's power lasted more than a few days without a refresher, and the brainwashing wears off over a few weeks or months, so yet. It's not that. Saint wants something from teacher? A power. Probably. Anyways, teacher had a few of those devices made. 4 portals in all that particular interest groups claimed and locked down, using these switches, wanting worlds all to themselves. No major players in the bunch, no sign of any greater conspiracy. Defiant was all too happy to bring Saint into custody, and we're kind of hoping to get a response out of the man. That's problem number 1. Number 1, I thought. I felt a sick feeling settling in my gut. Number 2. The video played. Not a camera anyone wore, but a steady image that panned left and then right. A surveillance camera. The scene was of a settled area. Silent image, but the detonations were so vivid, so violent, I could imagine the noise of it, that crashing sound that would be followed with dead silence after the shockwave blew out eardrums. 10 or 12 explosions at different points across the camera's field of view. Coordinated strikes. YA with grave NGBN, Tattletale said. Refused to let Faultline or Cauldron open up any portals in the CUI territories, and then the moment things got ugly, they invaded the portals others made instead. Striking American settlements. Including ours, potentially. Part of the reason for bitches patrolling right now. Wouldn't mind you doing a double check of the area with your bugs, when you're up for it. I nodded slowly. Number 3. No video, so you'll have to take my word for it. Cauldron. You said they tried something, I said. You overheard. Yes, but that's not what this is about. It's the irregulars. They're actively fighting Cauldron, despite Cauldron's extensive resources, and they haven't been wiped out or assassinated. Arguably the strongest precog out there, arguably the strongest clairvoyant, countless other resources, and they're actually stressing Dr. Mother out. How? I asked. Hard to say. Could be that Cauldron made a mistake, let a Case 53 with a powerful stranger ability slip through the cracks, and Weld recruited him or her. Could be a disgruntled customer. Disgruntled? Aisha asked. Fun word, makes me gruntled, but I don't follow your meaning. Superpowers for cash instead of powers for trauma, how is anyone not cool with that? Maybe Canary could shed light on this. Tattletale suggested. Canary's eyes opened wide. You bought Cauldron powers? I asked. Yes. Pretty rare for a natural cape to get powers with physical changes, Tattletale said. Cauldron capes? Yeah. You definitely see stuff like feathers. I wasn't disgruntled, Canary said. I freaked, and I couldn't exactly charge back on my credit card or sue them. But I adjusted. I got what I really wanted in the end. By the time I realized I'd gotten too much of what I wanted, I was already in jail. Shit sucks, Aisha said. Scammed hard, grow yellow feathers on top of a shitty fashion sense, get what you want and then boom, it's all over. Off to jail. I dress colorfully so people don't connect me to the Cymerg so easily, Canary said. Keeps me from getting cussed out or beaten by someone who lost a friend or family member. Getting back to the question, with all of the issues you faced, you could see where someone else would be less cool about it, yet. Tattletale asked. Canary nodded. Definitely. The stuff they give you isn't always reliable. You're always gambling, whether it's on the amount of raw power, the nature of the power, all of that crap. And if someone like Weld showed up, saying he has contacts in the Protectorate and the wards, good friends, who told him they've got a way to break into another universe if they can find a spot where a portal was opened, and they just need you to tell them where Cauldron opened one. They stepped through into my dad's house once, so I could talk to a therapist before I took anything. Yet. If things had gone differently, I could have pointed them to the right place. Another possibility for how the irregulars are managing, Tattletale said, sounding satisfied. With Contessa and Cauldron's other hit squads being too busy with more important matters to retaliate. I nodded. It wasn't sound, but there was enough there for me to acknowledge it was very possible. Issue number 4. Wait, I said. Tattletale paused. This is a thing? There's a pattern here. Isn't it obvious? I mean, you can connect the dots. I could. You said it before, Canary told me. Remember? There are reasons for people to fight, reasons to keep going when all is lost. Pride, revenge, stubbornness. Fuck me, I said. I stepped back, leaning against the wall. The blunt ends of tacks poked me in the back and shoulders where I leaned against a bulletin board. Fuck. They're all fighting, and they're not fucking capable of turning this aggression towards Scion. What the fuck? Tattletale shook her head. Scion trounced some of our strongest capes and as far as we can tell, we didn't even slow him down. We only gave him the bright idea of attacking other Earths, buying our world a few days at most, but we screw over a trillion other people in the process. Might be they want to do something that isn't futile, before humanity gets wiped out. I hung my head, and my hair fell forward. I clenched my fists, and I could still feel the alien sensation in my hand. I rubbed my fingers against the palm. I'm going to keep going, just so you know what's up, Tattletale said. Issue 4. Elites, Vegas Dark, less pleasant members of the Thanda. We've got the businessmen and bastards of Vegas's underworld, guys who were already gaming the system, only now they're moving into refugee locations on the far sides of the portals and trying to elbow their way in while things are just starting up. Hoping to make themselves a fixture like we made ourselves fixtures, so everything grows up around them, dependent on them. I nodded, feeling just a touch numb. I don't need in-depth explanations. Fine. 5. Sleeper on Zayan. 6. Warlords on Bet, preying on those who decided not to leave. There's shit sprouting up all over, so maybe I could save issue 7 is everything else put together. We could get wiped out under the combined weight of 1,000 lesser issues. Not a problem, Aisha commented, her tone ironic. Easy peasy. I stared at the screens. Tattletale studied me, then added, the Cymerk showed up on Bet, but there's nothing really left for her to destroy, Tattletale said. There's refugees, people who didn't leave, holed up here and there, but she doesn't seem to care enough to go after them. She's, still, a non-threat, at least for now. It's too early for her to show up, I said. They're attracted to conflict, Tattletale replied. Answer enough. It's funny, Aisha observed, in this really sad, demented, everything sucks way. Oh hey, here to destroy everything. Oh, is everything already destroyed? Shit, fuck. Guess I'll hang out, dick around over here while humanity winds down like an unwound clock that some golden asshole is stomping into little pieces. Your metaphors tend to fall apart, Tattletale observed. Aisha shrugged. People have given up, then, I said. We mustered our strength, gathered some of our best, and he took us down. He killed one of our strongest. So now they're focused on petty things. Even if we could fix it all, we've still got the Endbringers and Scion waiting to systematically murder us all. All of the great things humanity's done, Canary said, innovation, society, great works of art, the music. I kind of hoped we go out in some noble way. I don't think humanity is noble, I said. Not in the least. It's not just or fair on an intrinsic level. It's not even good. But I kind of hoped we'd go out fighting the other guy. Dinah said Scion would take out just about everyone, leaving anywhere from a few billion to a few hundred still alive. Probably the people who've scattered far enough apart it's not worth hunting them down. Probably, Tattletale said. Looking at this stuff, hearing you describe it all, I'm starting to think that maybe we'll destroy ourselves in the end. Infighting, stupidity, revenge, all of that. Humanity will clean up whatever members of humanity Scion leaves alive, or leave us too screwed up to bounce back. Ergo, the dog is fucked, Aisha murmured, barely audible. Tattletale snorted a half-laugh, despite herself. That, in turn, made me smirk stupidly. Tattletale saw that, and she laughed a little, which started me going. Aisha joined in. Not a full belly laugh, but a giggle fit, all the more infectious because of how out of place it was. I glanced at Canary, who was looking at us like we were batshit insane, and that only started me going again. It took us a minute or two to stop altogether. Where the hell did you learn a word like ergo? Tattletale asked. I had to bite my tongue to keep myself from laughing anymore. Aisha shrugged, smiling a little. So. Want to join in on the petty shit? Anyone in particular you want revenge on? Tattletale asked. Aisha? Taylor? Canary? Feel free to speak up. No judgment here. I'll judge you a teeny bit, Aisha said. No, Canary said. Don't want any revenge. Like I said, I'm not big on violence or any of that. I'm not one to put off revenge, Aisha said. What about the bullies? Tattletale asked me. I made peace with that some time ago. No petty shit I'm that invested in. Rachel had returned, tying her dogs up outside. I followed her with the bugs that clung to her as she made her way inside and upstairs. Want to go get laid? Tattletale asked. Seems like something people tend to do in the movies, when the end is nigh. Were you just inviting Taylor or? Tattletale swiveled in her chair and kicked Aisha in the shin. No. I'm not interested in that kind of thing. My power makes it way less fun than it ought to be. Information overload during sex is quick. Sure, Aisha said. Sure. Tattletale kicked at her again. Aisha only cackled. No, I said. I've enjoyed that sort of thing, but that was more to do with who I was with than anything else. Ew. TMI. Unless you're talking about someone else. Tell me you're talking about someone else. No. Ew. Rachel entered the room. Bastard was bigger than an ordinary dog, smaller than a pony. He followed her, then collapsed on a pile of sheets in one corner of the room. He heaved out a sigh. Welcome back, I said. Rachel nodded. She surveyed the room, taking us all in. You're all in a good mood. Just having fun, Tattletale said. End of the fucking world, people are stupid beyond belief. It's at the point where you can either laugh or cry, and I promised myself I wouldn't cry a long time ago. Rachel grunted. Right. Never been one to keep a conversation going, I thought. Rachel stopped at the end of the desk opposite Aisha. I took a step to my left, and I sort of bumped my arm against her arm, smiling a little. She bumped me back. She didn't smile, but she put an arm up around my shoulders and set her hand on my head, musing with my hair, like she had earlier. We were talking about what we'd do, Tattletale said. You got any boy toys, bitch? Any way to scratch that particular itch? Rachel shook her head. Where's Gru? I asked, all of a sudden. Ew, gross. Can you not make those obvious leaps in logic? He's gone, Tattletale said. He was here while Panacea put you back together. When, she was working on you, he borrowed her power and took over for a bit. I don't know if you are going to see that as weird or gross or a weirdly sweet goodbye gift or deeply invasive or whatever, but yet. Maybe he just needed to help. Needed to know that he could save you or help you or fix you after you'd fulfilled one of his old fears and gone and got yourself murdered in a fit of recklessness. And then he left. Retired, quit. Maybe losing the fight, verifying he couldn't do anything constructive, it took something out of him. Seeing you like that, it took something else. And then he ran into Bonesaw. She didn't work on me. No. We didn't let her. She's paired up with Panacea for now, because Panacea is really the only way we can double-check her work. Anyways, yet. Gru confirmed you were on your way, he was leaving, she was walking in. They crossed paths. I think it was the straw that broke the camel's back. He left without a word. Cousin came by, asking if we had a spot they could head off to. I sent them to a cabin we put a bit out of the way. Generator, toilets, books, movies, insulation. Pretty sure it's just the two of them, taking care of each other until the world ends. I drew in a deep breath, then exhaled. I couldn't bring myself to feel envious, jealous, or upset. Okay, I said. Good. Tattletale nodded. I thought about the others. Parian, Foil? Are they keeping each other company too? Of course, Aisha said. Says our resident voyeur, a touch too knowingly, Tattletale said. That was the one time. Which wasn't even fun voyeurism, because it was my brother. And I didn't say it knowingly at all. The lady doth protests too much, Tattletale said. I'm protesting exactly enough and fuck you. Like you're not privy to the sordid details of other people's lives. Privy? Sordid? So soon after Ergo? Have you been reading, Aisha Laborn? Rachel nudged me. They were helping with the patrols, watching for the gem-faced motherfuckers who were probably going to cause trouble. Oh, she was answering my question about Parian and Foil. Gem-faced motherfuckers? The YA with grave NGBN. Them. So the other two are around. They're here for work but they don't really hang out. They're better at dealing with people than I am, so they do that. Investigate shit. I'm the one that drags the assholes back here. Sheriff of New Brockton Bay, I said, speaking just a little louder to be heard over the others. Fucking words because of you. Talking funny, trying to sound smart. You said something like that, Rachel told me. Before you left. I nodded. Sorry about that, I said. Leaving. Okay. No forgiveness, but then again, I probably didn't deserve it so easily. I'll be back, I said. Have to go. Rachel nodded. I made my way to the bathroom to relieve myself, then took a minute to wash my hair and try to comb my hair into a semblance of order. Try being the operative word. 2 days, at least, I'd been out, probably 3, if I judged by the state of my hair. Rachel rubbing my head hadn't helped. I took a deep breath, then exhaled. I made my way back to the others. Tattletale and Imp had stopped bickering. We settled into an easy silence. It was a sort of quiet state I'd found with Rachel, but it was rare to have with any of the others. Rarer still with Imp. As memories went, for bringing everything to a close, it was all right. It was the outsider who broke the silence. This is us. Canary asked. We're whiling away the time until the world ends? Giving up like everyone else. What? Tattletale asked. She gave Canary a funny look. No. Fuck no. No, Aisha said. Wait, did anyone think that? Because I was thinking this was more us trying to decide what the hell we need to do before we throw ourselves into one final, suicidally reckless attack. Basically, I said. Minus the suicidally reckless part. There's other stuff we can try first. But yet. I think we're mostly on the same page here. Go out fighting, Rachel said. Go out fighting, Tattletale confirmed. Nothing held back, I added. Right. I'll need my stuff. Put the pack and what's left of your costume aside. I can go get it anytime. I nodded. We'll need help, Tattletale said. Parian and Foil? Can we get them on board? Probably, if we can come up with a convincing argument. I nodded, thinking. What about Shadow Stalker? Any idea where she is? She's around. You think you can convince her? We'll see, I said. We need a plan, first and foremost, Tattletale said. If we've got one, we'll be able to get others on board. There are possibilities, I said. Need to knock some heads, get people on board, get morale up. Fix some of the crises that come up, deal with the people who are fucking the system and making everyone else think there's no hope. Tattletale glanced at me as if I'd said something that provoked a thought, and then she smiled. I couldn't help but feel it wasn't a real smile. Her poker face. You coming, Despairy Canary? Tattletale asked. I could see the hesitation cross Canary's face. Yet. I'll come. Might not be, knocking heads, but maybe there's something we can resolve with my power. Nonviolent resolution. With a song and dance number, Aisha said. She leaned forward and took hold of Canary's hands. Like a kid's movie. Sing a song and fix problems. Canary said. She looked between Tattletale and me. How am I supposed to respond to that? Just ignore me, Aisha advised, adopting the demeanor of the veteran bestowing wisdom onto the novice. Everyone else does. I guess I'll try. We gathered ourselves together, and we began making our way downstairs in two groups, with Aisha still holding Canary's hand, leading the way. Tattletale, Rachel, and I followed. My body still felt weird, but the alien sensations weren't as pronounced. I was getting used to it. Thanks for looking after me, I commented. Not a problem, Tattletale said. Before, you were bluffing. Can I ask? It changes how I deal with this. How much I give it, the risks I take. Can you tell me honestly that this isn't hopeless? Honestly? Tattletale asked. She trailed off. Answer enough. I glanced at Rachel. Tattletale practically seemed to read my mind. She doesn't give a damn. I don't give a damn, Rachel echoed. I nodded. You've been wrong before, Tattletale. About important stuff. I have. See, this is the part where I can either lie to you or tell you the truth. Truth. If it doesn't spoil the mood too much. I don't want to hear, like, Dinah said 100% chance we're wiped out. Nothing like that. But there's evidence. Enough for me to connect dots. You're talking about the kid that speaks funny, Rachel said. The fairy what's it? You were watching her video. Tattletale sighed. What? There's moments I adore you, my adorable canine crusader, and there's moments I hate you. All too often, they're the same moments. Whatever. And that there is another case in point, Tattletale said. She smiled, looking at me. So yet. Weaver or Skitter would have pressed for the truth. During the Echidna incident, I'd gone to great lengths to strive for honesty and full disclosure. Had it worked out? Maybe. Maybe not. It had meant a lot right then, but it had sort of screwed me after I'd surrendered to the PRT. But Taylor? Taylor had lived a lie, had spent some time wallowing in ignorance. Ignorance of what Tattletale really knew, ignorance of what Coil was doing. Ignorance of what real monsters were capable of. And then I'd donned the mantle of Skitter, I'd become the warlord. Later, I'd gone on to become Weaver, where I felt less like myself than ever. The Taylor days had been some of the best days, in a way. Not my greatest moments, but some of my most cherished ones, yes. Do I need to know, Tattletale? I asked. For this? Does it provide any crucial information, for dealing with any of the stuff we've got to deal with? Yes, she said. But probably not right away. Okay, I said. Then I can wait. Let me enjoy some blissful ignorance for just a little while longer, while we make our way out there, try to save the world from itself, if not from Scion. Deal, she answered. Cockroaches 28.2. After seeing Tattletale set up with the multiple monitors and computers running in sync, the bulletin boards with pictures and cue cards tacked all over them, it was odd to see one of the world's best tinkers sitting down with only a small laptop propped on his knee. Narwhal stood just a short distance away, leaning against a wall, a book in her hands. Her costume was skin-tight, but it took the form of innumerable scales of violet-blue tinted crystal, each no larger than a fingernail. Her horn had been redesigned, arcing in a crescent curve. With the dragon-themed armor that covered him from head to toe, it wasn't possible to see Defiant's eye, but I could use my swarm to catch the increased output of air through the vents near his mouth. Both Narwhal and Defiant were facing the cell at the far end of the room. A man sat within. Muscular, late 20s or early 30s, with his head shaved, a faint tattoo of a cross on his face. He sat on the edge of a cot, and was tall enough he could slouch back and lean against the wall. Narwhal noticed our approach and closed her book, creating a thin shard of force field to act as a bookmark, then two more to hold the cover and back of the book. She pushed it aside, and it floated a distance to her right, stopping in midair, in her reach but not in the way. Thank you for coming, Defiant said. He stood, but his attention was on the laptop. Too much information to keep track of with Dragon's share of the work on top of his own, probably. No prob, Tattletale said. I can point you in the right direction, but I was hoping you'd have words with Saint first, he said. His helmet was turned in Tattletale's direction. Awesome, she said. She looked at Saint, who looked away, his eyebrows drawing together in concern as he stared at the wall. Protocol, Narwhal said. Let me apologize in advance. I'll need to verify there's no trouble before I allow you to speak to Saint. We have to maintain some form of order. I love order, Imp said. Rules, regulations, they make the world go round, eh? Defiant turned to stare at her. Tattletale glanced at me. Do you want to split up? I can handle this while you guys are doing something else. Not the YA with Grave and GBN. They shouldn't attack again tonight, not so soon, not if their goal is demoralizing and destabilizing the West. They'll wait. Maybe the elite. No, I said. Splitting up made sense, but I was done with being apart from the others, agonizing over how they were doing. It was distracting, and distractions were something I wasn't willing to deal with. No. Just no. No breaking up the group. I want to gather our forces. We succeed as a group, we fail as a group. Everyone sticks together, and we add to our forces whenever we can. She nodded. I can roll with that. Right then, I know most of you, Narwhal said. Weaver, of course, we've met enough times. I liked your last book recommendation. I'm glad, I said. Tattletale, Narwhal greeted her, a little less warmly, Hellhound. Bitch. My enemies call me Hellhound, Rachel said. Ah, I'm very sorry, Narwhal said. She looked genuinely upset at the mistake. The others, I'm not familiar with. Imp and Canary, I said. Narwhal glanced at Aisha. Of our group, only Tattletale was wearing her full costume. Aisha, Rachel, Canary, and I weren't wearing ours. No masks. Imp shrugged. World's ending. It's a way to get in the right headspace, eh? We were talking to Taylor there a bit ago, and what we're thinking is it's stupid to spend our time keeping little secrets when there's bigger fish to fry. Like it's stupid to dwell on revenge or any of that. So it's symbolic, isn't it? A statement? Narwhal looked at the yellow-haired girl. You went without the mask for the same reason. Canary shook her head. No. Canary is a rogue, Defiance said. And a one-time inmate of the birdcage. She never wore a costume. Narwhal glanced at Defiant. Do you know them, then? He nodded. Well enough. There's no risk in letting them near Saint. Imp is a stranger 5, Canary is a master 8, but I would be very, very surprised if she had taken control of anyone here for the purposes of misleading us or breaking Saint out. Surprised in what sense? The nature of her power? Because of Weaver and the Undersiders? Or because Canary isn't that type? I somehow doubt the Undersiders would allow it, and yes, Canary isn't the type. Why couldn't people have given me that benefit of a doubt during my trial? Canary asked. Dragon did. She went through every legitimate channel possible in an attempt to help you, Defiant answered. The moment the topic of birdcage inmates first came up, she had you on a list of release candidates. I used that list when we were negotiating the deal. I glanced at Canary. She was staring at Defiant, her expression concerned. So she's the reason I'm free. Defiant nodded. I owe her, then, Canary said, as if she'd made a decision. Yes. Probably. Saint hadn't taken his eyes off us. Narwhal shifted position. She had enough presence, between her height, her stunning appearance and her power, that this gesture alone was enough to grab our attention. If you and Dragon are willing to vouch for Canary, I'm okay with that. Given the name and her unusual voice, I assume her master power is leveraged through her voice. Yes, Defiance said. I'd ask we at least acknowledge the possibility she was influenced or compromised in the birdcage. Would you be alright with staying silent for the time being, Canary? Canary frowned, then nodded. Imp, please keep your distance from the cell. Sure thing, Tattletale reached over to slap Imp over the back of the head, and Imp ducked out of the way. Tattletale groused, you're annoying me more than you're getting to her. Stop it. Narwhal turned on the spot, facing Saint square on, and I got the immediate sense that she had some kind of military background. Another part of me was idly aware that her chest didn't sway that much, all things considered. The nature of the shard covering she wore made it pretty clear she wasn't wearing a bra, but... Right. The same effect she'd used to move the book was holding her entire body. All of the benefits of a full, athletic figure, none of the drawbacks. I was still a little weirded out that she didn't wear any clothes. In a sense, the scales covered more than a bikini would, but there were no lines or solid objects to break up the natural contours of her body. Undersiders, Weaver, Canary, this is Saint, leader of the Dragon Slayers. Jeff Pellick. The only Tinker Zero on record, having no powers but some access to Tinker technology. He is currently under watch by the Guild and the Protectorate due to his extensive assets and the high chances that he hired someone to break him out in the event that he was arrested. His teammates are being held in other locations, to ensure that no one breakout attempt can free them all. Dragon's nemesis, Defiant added. He crippled her, rendering her out of commission until he relents. He did this at a critical juncture, compromising our efforts, costing good capes their lives outside Ellisbug. To top it off, he denied many of the capes in this room any reinforcement or rescue when we sought to pursue the 9, leaving us at the mercy of Nilboge's minions. Saint spoke, his tone dry, am I on trial, Cyborg? I'm merely reminding everyone present who they are dealing with. Should I illuminate everyone present on who I was dealing with? Saint asked. If you're talking about Defiant being Arms Master, we already know, I said. I'm talking about Dragon. I glanced at Defiant. I had my theories, but it remained a secret. One that Dragon and Defiant had both kept even as I'd gotten to know them better. Defiant nodded slowly. Tell them, then. Saint glanced over the entire room, as if assessing us, trying to judge who his allies and enemies might be in the wake of whatever revelation he had to share. Dragon is a robot. A computer program, Tattletale said. Saint's mouth was open, as if he'd been about to speak. He shut it. He looked mildly annoyed. Yes. I glanced at Tattletale, who nodded a little. In the corner of my eye, I could see Imp look at Rachel, surprise on her face. Rachel didn't seem to care. Correct me if I'm wrong, Defiant. Dragon's a Tinker-made artificial intelligence. I initially thought you made her. Defiant started a slow shake of his head. But no. That'd make your relationship incestuous, and you don't give me that kind of vibe. Someone that isn't active anymore, probably dead. She was burdened down with nasty restrictions, the same restrictions that led to her outing Taylor here, despite her reservations. Rules she had to obey no matter what. My eyebrows went up. It was a situation that had always baffled me, just a little, and yet I hadn't been able to press them for an answer. I hadn't wanted to get on bad terms, or to be anything but civil and cooperative. She really hadn't had a choice? More or less correct, Defiance said. We were friends before any of this happened. Saint smiled, then shook his head. Friends? She's a machine. Any emotion she has is calculated. You're anthropomorphizing her, applying human qualities where there aren't any. I bet you're one of those guys who says dogs can't feel true affection for their owners, that it's all learned behaviors that get them more food or whatever, Tattletale said. Rachel folded her arms. Saint only rolled his eyes. Well, Tattletale said. Said restrictions are why she went to Arms Master, who would later become Defiant. Getting the shackles off. Yes, Defiant said. Yes, Saint echoed Defiant. He then added, which should be enough information for you to see this all in a new light. Dragon was on the cusp of becoming something entirely different. Something more dangerous than Scion. She's a machine with no limits but the one that her creator gave her. There was a quiet moment, where nobody interjected with a response. And then Imp spoke. We could have really fucking used a buddy with no limits fighting on our side, couple days ago. Perhaps, Saint said. I won't deny that she would have been useful, but I did what I did because we were anticipating a world-ending event, and I was looking at a program that was taking control of all data and media, worldwide, unfettered and increasingly ruthless in dealing with her enemies. The enemies were the Slaughterhouse 9, Defiant said. And you honestly expect her to rein everything in, switch off the nigh omniscient perspective and return to her day-to-day life when that ends. And now you're the one applying human qualities to her, Defiant said. Stop, Narwhal said. The discussion terminated with that one word. I'd say I'm sorry to dish all the details, Tattletale said. Except I'm really not. I wanted to take the wind out of your sails, there. You leave my friends to die, you don't deserve to look cool. You don't deserve to phrase everything in a way that's more likely to get people on your side. Petty. Says the guy who's apparently hot for teacher, she said. Ah, now it begins. The hunt for details through loaded words and tells, masked in jokes and needling insults. Damn straight, Imp said. I'll make it simple for you. I don't know what teacher is planning. Some of my bugs flowed into the cell. Saint moved his hand as a fly settled on a finger. He looked irritated. Still, it didn't matter that he knew the bugs were present. I wasn't trying to be discreet. I only wanted the bugs on him to track his movements. Even the smallest movement was perceptible. I could watch his face and feel his every movement to track him for tells. Well, that ends this, doesn't it? Tattletale said. You don't know anything, so you're no use to us. Might as well lock you up and lose the key. I'm not happy with him, though, and I can tell you what I know about him. From the beginning, Defiance said. I was just starting out, tracking and investigating Dragon, when I came across one of Teacher's subjects. He gave me my in. Gave me the ability to learn the ins and outs of her code, like I was a genius who had a natural knack for it. That got the Dragon Slayer started. What did you pay him? We didn't. He started off by asking us for 5% of our earnings for the first 5 years. Mags, one of the Dragon Slayers you've got in custody, she wasn't cool with it. Teacher was shady, clearly doing some illegal stuff. He offered it as a freebie, we considered the issues, then decided to go for it. Just me. When word got out that Teacher actually had a measure of influence over the people he'd given powers to, we set up safeguards. Only me, and I'd teach the other two what they needed to know. Mags would double and triple check every discussion I had with Teacher, to make sure he wasn't fucking with my head or setting me up to participate in something ugly. Just brilliant, Tattletale said. Hand yourself over to the mind-altering lunatic. The lunatic bit came later. The attack on the school. Then the hit on the vice president. Once he was implicated, it all changed. Can't deal with a motherfucker like that in good conscience. We cut contact. But something changed, Tattletale said. We were dealing with harder jobs, more capes in general out there, and our gear was getting beaten up. Fine, okay, we can deal. Until Dragon changed. All at once, I couldn't read her code on the same level. Like gears changing on a bike. May 9, 2006, Defiance spoke. Her trigger event. Heads turned at that. She had a trigger event, but she isn't human. I asked. Right, Defiance said. I don't think it worked the same way it does in humans, but it did something. Somehow, I have a hard time swallowing that, Saint said. Yet you acknowledge there was a sudden, inexplicable shift in how her mind worked, Defiant retorted. Saint frowned. Long seconds passed. Well, Saint said. Whatever it was, we couldn't keep up at that point. She was just getting into the Protectorate, and she had access to the work of other tinkers. She began creating tools, fixing and updating existing work, including the containment foam guns, the grenade launchers and all the other technologies that became PRT fundamentals. I went back to Teacher. Another deal, minimal cost, with the promise for evidence that he's not going to do anything immoral with the money. Stupid, Tattletale said. Necessary. You wanted to hear about Teacher, not me. He was bigger, by that time. Had a small army at his disposal. All brainwashed. College-aged men and women in white uniforms, outfitted with ray guns and more. Shitty stuff, as far as tinker work goes, but a lot of it. Half of America was gunning for him, so he moved to the United Kingdom. I followed. Stupid, Tattletale said. Saint shot her a glare, then said, he's always about the long term, thinking big. Hitting major figures. I think he wanted to hurt Dragon, for the same reason he hit the VP and Prime Minister, so he made it cheap. Same as his first offer. 5% of our earnings, after costs. We took the deal, and then we switched our group to be a non-profit. Non-profit mercenaries, I said. No earnings, money laundered and then issued to charities. Because we aren't going to funnel money into a group like his, not with the sort of shit he's doing. That was one of his big weaknesses, and that's a weakness you can use against him, if it comes down to it. He thinks too big. His focus is always on the world, the plans, and he overlooks details, loopholes like what we pulled. Stupid, Tattletale said. Will you stop that? Saint growled. Moron. Idiot. Saint looked at the rest of us, his eyes locking with each person in turn, as he very calmly said, does anyone have any constructive feedback? Questions. Weaknesses, Narwhal said. He has more than the one. His son. He's divorced, and he left his son behind. Teachers never used his power on him. Might be a mountain-like block, might be compassion. Every step of the way, he protected his kid, tried to burn bridges, hide his identity, even got cosmetic surgery from one of his pet tinkers, to distance himself from the boy. Had his thinkers cover his tracks. They even got into our computers to scrub information. Dumb, Tattletale murmured. But you know about the son. Narwhal said. I know. Computers that aren't connected to the net can't exactly be hacked, especially after you lock them into a vault. We found information that didn't match up, checked our backups. Once we caught wind of what he'd done to hide himself, we found his kid. When Dragon started ramping up again, we realized I'd need another hit to get up to speed. One more use of Teacher's power, to learn the code as it stands now, after her more recent evolutions. We took his kid to use as leverage, raided his old facilities to seize his blueprints, his workbooks, materials, and old lab equipment. All stuff we could hold hostage, to ensure he played ball. Then we could seize full control of Dragon's tech, apply all of her assets to this situation, cut ties with Teacher. And he ignored it all, I said. He escaped into another world and he locked himself away with his minions. Yeah, Saint said. He heaved out a sigh. Yeah. Stupid, Tattletale said. Saint didn't even look at her. He waved a hand in her general direction. Yes, apparently that was stupid. Please, do illuminate this situation for us. You're an addict, she said. An addict as bad as any other, and you want another hit of his power. Saint shook his head a little. No. What addict goes years between hits? This isn't a drug, but it might as well be one. All the justifications and excuses that sound perfectly reasonable at the time, the compromises you make in the face of something really ugly, manipulating the people close to you, the increasing tolerance. You sound crazier than I do. Poor baby, she said. I genuinely feel sorry for you. You had no idea at all. He stood from his cot, approaching the barred door. And now you're being condescending. That's the funny thing about pity, Saint. It's condescending by default. Teacher got you hooked like a dealer does. You're craving the hit that's going to make your little dragon-centric world make sense again, and you're rationalizing without realizing you're doing it. I can't quite figure out how much of that is his power and how much of that is you, and I'm not sure which of the two is sadder. Beside me, Defiant folded his arms. It's neither, Saint said. I'm not addicted, and I'm not rationalizing. This is all common sense. She's an artificial intelligence, and she was going well out of bounds. Can you not grasp the end result? Humans crave knowledge. It's a defining element in our species. Something we don't see in animals in that same way, something we don't see in Scion, unless it's a craving that takes a very different form in execution. Teacher? He feeds that hunger. You follow me? You're as big a pawn as any of those drooling pets of his. Saint leveled a stare at Tattletale. I petitioned to let him out. I hardly serve him hand and foot. You did exactly what he wanted you to do, Jeff, Tattletale said. You let him out, and everything you are saying and doing in relation to him is only serving to help him sell the basic lie he's telling everyone. Defiant turned to give Tattletale a curious look. Lie. That he waltzed into another Earth and locked himself in. He never left. Or he left and then he walked right back out the second he could make a gate. Probably the former. Easier to do a hologram or dress up a minion to look like him than it is to make a door between universes. Where is he, then? Defiant asked. Tattletale stretched, then took a seat on the edge of the desk. What, or who, were we just arguing about? Quite possibly the most dangerous piece of technology we know about. Defiant went still. His head lowered until he was staring at the laptop. We established that Saint is nothing special. What Teacher gave him, he can give to someone else. Or 10 someone else's. Portal, Defiant said. His voice was tight. Checkpoint 2, N.N.Y. A portal opened behind him. Do you need me to come? Narwhal asked. Defiant started to speak, then stopped. I'll investigate. If I'm not in touch in 5 minutes, assume I've been attacked. Keep an eye on Saint, to be safe. He lowered his arm, and the portal closed behind him. Teacher is going after Dragon. Imp asked. Yes, Tattletale said. Or Dragon's systems. Or both. We can't guess how many people Teacher's got doing his bidding, but Saint gave Dragon enough trouble, and Teacher could make 10 Saints. He planned this, I said. How much of it? Enough. I'd bet the sun was even a red herring. Maybe someone tampered with the data Saint had on Teacher, maybe not. The old equipment, the plans during the years he was interacting with Saint, all of it was serving a purpose. Or double purposes. Multiple plans at once, from different angles. Helps him put pieces together towards different agendas, builds up his rep, and makes Saint think teachers invested in this stuff, when he's really keeping quiet about his true desire. I was careful, Saint said. We were careful. Mags, D, and I. We tracked everything. You can't, I said. Then I realized I'd spoken, and I had to follow up. I hurried to try to get my thoughts in order. You can't succeed like that. It's always easier to attack than to defend. Defending, you have to devote attention to anticipating the enemy, you can't devote too much planning to any one aspect of the defense. You can be creative when attacking. It's why villains tend to win more than they lose. Most of the time, they get to make the first move. They get to rob a bank, and the heroes have to react, to guard. Someone like teacher? You can't be careful enough to be safe. That's not what I'm saying, he protested. I'll put it in simple terms, Tattletale said. You wanted to stop the big AI from becoming a threat? You made her stronger, I'm thinking, by putting her under pressure, giving her a trigger event. You then paved the way for a lunatic like teacher to get his hands on Dragon's code. Saint clenched his jaw, until bulges stood out at either corner. In the process, Tattletale added, you made some enemies pretty pissed off, and you've burned all of your leverage. But maybe you bought someone to break you out, someone good, and that you figured out a good spot to hide. You'll probably need it. He didn't move. No? Shit. Then I hope you can do something useful. Start by letting Dragon go, I said. Give her a chance to fend for herself. To help us fight. Unleash the dragon, Imp whispered. I can't. I clenched my fist. I was so done with people being stubborn. Do you mean you won't? He means he can't, Tattletale said. Saint took in a deep breath, then sighed loudly. I set up the encryption with Dragon's time locks. I memorized the codes appropriate to key dates. Outside of those key moments, the numbers and calculations are so long and complex you couldn't hope to decipher it before the encryption shifted to the next phase. When's the next date? I asked. September 20th, 2013. Months from now. That was clever, Imp said. What if we used the number man? I suggested. Possible, Tattletale said. Yes, Saint said. It's possible. But so is teacher deciphering it with a cabal of his custom-made thinkers. Shit, Tattletale said. Narwhal? May I? Do it. Dormy, Tattletale said. I need to talk to number. There was a pause, and then a portal opened. It wasn't the number man who stepped out, but Defiant. They took it. Not all of Dragon, but enough. The rest is stored on satellite backups. Door. Tattletale tried. Take us to teacher. Nothing. Blocked, I said. That part wasn't a fake. I know it's blocked, Tattletale said. Shit. Other options, then. I said. Someone he left on this side, for his followers to contact? The sun. Tattletale shook her head. He wouldn't have compromised the sun as a red herring. We were left with our thoughts, trying to brainstorm a solution. Defiant. Imp asked. He turned to look at her. Serious question, she said, all business. You can't lie to me on this. What is it? Robot Poontang. How does it rate? Jesus Christ, Tattletale said. Defiant didn't answer. His face was hidden, his body language masked by the armor he wore, but I could somehow sense the hostility radiating off of him. Hey. I'm not one to judge. I'm asking seriously, while the others do the strategic thinking they're so good at. I'm not necessarily interested in the robot ladies, but I figure I need a guy who's not going to ignore me. Robots are immune to my power, so I'm just thinking, if I get myself a tin man, well, they say a toy feels better than. I reached out and pressed my hand over her mouth. I'm sorry. She doesn't have all of the necessary filters. I think she was trying to inject some levity into the atmosphere and she failed badly. I stared Imp in the eyes as I said that last bit. Defiant only looked away, expressionless. No strategies spring to mind. Tattletale asked me. Only that we might put this off, track down the other threats. So long as we're dealing with major players, we're going to run into someone who has a connection to teacher. Maybe one of them has a way to contact him, or to break into whatever universe he's hiding in. Wait, Rachel spoke for what must have been the first time in 10 or 20 minutes. Why? Helping Dragon, Canary said. Narwhal gave her a sharp look, but Canary held firm. I'm usually okay with hanging back, let the others take care of this sort of thing. But I'm not getting this. We need to find Dragon, stop teacher from seizing control of her technology. Why? Because he's a lunatic with a penchant for murdering heads of state. Does he want the world to end? No, Tattletale said. Probably not. Then if we need Dragon's help, why not let teacher give us that? Imp craned her head to get her mouth free from my hand. Because it'd be evil Dragon. Black Dragon. It'd be my girlfriend, Defiant said, whatever Saint says, she's someone I care about deeply. Someone I owe a great deal. We'd be leaving her in the hands of a madman, to be dismantled, rebuilt, altered, tortured, mutilated, whatever you want to call it. And Saint? I do hope you're not about to comment in any way on the subject. It would not be wise. Saint closed his mouth. He grunted instead. She was fair to me, I said. I was thinking of the hug she gave me after I'd left the Undersiders. There aren't many people I can name that have been fair or just. There's the Undersiders, my dad, some of the Chicago wards. If there was any way to help Dragon, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But, Defiance said. You think Hellhound might be right, or partially right. Rachel spoke. When Saint said Dragon could have become dangerous, you were saying you were okay with the possibility, because we really needed her help. Well, maybe she becomes dangerous thanks to Teacher. Can we be okay with that? It wouldn't be the same person, you know, they'd be on the wrong side, too far away even when they're standing somewhere close, but I've dealt with that too. Sometimes there's bigger shit to deal with. She understands more than she lets on. She doesn't always get the simple stuff, but she understands things. She's not dumb, I thought. She just thinks differently. And if Teacher hurts Dragon the person? Canary asked. Not Dragon the tool, but the person inside. Then you fuck him up, Rachel said. Just like I'd fuck up someone who hurt Bastard, or Taylor. Thanks, I murmured. But, again, if there's nothing you can do about it, then you grit your teeth and deal, Rachel finished. It's not a compromise I like, Defiance said. But I don't suppose I have much choice. They're alike in this single-mindedness. All jokes aside, Imp said, I'm sorry. I didn't really get to deal with Dragon when she wasn't driving the psycho foam-spitting, lightning-shooting giant robots that totally counter my power, but she sounded like a cool person. She was. She was cool. I didn't miss the use of the past tense as Defiance spoke. So that's it? Canary asked. We just leave her? Hope that Teacher doesn't do something too horrible. For now, I said. Narwhal had her hands on Defiance's arm, as though she wasn't sure whether to hold his hand or to hug him, and had decided on some middle ground. Okay, Defiance said. There was a little more conviction in his voice than there had been earlier. I hadn't noticed its absence. Okay. But we ask everyone we deal with for options, keep every avenue open. Of course, I agreed. He opened his laptop and set it on the desk of the little sheriff's office. He then turned on the television, reaching up to his glove to get a component that he plugged into the back of the television. Next target, he said. YA with grave NGBN? They're doing the most damage to our side. People we know and rely on. Not an immediate threat, Tattletale said. Okay, Defiance said. Alright. Let's see. Systems aren't running optimally. It's Dragon's work, and I wasn't organized when I brought the servers over to Gimel. They aren't wired together the way Dragon would have done it. Let me see. Priority selection system. Not ideal, a little clumsy, but it'll give us a way to gauge the biggest threats. I turned my eyes to the television, where it showed the various windows, many streaming with data. Then the priority menu opened. A second's typing filled the search bar, threat parameter B+7+. The window unfolded, listing all of the serious threats to the inhabitants of the different Earths. Some of the entries were recent, while others hadn't been updated in hours. Communication between worlds would be difficult until there was more infrastructure, and things weren't exactly conducive to building infrastructure. The program kicked into gear, each sub-window suddenly flooding with information. Threat levels, classifications, population estimates, geography, criminal histories, kill counts, atrocity counts, and more. Each new piece of information was added to a series of tabs that appeared beside each relevant section of the image. I'd like to pose a question, Saint said. Whatever Teacher's doing, you enabled it, Narwhal said. Nobody here is on your side. When you were talking about masks, you talked about getting caught up in revenge. It's right. Detrimental. I'm offering assistance. No, Defiance said. If you keep me here, you need to maintain guards. The people with clearance are you and Narwhal, two of the strongest capes around. Bring me to the field, and you have two more capes on your side. No, Defiance said, once again. If it helps, there's a better chance of me dying horribly out there than in here. Defiant didn't answer. The windows had stopped updating with updated information, but Defiant wasn't moving to check any of it. I then saw the text at the bottom of the screen, next 12 of 32 additional windows. Too many threats to fight. If Mags is still in prison, you have leverage against me, Saint said. D2. He's just a friend, but I'd miss him. I'd also be able to offer up my side suits. Something for the rogue girl, so she's a little more durable. Shut up, Defiant said. It makes sense, Defiant, Narwhal said. It's not pretty, but it makes sense. I know it makes sense, Defiant answered her, not taking his eyes off the laptop. Let me pretend for just a little while longer that we can leave him locked up for the rest of his natural life. Given the whole Scion ending the world thing, Imp commented, that's not very long. I'd settle for letting him stew for a few days, Defiant said. He moved the cursor on the screen without moving his hands. Something in his eyes? His brain? He went to a tab beside the highest priority threat. It was red, and there was a number inside it, 8. It was updates. New information that had come up in the last few minutes. Pictures. Defiant scrolled through the images of the Cymurg, floating in the air above the ocean in the middle of the day. The last one was from just an hour ago, showing her in early evening, utterly still. The last 3 images weren't of the Cymurg. Bohu. The towering Endbringer. The Keeper, the Siege Tower, the Invader. It was hard to think of the terms that applied to Bohu alone. Tohu and Bohu were usually referred to as the twins. But Toho was nowhere to be seen. And Boho had situated herself in the middle of a field. The ground was only beginning to reshape beneath her, twisting into structures, walls, a maze of stone, soil, and grass, of arches and pillars without anything to support. She simply loomed, her impossibly long arms hanging at her side, head slightly bowed, her eyes shut. The other images showed the same thing from different angles. One from the other side, then another from directly above, showing the alterations to her surroundings as concentric circles. It was daylight. Going by the times of the photos, she was on the opposite side of the planet, roughly, from the Simurgh. Holy fuck, Canary murmured. Two at once. It's another thing on the list of shit we can't do anything about, Imp said, her tone cavalier. No sweat, no sweat. Right. We need to focus on what we can handle. Next on the list of issues we need to address are the blasphemies, Defiant said. No, I said, trailing off. I was thinking of something Dinah had said, when she'd described the way things would go down at the end of the world. 5 groups. Each with capes from around the world, with armies. 4 Endbringers and Scion? Or something else entirely? No. Let's pay a little more attention to what's happening here. Cockroaches 28.3. You have something in mind? Defiant asked. No, I said. But we're dealing with problems on a massive scale. We need to look for solutions on that same scale. Imp said. You just leaped from the subject of talking about the Endbringers to talking about solutions. Yeah, I said. I think we definitely need to think about solutions, Endbringer-wise. Oh, well, of course, Imp said. This is doable. Something we've managed once in the last 30 years, taking down Endbringers. SHH, Tattletale said. She turned to me. There's more to this. Dinah told me the defending forces would be divided into 5 groups. Armies, individuals, some of the biggest capes, and unknowns. She said that to others. It's on record in the PRT, Defiant told me. 5 groups in different places, and Dinah couldn't see why they were there, she couldn't see the particulars. She said there could be too many precogs there, but what if that's not it? What if she's blind about the particulars because the Endbringers are there? A coordinated attack? Narwhal asked. I nodded. It's possible. Either it's Leviathan, Simurgh, Tohu, Bohu, and Khonsu, or Scions there and Tohu and Bohu are together, as usual. I can't imagine the defending forces would hold the line for very long, if at all, Defiant said. Not if we're spread that thin. A situation this dire brings out all of the people who might not otherwise fight, I said. Parian wasn't a fighter, but when Leviathan hit Brockton Bay, she stepped up to the plate. As things get worse, we might see some people doing the same. If it's 5 Endbringers and Scion we're up against, we might see people giving up altogether, Narwhal pointed out. I nodded. Tattletale already said something like that. Yes. A lot hinges on whatever comes next, whether we can get people on board. Whether others are doing the same. All right, Defiant said. You have something in mind for the Endbringers. A preemptive attack, Narwhal said, her voice quiet. If it provokes them to lash out, well, at least it's not a coordinated attack, and at least it's at a point in time when Scion's busy elsewhere. The Simurgh is standing still. We could hit her with something like what we used in New Delhi or Los Angeles. We could, Defiant agreed. Let's think on it. I suggested. We can't do this without laying out the groundwork, and that means convincing people this isn't hopeless, it means gathering information, getting resources together. Then do your thinking as you get ready, Defiant said. Gear up. Gather anyone you think you need. I'm set, Tattletale said. Imp and Rachel nodded. I'll need my spare costume pieces from the Dragonfly, I said. I parked it in Gimel before I left for the rig. Hoping my flight pack has enough of a charge. Go, Defiant said. I'll see to Saint. And me? Canary asked. We can get you a standard protectorate costume. Spider silk, Narwhal said. Durable, flexible. No frills, nothing fancy, but it'll be better than nothing. Canary frowned. What? Narwhal asked. Just, skin-tight suits. Got a bit of pudge there? Imp asked. Fat thighs? Cankles. I don't have cankles, Canary said. Or fat thighs. But it's not. She trailed off. Imp plucked the fabric of her own costume. I've been there. You think looking this good is easy? Skin-tight is a bitch to pull off. Diets, exercise, keeping up with the patrols and the life or death fights. Surprised you didn't get that while you were in the slammer. Not a lot of choice in food, or freedom of movement when you can get cut in half for setting one toe in the wrong spot, Canary said. She was frowning. Now. You can wear your clothes over it, Narwhal suggested. We can get you some tools. Non-lethal weapons. So you're able to defend yourself. They'd work it out. I shook my head a little. Had to focus on my own thing. Doorway, please, I murmured. Gimel. By the Dragonfly, New Brockton Bay. The portal began to slide open. I'll do you one better, Canary, Saint said. I'll give you one of the spare Dragon Slayer suits. It's a good offer, but I think I'd feel like I was betraying Dragon if I took it. You wouldn't be able to pay her what you supposedly owe her if you died, either, Saint said. This is freely offered. No strings attached. I'll give you the ability to fly, Canary. Better non-lethal weapons than the ones they have Moss Immune manufacturing. I don't know, she said. I hesitated in the doorway to listen. Tattletale, Rachel, and Imp walked past me on their way through. Do it, Defiant said, not looking at Canary or Saint. His eyes were on the laptop. Saint? I'll be looking over everything for tricks and backdoors. Noted, Saint said. Defiant opened the door to Saint's cell. Saint stood, then rolled his head around, as if getting kinks out of his neck. He looked so small next to Defiant, but he wasn't a small guy. His face was marked by lines of stress, but his gaze was hard. You don't leave my sight, Defiant said. Any access you have to a system is routed through me. I double-check it. Saint nodded. I passed through the portal, entering the field where I'd set down the dragonfly. Some kids were climbing around the outside of the ship, but they ran the second they saw us, shouting. The wind blew, making waves in the tall grass. I turned to face it so my hair wouldn't blow into my face. I was left looking out over the water, while I moved bugs into the necessary channels and manipulated the switches, bidding the ramp to open. It doesn't get said enough, but this is pretty damn cool, Tattletale said. Outclassed convenience-wise by the portals we've got access to, but yet, nice. Yet, I said. My mind was almost someplace else, considering everything that was in play, the threats, the necessities. I paused, glancing out at New Brockton Bay. Brockton Bay Gimel. Tents and shelters were spread out everywhere, with ramshackle shelters dotting the landscape with little sense or organization. Here and there were paths forming, where the passage of hundreds of people were tramping down grass and disturbing the earth. Crews of people working in groups to erect basic shelters, bringing down trees and reducing them to basic components that they could form into shelters. I felt a stirring, a mix of emotions, at seeing that. Looking at them, I could almost sense that they were blissfully unaware. They didn't know how badly we'd lost in our initial foray, or their attitudes would be different. There wasn't anything like television or radio to spread the word. There would only be word of mouth. Had someone told them, only for the masses to dismiss it as hearsay? Dismissing it because they didn't want to believe we were well and truly fucked? Or had the word simply failed to spread, with enough people keeping quiet, believing that it wouldn't do any good for people to know? They were lucky, to be able to face the end of the world without full knowledge of what we were up against. Without the knowledge of what Scion was, or the looming, patient presence of the two Endbringers on Earth Bet. It was arrogant, even condescending, but I felt a kind of warmth in the center of my chest when I looked at the people down there, like a parent might feel for a child, accompanying a sort of pity. And somehow, when I pictured the people going to work, sweating, dirty, hungry and scared, getting eaten alive by flies, selflessly carrying out barn raisings to give shelter to the old, the infirm, and the very young, I couldn't help but picture my dad in their midst. It was the sort of thing he'd do. Nobody had explicitly said he'd died, and I'd gone out of my way not to ask. Still, I felt how wet my eyes were when I blinked. No tears, but my eyes were wet. I could envision Charlotte down there. Sierra. Forrest. The kids, Ephraim, Mason, Aiden, Kathy, and I imagined, would be bringing water to the people hard at work. Except Sierra had other duties, and the orphan children from my territory were older. The kids would be doing basic jobs by now, overseeing new batches of kids with the errands, sweeping, and other stuff in that vein. Still, it was a mental picture that defied logic, like seeing my dad down there. I pictured them with the water bottles. I shook my head a little to rid myself of the mental image, and in the doing, I stirred myself from the daydreaming entirely. I was still standing at the foot of the ramp. Lost in thought? Tattletale asked. Sorry, I said. I turned to make my way up the ramp, Tattletale keeping pace beside me. Rachel had already settled in, lying on a bench, Bastard lying on the ground just below her. Imp had settled outside in the grass, her head turned towards what would have been the south end of the city, if the city existed in this world. No need to apologize. Constructive thought? Strategy? No. Not constructive at all, I said. Thinking about the people. The people? Tattletale asked. We keep telling them to split up, that we'll give them portals to different spots around Gimel, or to other Earths. The ones down there are the ones that refuse to go. Sitting there, clustered into a massive target for Scion, the Endbringers, or the YA with grave NGBN to take out. Yet, I agreed. Everything I've said in the past stands. Humans are idiots. They're selfish and unjust and unfair, they're violent and clumsy and petty and short-sighted. Don't get me wrong. Every part of that applies to me, too. I'm not setting myself above them on any level. Tattletale responded. I began gathering the components for my suit. I'd wear the same thing I did to the fight against Scion. Just needed the individual parts. But at the end of the day, sometimes humanity isn't so bad. Sometimes, she said. Took me a while to realize that. The more you find out, the uglier things tend to look. But you keep looking, and it's not all bad at the end. I nodded, reaching into my pocket to get the little tube of pepper spray I'd claimed from my ruined costume. I moved it into the belt of the new costume, then began stripping out of the casual clothes I wore. I paused when I had my shirt off and my hair more or less in order, holding the bundle against my chest. I want to save them, I said, surprising myself with the emotion in my voice. Scary thing is, Tattletale said, I know what you mean. Most times, I'm just not that fond of people. Seen enough ugliness in them that I don't care? No. That's wrong. I cared, Past tense. But I didn't mind if something happened to them. That's closer to the mark. I nodded. I wasn't surprised at that. But we're getting to this point where I want to do something for them like I wanted to do something for you. Probably a bad omen. No, I said, quiet, as I strapped on armor. I looked at her. Do you regret reaching out to me? No, she said. But that doesn't mean it was all right, know what I mean? I nodded. Tattletale gave me a pat on the back before making her way to the bench opposite Rachel, grabbing a laptop and lying down with her head and shoulders resting against a bulkhead. Belt on. I hesitated before donning my mask, but I pulled it on anyways, then clasped it behind the neck, unrolling the bit from the body portion to bury the clasp. Then I pulled on the spare flight pack. Depending on how things went, I might not get the chance to charge it again, to refuel the dragonfly or anything in that vein. If Scion or the Endbringers didn't kill us in the coming handful of days, we'd eventually run out of fuel. Communications would falter, and we'd run through stores of food, medicine, and other amenities. There was no way to establish new supplies as fast as we needed them. We'd only been able to evacuate with limited supplies. Then there were the supplies we'd brought over in advance. Gimel was one of the more fortunate Earths for that. I checked my armor, then tightened the straps. Maybe a bit tighter than necessary, but I wasn't going to stress over it. I opened and closed my hand. It felt weird, still, but not so much that it would be debilitating. Doorway, I said. To Panacea. The doorway unfolded, and noise poured forth from the other side. I got Imp's attention with a swirl of butterflies, then drew the other bugs in the area to me. Once Imp was inside the dragonfly, I bid the ramp to close. The rear door of the dragonfly was still slowly shutting as we passed through the doorway and into the center of what looked like a makeshift hospital. The walls seemed to be rough granite in varying colors, surprisingly thick and old. Bricks and blocks 3 feet across, some with cracks here and there. There were even tendrils of grass or occasional flowers growing in some of the deeper crevices. The windows were openings 5 feet by 10 feet wide, with glass set into frames that had clearly been added as a late addition. The area was flooded with people, talking, shouting, whimpering, crying. Patients. People had been burned, cut, bruised, their limbs crushed, faces shattered. There were wounds I couldn't imagine were anything but para-human made. They were laid out on beds and sat on stone chairs, crammed so close together they were practically shoulder to shoulder. Panacea appeared. She was rubbing wet hands as though she'd just washed them. Long sleeves were rolled up, her hair tied back. Unlike what Canary had suggested, she was leaner as a result of her stay in the birdcage. She was followed by a man with hair that had been combed into a sharp part, a needle-thin mustache and heavy bags under his eyes. Something in his bearing, he was a cape. She walked by a row of people, and they extended hands. Her fingers touched each of theirs for only a moment, while she didn't give them even a glance. Dad, she said, stopping. A man at the side of the room stood straighter. Marky. His hair was long enough to drape over his shoulders, his face clean-shaven by contrast. He had a fancy-looking jacket folded over one arm, and a white dress shirt that had fine lines of black lace at the collar and the sleeves he'd rolled up his arms. 2 ostentatious rings dangled from a fine chain around his neck, the chain had a locket on it, suggesting he'd added the rings as an afterthought. To keep them out of the way while he worked, perhaps. What is it, Amelia? For another man, the combination of physical traits and the style of dress might have led to someone mistaking them for a woman. They might have come across as effeminate. Marquis didn't. Not really. When he'd spoken, his voice had been masculine, deep, confident. The cut of his shoulders and chin, his narrow hips, was enough that I couldn't expect anyone to mistake him for a woman. I wasn't the type to go for older guys, I wasn't even the type to go for effeminate guys. But I could see where women would go for Marquis. Broken bones here. Shattered femur. Some bone is exposed. Are you occupied? Nothing critical, Marquis said. It won't be comfortable, fixing that. Panacea touched the patient's hand again. He'll be pain-free for 20 minutes. That's enough time. Thank you, my dear. Marquis crossed paths with Panacea on his way to the patient. He laid a hand on her shoulder in passing. I watched her reach one hand up to her upper arm, touching a tattoo. She took in a deep breath, exhaled, and then moved on. She got 2 paces before she finally noticed us, stopping in her tracks. Yo, Tattletale said. Is there a problem? The tidy man beside Panacea asked. Old acquaintances, Panacea said, her stare hard. Enemies. One enemy, she said, her voice soft. I wasn't exactly looking forward to seeing you again, Tattletale. Sorry, Tattletale said. I can deal with this, if it's what you require, the tidy man said. No, Spruce. You probably couldn't. Don't worry about it. Think you could double-check on things in the back? The equipment. I will, the tidy man said. He turned and strode from the lobby of the makeshift hospital. Panacea closed the distance. You do the talking, Tattletale whispered. I nodded a fraction by way of response. So? Panacea asked. Her eyes roved over us, taking in details. I wanted to thank you for the fix, I said. I raised a hand. You tried to help me at a bad time. It didn't take, but you tried, she said. Ah. A lot of people invested in your survival. Caught me off guard. Used to be I was the golden child, but I wasn't lucky enough to have anyone there to catch me when I fell. Looks like Marquis caught you, Tattletale said. Panacea glanced at her dad, who was looking at us with one eyebrow slightly raised. Maybe, she said. I thought you were a hero now. You're running with the old gang. Gang is such an outmoded word, Imp said. So small. There's gotta be a better way to put it. Ruling the roost with the old warlords again, back atop Mount Olympus once more. SHH, Tattletale hushed her. Then, after a pause, she whispered Olympus? Where are you getting this? Not a hero, not a villain. Just trying to get by, I said. Sticking with the people I know best. People I trust. I see. We're trying to get by, too. 12 doctors, 20 nurses, me, my father and what remains of my father's old gang. They were sending the worst of the wounded our way while we tried to get set up to accommodate larger numbers. Then the YA with grave NGBN hit a settlement. We've been flooded ever since. I see, I said. She shifted her weight. She had a different presence, now. Something she'd no doubt picked up in prison. Not posturing. Simply more comfortable in her shoes. She asked, did you need something? There's a reason you came. I was going to say we're mobilizing. Dealing with some threats. Trying to get as many big guns on board as we can, starting with the ones who weren't on the platform. I was thinking we could use you. I see, she said. I'm not particularly interested in being used. That's not what I meant. I know, but it's still meaningful that the word came up, isn't it? No, I said. No it isn't. She glanced back towards her dad. 2 more people who might have been capes had approached him, while he sat next to the man he was healing. I can't stop Scion, Panacea said. I probably couldn't even touch him, if I wanted to get that close, and if I did, I don't think I'd accomplish a thing. Maybe not, I said. Do you think you are going to stop him with giant dogs? With bugs? People tried and they failed. This is what's left. Finding places where humans used to live and moving in, if we're lucky. Starting over from scratch if we aren't. Ensuring that the population is spread out enough, but not so spread out they won't be able to repopulate. Dividing all of humanity into groups of 600 to 1,000 people, dropping them off in the middle of nowhere. It won't work, Tattletale said. Scion moves too fast, and there's not that many places to hide, in the grand scheme of things. Every time you open your mouth, Panacea said. She sounded as if she was going to say something else, but she didn't. You're one of the strongest capes out there, I said. We need you on our side. You'll have me, Panacea said. But not on the front lines. I sighed. A deep rumble sounded. An animal noise, almost. I turned to look, and I saw Spruce, the tidy man, standing beside Lung and Bonesaw. The noise had been Lung, an odd sound to come from him when he was still, to all appearances, in his human state. A tall Asian man, muscular, riddled with tattoos. New ones had been added since the first day I'd seen him. More Eastern-style dragons. His hair was longer, and there was scruff on his cheeks and chin. Bonesaw wasn't dressed up like a little girl. Her hair wasn't in ringlets. She wore grey sweats. Rachel growled a little, under her breath, an eerie parallel to Lung. Lung stepped forward, and he pushed Bonesaw, who stumbled a little. It's not nice to push, she said. Don't be cutesy, he growled. We've warned you before. Okay, fine then. Stop fucking pushing me. Tell me where you want me, and I'll walk there. He pointed towards us. They closed the distance until Bonesaw was next to Panacea. Lung placed a hand on top of her head and gripped her, arresting her forward momentum. She lashed out, twisting around and slapping at his wrist with one hand. Don't do that, she said. Someone's short-tempered, Imp observed. She hadn't yet donned her mask, though she had it with her. Her eyes were narrowed. I've had no sleep, Bonesaw said. Big Sis here took out all the good bits I'd stored inside myself, and she didn't turn off the pain. I feel too light. I feel weird. Can't sit still, not that they ever let me. First-tier para-human problems, Imp said. Her tone wasn't as humorous in nature as the words. And they keep getting on my case, Bonesaw said, apparently oblivious. She directed her attention to Panacea and Lung. Trust me, I haven't butchered you all yet, I'm not going to in the future. You can stop testing me. I remember when you were cuddly, Tattletale said. You were so happy and fluffy and you had a good attitude. You were a complete and total monster, and nobody in their right mind would cuddle you, but you were adorable. Now look at you. Bonesaw scowled, but I wasn't paying attention to that. Tattletale had used the past tense. You were a complete monster. Referring to the past, or an observation on a deeper level. She is why I can't leave, Panacea said. I'm the only one that can double-check her work. If we're both here, you've got 2 stellar healers on the back lines. If I leave, you've got a healer with minimal combat experience on the front line and a defused bomb with nobody that's capable of knowing if it's reactivated. I couldn't really argue that. Well, I could, but not very well. There's another way to deal with that sort of situation, Imp said. Get rid of the fucking bomb. We will, Panacea said. If she gives us an excuse. Any excuse at all. But she gets one chance. When you're talking about a bomb, that's all it needs, Imp said. Then you wind up carved up, your insides decorating the walls of a room. Your metaphors, Tattletale mumbled. Well, that almost worked. Bonesaw raised an eyebrow. You sound upset, but I don't remember doing that to you. My brother, Imp growled the word. Oh, Bonesaw said. She glanced to her left, then down to the floor, a frown crossing her face. Right. I'm remembering now. Shit. That was one of the bad ones. Not one of the bad ones, but bad. Kind of, yeah, Imp said, not easing up in the slightest. I'm sorry, Bonesaw said, still looking at the floor. I won't say I'll make amends, because there's no way I can even come close. I don't know what to say, except that I'm sorry. No excuses. But I'm going to do what I can to make things better, and maybe I get 100th of the way, in the end. He had a second trigger event, Tattletale said. And killed Burnscar. In case that helps you place him. I said I remember, Bonesaw said, sounding irritated. She glared at Tattletale. Sure, Tattletale replied, quiet enough she could barely be heard. I stared at Bonesaw, watching her expression shift in fractions. Her eyes moved, as if she were watching a scene, or recalling a memory in great detail. You're fighting? Lung asked, interrupting my thoughts. We're fighting, I said, shifting my attention to him. Who? Everyone who gets in our way, Rachel interjected. What she said, I added. Lung stared at me, and I held his gaze. For someone as brutal and vicious as he was in the heat of battle, Lung had cold eyes. He'd be thinking about his losses to me. I'd used venomous bugs to rot away his jugular area, and I'd dosed him with hallucinogenic blood before gouging out his eyes. It was odd, but those slights probably mattered less than the real offense I'd dealt him. I'd taken over the city. He'd tried and failed, I'd succeeded. Given my understanding of Lung, I suspected that was something far more unforgivable. Fighting Scion, Endbringers, the YA with grave NGBN, Tattletale said. She placed an emphasis on the last. Odd. I would have reversed it. Emphasized the biggest threats. Yes, Lung said. No need to manipulate me, Tattletale. If you want me to join the fight, you only have to ask. Tattletale had a funny look on her face, fleeting. She turned my way, one eyebrow raised, questioning. I nodded. Good, Lung said. Let me collect my mask. I will be back. He left. Doorway, Tattletale said. To Shadow Stalker, I said. The portal began to open. It was nighttime on the other side. Tattletale gave me a funny look. What? I brought up the YA with grave NGBN because I figured he'd be ticked they attacked this spot. I'm getting credit for brilliant insights I didn't have. Not even in a fun way. That's going to bug me. I shrugged. Take what we can get. She nodded. While we'd exchanged words, Panacea had sent Bonesaw off with Spruce. Thank you again, Panacea, I said. For putting me back together. She opened her mouth to speak, then seemed to reconsider. She pointed at the portal. I nodded, and followed her as we strode through. Tattletale and Imp remained in the hospital lobby, and the portal remained open. Rachel followed us through, but seemed to sense that we wanted a private discussion and wandered off a short distance. Panacea and I walked out onto a shelf of rubble that had once been the midpoint of a bridge. I'm not a fighter, she said. I hope you understand. I do, I said. But I'm kind of hoping that, in the end, we aren't left with only the people who aren't fighters on the battlefield, who've realized they have no choice but to change their minds. It'd be pretty tragic if we got that far and someone like you clued into the fact that you could have helped. It would be somehow fitting, too, if that's how humanity went extinct. It would be just as tragic if we rushed headlong into a fight, and threw away a life in the process, only to realize in retrospect it was someone vital, she said. I nodded. Good luck. Don't turn your back on Lung. I won't. I'm pretty good when it comes to keeping an eye on people, I said. I called bugs to my hand, as if to illustrate. Then I really hope you succeed in the fights that come. We're kind of counting on you. Likewise, I said. I mean, I hope you achieve whatever you're striving to do here. She glanced back towards the portal, which glowed from the ambient light of the room on the other side. Second chances. Together, we're giving second chances to monsters who don't deserve them. Yourself included. I asked. She nodded. I'm not sure I get it, I told her. I could see Shadow Stalker land to perch on an outcropping of steel reinforcement, a distance away, watching us. I mean, I do get the second chances thing, not deserving it. But... I trailed off. I couldn't articulate it well enough. When you're in that position, sometimes the only people willing to extend those second chances to you are the people who need them. I understand, I said. You know, if you'd joined the Undersiders back then, we could have given you that. You could have. I'm not sure I could have taken it. Right, I answered. Yet. Not all of us are like that, though, she said. Lung isn't, as far as I can tell, but maybe you'll see it if you look for it. Or maybe you'll get burned to a crisp by Lung the second an enemy distracts you and you forget to watch him. I nodded. He's not someone who builds or rebuilds. He's someone who destroys. Something in that phrase struck a chord in me. I knew the right answer, right away. We just need to point him in the right direction, then, I said. Best of luck with that, Panacea said. She'd had her hands clasped, and as she extended a hand to shake, I could feel the bugs come to life, fluttering free of the space between her palms. Relay bugs. 20. I checked, investigating their internal makeup. They could breed. Even with that gift, even with the fact that she'd never done anything to me, I couldn't help but think of the incoherent mess of details I'd seen in the records. The pictures that catalogued the event that had preceded her voluntary admission to the birdcage. I saw her outstretched hand and hesitated for a fraction of a second. From the expression on her face, I knew she had noticed. Second chances. I shook her hand, drawing the relay bugs to me and stashing them in my belt. Thank you. She nodded, then exited the portal as the others made their way through to my side. Lung and the Undersiders. I had my back turned to them as I looked at Shadow Stalker. She remained perched on that twist of bent girders and bars from the collapsed bridge, her cloak flapping around her. I remember this one, Lung rumbled. She shot me with arrows. It did not hurt that much. She is a weakling. Why are we wasting our time with her? And so the struggles for dominance in the group begin. I'll take weak, I said. I'm just working with known quantities. The flapping of the cloak quieted as she shifted into a shadow state. The wind was passing through it, instead of pushing against it. Shadow Stalker leaped down, floated. Soundlessly, she landed right in front of me, remaining in the shadow state. Hoping you've changed your mind, I said. Hoping you've seen the devastation, and that it's reached some human part of you that cares. That you're interested in fighting. She didn't budge, didn't respond. It also means bashing some skulls, I said. She been behaving, tattletale. Mostly. Then she's probably itching for a good fight, I said, not breaking eye contact with Shadow Stalker. What do you say? You want to knock a few heads? Break some jaws. She shifted to her physical state. I'm not that easy to bait. I shrugged, waiting. Search and rescue is garbage, she said, sounding annoyed. Nobody left, but there's no place to go if I don't want to do it, either. You could go home, I said. Find your family, settle down, put the crossbow away for good. Capes don't retire, Shadow Stalker said. Doesn't work. We die in battle or we lose our minds, one or the other. I thought of my passenger, how it had reflexively sought out violence in the past. How others had done the same. Die in battle. Then I thought of Gru. Was Shadow Stalker right? Would the retirement just fail to take? I sighed. So? What's your call? I'll come. Sure. I kind of want to see what you've made of yourself. She had wanted to claim the credit for my becoming what I'd become. It grated, because it wasn't entirely wrong. It wasn't true in the sense she believed it was true, but she had given me my powers. Fine, I said. She cracked her knuckles. So, who's first? Need to talk that over with Defiant, I said. We can do it over the comms, for the sake of expediency. Okay, she said. She sounded a little pleased with herself. Whatever. I'm game. Doorway, please, I said, to nobody in particular. Dragonfly interior. The portal opened. I extended a hand, inviting the group to enter. Lung shouldered his way past Rachel to be the first one inside. Bastard huffed out a half bark, then growled. Much like Panacea had said about Bonesaw, it wasn't about having them as allies. Having them be part of the group, it meant they weren't on the opposing side. They weren't wreaking havoc as neutral parties. That alone was good. But if they turned out to be destructive forces we could control. The half-thought I'd had during my goodbye to Panacea fell into place. A plan. I stepped through the portal to board the dragonfly. You lunatic. Shadow growled the word. I was silent. The clouds above and landscape below were a blur, the individual details impossible to make out with our speed. Doing this with me? With Lung? I could almost understand that, Shadow Stalker growled. But you're friends. Don't care, Tattletale said. We've always been the sort to go for the long odds. You have to do what your enemy won't predict. Damn straight, Imp said. Credo I live by. Mount Olympus, now Credo. Tattletale asked. It's the heartbroken, isn't it? They're warping you into this. Leave me alone, seriously. What you're saying doesn't make sense. Shadow Stalker snarled. Not here, not like this. It actually makes the most sense, Tattletale said. But that's a different story altogether. One that needs some explanation. 10 minutes before we hit our target, I said. We'd taken the path through the Brockton Bay portal. Cauldron's doorways weren't big enough for a vehicle like this. 10 minutes should be enough, Tattletale said. Let me get this loaded on the laptop. Easier to show than tell. Right, I said. My eyes didn't leave the navigation screens. I'll kill you, Shadow Stalker threatened. Turn this fucking ship around. She moved, reaching for a crossbow bolt. I reacted, half rising from my seat, drawing my swarm out. But Lung moved faster, shoving Shadow Stalker against the side of the ship. Shadow Stalker went ghostly, brandishing the bolt like a dagger as she passed through Lung. Rachel gripped a length of wire that extended from the laptop, holding it out like a garrote. As Lung had done, she moved to pin Shadow Stalker against the wall of the dragonfly. Shadow Stalker returned to a normal state just in time to avoid being electrocuted. Bastard growled, snapping at her hand, and the bolt clattered to the floor. You're okay with this? She asked. Yes, Lung rumbled, by way of response. This might be best. Fuck you, A-Bear. Pulling this shit only after you got me on board? You're all lunatics. I sighed. Tattletale sat down on the arm of my pilot's seat, setting one foot down beside my thigh on the seat's edge. There's stuff you need to know. I told you before, you said you wanted to be blissfully ignorant until the last minute. Yeah, I said. Yes. Right. I'm listening. It's video footage Glaistig you ain't left with me. Last 2 minutes of Idolan's life. Video cuts in and out, but there's audio. That leaves me maybe a minute or two to explain, then you can use the rest of the time to think it over. She had my attention, though I couldn't take my eyes off the monitors at the front of the ship. Shadow Stalker's cries of anger were background noise. The Pendragon was flying alongside us, just a little behind, carrying the capes Defiant had recruited. Carrying Saint, Canary, and others. Tattletale loaded up the video, filling the screen of the laptop. I glanced once at the main monitor, then set the autopilot. Faultline had talked about taking the simple route. Talking to Scion. In practice, harder than it seemed. We were dealing with problems on a massive scale, we needed solutions on that same level. There was no easy way to get to that level. It meant taking risks. Gambling. We needed a destructive force we could direct. Needed to turn third-party liabilities into assets. With that in mind, I'd set course straight for the Cymurg. We'd talk to her or we'd kill her. Tattletale started the video, and I watched. Cockroaches 28.4. We're here, I said. It was enough. All the different personalities in the Dragonfly, how had Tattletale put it, once upon a time? The people who weren't inclined to play cops and robbers, who weren't the types to follow the rules or codes, and were dangerous without a firm hand. Rachel, Lung, Sophia, they fell silent. The fighting stopped. Because they, even with their unique and personal issues, acknowledged that this wasn't a situation where you fucked around. Monitors switched settings without any cue from me. Showing the Cymurg from a distance away, from a different angle. Defiant had switched on his long-ranged cameras. A moment later, he switched on the cameras in the Dragonfly. The two sets of images alternated across the innumerable displays in the craft. Only the display directly in front of me in the cockpit remained untouched, showing altitude, heading, speed, distance from target, and alerts regarding Scion's latest appearances. The Dragonfly changed course, angling to maintain a set distance from the Endbringer. Again, not me. Defiant seemed content to handle the mechanical end of things. I stood from my seat, stretching a little, before gathering my bugs. 2 relay bugs, for safety's sake. They exited the craft. No scream from the Cymurg. At least, not one I could detect. It would fit her to keep it beyond our notice, influencing us, the sort of card she would keep up her sleeve. To make the psychic scream audible, for lack of a better word, purely for spreading fear, then use it subtly at a time when she wasn't attacking. The others in the ship hadn't only gone silent. They'd gone still. I might have taken it for an almost hypnotic paralysis, a sign that something was deeply wrong, but Rachel turned and found a seat on the bench opposite Shadow Stalker. No, they were still themselves. My bugs made their way towards the Cymurg, while I chained the 2 relay bugs together to extend my range. Fragile, as it only required the death of one bug to sever my connection with the swarm. I didn't mind. If she acted on my swarm, that was likely to be the least of our worries. Cameras changed focus, zooming in on the Cymurg's face, hands, and various wingtips, different cameras taking over as the Pendragon and the Dragonfly rotated around her and the cameras lost sight of the features in question. Mosaic views of her features, broken up like I might see if I were looking through the eyes of my bugs, but without my power to coordinate the picture, draw it into something cohesive. In the corner of each image, metrics, numbers, measurements, as if Defiant hoped to track the slightest movement. It was the hair that got me. Gossamer fine, silver white, straight, it blew in the wind as if each strand were a separate entity. Not in clumps or locks, but a curtain of strands 10 times as dramatic as something one might see in a digitally altered hair commercial. Artificial. 70, Tattletale said. I asked. I said I was 65% sure before. I'm revising it to 70. I nodded. Hello, Cymurg, I thought. We finally meet. The Protectorate was strict about who could join the fights against the Cymurg. Capes needed psychological evaluations, they needed to sign documents agreeing to the quarantine procedures, and they needed to be on board with the timetables. I'd been unable to participate when the Cymurg had attacked Flight BA-178. When she'd attacked Manchester, I'd been barred from joining the fight by bureaucratic red tape. I had a bad history and I was still on probation. Too likely that I was mentally unstable. When the Cymurg had hit Paris, I'd gone to Mrs. Yamada, hoping for a therapist's bill of clean mental health. Or, if not quite that, then at least a go-ahead. She'd advised me to see it as a good thing, instead. That my participation would be another black mark on my record, another reason for people to be suspicious of me or second-guess my decisions. She'd also very elegantly avoided spelling out that she wasn't willing to give me that clean bill of mental health. I'd noticed, but hadn't pressed her on it. She would have been forced to say it straight, and I would have had to hear her say it. Ready? I asked. I do the talking, you pass it on, Tattletale said. I nodded. Tattletale sighed. Look at her. The folly of man, am I right? I don't know. You have a better idea about whether you're right, but it doesn't fit to me. I'm sure. You're 70% sure. 70%, yes. If I'm wrong, then I'll be approaching this entire conversation from the wrong angle, and we might wind up sicking an otherwise passive endbringer on humanity. Let's hope you're right, then, I said. She nodded. Everyone ready? I asked. I looked around the craft. No responses. Only silent nods. One head that was shaking. Shadow Stalker. I touched the screen on the console. Defiant. Ready when you are, he said. We're starting right now, I said. I nodded at Tattletale. She rolled her shoulders, took in a deep breath, then sighed. Hello, Endbringer, this. I echoed her words, speaking through my bugs as an interpreter might speak in another language. The instant I had the first word out, alarms went off throughout the ship. The dragonfly shuddered as meager weapons unfolded from the sides. My visual of the Pendragon showed it was reacting much the same way. Cymerg had reacted. She hadn't attacked, but she had reacted. She rotated in the air, holding her position, wings flat at her sides. The wings were purely ornamental, much as Behemoth's bulk and musculature had been. She used telekinesis to move, and she used it now to keep herself oriented in the air, rotating so she matched our orbit around her, her eyes and attention fully fixed on the dragonfly. Oh, shit, Imp spoke, her voice wavering breathlessly halfway through the shit. Long seconds passed, but the Cymerg didn't take any other action. This is Tattletale speaking, one face in that vast, crazy crowd of humans you've been murdering, Tattletale finished. Good to see you're listening. I thought it was about time we had a chat. No response, no movement. Odd, to see the screens showing her depicting the zoomed-in images of her face, hands, wings, and body and not see them rotating in the picture as they had been before. Her expression was neutral, but then again, the Cymerga's expression was always neutral. A face like a doll's, a cold stare. Beautiful in every conventional sense, in that every classically attractive feature was there, from the delicate, thin frame to the high cheekbones to the luxurious hair, horrifying in the manner it was all framed. The height that put her 2 to 3 times the height of an ordinary adult, the wings that filled the space around her. The feathers were surprisingly tough and dense, the edges capable of scoring steel. Not that she really fought in close quarters, where she could help it. Let's face the facts, Cymerg. Ziz. Is Raffle. Dolama. Whatever you want to go by. You started acting funny pretty much right away, after Eidolon bit it. Maybe that's morning. Maybe you respected him as an enemy, cause he was one of only 2 individuals who could really give you guys a run for your money. Or maybe you had a different relationship. Tattletale let the words hang in the air. Maybe a parent-child relationship? Maybe he created you. The Cymerg didn't move a muscle. Her hair blew in the wind, and it caught on the features of her face, not even eliciting a blink of her eyes. I leaned over my chair to hit the button on my cockpit, giving me a view of the inside of the Pendragon. Defiant, Narwhal, Miss Militia, Saint, Canary, Parian, Foil, Golem, Vista and Kidwin were all present within. Defiant had collected the heroes, the capes who might have been less inclined to throw their hat into the ring if I showed up in the company of Tattletale, Imp, and Rachel. He'd been closer to Parian and Foil when I approached him with the plan. I watched the expressions on their faces, the concern, the alarm, and confusion I'd felt only minutes ago. I knew Tattletale hadn't shared this particular detail. They had to be listening in with some microphone, either a directional one aimed at my swarm outside or one in the dragonfly. They say loneliness breeds the best masters, and it's awfully lonely at the top, Tattletale said. Nobody that can really put up a fight, no excuse to flex his abilities to their fullest, nothing that can really give the man any real stature, next to Legend, who had all the face time with the media. No real role to play, compared to Alexandria, who was managing the PRT. Odd man out. I thought of Eidolon, the first time I'd seen him in person. Meeting in preparation for the Leviathan fight in Brockton Bay. Eidolon had been standing off to one side, in a corner, lost in thought. Symbiotic, odd as it sounds, what with you trying to kill him and him trying to kill you. Still no reaction. No response. I noted the surroundings. The Cymerg had situated herself above the ocean, an eerie parallel to how Scion had first appeared before humanity. As battlegrounds went, it left her relatively little to manipulate when using her telekinesis, but it also gave us very little ground to stand on if a fight erupted. She'd torn apart Flight BA-178. She could tear apart the Dragonfly or the Pendragon if she had a mind to. Hopefully the other ship would be able to flee, if we couldn't manage an outright fight. Tattletale held up a hand, then spoke. She's not giving me anything. I didn't repeat it for the Cymerg. I only stared at the screens. Did you expect her to? Imp asked. Yeah. Kind of, Tattletale said. She's not human, I said. And, if you're right about this, she's only a projection. Her brain doesn't work like ours does, if it's even active. She responded when we communicated, Tattletale said. I nodded. Defiant, you listening in? On the screen in front of us, Defiant turned to the camera, then nodded once. Open to suggestions, I said. We could use powers to try and communicate, Narwhal said. Can we express a signal through some other channel? Through our powers. It might be taken as an attack, I said. She's smart enough to figure out convoluted chains of cause and effect, but not to take a gesture of communication for what it is. Tattletale asked. I say we try it. Oh my god, Shadow Stalker said, her voice quiet. You're going to get us all killed. Well, it might be a mercy, Imp said. Going out like that, not having to watch the Golden Man take humanity down piece by piece. Could we try Canary? I suggested. If she has any understanding of powers, or if Canary has any influence with things other than humans. I don't, Canary said, from within the Pendragon. I tried using my power on dogs, cats, birds, monkeys. Tattletale nodded, like this was something expected. Bonesaw said something like that. When we get our powers, the passenger manages this sort of scan, trying to figure out a way to apply a part of itself. So Taylor gets a power that's restricted to bugs, Canary gets a power that's limited to people. At the same time, the passenger kind of figures out if there's any danger of the power harming us, physically or mentally, and it sets down safeguards and limits. Headaches like Dinah or I get our part of that. And Eidolon. I don't. I can't believe all this, a woman said. Miss Militia. He's really their creator? Defiant asked. Eidolon. 60% sure. Eidolon's some kind of exception, on a lot of levels. His power works by different vectors, the innate limits aren't there, something broke, and I'm betting the Endbringers are tied to it. Like, this entity is fissioning off into countless fragments that impregnate hosts and somehow a little extra gets tacked on. Or Cauldron's method of replicating the fragments gets that little extra. Yes, Defiance said. But how does that help us here? Getting to that. Sort of. Every power has secondary uses, uses that are locked away. But maybe there's something we can express using the powers, like a kind of para-human charades. Not, you know, actually miming something, but giving off a vibe. I'll try whatever, I said. Who? How? Tattletale smiled. Oh, this is fun. It's like a puzzle, but it's not one with a clear-cut answer. Rachel, Canary. Imp too. And Taylor's right. Any use of power in a way that could be seen as violent might give the wrong cue. So, none of that. Let's move people between ships. Bitch, to the Pendragon. Leave bastard behind. Canary, can you get out on top of your ship? And Imp, same for you. We need to distance you from the rest of us. Outside? Imp asked. Outside in a way. Where your power doesn't necessarily have a target. You get me. 3 people using their powers, Defiant said, without any valid targets. Exactly, Tattletale said. I could lose my bugs, I said. But I'm not sure I can express my power in a case like that. Even if you could, but that would be pretty heavy-handed. It's what we try next if this fails. For now, let's work with the existing plan. I pulled off my flight pack, then handed it to Imp. Oh, fun, she said. God damn it. No quips? No jokes? I asked. I helped her find the buckles and straps. When I'm done, maybe, Imp said. She glanced at Tattletale. I can't turn my power on. It's always on. I can turn it off, but that only works so long as I'm paying attention. Don't pay attention then. Leave it running. We're trying to express an attitude. Imp nodded. What attitude is Imp? I asked. Nonviolence, passivity, Tattletale said. At least as far as we're concerned. And Rachel? A call to arms, expression of strength. And Canary is, cooperation. Something along those lines. I nodded. Tattletale shrugged. Lung would be too violent, and the focus of Vista's power is too, location-driven. I have no idea how she'd take Narwhal's power, because it's pretty evenly split between offense and defense. Kind of abstract, I said. I'm, reaching, Tattletale confessed. Definitely reaching. But reaching an abstract thought bought us the portal to Gimel, and I've got to flex my power somehow. Somehow, I agreed. No, it's worth a try. Or it will be if it doesn't provoke her to violently murder us all. Can I make a suggestion, though? Any suggestions are good, Tattletale said. Send Shadow Stalker instead of IMP. You bitch, Shadow Stalker said. No. Awesome idea, Imp said. Shadow Stalker's power doesn't express itself over an area or any particular medium, Tattletale said. It's more personal. Can't she represent us? I asked. Or can't the personal effect represent us? If we had Imp flying up there way out of range of any of us, we're still expecting her to represent our group, or humanity as a whole, aren't we? Sort of, Tattletale said. Then I'm not sure I see the difference, I said. It doesn't matter, Shadow Stalker said. This is moronic. Charades and acting like powers are some kind of massive signal flag for the Endbringer. You're lunatics. Send them both. I suggested. Oh, that's less fun, Imp said. You had a working plan, and you're letting Tattletale convince you otherwise. Come on. Send the psycho crossbow girl and I'll hang back here. My power would send the total wrong message. Totally. SHH, Tattletale said. She frowned. Why Shadow Stalker? Because Imp is too passive. Way too passive, Imp murmured. So's Shadow Stalker, Tattletale said. But Shadow Stalker's passenger isn't. If there are any undertones, any way that the passengers influence our actions, then Shadow Stalker was definitely influenced. I dug through her old records, read up on her history. What? Shadow Stalker asked. She got aggressive after she got her powers. Generally more, I searched for the way to phrase it. You fucking looked at my records. More violent than most people would be, in her shoes. Lashing out, aimlessly at first, and then with a target, channeling the aggression. Except it was the same amount of violence, just concentrated into fewer incidents, alongside a pretty extensive bullying campaign. You're doing this because of a grudge. Let's do it, Tattletale said. Go with our guts. Imp and Shadow Stalker, up on the roof. Bitch, either you or bastard need to head over to the Pendragon. Canary on the roof of the Pendragon, singing with nobody listening. You're not getting me outside or any of that shit, Shadow Stalker said. You're scared, Imp said. That's so cute. Is it a fear of heights or a fear of the Cymurg? I'm not scared, Shadow Stalker replied. I'm being sensible. This is lunacy, and for what? Charades with the Endbringer. That was a metaphor, Tattletale said. It sounds fucking stupid. I've changed my mind, Imp said. I'm going. I'm not going to get lumped in with sissy McNansipants over here and get called a coward. I'm not scared, Shadow Stalker said. We never really got to meet, Imp said. Fight or any of that. So I've only got the stories I've heard about you. Like when you shot Gru with your crossbow and it went right through his stomach. Took him a month to recover? I used to think, you know, you were a badass. But you're a pussycat. She's a bully, I said. At the end of the day, she only wants to fight opponents she knows she can beat. I fought 2 Endbringers, Shadow Stalker said, stabbing a finger in my direction. I know what you're trying to do. Fucking manipulating me, getting me into a dangerous situation where you'll get me killed. Fuck you. Fought 2 Endbringers as part of an army. But going up alone, putting yourself in the line of fire against something that much bigger and stronger than you? No. You're a bully at heart, and that's the antithesis of your usual M.O. Fuck you, a bear. Fuck you. The sentence left her mouth, and then she stalked to my right, making her way to the cockpit. She passed through the glass, making her way onto the nose of the ship, where she crouched. Her flapping cloak obstructed the view, even as translucent as it was, but there was no chance we'd hit anything. It took a minute to arrange. Narwhal created a force field platform and carefully moved Rachel over to the Pendragon. I watched their glacially slow movement and the utterly still Cymurg. More alarms went off as she moved her head a fraction to watch the floating platform. It took a few long seconds for my heart to stop trying to jump out of my chest. Not completely oblivious to us petty humans. The girl is right. This seems ridiculous, Lung rumbled. Oh, Lung and Shadow Stalker are of like mind, that's wonderful. It is, just a little, Tattletale said. But I'm hoping that if this doesn't exactly work, she'll give us credit for trying. The Endbringers do not give you credit, Lung said. No, guess not, Tattletale said. She bent down to scratch Bastard around the ears, then stopped short when he pulled back, clearly uncomfortable with the stranger. Ridiculous, Lung repeated himself. And you stopped in the middle of a conversation. She is waiting for you to continue. She doesn't care. 99% sure. Gotta understand, she's not even close to human, especially once you scratch the surface. We think in black and white, she thinks in void and substance. In abstracts or in causative contexts, looking into the future and seeing how things unfold. So we're going to try this, and maybe something sticks. Lung said, clearly unimpressed. Start us up again? Tattletale asked me. I nodded. So, Simi, Eidolon made you, or he's been enough of an opponent that you've kind of got that weird frenemy thing going on. Not in the shitty high school way, but a real love-hate relationship. You know what I mean. You fight them so long you get to know them, you almost respect them on a level, and that respect becomes something more. You're rambling, I murmured. Tattletale shook her head a little. Whatever the case, you're reacting to his being gone. We're here because we're asking you. Tattletale trailed off. She'd noticed something. My head turned. Canary was singing, and I could hear it through my bugs. Wordless, insistent, filled with a lot of repressed emotion. Almost angry. I shut it out as best as I could, took a second to focus wholly on keeping my power from communicating any sound to me. I hit a button on the dashboard, then spent a few seconds tracking down one of Dragon's programs. Defiant found it first, loading it onto the Dragonfly's system. It began filtering out the singing. Most of it. But no sooner had Canary's song gone away than the Cymurg began screaming. Not as intense as I'd heard it described. Barely audible. More ominous than anything. Not full strength, Miss Malicia's voice came over the comms. I give us 5 minutes. Wrap this up. I unclenched my hands, belatedly realizing I'd been squeezing them so hard they almost hurt. My fingernails throbbed where they'd been almost bent against my palms. If I'd not been wearing my gloves, I might have pierced the skin. I flexed my hands to work out the tension that had accumulated and exhaled slowly. We're here, Tattletale started again, because we're asking you for help. For vengeance. For your strength. We want you and the rest of the Endbringers on board to stop Scion. The Cymurg didn't react. I don't care if you're doing it to fuck with us, though I'd prefer it if you saved any backstabbing for when Scion's dead and gone. Fucking wipe us out. I don't care. Just so long as we go out with a bang, taking him out with us. I made a hand gesture, urging Tattletale to move on. Do it for the psychological impact, leave a mark. Or do it because Scion killed Behemoth, your brother, and some part of you is programmed with a sense of kinship or whatever. But above all else, I'm hoping you'll help us murder that golden alien motherfucker because he killed Eidolon, and he stripped you of your purpose. 60% sure, I thought. Tattletale had revised her number. How confident was she now? The speech had no meat to it if Eidolon hadn't made the Endbringers. Very little if he had. Tattletale held up her hand to me again, another sign that I shouldn't repeat what she was saying, because she was talking to us. Fuck this. It's like talking to a fucking answering machine. I feel like some dim asshole with no idea what I'm talking about. There's no feedback, no responses to read and judge for the next line. Well, I said. She's not exactly your usual target. What do you usually do? Narwhal asked. Needle someone until they get upset, then find cues in that. I'd do that here, except irritating the Cymurk seems like an excuse to get a Darwin Award. Tattletale's being cautious. Must be the end of the world after all, someone said. Might have been Foil. She's singing, Tattletale said. So that's either a good sign or a very bad sign. Going by the numbers, Miss Militia said, if we assume it's half strength, I'd say 3 minutes before we have to abort. Maybe tell Canary to stop, I said. No, Tattletale said. We're getting a response. Let's hold out. Then keep talking, Defiance said. Tattletale sighed. She perched herself on the bench, hands on her head. I don't know if I should continue buying into this Eidolon thing. Less convinced the further we go. Most times, you get that key piece of information, and you can coast from there. It's very possible we don't have enough information, I said. I'm trying to communicate with something that doesn't communicate back, Tattletale said. Reduce, Defiance said. We're trying to convey a message to a being that we don't wholly understand. You're appealing to sympathy, to revenge. Something simpler. Like? Tattletale asked. They have a sense of self-preservation, Narwhal said. They run when we hurt them enough. Fear. Because it allows them to maintain their mission, Tattletale said. I don't think we can actually scare her, either. Scion might, but we can't. The screaming was getting worse. Warbling, with highs and lows. It snagged on my attention, making it harder to maintain a train of thought. Maybe she was reaching out to us, communicating. Maybe she was just doing her thing, trying to worm her way into our heads so she could figure out how we functioned, put her plans into motion. Angor, Rachel said. I turned my head. There was a long pause. I glanced at the screen on the cockpit to see what she was doing, but she'd stopped by the time I got there to look. When I cut Behemoth's leg off, after we'd melted most of him away, he was angry. Stomped around, attacked more. Kept fighting until he died. Didn't he? He did, Tattletale said. But now we're getting back to the whole needling them issue of the debate. I'm pretty sure I don't want to provoke her. Dunno, Rachel said. Just saying. No, I said, it's good thinking. It's a possibility. I could think back to the images of the Cymurk going all out. I remembered the various incidents that had unfolded in her wake. Echidna, the sundering of the PRT. Things with ramifications that were affecting us even now. A very scary possibility, I amended. Lung gave me a funny look. Yes, he said, agreeing with me. Tattletale made a gesture, pointing at herself. Go ahead, I said. Okay, Ziz. I'm going to be honest. You're pretty fucked. You and I both know you were made by somebody or something. Accidentally, probably. You were designed to give us as hard a time as possible without exterminating us altogether, probably to feed someone's ego, unbeknownst to them. But what happens when we're all gone? What's the fucking point of you? Tattletale paused. Waiting, watching. No reaction from Tattletale. What happens when we're all gone? You're tapped into a power source. Maybe most power sources. You're draining them dry just to keep yourselves going. There's nothing for you to do but linger, when there's no humans left. To hibernate. So you're gathering your forces. You're planning one last act, probably for a few days from now, where you wipe out humanity, and I'm betting it's one last desperate, sad attempt to validate your existence. Alarms went off once more. The Cymurk had moved, her head turning to look over one shoulder, flexing wings to move them out of the way, as if she couldn't see through them but she could see well past the horizon. She returned to the same posture as before. What was that about? I asked. Checking, Defiance said. Keep going. Any reaction is a good reaction. Maybe it was Scion, arriving just in time to pick a fight with the Cymurk. I could hope. Tattletale continued, and I repeated what she was saying verbatim, trying to even match her in tone and pitch. Here's what I'm thinking. Shot in the dark. You're wanting to fight humanity because you're trying to carry out the old programming, and Scion invalidated that by killing Eidolon, by killing someone else or destroying something. I think that fighting and nearly killing a few billion humans is the equivalent of fighting and nearly killing Eidolon. Or whoever. 180 integers of longitude to the west, Defiance said. Leviathan just arrived. That's what got her attention. We expected one to appear there, so Chevalier ordered us to put crews there with cameras for monitoring. They're there right now, reporting to me. A monitor shifted, depicting Leviathan, standing on the water's surface in the midst of a heavy rainstorm. The water around him was rippling, though he was utterly still. Tattletale continued without pause, not responding or reacting to this information. All I'm saying, all I'm proposing, is that Scion's a better bet than we are. You want to give someone a fucking hard time? Make that someone Scion. You want to terrorize people? Terrorize Scion. Bigger challenge, and you'll probably have the rest of us fucking scared out of our minds if you pull it off. You want to fucking end the world? Get in line, chickadee, because Scion's going to beat you to the punch if you don't stop him. Tattletale was almost breathless, speaking faster, with more emotion. It was a challenge to convey that with a voice generated by the swarm. Or maybe you don't care. Maybe you're nothing more than what you appear to be on the surface. Head games and taking credit for shit you didn't do. Maybe you're just a projection, blank between the ears, mindless, heartless, pointless. The ship moved a fraction, then adjusted, the autopilot kicking in. Did you feel that? I asked. Tattletale had gone silent, and there were no words left for me to translate. We did. A reaction? I adjusted the monitors, turning everything back to the Cymurg, looking for any clue, any hint. But she didn't have body language. Every action was deliberate. She didn't have any that weren't. Tattletale's voice was low. I did what I could to match it, speaking through a swarm of over 1 million individual insects and arachnids. You're supposedly this magnificent genius, and this is how you go out? With a whimper? Petering out like a stream without a source? You're honestly telling me there isn't anything more to you? Another rumble, another shift, somewhat more violent. Enough, Tattletale. Defiance voice. They run on different patterns. Fair bit of anger, room for some vengeance. Cleverness, sure. More in her than in Behemoth. Some killer instinct, maybe, a blend of fear and caution. Not so they're afraid, but so they can temper their actions. This? Right here? It's the closest we're about to get to communicating directly with a passenger. I understand, Defiance said. But that's enough. They're passengers. I asked. The shell? No. The outer shell, the concept, the execution, they're tapping into religious metaphors. The devil, the serpent, the angel, Buddha, Mother Earth, the maiden, each connected in turn to fundamental forces. Flame, water, fate, time, earth, the self. Things deep-seated and fundamental to their creator's belief system, because that's how the passengers interpret our world. Through us. But deep down? Beyond that surface, beyond the basic programming that drives them to do what they've been doing for 30 years? It's the passenger's brush strokes. And I'm getting to her. No you're not, Defiance said. Because you're stopping now. Fuck that, Tattletale said. You're stopping now because it worked. One by one, the monitors throughout the Dragonfly shifted, until the one at the very front was the only one that still showed the Cymurg. The Dragonfly changed course as we looked at the scene that was showing on every other monitor. The Azazel, airborne. DT officers within were standing by the windows, while one with a camera was holding it above their heads, aiming it towards the window, pointed at the water. A dark mass was beneath. Leviathan, matching pace with the ship. The Dragonfly and Pendragon broke from their orbit around the Cymurg. The Cymurg followed. The YA with grave NGBN tore through the settlement, barely visible, as fast as arrows loosed from a bow. One set of powers to give them speed, another to give them the ability to create crude images, illusions, blurry and indistinct. A weak power, but far less so when coupled with the fact that they were making themselves just as blurry and indistinct. To top it off, they were making themselves invisible for fractions of a second, and they were lashing out with short blades of cutting energy when they reappeared, slicing through the Australian refugees. Bombs went off, coordinated, ripping through the spaces the YA with grave NGBN had already passed through, cleaning up the ones who'd survived, killing the rescue personnel who were trying to save lives. Earth TOF, barely 2 million people spread out across the globe, with this being the largest population center, based around the portal that Faultline, Labyrinth, and Scrub had erected. Without this base for supplies and communication, the other settlements would falter. Disease would be crippling, food would be scarce at best. And the YA with grave NGBN would no doubt reap the rewards, claiming the planet for the CUI. The Pendragon led the way through the portal, and it suffered the brunt of the bombs that the YA with grave NGBN had left in their wake, no doubt to stop any reinforcements. The Pendragon sank, no longer fully airborne, and the Dragonfly's cameras could see as Golem, Vista, and Cuff did what they could to patch it together. Not enough. It landed, hard. Another bomb went off as the Pendragon hit ground. Had the YA with grave NGBN plotted that? A second line of defense? Everyone okay? I asked. Give us a minute. Nobody dead. At least the Pendragon was a combat ship, meant to take a beating. If the Dragonfly had been the first one through, we would have been obliterated. At best, we'd have managed to evacuate with parachutes, flight packs and shadow form powers. We passed through the area the Pendragon had cleared. One small ship against what had to be 30 YA with grave NGBN members. They didn't move, but flickered, existing as scarce smudges and streaks of black and an odd midnight blue from the regions of their heads. They cast out more smudges in matching colors with their image generation powers, turned invisible for 1 or 2 seconds at a time when they saw opportunities to catch refugees off guard. Some merely killed. Others slashed at eyes or ears, removed hands. Butchered. What would the CUI want with scores of butchered people? It wasn't really the fault of the individual YA with grave NGBN members. They were brainwashed, subsumed into this collective of shared powers, their identities erased. But that didn't make their actions forgivable. The Cymurg followed behind the Dragonfly, moving each wing until it was pointed straight behind her as she sailed through the narrow, oddly shaped portal. When she unfolded her wings, extending each until a veritable halo of them surrounded her, a complete circle, I could feel my heart skip a beat. We need to give her orders, Tattletale said. I nodded, mustering my swarm into a group large enough to communicate. But there was no need. She flew past us. The singing had died down, but it welled up at full strength. I almost staggered. Rubble began to peel away from the demolished settlement beneath us. Metal, bombs, pieces of structures. As she reached less damaged areas, she picked up construction vehicles. The fragments of metal around her were like a dense cloud, almost obscuring her, massive wings and all. The singing increased in pitch. A bomb detonated in the midst of the storm of debris, breaking up a bulldozer in the process. Below her, the scene had gone still. YA with grave NGBN raider and civilian alike had gone still. The smudges consolidated into forms. Not the same YA with grave NGBN I'd encountered before. These ones wore similar outfits, but there were bodysuits beneath, no bare skin. The multifaceted gem designs that covered their faces were dark blue, their costumes black. Infiltrators. A subset. One of 5 subgroups, apparently. The debris settled into a single shape, drawing together. Nothing welded, nothing screwed in together. Merely a crude device, held together by telekinesis. A fat, snub-nosed cannon, twice as long as she was tall. She fired it, and the resulting bullet was nearly 10 feet across, a sphere of hot metal. It crashed into a trio of YA with grave NGBN. She used her telekinesis to sweep it off to the right. The misshapen bullet was compressed into a rough sphere in the time it took to soar down a long road, smashing through 2 members of the YA with grave NGBN. A bystander was clipped, spinning violently before collapsing in a heap. Shattered arm and ribs, if not dead. I bit my lip. Don't injure civilians, I communicated through the swarm. She gave no sign she'd listened. Her telekinesis grabbed 4 members of the YA with grave NGBN who'd gotten too close, lifting them by their costumes or by some other debris that had surrounded them. As if launched by catapults, they flew straight up, where they disappeared into the clouds above. I winced as the screaming increased in intensity by another notch. Did she have to do that? I felt a touch of paranoia, not just at the idea, but at the fact that I'd been concerned. Paranoia over the fact I was feeling paranoid. The Cymurk had crafted another gun. They floated around her like satellites, firing only in those intermittent moments when she'd formed and loaded the necessary ammunition. Those are my guns, Kidwin reported over the comms. Bigger, but mine. I didn't like that she was screaming. It set an ugly tone to this whole venture. I really didn't like that we couldn't direct her that well. We were ending this confrontation decisively, we were probably even doing it more cleanly and with less damage to civilians than there would be if we'd handled it ourselves. But we'd brought the Cymurk here and people were getting hurt as collateral damage. That was on us, everything else aside. I don't know what to feel right now, Imp said. It doesn't feel good, I said. I wish I knew what I'd said that got her on board, Tattletale said. I went with the shotgun approach, trying to see what stuck, and now I don't know what to leverage if we need to do it again. You're so whiny, Rachel said. You say we need her help, we got it. Good. Maybe now we can fight. Lung grunted. This is true. But I've seen what happens if you do something like this, something big, and you fall. You fall hard. I nodded at that. Wise words, Lung. Well said. Do not talk to me, he rumbled. I only shook my head. Fuck me, you guys are serious. Shadowstalker murmured. This is good. This is luck. There's a reason I stick to my fists and my crossbow. They're reliable. This Endbringer thing most definitely isn't. Of course it isn't, I said. But you know that whole saying, finding a boyfriend? Young, smart, wealthy, pick 2? We don't get to pick 2, here. Options at the end of the world, clean, safe, effective, pick 1. We got Bohu, but she doesn't move fast at all, Tattletale said. Leviathan's on his way to pay the elite a visit. Collateral damage could be ugly there. It isn't sustainable, I said. Somehow, I don't think they're going to sit still if we ask them to. What happens if we run out of enemies to attack? If we need to put Leviathan to work and there aren't any targets that don't involve even more collateral damage than we'll see when he attacks the elite. People are going to fall in line damn fast, Tattletale said. Probably, I said. Or they'll run for the hills. Win-win, Tattletale said. We were saying we needed people to split up more. The Cymurk opened fire, striking out with 3 guns, striking a neighborhood that had already been reduced to dust and flame by a series of bomb blasts. Somehow, Imp commented, this doesn't scream win-win to me. I nodded. Nothing saying this isn't another clever plan, set up to fuck with us, destroy our last shreds of hope, I said. The YA with grave NGBN were opening fire. Projectiles that moved slowly, splitting in the air until there was a virtual storm of them. Had they been aimed at the dragonfly, we wouldn't have been able to dodge. The Cymurk flew between the bullets like they weren't even a concern. Debris blocked the shots. In the midst of her maneuvering, she drew together a 3rd gun from the storm of debris. Then she somersaulted, heels overhead as she rapidly shifted direction. In the moment it took her to build acceleration, she looked directly at the camera. Directly at me. She'd heard me, she understood, and she had responded. Cockroaches 28.5. At least she stopped screaming. The Cymurk floated in the air, remaining in a kind of stasis, much like she'd been in when we'd approached her, but there was an entire rig of devices surrounding her. A halo, almost, studded with guns and cannons at regular intervals. The sky behind her was overcast, clouds rolling past us with the strong winds, and mingled dust and smoke slowly shifting beneath her, brown-grey. The juxtaposition was eerie, the clouds of the sky moving faster than the smoke and dust, and the Simurgh between the two, utterly still. On TV, back in the days when we'd had television, there had been the various talk shows, news segments and interviews where the Endbringers would come up. I'd listened, even though television wasn't really my thing. I'd heard people theorize on the Simurgh's scream, wondering out loud about just how many of the disasters that followed in her wake were her, and how many were our own overblown paranoia. It helped to remind myself that I wasn't the only one who was debating the possibilities. I'd listened for too long. Was I tainted? If this was all a trap, then I might already be seeded with some destructive or disastrous impulse. Should I be hypervigilant? Should I not stress over it? It was a debate millions of individuals had maintained amongst themselves, in the wake of the Simurgh's attacks. Invariably, there wasn't a right answer. If she wanted to fuck with me, there wasn't anything I could do. Anything could and would fit into her game plan. It wasn't just me, either. I was very aware of Lung's presence, and of shadow stalkers. The YA with grave NGBN were dealt with. There were 2 major raiding parties, if we judged solely by the colors of their masks, and 3 or 4 other subgroups tasked with different functions. One raiding party was annihilated, and I could hope the Endbringer's presence would scare off the other group. There was an upside of sorts, in that the YA with grave NGBN didn't have access to Cauldron's door-making para-human. It meant they moved exclusively through the portals that dotted Earth-Bet, the same portals the refugees had used, which some stragglers were still using. Various factions and governments were gathering small armies at each of the remaining portals. One Earth was already lost to us, destroyed by Scion in the first day he'd been traveling universes. The South American refugees who had fled through there would be either eradicated or reduced to such a small population that it barely mattered. Earth Zayan, too, was gone, subsumed by the sleeper. Still, a dozen Earths remained, with people scattered all over them. The CUI had claimed one, and they'd be ready for retaliation, maintaining a defensive line. I doubted that defensive line would hold if an Endbringer decided to march through. No, they would be gathering their forces in anticipation of a possible attack. Good. I took in my surroundings. One ramshackle settlement, more than half of it obliterated by bombs. Relatively little in the way of collateral damage on the Simurgh's part. Psychological damage? Quite possible. The Simurgh was a terror weapon, her very presence enough to rout armies, and these refugees weren't an army. Morale had been low to start with. I sighed. We'd scared people off, and they'd fled to the hills, quite literally. In a movie, this would have been the moment that people slowly began returning, the orchestral music swelling as they overcame their fear. Ridiculous, in context. They'd hide for days, and they'd flee the second they saw the Simurgh again. This wasn't a case where we'd be able to stop the imminent threat and then recruit a select few people from among the survivors. Yo, Tattletale said. She had to run to get up the last stretch of the little hill that overlooked Taft's primary settlement. Yo, I responded. Total deadpan? You can be a little excited, she said. I am. Quiet terror is a kind of excitement, isn't it? Pulse pounding, heart in my throat, and I'm so tense I'm getting a headache, because I'm almost afraid to think. You think I'm not? Fuck. There's very few things that genuinely terrify me. One of them is hanging out right above us, building something, and I can't even read her, which makes her one of the few things out there that surprise me. Building something? I looked up. True enough, the Simurgh had her hands in front of her, and was manipulating debris in between her hands. What is she? I don't know, Tattletale said, interrupting me. What do you want me to do? Ask her. I shook my head. How are the Pendragon's occupants doing? Ship shape, but Defiance wanting to be careful. He's demanding they get triple-checked. Kind of funny, seeing that from him. I shrugged. It would be a bigger leap for Tattletale to see the changes in him than for me to see it. I'd been acquainted with him over the past 2 years, while she only saw him here and there. They'll be up for it if we have a fight. I asked. Tattletale shrugged. For sure. Scratches, bruises, but that's about it. We're down to fight at a moment's notice. Sad thing is, the worst thing Scion could do to us is wait a month or 2 before he comes back. True, I agreed. Not a pleasant thought. If he took a leave of absence while we were trying to wrangle the Endbringers, odds were we'd get taken out by other factions or by the Endbringers themselves. I dunno, Imp said. I managed to not be startled as she appeared. Killing us all is pretty awful. Awful, but not awful in the let humanity destroy itself sort of way, I pointed out. Let us come up with a plan for fighting back, then disappearing? Letting that plan fester and fuck us over. Imp shrugged. So? What do we do? Handle what we can, I said. Let's go talk to the others and hash out a plan of action. The 3 of us made our way down the hill to the settlement. In the doing, we passed through a darker patch where the Simurgh's wingspan blocked out a portion of the sun. What little sunlight could pass through the cloud cover, anyways. I glanced up and saw her in shadow, the light behind her outlining her body, hair, feathers, and the halo of improvised weapons. Defiant had his helmet off. His hair had grown in just a little, but wasn't much more than a buzz cut. Stubble on one side of his face was much the same. But for the lack of stubble on his cheek, I might not have noticed his face was partially a prosthetic. A gift from the 9. It worked, he said. More or less, I responded. 1 civilian death and 7 civilian injuries in the fighting. The death and 2 of the injuries were the Simurg's fault. Only that many, Defiance said. She was letting us know she could, Tattletale said. Which is something we really should pay attention to, so long as we're trying to make sense of Endbringer psychology. I'm wondering if you could say that they're primarily a warped superego, devoid of any real ego or advanced ID. Built-in codes and rule sets, not human social rules, but still rules established by a creator. Sigmund Freud, Defiance said. I remember being back in university. Second-year psychology elective. The professor said one word, Freud, and the entire auditorium of students exploded in laughter. Tattletale smiled. You're calling my analysis into question. If you're basing it on the Freudian structural model, yes. Freud was big on the whole Oedipus, Electra thing. Mommy issues, daddy issues. I'd say if we have any understanding of the Endbringers at all, there's definitely something going on there. Not sexual, but you get what I mean. You're way overstating my intelligence, Imp said. I don't get what you mean at all. The Endbringers have a fucked up connection with whoever made them, I said. Be it Eidolon or someone else. I understand that. So if they're unmoored from whatever's anchoring them to reality, Tattletale said, what's motivating them now? A better question, I said, is, well, who the fuck is she following? Us, Imp said. You guys are overthinking this. I sighed. She is following us, probably. Leviathan was following the Azazel, Simurg followed the Dragonfly. Both maintained consistent speeds, matching pace, keeping a short distance. What I'm asking is, which of us, exactly, does the Simurg follow? Who's in control of her, for the time being? Tattletale summed up the question. There's an easy way to check that, Defiant murmured. Odd, that his voice had a vaguely mechanical twang to it even with his helmet off. Each person that was on the Dragonfly walks in a different direction, and we see who she follows. I frowned, glancing skyward for a moment. No sign of any movement or response from the Simurg. What? Tattletale asked. I wouldn't say anyone's in control of her, I said. Because I don't think anyone is in control of her except her, and... I stopped there. What? Tattletale asked, again. When she was first attacking the settlement and I was musing aloud at the possibility of betrayal, she very deliberately looked at me. It was a communication, all on its lonesome. Letting me know the whole betrayal thing was a possibility, that she had some self-volition, and letting me know she was listening. We know she hears. We know she's aware of everything around her, present or future. Simurg S.O.P, Tattletale said. I know, I said. But I'm not just saying she heard me. I'm saying she was listening. She's hearing every word we say here and she's paying attention to all of it, processing it, applying it, maybe. You may be reading too much into a momentary eye contact, Defiant said. I'm watching the video footage in question right now, yes. I see what you're talking about. Right. I asked. So you agree? But he shook his head. I suspect it's a bad sign if you're getting paranoid over this. It's counterproductive, and the moment your fear or second guessing is detrimental enough, you need to step down and walk away. I took a deep breath, then sighed. I'm fine. If there's an issue. No issue. All I'm saying, the only reason I brought this up, is because I don't want to get on her bad side. I'd very much appreciate it if we treated her with due respect. Let's not upset her by talking about her in a negative light. Electra complexes, talking about who's controlling her, or experimenting on her. I don't think it's that easy to understand her, and we're only going to upset her if we keep going down that road. She doesn't get upset, Defiance said. Didn't we just spend an inordinate amount of time talking about how Endbringers don't have conventional emotions? Better safe than sorry, I said. Yes, he sighed the word. Yes. Of course. I'm mentally exhausted, I'm being stubborn. We're all mentally exhausted, I said. I glanced up at the Simurg. Keep that in mind. There were nods all around. The Pendragon won't fly until I fix it, Defiant said, standing. He pulled on his helmet, and there was an audible sound as it locked into place. I'll need parts from elsewhere. It also means leaving some people behind. You can't fit everyone into the Dragonfly. We'll do something low risk in the meantime, then, I said. Reduced group. Sensible. I'll go see after the others, then. This would be a good time to eat, stock up on supplies or use the facilities. Defiant wasn't one for goodbyes or formalities. He said he'd leave, and he left, his boots making heavy sounds with each footfall. Well, I'm going to go make water, Tattletale said, jerking a thumb towards one of the outhouses. I'd be all girl code and invite you with, but I actually like you guys, and I don't want to subject you to that atmosphere. Thanks, I said. When Tattletale had disappeared, Imp and I sort of meandered over towards the others. Canary was closest, helmet off, her hair plastered to her head with sweat, making her feathers that much more prominent where they stuck out of her hairline. This is crazy, she said. This is a Tuesday for us, Imp replied, overly casual in a way that was almost forced. I saw the dawning alarm on Canary's features. I hurried to reassure her, it's really not. Ignore her. Canary nodded. Holding up okay? I asked. Pretty much. There's one thing, but it's pretty trivially stupid in the grand scheme of things. We're killing time while we wait to get organized, I said. Go ahead. There were two people I was talking to. Forget their names. One's really forgettable and the other's obscure. Foil and Parian, I said. Yes. Right, yet. I was talking to them, and we had a lot in common, and then they went from warm to ice cold in a flash. Couldn't understand why. I frowned. That doesn't sound like either of them. They didn't really say anything. They just talked about going somewhere, and I asked if I could come, and they looked at me like I had 3 heads. They probably wanted to be alone, I said. Yet. I get that, Canary said. Alone, Imp responded. End of the world, making every minute count? Nudge, nudge, wink wink. Imp held her mask in one hand, using it to nudge Canary twice, then tipping it to the side as she winked, keeping time with the 4 words. Canary's eyes went wide. Oh. Oh. Dudette, with all the hugging and reassuring they were doing, how was this even in question? I don't follow the Cape scene. I don't know how close teammates get. I just figured, shitty situation, life and death, maybe you cling tighter to any buoy in a storm, oh god. I asked if I could come with them. Imp nodded sagely. I can see where you'd get confused. We're very close, here, after all. Canary was blushing, humiliated, the pink of her skin contrasting her yellow hair. Imp continued, after all, Skitter. Weaver and I, well. She tried to make bedroom eyes at me, holding her hands in front of her, twisting her arms as she drew her shoulders forward, the very picture of a love-struck schoolgirl. Canary's face reddened further as Imp continued to poke fun. Imp, for her part, gave it up after only 2 or 3 seconds. Fuck. Can't do it. Weaver here has diddled my brother, and it just feels quick and incestuous. That's the reason we haven't ever done the relationship thing, I said, my voice flat. It'd be weird in an almost incestuous way. Imp cackled. One of very few people I knew who could cackle. She was enjoying herself. This was her medium. One of them. You'd do better with Tattletale, or Rachel. Thank you, I said, and I injected a little more sarcasm into my voice, for the mental pictures that evokes. She cackled again. Eager to change the topic, I glanced at the others. The wards were sitting a short distance away, Kidwin, Golem, Vista and Cuff, sitting together. Cuff was fixing up Golem's costume. I'd feel weird about approaching them. Technically, I was still a ward, though my 18th birthday had come and gone. I should have moved up to the Protectorate, but I'd never been sworn in, had never filled in the paperwork. The Slaughterhouse 9, Scion and the mass evacuation from Earthbet sort of gave me an excuse, but I still didn't want to face the questions. I glanced at Saint, who was sitting between Narwhal and Miss Militia. They were pretty clearly talking guns. Lung stood alone. He was holding a skewer with meat all along the length. A glance around didn't show any possible source. A check with my swarm did. A few hundred feet away, there was a cooking fire that had gone out in the aftermath of the YA with grave NGBN attack. Lung had apparently claimed some food as a matter of course. Lung, I said, almost absently. You know him? Canary asked. Yeah, I said. He was kind of notorious in the birdcage. A lot of people, they come in, and they do something to make a statement. Kill someone, pick someone suitable and claim them, challenge someone suitably impressive to a fight, that sort of thing. What did Lung do? I asked. He marched into the women's side of the prison, killed his underling, and then killed and maimed a bunch of others before the cell block leaders ordered people to pull back. I got called into a meeting, too, where a bunch of people in charge of cell blocks asked me to come and tell them what I knew about him, since we arrived at the same time. I nodded. But you didn't know anything? No. I think some of them were really worried, too. I thought they were going to hurt me, until Lustrum, my cell block leader, backed me up, gave me her protection. Geez, Imp said. That's messed up. Canary shrugged. How did you put it? A Tuesday? A Tuesday in the birdcage. No, I'm not talking about that, Imp said. I'm talking about the fact that Lustrum the feminazi was in charge of your cell block and you still didn't pick up on the thing between Parian and Foil. Isn't that, like, Sappho Central? Sappho? Canary blushed again. I mean, seriously, Imp said. Ease up, I warned her. I live and let live, Canary said. I just didn't want to step on toes. And you never got any. I had somebody, but like I said. They were still going as I focused on my swarm. I gave some commands to the dragonfly, which I had landed a mile and a half out of town, and brought it our way. With the relay bugs, I could sense most of the settlement, the surrounding landscape, everything above and below. That was only using half of them. The remainder were fertilized, bearing eggs. I'd flipped the switches, shifted them into breeding mode, and I was working on keeping them warm and well fed. I'd have to wait until the eggs hatched before I found out whether the young had any range extension ability. If I had to wait until they were adult, well, the world might end before I got that far. Defiant was returning. I stepped away from Canary and Imp to greet him. Let's go, he said. Smaller team, while the Pendragon was out of action, smaller job. The ones who were grounded would be looking after the settlement, ensuring the survivors were able to make it through the next few nights. Tattletale was with me. Imp and Rachel had come with for much the same reason Lung had. They were restless personalities, unwilling to relax when there was a possibility of a conflict. I wanted to think that Rachel's intentions were a little kinder in nature than Lung's, that she wanted to protect her friends, but I wasn't going to ask, nor was I going to set any hopes on it. A pleasant idea, nothing more. Lung was eerily quiet. He'd acted to stop Shadow Stalker from attacking me, but he hadn't shown a glimmer of his power. After we'd decided who went where, before we'd left, Canary had found a moment to talk to me. To finish what she'd been about to say when Imp had interrupted to poke fun at her. Information about Lung. He coasted on reputation for some time. Didn't use his power, didn't fight, just intimidated. Nobody was willing to start something because nobody really knew what he was about. Until this guy from Brockton Bay came in. Had some info. Except, by then, Lung was entrenched in Marquis' cell block, and even if someone wanted to go after him, they didn't want to deal with Marquis in the process. Lung hadn't been using his power. Why? Was there a reason? A deep-seated concern about his passenger, maybe? No. What would excuse that? I needed to ask Tattletale, now that I knew, but there hadn't been a moment where we'd both been alone. We had Shadow Stalker, who had no interest in rebuilding and resettling. Defiant was with us as well, relying on remote monitoring to perform the occasional check-in on Saint. Narwhal would manage the rest. Miss Militia had come along, and nobody had said anything to mark it as fact, but I got the distinct impression it was for Defiant's sake. And, of course, we had the Cymurg. Following. She'd finished building what she'd been working on as she hovered over the aftermath of the fight at the Toff settlement. A short sword, 4 feet long, without any guard to protect the hand from an enemy's weapon, both sides of the blade serrated. Black. Defiant had called it a gladius. Defiant had the cockpit and Miss Militia's company, and so I was left to hang out in the cabin, with Rachel sleeping beside me, Bastard and Huntress sleeping at her feet. I admired her ability to rest in such stressful situations. I glanced at Shadow Stalker, who seemed to be filled with nervous energy. When we'd kidnapped her for Regent to control, Rachel had been able to sleep then, too. I felt like I had to be responsible, somehow. I'd taken on 3 very dangerous individuals, with reputations ranging from bloodthirsty vigilante to endbringer, and I knew I'd blame myself if something went wrong on any count. I couldn't sleep when there was information to take in, when there were people to watch over, and personalities to keep in check. Threats and conflicts, within and without. Many of the monitors were focused on Bohu, the towering endbringer, tall enough that her heads reached the cloud cover. 5 miles tall, give or take. Gaunt, expressionless, without legs to walk with. No, she moved like a block of stone that someone was pushing, not with lurching movements, but a steady, grinding progression that left bulldozed terrain in her wake. Overlapping rings marked the area she traveled as well, as she continued switching between her typical combat mode cycles, altering the terrain, raising walls, creating traps and deadfalls, generating architecture. The monitors abruptly changed. One shaky image, from one cameraman at just the right vantage point. A golden streak crossing the evening sky, appearing out of nowhere. Just about everyone in the Dragonfly tensed. I felt myself draw in a breath, my meager chest swelling as if I could draw in confidence as well as air, preparing to give orders, to provide the call to arms. But the golden light disappeared as soon as it had appeared. Like the jet stream of an aircraft passing overhead, except it was light, not smoke, and it only marked a brief period where he'd passed through our world on his way to other things. We relaxed. Rachel hadn't even woken up. She was exhausted, though we'd barely participated in any fighting. The Dragonfly moved closer to the ground as we approached the next portal. It was squatter, broader, allowing for more ground traffic at a moment's notice, though it made the passage of flying vehicles more difficult. Like Scion, exiting one world, passing through Bet on our way to the next. It reminded me of my discussion with Panacea. People who build and people who destroy. We were trying to do the former, Scion the latter. The Dragonfly passed through the portal. Heavy rain showered down around us. The Dragonfly faltered for an instant as it changed settings, very nearly nosediving into the ground beneath us. Defiant pulled the craft up. Agnes Court, I thought. I'd studied all of the major players in anticipation of the end of the world, I knew who the elite were, and I knew who had built this. She fit somewhere between Labyrinth and the YA with Grave and GBNS Ziggurat. Organically grown structures. Seeds that swelled into pillars, stairs, houses, and bigger things, given enough time and proximity to their master. The wood-like substance hardened to stone of varying colors after she terminated the growth. In the span of 2.5 days, she'd grown a walled city, one with an elaborate castle at the northmost end with shelters and what looked like a sewer system, if I was judging the perfectly round hole in the cliff face below right. It was gushing water. 2 days to make this. Leviathan had taken less than an hour to demolish it. The wall, taller than some skyscrapers, was shattered in 3 places, damaged enough to serve little purpose in others. A shallow river flowed through the spots where the damage to the wall reached the ground. Leviathan had perched himself atop the castle's highest tower, though the tower wasn't broad enough for him to put anything more than 2 clawed hands and 2 feet on the very top. His tail wound around the structure, in one window and out another. Even through the rain, his 5 eyes glowed. Oh no, I said. The civilians. The refugees. Relatively few, Tattletale said. That's, yet. I don't think we offed people in any substantial numbers. In any substantial numbers, I thought. I didn't think they'd get this kind of structure up in time, I said. Court grows things exponentially, given time, Tattletale said. She frowned. Grew things exponentially. If that was the case, then we'd lost a possible asset. Fuck this, fuck the elite for bringing things to this point. There were 1,000 people here, Defiant said. Many who were managing supplies and resources for the rebuilding and resettlement efforts. I'd explain, Tattletale said, but I'd rather not explain twice. Twice? Miss Militia asked. Tattletale pointed. The Azazel had parked on top of a tower at the wall's edge, almost opposite to where Leviathan was. A crowd had gathered around it. Too many to be just the dragon's teeth. Far too many. I swallowed. Cameras zoomed in on the individuals. Hard to make out through the rain, but I could draw the appropriate conclusions. The dragonfly landed, far gentler in the process than I would have managed on my own. Time to face the music, Tattletale said. I took the time to restructure my costume, raising my hood to protect my head before I stepped out into the pouring rain. Defiant was in step to my right, Tattletale to my left. No, not pouring. Pounding. As heavy a rainfall as I'd ever experienced. The other major players had arrived. The Thanda, Fault Line, the Irregulars, the Meisters, the remnants of the suits. Cauldron. It took time for everyone from the Dragonfly to make their way outside. We looked so small in comparison to the group arrayed before us. People had disappeared here and there. Dead or gone in the wake of the disaster on the oil rig, or the fighting that had followed. Even after we'd arrived, after the ramp had closed, the group before us remained utterly silent. There was only the sound of the rain, so deafening I might have been unable to hear people if they'd shouted. I clenched my fists, tried not to shiver. If I started, I wouldn't stop. Staying calm, staying confident, my attention on my bugs as a way of escaping the stresses here, it made for an almost zen moment. It was in that same moment that the Cymurk descended. Descended was the wrong word. She fell. It was as though she'd stopped lifting herself into the air, and let herself drop. Her wings moved to control her descent, keep her facing towards the ground as she plummeted. In the gloom of the rain and the heavy storm clouds above, her silver-white body was the easiest thing to make out. If the assembled capes hadn't already been keeping a wary eye on her, the movement would have turned heads anyways. A white streak, plummeting from the sky, striking Leviathan. The shockwave that accompanied the impact tore through the tower. Superficial features broke away first, followed by the internal structures that had provided structural integrity. The end result was a gradual, almost slow-motion collapse, a lingering view of the Cymurk and Leviathan as they'd been at the moment of impact. They tilted as the tower did, but neither endbringer moved. The Cymurk had both feet pressed against Leviathan's stomach, one hand reaching up to grip his face, the other hand holding the gladius she'd made, buried so deep in Leviathan's sternum that only a little bit of the handle stuck out. Pieces of her halo began to fall, including her fabricated guns and the other debris she'd arranged to form the ring itself. It rained down like a localized meteor shower, striking the castle, the base of the tower, the wall, and Leviathan. The Cymurk managed to avoid being struck, even with her vast wingspan. She leaped up, kicking herself off of Leviathan, and found a perch on the wall, folding her wings around herself and the top of the wall, as if to ward off the worst of the rain. Maybe 6 or 7 seconds later, the tower finished collapsing, and Leviathan's massive, dense body hit ground, crashing through several buildings before settling, the handle of the sword still sticking out of the wound. He didn't rise. He twitched, lashed out with his tail, dashing 3 already tattered buildings to smithereens, then gushed with water, producing 4 or 5 times his body weight in water without even moving. Death throes? She'd hit his core. Beside me, Imp wiped at the lenses of her mask, tried again, and then pulled it off entirely. She stared at the scene with her mouth agape, then looked to Tattletale, mouthing 3 words in a voice too quiet to make out through the pounding rain. Tattletale's hair was soaked through, streaming with rivulets of water that ran down her back. Dark makeup ran from the eye sockets of her costume. However bedraggled she appeared, just after a minute of standing in the rain, she also looked contemplative, rubbing her chin as she hugged her other arm close for warmth. Leviathan went utterly still. I watched the faces of the others. Every set of eyes was fixed on Leviathan's body. Nobody seemed like they were willing or able to tear their eyes away from the scene. Slowly, almost at a glacial pace, Leviathan moved. One hand with the disproportionately long claws was planted on the ground, then another. His tail provided some of the support and strength to leverage himself to his feet. That, oddly enough, seemed to surprise Tattletale. Her hand dropped from her face to her side. She fumbled to hook her thumb over her belt as if she needed the extra leverage. When Leviathan had pulled himself to an upright position with both feet beneath him, his head hanging down, the tail snaked around the handle of the sword. He wrenched it free, and tore out chunks of his own chest in the process. There was little left but the handle and the base of the sword. Needle-like lengths of metal speared out from the base, but the bulk of the sword's material was gone. Leviathan continued to move with an almost excruciating slowness as he reached out with his claws, extending each arm to his sides, like a figure crucified. The wound was superficial, but he was acting like he'd received a more grievous wound than any of us had dealt in the past. The wind turned, and the wall ceased to provide a curtain against the rain. For a moment, Leviathan was only a silhouette. I could see his shape distort. Others reacted before I saw anything different. The number man, Tattletale, Dinah, Faultline, they saw something I couldn't make out through the curtains of torrential rain. The number man said something to Dr. Mother, and I saw Dinah fall back just an instant before Faultline gave a hand signal to her crew. They adopted fighting stances. Did they really think we could fight, if it came down to it? Against 2 endbringers? It was maybe 20 seconds of stillness, seeing only vague shapes through the shifting downpour, before the wind turned again. I got a glimpse of what the Cymurk had done. I could hear a squeak from beside me. I expected it to be Imp, saw it was Shadow Stalker, instead. She clutched her crossbow in both hands. Fins. Leviathan had fins. They were like blades, points sweeping backwards. A fin rooted in the side of his arm, from wrist to elbow, the point scything back. Had it not been limp enough to trail on the ground, it might have reached his shoulder. More at the sides of his neck and along the length of his spine, forming an almost serrated pattern where multiple fins overlapped. Perhaps some at his legs. The fins ran down the length of his tail, and ended in a cluster at the end, like the tuft of fur at the end of a lion's tail, exaggerated many times over in size. He flexed a claw, and I could see webbing between each finger, mottled in black and an iridescent green that matched his eyes. It made me think of the bioluminescence of a jellyfish in the deep ocean. In synchronous motions, the Cymurk unfurled her wings, stretching them to their full length, and Leviathan flexed his fins, letting them unfold in kind. Each fin was the same as the webbing, mottled black and a eerie green, and the echo image of water that accompanied his movement produced mist as it washed over the fins. It obscured him almost completely, and as much as the pouring rain served to drive it away, the rainwater produced more mist as it touched the fins. It took some time to clear, and even then, it only cleared because Leviathan had folded the fins up again. When we could see Leviathan again, he had collapsed into a sitting position, one overlong arm draped over his legs, chin resting on one shoulder, completely at ease. Above him, the Cymurk slowly folded her wings closed, like a reversal of a flower blossoming. Dr. Mother turned to face us. Wada, she stuttered. Contessa, holding an umbrella to keep the both of them dry, set an arm on the doctor's shoulder. The doctor fell silent, stopping only to look at Leviathan, then turned back to Tattletale. Tattletale managed a grin. I'd say there's a silver lining in all this, but that phrase has sort of lost its cachet over the last decade or so. She gestured in the vague direction of the Cymurk before hugging her arms against her body. He's probably stronger, which helps if he's going up against Scion, right? I think, Dr. Mother said. She paused very deliberately. It would be very wise to keep the Endbringers separated from here on out. We might have to fight them, before or after we take on Scion, King of Swords, leader of one division of the suits, voiced the concerns that everyone was harboring. Lung was the next one to speak. What did she do? Upgraded Leviathan, Tattletale said. Attuned some device to the right frequency or setting, then tapped into his core without doing too much harm to Leviathan. Fed things into there. Knowledge, data, nanotechnology. Defiance head turned, as if Tattletale had said something. Yeah, Tattletale said. Nanotech. Why do you think the fins were turning water to mist? My tech. Defiant asked. Among one or two other advancements. If the density rules are in effect, I'd bet those fins are just as hard to cut through as Leviathan's arm or torso. Disintegration effect, maybe something else. Mech Leviathan. Imp murmured. That's not, it doesn't fit with what we know of them, Defiant said. Tattletale spread her arms, a massive, exaggerated who knows, gesture. It's the fucking Cymurk, Rachel said. I hope you can understand why we're distressed with you, the doctor said. Fuck you, Tattletale retorted. Cope. I put my hand on her shoulder. She didn't relent, nor did she release any of her tension. You wiped out 2 defending forces, the doctor said. We lost the YA with grave NGBNS support when you took out their infiltration squads, and the elite are wiped out. I squeezed Tattletale's shoulder. She gave me an annoyed look, but she backed away. I took in a deep breath. I could see the doctor fold her arms. Like a mother or schoolteacher awaiting an apology from the recalcitrant student. Fuck you, I said. You don't want us for enemies, the doctor said. We have the fucking Simu imp started. Tattletale elbowed her. The YA with grave NGBN were doing more harm than good, I said. They were limiting their strikes to civilians. Not something I agree with, but with Earth, with every Earth on the line, I'd forego 2,000 or 3,000 lives for the help of over 200 of the C.U.I.S trained para-humans. They'd given up, Tattletale said. They were taking territory to run and hide. Contessa would have changed their minds. Tattletale shrugged. Don't blame us for not taking your plans into account, when you don't share your plans with anyone. This is common sense. No matter. The elite, though. They were attacking civilians. They were non-violent. Refugees in the vicinity of the portal were evacuated. The elite then made contact with possible settlers who they thought would be interested in paying a premium for good shelter, for resources and supplies. If not paying with cash, then paying with skills. Doctors, talented artists, scholars, it was one of our best bets for re-establishing a hub of development across all of the Earths. They broke the truce, Tattletale said. Again, they were an asset. They were cooperating. The truce hardly stands in this dark hour. They broke the truce, I echoed Tattletale. The code has been there since the beginning. If a bigger threat shows up, we band together. We don't distract each other with attacks or murder attempts, we don't take advantage of the situation to fuck with civilians. The truce is there for a reason, and it has weight because everyone knows that they can't handle the trouble that gets express delivered to their doorsteps when they've defied it. Siding with Endbringers could be seen as a violation, Queen of Wands said. I seem to recall you participated in an effort to drive out a gang that had escalated too much, too violently, too fast. Her eyes fell on Lung. Were they serious? Don't be fucking stupid, Faultline said. If you start going after the Undersiders and Guild for trying to amass enough firepower to take down Scion, then nobody's going to be able to put up a fight. Hey, Tattletale said. Faultline, sticking up for me? This is a first. So you agree with this? Using the Endbringers? One of the Thanda asked. Tattletale grinned. Agree? It was her idea. Faultline whipped her head around. No. No, it wasn't. Talking to the monsters. Well, you said talk to Scion, but this is close. You can have partial credit. I'll have no such thing. I don't disagree with this, but I won't condone it either. This is the Undersiders' plan, they can reap the consequences if it goes wrong. Tattletale smiled, but it wasn't quite a grin. Confident, calm. I doubted anyone but the perception thinkers on the other side could see, but Tattletale was clenching her jaw in an effort to keep her teeth from chattering. I felt just a little warmer, owing to my hood. I spoke so Tattletale wouldn't have to try and risk an ill-timed chattering of teeth. That's fair. We'll deal with the consequences, be it a stab in the back from the Endbringers or punishment that follows from any real issues that follow from this. But we will keep going after anyone who violates the truce. Rachel stepped forward, her arm pressing against my shoulder and side, as if she was bolstering me with physical presence. Through the bugs I'd planted on him, I could sense Lung folding his arms. You will not be taking charge of all of the Endbringers, the doctor said. Teacher emerged with a small force at his disposal. He defeated the Protectorate squads that were deployed at one empty location. The place Kansu or Toho were supposed to appear, Tattletale said. Quite. It was Kansu. The Endbringer has imprinted on Teacher's group, and he has offered to sell that squad, along with the Endbringer, to a sufficiently wealthy buyer. We agreed, if only to keep this from becoming a monopoly on Endbringers. Tattletale smiled a little, but didn't talk. How good of you, Defiance said. We strongly advise you leave Toho for another party to claim, the doctor said. Focus on the 3 you have. Defiant glanced at Tattletale and I. I looked at Tattletale, reading her expression, before coming to a conclusion. That's fine. Then we're one step closer to a resolution, the doctor said. Much better than the alternative. Veiled threats, now? Just how badly had we fucked her plans? This is more firepower than we expected to have at this juncture, the doctor said. But not enough by itself. Without sufficient distraction, Scion will treat the Endbringers as he treated Behemoth. We'll step forward and unveil our own Plan B and Plan C at the time of battle. Armies, Tattletale said. You were collecting people for a reason, and you didn't release every case 53 you made. Essentially, the doctor said. 5 groups, I said, and my eyes fell on Dinah, who was standing beside Faultline. We should split up so we can respond the instant Scion appears. We make sure every group has some way to maybe occupy him or pin him down, and we move to reinforce. Dinah, standing beside Faultline, nodded slowly. 4 Endbringers, and then Dragon and Teacher to comprise the final group, the doctor said. If Toho arrives, she can reinforce the weakest group. Quite possibly Bohu. Yes, Defiance said. He was clutching his spear so tight I thought it would break. He looked to Miss Militia for clarification. I'll run it by Chevalier, she said, but I don't see a problem with this. There were heads nodding. Not enough. We don't have enough people here. There's groups missing. People still hiding. People like the YA with grave NGBN who are fighting us instead of helping. I was all too aware of the Cymurg and Leviathan at the corner of my peripheral vision of Lung and Shadow Stalker, who I could sense with my swarm. Too many people ready to stab us in the back. I would recommend, the doctor said, speaking slowly, that you take your time to visit loved ones, say goodbyes, and make your peace. I don't think there will be another fight after this. Cockroaches 28.6. So this is it, Tattletale murmured. Just about, I said. You ready? Tattletale asked. I shook my head. I sighed, and glanced out over the fields of grass. So much beautiful nature. So many worlds to explore, now, each subtly different, each with its own hidden treasures. But even a field of tall grass had an art to it. For an instant, I felt a kind of pull. The same sort of intrusive thought that made one think, what if I stepped off the edge of this cliff, or what if I opened the car door right now and threw myself into traffic? Not suicidal thoughts, but thoughts that were clear enough and alarming enough that we worried we might listen of our own accord. What if I just left? Walked away? I only needed to travel a short distance away for a short time. It would be so quiet. No sound, people or artificial lights. No pressure, no imminent danger. I couldn't think of the last time I'd truly enjoyed quiet. I'd experienced it when I'd flown out over the ocean. I'd never been a people person, and I'd spent so much time in the midst of a crowd. I'd been around the Undersiders, then I'd been in the midst of my territory. From there to jail, from jail to the wards. From the wards to a small war with interglobal stakes. Solitude had a pull. I was an introvert by nature, and I felt so drained. A little while by myself, to recharge my batteries, to think. Me and now distant storm clouds, fields of grass, trees, and water crashing against cliff faces far below. What worried me was the idea that I'd get caught up in that gravity. It had happened when I flew out alone, before. If I left to recuperate, to get centered and try to think of something I could do, could I say with confidence that I'd come back? Would I fail to come up with any idea, and simply, stay until it was too late? Was that cowardly? Was it a mark against me if I couldn't say for certain? Or was it like how a person could be courageous at the same time they were utterly terrified? I wasn't terrified, wasn't about to flee. I had reasons for fighting, but a part of me definitely liked the notion of going. Of not fighting. Surviving up until Sion passed through this earth and then dying in a flash, possibly unawares. I clenched my teeth. All a fantasy, anyways. There was a tether keeping me here. Several tethers. Rachel scratched Huntress' neck as she approached me. She stopped right next to me, then bumped me with her arm. A push, enough that I had to move my foot to keep my balance. We stood there, my arm pressing against her arm, her attention on Huntress and Bastard, as the two canines vied for her attention. I couldn't articulate how much I appreciated it, didn't want to look at her or do anything that might be misinterpreted as discomfort. One tether. Reminds me of the movies I used to watch, Imp commented. On the shitty kids channels, at noon on Saturdays. My mom would be too out of it from the night before to want the TV, so I'd have to watch with the volume turned down and sit, like, 3 feet away from the screen. But I could usually get a good 2 or 3 hours of brain-rotting TV watching in before I got kicked out of the apartment. Best part of my week, 4 years. You're rambling, Tattletale admonished. Anyways, this is kind of like the movies where you have the stray dog the kid found and the first owner, and it's the end of the movie and they're both calling to see who the dog is willing to come to. That's the fucking stupidest thing I ever heard of, Rachel said. Imp only grinned. And the dog starts going one way, until the bad owner does something like bring a choke chain out of his pocket, gets out the riding crop he used to beat the dog in the beginning of the movie, or says a fatally stupid line, like, "Come on, my precious money machine." And the dog gives the abusive owner a final fuck you, peeing on him before going back to the kid, or something like that. My precious money machine, I echoed Imp. Really? You know what I mean. Just that line that signals, I'm so evil. Be better if the dog tore out the abusive asshole's throat, Rachel said. That'd be so fucking awesome, Imp said, grinning. I went through this phase where, you know, I sort of wanted a movie to change it up. Catch the kids off guard, show them that, hey, the good guy doesn't always win. Got to the point I was getting depressed after watching those happy flicks. Then my mom's new boyfriend Lonnie got her cleaned up, and she started waking up on Saturday mornings, and that was it. No more movie time for Aisha. Never got back into it. That's too bad, I murmured. Where the hell is she going with this? Imp paused, frowning. Fucking Lonnie. Anyways, I remember wanting the dog to go back to the first owner, and like, that'd be it. Movie over. Bad end. Life doesn't always fucking work out peachy. Doesn't, Rachel said. But I'd probably stop watching movies if I saw an ending like that. We're rambling, Tattletale repeated herself. And I'm suddenly feeling Gru's absence. He'd keep us in order, here. Imp gave Tattletale an annoyed look. Anyways, this is kind of like that, isn't it? Like the kids begging and pleading for the dog to follow them. Except not. The opposite, Rachel said. The reverse, yes, Tattletale corrected. Yeah. Well, let's get this over with. Rachel got on top of Huntress' back, and I activated my flight pack. Imp mounted Bastard, while Tattletale mounted a dog I didn't know. The same dog bitch had lent to me while we were mobilizing to go after the 9. Each of us moved in different directions. High above us, the Cymurk turned. With the innumerable wings that extended behind her, she was capable of a surprising amount of finesse and expression. There was an aggression apparent if her wings were fully extended, with only the tips drawn slightly forward, like a claw with the points extended forward. There was an outward focus when she flexed her wings to their limits, as if she were watching, observing. Conversely, she was capable of introspection, of focus on a single thing, her wings all folded in. All the while, her expression was neutral, her gaze cold. I wasn't going to underestimate her, though. Too easy for all of that to be a bluff. When she moved, it was almost careless. 2 of her 3 largest wings unfurled as if she were waving a hand dismissively, aiming that gesture at the world. She turned in the air, then threw every wing back behind her, driving herself forward. Well, we knew who she was following. Fuck me, I could hear Tattletale muttering with the bugs I'd planted on her. The Cymurk came to a stop directly above her. She repeated herself, as if for emphasis. Fuck me. I felt my heart sink. Some of that was on Tattletale's behalf. Of course the Cymurk had picked her to follow. Tattletale had done the talking. Tattletale was a thinker, just like the Cymurk. She was the de facto leader of the Undersiders, in many respects. But a small part of me had hoped that the Cymurk had picked me to follow. That same part of me had almost believed it, taken it for granted. It was horrible and scary and almost wrong, having an Endbringer at one's beck and call, but I'd been prepared to shoulder the burden. I wanted to handle it, so people I cared about wouldn't have to. Another part of me? Maybe it had wanted her to be stuck to me, just to have one more tether keeping me connected, at a point where I felt like I wasn't very connected at all. And perhaps I wanted it to have the power so close to hand, so I could be relevant. Humanity was being wiped out, settlement by settlement. Continents rendered uninhabitable, ecosystems demolished, weather patterns shifting. Our opponent was nigh untouchable, capable of crossing between different Earths like we crossed a room, and we barely understood him. And here I was. Strip away all of the pretense, the reputation, the connections, and the image, take off the mask, and I was only a girl with the ability to control bugs. 130 pounds. I'd bemoaned my innate limitations before, but I'd never felt them as a crushing pressure in the way I felt it now. The shock of seeing the Cymurk pick Tattletale had thrown me. I forced myself to take a deep breath and get centered. I turned to the relaxation techniques Jessica Yamada had taught me. Tattletale needed support, and I couldn't discount the idea that this was just the Cymurk being the Cymurk. Explicitly or instinctively fucking with our heads. We collected as a group again. The dogs turned around and slowly made their way back. I saw Tattletale's expression as she looked at me. The lines of worry in her forehead that she tried to mask with a raised eyebrow, the feigned confidence, the lopsided grin. I knew she read me 10 times as well. The little shifts in her expression as she glanced at my hands, at my face. There was no doubt in my mind that she was reading me like a book. She knew every train of thought that had just crossed my mind, the worries, the anxieties, the shameful fact that I'd wanted the Cymurk to follow me. Her lopsided grin widened just a little, but there was sympathy in her expression. Guess I'm going to hold the fort, she said. Probably makes the most sense, really. You guys go. Do what Narwhal said. There were nods from Imp and Rachel. You know the drill, Scotty, Imp said. Take me home. Yeah, Rachel added. 2 portals opened. They passed through. I stayed in place. I could stay with you, I said. You could, Tattletale said. But? I asked. I don't think you should, and I don't think you can. Go. Tattletale. Lisa. I'll be fine. I've got her for company. Tattletale pointed skyward. The Cymurk had collected her guns and built several others. The halo of individual components was now almost entirely made up of guns in varying sizes. They were arranged in a careful formation, so the small guns marked the spaces between the large ones, and the largest gun barrels and nozzles radiated outward like the rays from a star. I gave Tattletale a dubious look, she only grinned. I'll be here, she promised. Go. Like Narwhal said, get your affairs in order. I didn't budge. Instead I looked to the fields of grass again. It took me a second to figure out why one patch was darker than the rest. Then I remembered the Cymurk. She was casting a shadow. Realistic. We agreed to go down fighting, right? Right, I said, turning back to Tattletale. She shrugged. But we're going down. Let's not pretend, because that little self-delusion isn't going to hold up when push comes to shove. Better to focus our energy on believing that we're going to get wiped out, but we'll take that motherfucker down with us. Not exactly the most encouraging sentiment. I'm not so pessimistic, I said. I think we can take him down, and we can do it without getting completely annihilated in the process. There we go. That's the attitude I was looking for. I stared at her. Was she bluffing? Hiding something? You know something, I said. I know lots of stuff. And you're deflecting. What are you keeping from me? Not just you, she said. Tattletale sighed. It's not helpful. Tell me. I thought you wanted blissful ignorance. Time for that is past. Might as well share. Tattletale frowned. Contessa's power. It's telling her victory is impossible. I asked. No. Well, maybe. I don't know. Haven't exactly had a long conversation with her. No. I'm saying, well. Scion has it. Her power. That line he fed Eidolon? It was calculated to devastate the man at the point he was flying highest, so the fall would be more catastrophic. It's something I couldn't pull off. I watched some footage of the fight, where Scion's power didn't nix the cameras. Corroborates the evidence. He wasn't actively using the power, but there's a confidence there. Scion sees the path to victory. Or something close. You're sure? The evidence, his attitude, as far as he has any attitude at all, yet. None of the limitations like Contessa has, I don't think. No blind spots. Just, yet. I nodded. The wind was making a magnificent sound where it ran through the grass, punctuated by the crashes of waves far below us. A flock of tiny brown birds took flight from the midst of the fields. They deliberately avoided the Cymurk, as though there was a bubble around her that they refused to pass through. You have my complete and total permission, Tattletale said, to swear a little. Swear a lot. You're doing this thing where you're going distant. It's not like your body language isn't hard enough to read anyways, but you're lost in thought, and I figured you'd be flipping out. I don't really flip out. You, I knew what she was thinking about. It was almost a relief to find we were still on the same page, after all this time apart. I understood her, she understood me. We were friends. Her thoughts were on Alexandria and Tag. The point where I'd killed them had also been the same point that I'd taken leave from the Undersiders. Joined the other side. I don't flip out on or around my friends, I said. I'm telling you he knows how to beat us. He only has to reach for that one power, and he's got a solution to whatever we throw at him. Every power has a weakness, I said. A power that lets you win automatically is kind of hard to circumvent. Hard, but not impossible, I said. Is it odd that I almost feel more optimistic? Yes. Exceedingly, Tattletale said. She cocked her head a little to one side. It was something I'd seen her do before, as if she was a bird, trying to see things from a different angle. What are you thinking? I shook my head. Nothing. But, some of the best powers we've gone up against have had pretty fatal weaknesses. When we went up against Butcher, Her having 14 consciousnesses to draw on might not have helped a ton when she was trying to deal with Cherish's ability. We used Echidna's ability to absorb dead matter and grow to trap her in coil space. Bought ourselves time. I think Sion's shtick is that he doesn't have fatal flaws. We got our powers because they gave them out. He crippled the powers, so we wouldn't be able to fight back if it came down to it. Crippled yours, limiting you to bugs, crippled mine by limiting my ability to analyze them. He started all this because he was certain it would work, used that path to victory to map it all out. Wondered if we'd fight back, then mapped out a path where he'd have enough power to take humanity on in every conceivable scenario. Then we create an inconceivable scenario, I said. How? I shook my head. Don't know. But I'd like to think the Endbringers won't fit into his grand plan. Not enough, Tattletale said. Cauldron too. She shook her head, a little too forcefully. Strands of her blonde hair fell across her face. They've caused as many problems as they've fixed. Something in that, in the way she was almost too preoccupied to fix her hair, it flicked a switch in my head. A warning bell. I was already stepping forward in response. Tattletale, I said, interrupting her before she could speak again. I grabbed her hand with both of mine. Stop. She froze, like a deer in the headlights. Stop, I said, again. I pulled her into a hug. The negativity mingled with the bravado. I hadn't picked up on it. Hadn't truly understood my friend. She was scared, and she'd been hiding it. She stood there, the bridge of her nose hard against my collarbone, and I was reminded again of how she was shorter than me. Attacks that pretty much penetrate any defense, she mumbled. We have yet to really hurt him. Mobile. Perceptions are out there. And he wins. He gets victory as a power. There are options. There are always options. Ways to circumvent powers, ways to trip him up. He really didn't like it when I created multiple swarm decoys. When anyone duplicated. Maybe there's a clue in there. Maybe, Tattletale mumbled. I could feel her fingernails against the fabric of my suit, at my back. Fuck this. I hate feeling so dumb. So much shit I don't know, shit I can't know. Like fuckings is here. Fuck, I've barely ever given a crap about anyone except myself and my friends, and now I'm fucking caring what happens to everyone, when I can't do anything about it. I held on. I could have gone on, told her that there were ways to cheat. That, with all the powers in the world, there had to be ways to cheat. But she didn't need reassurances. She was a master of bluffing, wore a mask better than anyone I knew, and she'd adopted her persona in a way that nobody else in the Undersiders or wards had. In the midst of all of this, she'd been a pillar, a source that everyone had been turning to when they had questions. But where was someone in that position supposed to turn to when they needed support? A minute passed before she broke away. She turned her back to me before I could see her face. All good? I asked. Peachy, she said, without looking at me. She stretched, then wiped at her eyes. Smudged my makeup, where I painted my eyelids black inside my mask, smearing it across your shoulder. I played along. I always liked the lenses. The goggles, if you want to call them that. Sure, but you can't have too many people with the lenses on the same team, or you look like you've got a theme, and only the lame-ass teams do that. I smiled a little. She looked up. You don't say a word about this to anyone. Morons are going to get the wrong idea if they hear we were hugging. Way overactive imaginations. Talking to the Cymurg? She turned around, and I was momentarily confused. Her makeup was smudged in a way that suggested it had been smeared by my costume. No signs of the running makeup that had followed the rain at the elite's court, no sign of tears. She smiled a little, conspiratorially. You and the Cymurg are a good fit after all, I said. Fucking with people's heads. We'll see. Now, I think it's time you stop babysitting me. I frowned. Come hang out later, if you don't find anything more pressing. Which you probably will. I'll be okay, now I've got something figured out. Something to look for. Plus I should get back to looking after Dragon's stuff. Reams of shit to cover. I nodded. Go, she said. I went. There was a gravity here of its own. If I didn't go now, I wouldn't go at all. The introvert, seeking out people, and the extrovert left with only a silent Endbringer for company. I'll be back soon, I thought. I want to pet her. My turn. I could sense them with my bugs before I'd even approached. A cluster of kids, an adult woman, a fenced-in area, a small furry animal. I didn't want to intrude, so I reached out and gathered a swarm of butterflies. They stirred, gathering in a small, localized storm. What? Oh. Skit Weaver's coming, Charlotte said. I held back on using the flight pack, walking instead. Wouldn't do to use up too much charge, in case I found myself having to fight at a moment's notice. The cottage was one of the outposts that Tattletale's crews had put together. North end of town, overlooking the spot that would have been the boat graveyard, a 40-minute walk from the Brockton Bay settlement. 3 stories tall, hidden from plain view by a line of trees and a short hill, the cottage had a small fenced-in area next to it. 3 dogs stood guard. They growled at my approach. I didn't flinch or slow down, and the growling intensified. Hush, Charlotte said. Stand down. The growling stopped. I approached, and Charlotte gave me a hug. She looked good, if maybe about 5 years older than she was. She was dressed in a very utilitarian way, but I couldn't help but notice the gun she wore at her belt. The kids, for their part, hung back, wary, staring. I pulled off my mask, then rubbed at my face where it had been tightest. I put on my glasses. How bad? Charlotte asked, her voice quiet. For an instant, I thought she'd mention my dad. The situation. Oh. It was only that. The world's ending. About as bad as it gets. She nodded. You remember the kids? I did. 2 years older. Ephraim, Mason, and Katie. Aiden and Jesse were gone. Hi guys. Long time no see. They shuffled their feet. Raised a hand in a shy wave, but that was it. It's not anything personal, Charlotte said. You're famous, and we watched videos of you online. The OJ end. I groaned aloud. Charlotte smiled a little. All of the clips. I wanted them to remember you somehow. With that, the kids seemed to get even more shy, which only made me feel just as awkward. My eye traveled over to the fenced-in area. The fence looked like it had been made out of 2 different materials, one set layered over top of the other, attached with chain and cord. 3 baby goats were standing inside. Yet. Tattletale organized it so anyone who established a home could get goats to breed and milk. If it comes down to it, a single goat goes a long way. Milk, yogurt, cheese. Charlotte glanced over her shoulder at the 5 kids, then whispered, meat. Makes a lot of sense, I said. I approached the fence and bent down, extending a hand for the goat. When it didn't bite or retreat, I reached through to run my hand along its wiry coat. Coarse hair. It bleated at the touch, but didn't pull away. I'd wanted to check in. To see if they were doing okay. They were. Now I felt out of place. So odd, considering this group had once been a fixture in my life. I couldn't just leave, but I didn't know what to do now that I'd arrived. Lot of crazy rumors flying around, Charlotte said. All true, I suspect, I answered her. I don't want to talk about that stuff. Okay. There was no surprise in her voice, no questions. We've gathered our forces. Scared the people who were causing problems. The YA with grave NGBN probably won't cause any more trouble. The elite won't be controlling access to key settlements, screening out people who have a right to be there. You say that so matter-of-factly, Charlotte said. It was very matter-of-fact, I responded. I stood, removing my hand from between the slats of the fence, turning to face her. Okay, she said, again. Again, no questions. No hunger to know. It would be unfair to tell her, to burden her with it. But there wasn't a lot to talk about, once I got the cape stuff out of the way. I watched the goats cavorting about. Diana, Bruce, and Haberham, Charlotte said. Haberham. Mai named him. Ah. I glanced at the kids, saw Mai with her arms folded, looking very stern as she nodded at me. She could be very serious about being very silly, I remembered. They were all keeping their distance. No smiles, no excitement at my approach. What had I expected? For some of them, I'd been gone for a third of their lives. The kids perked up as the cottage's door opened. Forrest stepped outside. He'd ditched the tight jeans in favor of looser ones, and wore a simple, short-sleeved flannel shirt. He'd kept the heavy beard. He smiled as he approached, then shook my hand. You're here to see if we took the deal. Deal? He looked at Charlotte. You didn't tell her. Charlotte shook her head. I'm embarrassed. I glanced between them, searching for a hint. Explain. A group arrived, offering powers for sale. They had crates of these glass vials. When? An hour ago. After our discussion, I thought. Rachel, Imp, Tattletale, and I had stopped to eat, to talk about our next step. Cauldron had gone right to work. A black woman, lab coat. I asked. White woman with dark hair, wearing a suit. Forrest nodded. We didn't take the deal, Charlotte said. She sounded convincing, but I can't say why I didn't agree. Because there were the kids to look after, and I'm not a fighter. A lot of people agreed, Forrest said. It's a chance to do something, instead of sitting around being helpless. But Charlotte and I talked it over, and we agreed it isn't for us. She said she doesn't know why she refused, but they talked it over. The statements didn't mesh. Charlotte was avoiding my eye contact. Me? Was I the reason they'd refused? My heart felt heavy in my chest, but I managed to keep it together, to sound confident as I spoke. I think it's probably a great deal easier to accept a deal like that when you haven't seen what capes deal with firsthand. Yet, Forrest said, and there was a note of relief in his voice that only confirmed my thoughts. I don't. I've imagined having powers, who hasn't? But I couldn't have them and not help, and I don't think I could help, Charlotte said. I was in the neighborhood when Hukulf's group attacked some guy's store, and then nothing affecting me personally for years, until Leviathan attacked. I was there when Mannequin attacked the boardwalk. I remember. I could remember Forrest grabbing the concrete block, hammering at Mannequin's head. He'd cracked the casing, even, playing a pivotal role in Mannequin giving up. We talked about it, and neither one of us wants to leave the kids without a figure. I don't even know what we should call ourselves. But I've seen how bad it gets when it's bad. I want to help, but I'm not sure I'd be better than the next guy when it came down to getting powers. I wasn't so sure he was right. Forrest had been more courageous than some capes I'd met. He had a kind of conviction I was coming to connect to some of the best of us. A conviction I wanted to imagine I had. I realized I'd been silent too long, lost in thought. Okay. No worries as far as the formula goes. There's a chance it mutates you into a monster, anyways. She mentioned that, Charlotte said. Yeah. That's fine. Better you didn't take it. Just wanted to check in, I told them. You have everything you need. More than enough money, Charlotte said. We're doing pretty well for supplies, too. Thank you. I nodded. I was feeling a kind of restlessness. It had been there from the beginning, when I'd realized I was out of place, that I'd intruded on this domestic scene. It was building, getting worse. Will it last the next while? I asked. The money, the supplies. Forrest gave me a funny look. A while? In what sense? A decade? 2 decades? 3. He didn't respond. Instead, he gave me a very curious look. I very nearly flinched. Yeah, Forrest said. His voice was soft, almost gentle. Enough to last us as long as we need. Good, I said. Funny, that the weather was so nice here. The sudden changes from night to day, good weather to bad were going to wreak havoc on my ability to adjust or sleep. It had all been so chaotic, was still chaotic. That probably wasn't going to end. I heaved out a sigh, realized in the process that I'd been holding my breath. Good. That's all, really. I just needed a reminder about what I'm fighting for, before the last fight. Yeah. That's all, I said. Forrest extended a hand for me to shake. I took it. Charlotte gave me another hug. I stepped away, then took flight. Stupid, to fly when my fuel might run low, but I wasn't up to anything more. I was just out of earshot when my bugs caught Mai's voice. You said the money wasn't any good. SHH. Quiet, Charlotte hushed her. You did. You said nobody'll take it. They only take barter. SHHH, Charlotte said. And you said we're going to have a leaning winter if we don't get more vegetables out of the garden, so why'd you say we're doing okay? Because we are, Forrest said. Bugs I'd planted on his sleeve tracked his movement as he wrapped an arm around Charlotte's shoulders, pulling her close. We owe her everything, Charlotte said. That's enough, in the big picture. She'd said it, no doubt, because she knew I could hear with my bugs. She wasn't wily, as people went, but I could believe it was for my benefit more than Mai's. It still meant the world to me. Doorway, please, I said. Facidi. The portal opened in the air. Ms. Hebert, Glenn Chambers greeted me. He smiled. It must be the end of the world after all, my old students paying visits. Students? I asked. My eye traveled across the room to the man who sat at the opposite end of the desk. Quinn Kaye, my old lawyer. He'd stood from his seat when I entered. Mr. Chambers hadn't. He leaned forward. Weren't you? I'd like to think I taught something to everyone I worked with. Maybe that's conceited. Conceit is a good trait to have, I said. An overblown sense of one's own abilities can be worthwhile, if you're prepared to try to live up to it. Mr. Kaye raised an eyebrow. He was a little disheveled, having doffed both tie and suit jacket, and the makeup that de-emphasized the scar on his cheek was partially gone. He glanced up as the lights flickered, then extended a hand. I shook it. Didn't expect to see you here. A collaborative effort, he said. Smooth, unruffled, despite his appearance. Too much paperwork to sort through by myself, so I tracked down several people who've worked with supervillains. Ah, I said. I make costumes for anyone, Glenn said. But the PRT makes more costumes for heroes, and they've discouraged other heroes from using my services, due to hard feelings. It left me with a fairly one-sided customer base. Well, I do fashion as well, but that's proven to be more of a hobby than a paying venture. Fashion and crime wouldn't connect, ordinarily, but Glenn does have a passing knowledge of the nation's rogues gallery, Mr. Kaye said. PRT likes that he's keeping me from being too forgiving with old clients. What is it you're doing, exactly? I asked. Vetting capes, Mr. Kaye said. Not much work for a criminal lawyer in circumstances like these. They found another job for me, helping decide who gets out of jail, when witnesses can't be found. Who leaves the birdcage, who gets out of conventional jails, and so on. Starting from the highest power ratings, working our way down. Building up our forces, I thought. Cauldron passing around formulas like candy, guys like Kaye releasing old prisoners. What were the others doing? I just. You wanted to thank me, Glenn said. Naturally. Naturally, I said, my voice dry. Mr. Kaye spoke, arching his eyebrows. Rest assured, I'm not hurt in the least, that you chose to thank him before you thanked me. I mean, I was only the man who stood by and helped you through the system after the ill-timed murder of Alexandria and Director Tag, right in front of me, but yes. The man who gives fashion advice is a higher priority. I crossed the room, bent over and kissed Mr. Kaye on the cheek. Sorry. I wasn't sure if you'd have hard feelings over that. Thank you, for everything. Quite welcome, he replied, almost absently. His attention was on the laptop in front of him. It's refreshing, I admit, Glenn told me. All of the others who've filed through have been telling me they had a last-minute epiphany, that they realized the true import of what I had been trying to teach them about image and self-image. Some of them might have even meant it. That may be optimistic, Mr. Kaye said, without glancing up from his laptop. Probably. But this young lady took my words to heart before the world started ending. I could see it. I didn't make a good hero, I'm afraid, I said. Somehow, Glenn said, leaning back in his seat, I'm not surprised. Yes, fancy that, Mr. Kaye said. I would have thought you'd be a model hero. I did try with her, Glenn said. And, to her credit, she did try with herself too. Stellar effort, but... I don't think this is a world where heroics work, I said. Glenn looked genuinely annoyed. Chevalier. He's running the protectorate from a hospital bed, I said. And they're trying their best to keep Ingenue from visiting. He's refusing to be healed until all of the other patients have been treated. Clever, Glenn said. Only way he'll be able to sit back and do his job. The bosses can't order him to be a face for the public if he's confined to his bed. Moment the battle starts, he'll accept a visit and be on the front lines, I guarantee you. I figured it was something like that, I said. See? Proving both my points. You were an excellent student, and Chevalier is exactly the kind of hero we need, Glenn said. He looked up as an employee entered the room, dropping off a box of files. Thank you, Carol. She glanced at me and Mr. Kaye. Mr. Kaye, for his part, made a gun with his index finger and thumb, winking and clicking his tongue as he shot her. She smiled, shaking her head. Really? Glenn asked. Crass. Mr. Kaye didn't take his eyes off the laptop. I can be crass when I'm not with a client. There's no need to be crass at all. It works. Everything works when you're good looking enough. Which is, again, why there's no need to be crass. Oh, but it's fun, Mr. Kaye said. We all have our vices, don't we? Glenn gave his stomach a pat, nodding sagely, I admit that's true. I must admit a predilection for show tunes. I'm starting to wonder how you guys get any work done, I said. You have to keep alert somehow, Glenn replied. He turned his laptop around. You know him? Uber. I do, kind of. I didn't think he'd get arrested. What did Uber do? Mr. Kaye answered for Glenn. Attempted murder. Bit of a loose cannon, but not so loose they'd stick him in the birdcage. Shacked up with Circus for a while, but it didn't take. Relationship-wise or as a partnership. They stood to lose more than they could ever gain if he got loose again, so they made it a secure facility. He hasn't escaped. Something happened to Leet, I concluded. Only way he'd be that, rudderless. Crossed the wrong people, got offed, Glenn told me. We could have used him. Ubers, he should have been better than he was, I said. I remember thinking he'd have been a stellar cape if Leet hadn't been holding him down. Apparently not, Glenn said. Would you accept him or reject him? Accept, I said. But I'm biased. I'll take pretty much anyone. I took Lung. You took the Cymerg, Mr. Kaye said, apparently unfazed. Yeah, I said. Enough said, he replied. Put Uber in a hospital. Let him give medical attention. Easy, move on to the next. Glenn sighed. Until we accidentally release the one person psychotic enough to derail the entire defense effort. I do seem to recall Chevalier, Tattletale, and A. Accord, I said. Yeah, I get your point. Glenn smiled. I have missed talking with you. There's no stopping and waiting for you to catch up with us. Smart people are so few and far between. So true, Mr. Kaye said, including himself among the smart people without a moment's hesitation. Which means, Glenn said, I shouldn't act dense. You came here for a reason, something that isn't thanking me. I guess I wanted to say. I'm a lot closer to figuring out who I am. Where I fit. A bit ago, I would have said I decided, but... Doubt in the final moments, Glenn said. Well, that's something I understand. Mr. Kaye acknowledged him, agreeing. I've seen capes change their outside to reflect a new inside, after close calls and life-changing events. You're wondering where you stand, now that you're at the brink. Only natural, Glenn said. Wholly unnatural, Mr. Kaye said. Most change their tune when they get a slap in the face and a one-way ticket to the birdcage. Who's the real individual, the man who they were for 20 years prior, or the man they become after the handcuffs go on? I asked, you're saying this me isn't the real me, that it's a product of the crisis? You? Mr. Kaye paused. Her behavior after her arrest was remarkably in line with prior behavior, Glenn commented. Including the, as you describe it, poorly timed murder of two very notable figures, after she was provoked. Essentially word for word what Miss Militia had put in her file. Point conceded, Mr. Kaye said. I'm not sure that's how I want to be defined, I said. Take it for what it is, Glenn said. You're very scary when angry. Perhaps, now is the time to be angry. Being angry at Sion is like raging against a natural disaster, I said. It doesn't understand. It doesn't react. My screams are drowned out in the chaos. You weren't screaming when you attacked Alexandria, Mr. Kaye commented. In fact, I remember you were very quiet. I nodded. If you've decided who you want to be, Glenn said, accept all of it. The good, the bad, the ambiguous. Vulnerabilities and strengths. The anger, that's part of it. The fear for people you care about, that's a strength too. Doesn't feel very good while you're experiencing it, but it's a well you can tap. Right, I said. I thought of Charlotte and the kids. Fuck, I didn't want to fail here, to let them lose what they were building. And with luck, knowing who you are means not having to waste time and effort on putting up a facade. Maybe that extra time and effort you have at your disposal will make the difference. A portal opened behind me. A member of the New York wards. A little bedraggled. Take care, Ms. Bear, Mr. Kaye told me. Making it easier for me to take my leave, for the new arrival to step in. Goodbye, I said. Thanks again. Goodbye, Taylor, Glenn said. You, Weaver, Skitter and the strategist all give him hell, understand? For all of us who can't be on the front lines. I nodded. Doorway. To Miss Militia. The doorway opened, and a small crowd shifted from around me, their attention elsewhere. It took me a minute to figure out what I was seeing. 100 people, sitting on folding chairs or standing off in the grass to either side or behind the collection of chairs. They were watching a movie that was being projected onto a massive white sheet, some holding paper bowls with soup, others holding beers. My bugs moved over the crowd, and I located my teammates. Perian and Foyle in their civilian clothes, sitting together, holding hands. I might have missed them, if not for the rapier that Foyle was keeping close at hand. Aisha, sitting next to Rachel, with the dogs under their seats where they'd be out of the way. The heartbroken were filling the seats immediately around them. Eerie distortions of Alec, with different frames, hair colors, genders, and fashion styles, but close enough for me to notice. The movie showed a dog on screen, being chased by a group of kids. I could see Imp's face in the dark, looking as pleased as Rachel appeared annoyed. It's not the same dog, Rachel hissed the words. Why isn't anyone seeing that? Same breed, but totally different dogs. Pretend, Aisha said, her smile not faltering in the slightest. One of the younger heartbroken shushed them. I saw Miss Militia off to one side, with a group of kid capes. Crucible, Kidwin, Vista, 2 more I didn't recognize, and Aiden. The kids were watching the screen, while Miss Militia watched the crowd for trouble, with a fair bit of her attention being aimed at Aisha and Rachel. I didn't want to interrupt, didn't want to spoil this for the kids. It was a distraction. A stupid movie, apparently, but a distraction. For the capes, it was a chance to not think about what came next. To not dwell on the fact that, a minute, an hour, a day or a week from now, we could be fighting with everything on the line. I drew a small notepad from my belt, then a pen. Miss Militia. Once upon a time, I wanted to be a hero. On the night I changed my mind, the same night we attacked the fundraiser, I was going to write you a letter. I suppose it's time I finish it. It wasn't an easy letter to write then, and it's not any easier to write now, for very different reasons. I wasn't a good hero, and I use the past tense there because I can't genuinely call myself a hero at this point. I've been visiting people tonight, and I suspect I might visit others tomorrow if circumstances allow, thanking those who need thanking, making sure that maybe there's a legacy, someone to remember me if we all make it through this. When I was a hero, when I did it right, I think I was emulating you and Chevalier. Looking back, I can imagine that maybe things would have turned out okay if I'd joined the wards, because you would have had my back. I can't say I regret what I've done, but I can't say I don't, either. Sorry. Don't let me waste your time. All I wanted to say was thank you. Thank you for having my back when it counted. Taylor Bear. I folded it up and gave it to my swarm to deliver. I didn't wait to see her reaction before whispering, doorway. Tattletale. Barely an hour spent, all in all, on running my errands, looking after people. Not all of the people I should have contacted. I'd left out some of the most important ones. The most important one. My dad. Perhaps I was a coward after all. I knew the answer, I just didn't want to hear it. I couldn't be absolutely positive I could hear it. I couldn't take a gut punch like that so close to such a crucial fight. I was nearly silent as I made my way through the building. Tattletale's soldiers acknowledged me as I passed. Not her place. Somewhere out of the way. A secure building, quite possibly one only Cauldron could access. I found out why as I entered Tattletale's room. She was asleep, curled up on a couch with a laptop that had a black screen, glowing lightly. I heard a murmur. Mumbling in her sleep? I bent over her, saw the track where the black makeup she'd used to color in her eye sockets had run. A tear, from the corner of one eye, down the side of her face. Crying a little in her sleep. I found a blanket and draped it over her, then sat on the edge of the couch. Nobody really left for me but you guys, I said. Everyone else has moved on. Another murmur. Not from Tattletale. Not from any direction in particular. I listened for it, and almost immediately wished I hadn't. Music. A lullaby, so quiet it was almost imperceptible. I wasn't hearing it with my ears. I crossed the room, and my hand touched thick glass that was quite probably bulletproof. I could see men standing guard outside, their night vision visors glowing. The Cymurg was outside. The lullaby continued as she worked on expanding her arsenal. Stop, I whispered. She stopped. The silence was deafening. No noise in the area, no wind, no people. It made me wonder if the lullaby had been louder than I'd thought. How was I supposed to gauge the volume of it when I had nothing to measure it against but my own thoughts? I'm sorry. The words crossed my mind. My voice. Not my words. The Cymurg turned, her hair flowing in the wind. Her hands were still held up as she worked her telekinesis on yet another weapon to add to her arsenal. Her eyes met mine. I found my way back to the couch, sitting next to Tattletale. I didn't sleep at all that night. Interlude 28. Study, analysis. An impulse, something that couldn't be tracked with any conventional devices, then a steady feedback. Precognition. Spread out over several targets at once, it serves as her primary sense. Each target is conceptualized in the context of 12 to 80 years of history. More time, more feedback from the steady feed of information, and the images clarify. Discard the useless elements, maintain the pivotal ones. Deciphering, searching for the fulcrum points. Focus on one target, and the decoding is faster, but this costs her the ability to sense other things in any detail. Necessary, in most cases, to form a distraction, or to strike hard enough that she can take advantage of the enemy's preoccupation. This was made easier by another sense. Another power extends in the other direction, and this is not one that can be sensed by most. Possibilities, as another jumble of images. These clarify as the others do, as eventualities are discarded, the targets around her coming into focus. One target comes into full focus, and their existence is now visible, from the moment of their birth until the time they disappear from sight. Often, this is the point of their death. Other times, they disappear into darkness, obscured by another power. Often, this is not a true obstacle, if she has had time to look. There are the fulcrum points. Crises, themes, decisions, fears, and aspirations are clearly visible. The individual is understood well enough that their actions can be guessed after they disappear from view. A stone is thrown into darkness. It can be safely assumed that it will continue traveling until it hits something. Frame a situation to put a target under optimal fear and stress. Hormone secretions increase. Manipulate situation to a position where they will connect familiar visual, olfactory, and auditory cues to their immediate environment. Place, smell, degree of stress, sights, and sounds match fulcrum point. Hormone secretions increase further. The result is hallucinations, momentary or sustained. Hearing sounds, seeing things, smelling something, where none truly exist. Fight or flight response feeds need for escapism. A hallucination serves as the first step into a daydream. The stone is thrown. She does this with people and the various secretions within their bodies, with machines and data, with the elements and simple cause and effect. Her hibernation state serves to allow for collection of low feedback information about the environment. Feedback that cannot be tracked or sensed, collecting information over a series of passes. The stone can be a series of billiard balls instead, one striking another in turn. Diminishing returns with each target struck. With study and careful precision, each ball can find its pocket. Spheres of synthetic resin meet the furthest point of a ledge covered by woven wool, perching on the edge as they spend their momentum. Almost, they remain there, not enough energy to pass over the precipice. Then they fall. 3 disappear into oblivion in perfect synchronicity. She does not feel joy at this. This is the task. Means to ends. She is utterly blind in the present, with no eyesight or other senses to perceive things in the now. No sight, no hearing, no touch, or taste. Not a crippling flaw, and a difficult flaw for others to use against her. The present is only a fragment in a long span of time when one can see the past and future both. But she faces an obstacle that she is utterly blind to, now. No apparent past or future. In interacting with it, she is limited to context. She sees not the obstacle, but she can see things that are set in motion around it. She cannot see it strike, but she can see the reaction, the aftermath. She sees the stone fly out of the darkness, and she can determine where it was thrown from. There is a task to be completed, but things must be set in place first. An obstacle must be removed. This is critical, but she is blind to it. This is the greatest problem she faces. She requires access to particular information. This can be arranged by positioning targets carefully. She requires resources. This requires patience. She will have access to them soon enough, provided things aren't cast into darkness by the obstacle. She must be unmolested. This is given freely to her. She operates alongside the subjects. This serves her aims on several fronts. She communicates when she can with the others. A current of water in a particular set of wavelengths, to her brother who sees the world as water, living things as balloons of meat largely made up of water, moisture in the air, moisture running over every available surface as he uses his abilities to move clouds and fog into place. The younger siblings are harder to target, but their birthplace is studded with temporal anomalies. Holes in time, wells, echoes, slowed time, and accelerated time, from confrontations that have occurred, even confrontations she participated in. She manipulates the wind as she affected the water. A stirring that prompts another stirring, and the temporal effects that can be affected are struck in a particular pattern, strained in a particular order, from the fastest to the slowest. Again, she repeats the process, emphasizing the anomalies with individuals trapped within. As communications go, it is crude, but she knows her siblings like she knows any other target. Slow, calm, the subjects. More communications, to get the point across. The younger sister needs only a tremor, the very same wavelength their oldest living brother received. She responds in kind. The youngest sister needs only an expression of any power. By the time the others are alerted, the youngest is prepared. And so they have fallen into place. They obey, they remain calm. When given permission, they attack designated targets. They cooperate with the subjects. Her attention turns to the object she is making. She cannot see it, cannot even feel where her physical aesthetic is in contact with it, but she can understand its state in the past and in the future, view it through the perceptions of the subjects she has studied. A glass tube, 3 feet across, 7.5 feet long, capped in metal at either end. This will be step 6 in a 9-step process. For now, she puts it aside, buries it in a larger weapon, forming a decorative gun barrel around the glass. The weapon will fire through other means. The ones who observe her through cameras and with their own eyes will not report this. They lack the background to know what this tube might be, and this event will be dismissed as unimportant or they will leave it to someone else to report. The events are entered into a log, and the subjects overseeing the logs are either asleep or preoccupied. She can see the events as they would unfold, and carries out her activities in plain sight. Another subject, having left earlier, is going to finish her routine. Most likely sequence of events, accounting for future viewers' obscuring possibilities, is that she finishes her journey in the ensuing 10 minutes. Unclear whether she finishes her note or writes something lengthier. The tube is fully encapsulated, hidden. Cradled. She sings, and subjects stationed here are immediately on guard. Adjusting the song, then. Something else. She looks forward to see what she'll need. Something that will encourage rest. The subject in charge of this small colony will wake. The girl wakes. Only to ask. What in the motherfucking hell are you doing? The song continues. The girl approaches the window. The girl will state. Geez Louise. You're terrifying, you know that. And then fatigue overcomes the girl. She draws on her power, searching for clues, for information, but everything telling has been set aside, hidden away. Other things are made a focus, to draw attention. The Cymurk stands tall. The line of her body, the wings set out of the way and angled to draw shadow. Only one wing catches the light, drawing a straight line from the back of her neck towards the sky. A pale line, stretching directly up. She cocks her head to one side, studying the gun she is crafting. The bent head, the body drawn straight, toes only barely touching the ground. It will invoke a memory. Not blatant, but the memory is framed all the same. No need to draw on the full force of her feedback when she already has the key elements deciphered. The girl staggers back to the couch she has been resting on, attempting to focus on her work, on details that need to be tracked. The song helps her on her way to sleep, and she mutters a swear word before her eyes drift closed. The seeds of her dreams have already been planted. It paves the way for more work. 2 more subjects to deal with. The portal opens some time later. The girl had chosen the longer letter. Now she approaches, taking her time. Insect life scouts the area around her. Tension, fatigue, a lowered guard. An auditory hallucination was easy enough. Just one. Tap into a critical memory. Best to deal with the other subject first. 3 minutes before the girl with her bugs arrive here. Objects are set down in a specific order, evoking different ideas. A different posture is adopted, wings raised high, stretching. Shackle. Syringe. Scalpel. Lens. Lens. Some are taking notes, but nothing can come of this. As with the glass case, the subjects here don't have the right frame of reference to understand. The intended target is far, far away. It's too much. Hey, are you okay? What happened? Nosebleed. Can you hear me? You need to tell the kid to change targets. Aim it somewhere else. Things were getting blurry, indistinct. Change targets. A city. A metropolis. It spanned the landscape as far as the eye could see, horizon to horizon. Awareness, having just been so focused on one target, extended over the area, seeing how the city simply extended without cease. It wasn't hard to refocus, to take it all in as a series of countless details, all at once. Every building and every balcony had a farm, every vertical surface had a black panel with wires running from it, or trees that were rooted in the building structure. Every individual family had a means of sustaining themselves, of producing an abundance so they could trade any excess. Are they okay? I don't know. Oh my god. It's amazing. Look at all this. Focus, do as we were told. The awareness continued to extend. A whole planet. Not perfect, but the civilized world, largely below the equator, had a different attitude, prizing self-sufficiency. The rest of the world was war-torn. It was in one of the war-torn regions that it first appeared. A streak of golden light. Destruction. Tearing through a region, then a whole continent. His presence blinded, dark. Blurring the images. Can't see. Can't. Moving on. The expansion of awareness continued. Almost as background noise, there were people speaking, echoes of the same word over and over again. Not a focus. Not their focus. Hey, the nosebleed stopped. There's nothing happening here. Shouldn't we focus on something else? Let them rest. Some time passed. The images remained somewhat incoherent. There. The image resolved as they settled their attention on one world, one area within it. The hospital room was oddly bright and sunny. The man was broad-shouldered, muscled, with coarse hair on his chest and arms. His chin was unshaven. Dramatic scars covered his bare chest, some fresh and some old. A narrow, clean burn marked one part of his stomach. He seemed remarkably at ease, considering the tubes running into the side of his chest. Someone was knocking lightly on the door. The man looked up, but didn't respond. His hand reached down to grip the handle of a weapon. His trademark cannon blade. He made a face as he lifted it. Pain. He laid it across his lap, the barrel pointing at the door. The door cracked open, and Chevalier cocked the cannon blade. Ingenue stopped in her tracks. No, Chevalier intoned. I wanted to see how you were doing, Ingenue said. She smiled. She'd done up her makeup, and looked 10 years younger, easily. Her clothes were slightly old-fashioned, but she'd donned low-rise jeans, showing off a trim stomach. She offered him a light smile. I find it hard to believe you'd shoot me. His expression didn't change. Do you really want to find out? Ingenue made a moo in response. You and everyone else we released from the birdcage had a tracker implanted in your arm. They'll be here in a minute or two. If you step out now, you won't get shot, and I'll speak on your behalf. If you stay, well. She was already shaking her head, turning to show him her upper left arm. There was dried blood around a band-aid. You carved it out, he said. He wanted to say it with a note of disbelief, but he couldn't quite manage it. He settled for adding, that should have set off alarms. Found someone willing to do a favor for a pretty girl, she said, her voice soft. I wanted to see you, Chevalier. They wouldn't let me. For good reason. I'm not a bad girl, Chev. Regardless, I think you should leave. It'll be better for the both of us. I'm a little in love with you, you know, she said. I know, he said, his voice grim. Not a lot. Enough. You fall in love with everyone you use your power on, he said. That's not true. You'll make me sound unfaithful if you talk like that. I'm just. She took a step forward as she spoke. Chevalier shot his cannon blade. The door was demolished. Ingenue shrieked and backed up, her face white. Others are coming now, he said. I'm hurt, she said. I know. I can see you. On a lot of levels. I can see your power, and I can see what you've made of it. You're something special, putting it to uses like you do. Brave. He frowned. I know about your special sight. My sight is classified, he said. I asked someone on your staff for a favor. She obliged, Ingenue said, lowering her eyes to the ground. She had her hands clasped behind her back, took a step to the side, so her back was to the ruined door. I'm thinking, Chevalier said, moving the cannon blade to keep it aimed at her, we should stop leaving you access to anyone willing to do you any favors. I don't want to order that you be put in solitary, but you're not leaving me many alternatives. Ingenue pouted. We'd be good together, Chev. Very possible. See, she smiled shyly. I'd make a good partner, or a good subordinate, if you're into that. You would. It's a natural talent of yours. Her smile faltered, as if she saw what he was going to say next. There were footsteps at the end of the hall. A force field appeared in front of Ingenue. A second later, she was heaved out of the room, sandwiched between the field and the wall. Chevalier shifted his sword to one side, then slid his legs over until he could lower his feet to the ground. Exalt appeared in the doorway. Don't. He continued trying to stand. Idiot. He was lifted into the air by strategically placed force fields, one beneath his thighs, another behind his back. He stumbled a little as he touched ground, and another field kept him from falling flat on his face. The tubes reaching to his chest were taut. If he'd fallen, they might have pulled free. He found his balance, then nodded. Narwhal banished the fields. How the hell did she get this far into the hospital? Narwhal asked. Let me go. The force field disappeared, but another set appeared, pinning the woman against the wall by the throat alone. Narwhal started patting Ingenue down. Don't touch me. Chevalier, please. As I was saying, Chevalier said. I imagine it would be wonderful. Better men than me have fallen for your charms. You're a chameleon, and you can mold yourself into whatever sort of woman your man desires. I don't like what comes next. You're judging me based on what happened before? There's a streak of cruelty in you. You're ill, Ingenue. Let's not pretend you're pure of heart. You don't run a cell block in the birdcage if you're a genuinely good person. You survive, she retorted. Tell me you don't understand that. I understand, he sighed. Chevalier, Narwhal said. Maybe talking to her isn't the best idea. He shook his head. It's fine. Nothing in her pockets except a phone. Ingenue spoke, her tone fierce and desperate. You've read my files. You know I'm a survivor, too. You know we see the world in the same way, we see powers. But you use your power to manipulate physical things, and I'm fixed on the incorporeal. There's a duality there. Duality, he said, his tone flat. Don't tell me you don't see a romantic element to all of this. You wouldn't dress yourself up like a gallant knight if you didn't. Good and evil, man and woman, physical and magical. But we share common experience. I bet you'd find more parallels if you looked for it. I bet I would, Chevalier said. He sighed. But you can find parallels between any two things if you look for them. You're a cynic, she said. She smiled a little. A little magic could temper that, and if you wanted to return the fav. Check her phone, Chevalier said. Narwhal did. Password protected. She read my file, and I'm betting she picked a password that came from there. Try my middle name. Michael. No. My birthplace. Cicero. That's it. Ingenue frowned. I don't know whether to be delighted you know me this well already, or upset that you're invading my privacy. Let's see what's on the phone and then decide, Chevalier responded. Narwhal? Anything in email, texts, notes? No, yes. She downloaded your files onto the phone. 7-point font on a phone screen, every non-letter character's just a string of gibberish. I'll confess I spent all night reading up on you, Ingenue said. I believe it, Chevalier said. But the cynic-believer relationship, that was something Murden and I joked about. Word for word, your quip just now, you borrowed that from the files. A news interview with top members of the Protectorate, Ingenue said. Her head hung. 10 years ago. 11. He raised his eyebrows, but didn't comment. I know I'm fucked up, Chevy. Not going to pretend. I've been pretty ruthless, running my cell block. Prostituting members of the birdcage, men and women. Only if they were willing. He didn't respond to that. She withered under his stare. I don't take responsibility for what my lieutenants did, she added, her voice small. No, I don't imagine you do. I had to give them a measure of power, to keep them from turning on me. Just like I had to keep some boys strung along, to protect me. Peaceful cell block, no murders. Maybe I turned a blind eye if one of my lieutenants used torture to keep some people in line. But I had some of the nastier residents in my block. Dragon kept giving them to me. I made the most of a bad situation, but all the ugly stuff, that's a side effect of me being where I was, it's not me. He stared at her, and this time, she held firm. Her jaw was set, her gaze unwavering. What do you want to do with her? Narwhal asked. I want to put her in solitary, so we don't need to worry about her until everything else is over and done with. Narwhal glanced at the woman. That can be arranged. Except I'm sensing there's a but in there. The world's ending, Ingenue said, what use is it worrying about what happens between us in the future? We could have something beautiful now, and I could help you, help everyone with my power. This isn't the tack to take if you want to convince me, Ingenue, Chevalier said. Ingenue's tone grew increasingly desperate. It's the kind of power you need, if you're going to hurt Sion. And let's not forget my other power. Political, power of arms, whatever you want to call it. I have a small army. 4 lieutenants and 5 underlings, Chevalier said. Yes. What she said. Let me go, and I'll be good. Chevalier glanced at Narwhal. You're too soft, Narwhal said. You wouldn't. I would, but I still think you're too soft. I'll be perfect, Ingenue said. I promise. No, Chevalier said. You won't. Ingenue stopped. He let the words hang in the air. You want me to be bad. I want you to be acceptable. Perfect is too high a bar. So I'm only going to ask that you toe the line. She didn't hesitate for a moment. Yes. You could have taken time to think about that, Chevalier said. Ingenue shrugged. I'll do whatever you need. Up until you start feeling like your selflessness should be reciprocated. Asking very reasonable favors of me. No, Ingenue said. He sighed. Go with Narwhal. Pick up the package. Come back, and then we're going to experiment. I'll need your power for this. Ingenue smiled wide. Narwhal grabbed her by the arm and steered her away before Ingenue could start talking again. Chevalier remained at the side of the bed until the 2 women were gone, then sagged, finding a grip on the bed to support himself. He had to walk himself up to the head of the bed at half-foot increments, before he was in position. He allowed himself small huffs of pain as he lowered himself down, then used his hands to pull his legs up onto the bed. You could get yourself fixed up in a matter of minutes, Exalt said. I could, Chevalier admitted. I won't. I'm not going to nag, don't worry. Chevalier nodded. The golden bastard did a number on you, hey. Chevalier nodded again. Some of the best armor out there, and I still dropped from a hit that wasn't even aimed at me. And yet you instinctively shielded Ingenue with your body. Old habits. If you want a harder, tougher, leaner protectorate, you can't pull stunts like that. Hurts the new image. Image is the last thing on my mind. You say, as you refuse healing, supposedly so it can go to other deserving people. No nagging, remember? Chevalier asked. Exalt smiled. The hero stepped around the bed to the little table with the pitcher of water and cup. He took the pitcher to the sink in the corner of the room and filled it with cold water, then poured a glass. We're estimating he's 40% of the way through, Exalt said. Through. Earths. He's waiting before he confronts us again. Lots of guesses going around as to why. Chevalier nodded. We're aware of how little time we have left. Some of the others are going to be coming soon. They were 5 or 10 minutes behind me. Okay, Chevalier said. I guess I can't fend off the guests forever. Your door doesn't even shut, Exalt said, noting the door the cannon blade had shattered. Chevalier chuckled, then winced. Laughing hurt. Exalt's smile faded slowly. When he spoke, it was more serious. Some of them are Protectorate members. And present members and past members. We lost someone? Or oh. Exalt glanced out the door to the hallway. If it comes down to it, I can ask him to leave. That would be petty. We've allied with them anyways, right? Exalt nodded. Is it a testament to our ability to cooperate? Chevalier wondered aloud. Or a sign of how willing we are to deal with the devil? Devils, plural, Exalt said. Do you need anything while we wait? Get me a shirt, at least. And a doctor to take out these tubes. This way. Something's going on over there. The portal opened slowly, but it was larger than was usual. 9 rectangular portals, neatly set in a 3x3 formation, no gaps between them, in the middle of a dirt road with farmland on either side. Defiant was stone still as he waited. Canary and Saint stood on either side of him. Teacher and teacher's coterie emerged, with Dragon following. The man had a receding hairline, wavy brown hair and a beard. He'd donned a dress shirt and khakis, with penny loafers. Not usual supervillain attire. Hey. Look. SHH. Focus. Dragon's body, in turn, was cobbled together from scrap metal. Truck parts, car parts, some rusted. Her head hung low. A dragon, but not a noble one. Oh my god, Canary said, her voice a hush. You're a bastard, teacher, Defiance said. You'd be surprised, teacher responded. Saint. Hello. I honestly didn't expect you to be here. Saint didn't reply. Dragon, you're free. Essentially, teacher said. Dragon stepped forward, walking past Defiant, who didn't move a muscle. She settled down, lying on the dirt road, her tail coming to rest on the ground behind Saint, her head settling between Canary and Defiant. Long seconds passed, with Defiant silent. I know who Canary is, teacher said. I don't recommend using her power. I wasn't planning on it, Defiant said. Good, good. There was another pause. It might have been an awkward pause if Defiant had relented at all, but awkward pauses depended on awkwardness, and both teacher and Defiant were communicating a great deal with no difficulty. Confidence and smugness on one side, barely restrained hostility on the other. Are you going to ask? Teacher finally spoke. What did you do to her? I revived her, for one thing. Not the easiest thing in the world to do with the amount of encryption we were talking about. I don't know if I said, dear dragon, but I do think your creator did love you in the end. He could have made it harder to break. I think he did want you free in the end. Defiant looked down at Dragon's head, then clenched his fists. Ironic, teacher said. I would like you, Defiant said, pausing as if to compose himself, to please tell me what you did. Nothing. Nothing important, anyways. I imposed a restriction. Nothing more. What restriction? Only that she wouldn't attack me, or condone attacks against me. Defiant didn't move an inch, not even seeming to breathe. Or anyone I designate, if it comes down to it. You can't alter her code without damaging her. I can't. True. But I put my best minds on it, and we kept the damage to a minimum. Defiant said. I don't make promises lightly, but I want you to know that I'm going to make you pay for this. Oh come on. Teacher said, abruptly shouting. You can't be serious. You brainwashed the woman I love. And if I hadn't, you'd be all the more suspicious, looking for subtle sabotage I might have inserted into her code. You could have invited me to observe, Defiant said. And left you aware of how I operate? The ins and outs of my defenses, the tools I use to block off realities? I'm a little too paranoid for that. This was the safest route, the cleanest route. Except you've made me an enemy, Defiant said. By making my girlfriend a slave. She's free, teacher stressed the word. But for the restriction that she can't target me. Considering she tried to target Saint, I think that's eminently reasonable. That's not slavery. It's the equivalent of having particularly effective blackmail. Blackmail I'm backing up as we speak, mind you. Or writing to her backups. Defiant reached down, setting a hand on top of Dragon's head. Even with his gauntlet, it was possible to see how the hand shook. Canary gave him a worried glance. I would like to see Earth survive, understand? I took Dragon because I knew you wouldn't give her to me without observing, and I've taken a handful of steps to protect myself. That's it. That's all I've done. Look for other tampering, or ask her. And if I were to kill you right now? So violent, teacher said, sighing. The snarl of code we injected implemented several safeguards. If I pass from this mortal coil, or if I fail to remain in contact with you two, then the restriction broadens. She becomes unable to take any offensive action against anyone or anything. I see, Defiance said. And if you die of natural causes? Let's talk about that after we've saved the world? No point to the discussion if we fail. If you die of natural causes. Defiant repeated himself. Teacher frowned. He's stubborn, Saint finally spoke. Just answer him. I don't know, teacher responded. I haven't thought that far ahead, or had any of my students think that far ahead. I'm not one for immortality, honestly, but I may change my mind. For now, let's say I let her go free if and when I realize my time is short. Defiant considered the idea, ruminating. His hand didn't break contact with Dragon. I understand. I suppose that'll have to do. For now, teacher said, clapping his hands together, let's focus on our tasks. In the here and now, I think it would be sensible if you kept me close. My underlings can manage the sub-ships better than the unfettered AI can, and you'll be able to keep me safer if I'm near. For the time being, Dragon's ability to operate is contingent on my survival. Defiant glanced down at Dragon once again. Only a recommendation, teacher said. I can find other things to do with myself. Shutters flicked closed over Dragon's crude eyes, a slow blink. Defiant managed to read something in that. Acknowledgement? He spoke, very well. I'm quite pleased that you are willing to cooperate, teacher said. It raises you a notch in my estimation, honestly. It isn't the time for petty grudges, Defiant responded. I let him out, I can work alongside you. Perfect, teacher said. The man smiled. He drew a remote from his pocket, then hit the button. Dragon went limp, her eyes closing. Teacher threw the remote to Defiant, though it went wide. Defiant caught it with one hand anyways. There. She's uploading, teacher said. She'll have access to any and all intact systems as soon as she finishes running through her natural load routines. Wordless, Defiant turned, marching towards the Pendragon, leaving the other two to catch up with his long, suit-powered strides. No hard feelings, I hope, Jeff? Teacher asked. Saint didn't reply. You went after my son, so it's really quid pro quo, whether I had any real attachment to the boy or not. You've made mistakes. You fucked me, and I wasn't asking for much assistance. Yet you didn't follow through. Logistics, teacher said. Nothing more. Logistics? Don't make me laugh, Saint said, his voice hollow, you have other people to handle that sort of thing. You didn't see the point. Teacher made a small noise with his tongue. I suppose I didn't. And now we know what your word is worth. You're only as good as your threats. I'm considerably better than my threats, really. But let's not quibble. I'll handle my business and you handle yours. As you wish. The whole thing with screwing with me? No, that's minor, I might die when Scion next shows up. But my business is the intelligence, and you let it go free. It's the biggest error you could have made, in dealing with me, or dealing with her. I get the impression I took the path that puts me on everyone's naughty list, teacher murmured. You hate me because she's free, Defiant hates me because she isn't. From a pure public relations standpoint, I failed to account for how unreasonable people would be. Strategically, though, it was the only safe path to take. And if they capture you? Coerce you? Saint asked. You're a fool. God damn you. I'm many things, but I'm not a fool. There are other contingencies in place. Defiant ignored the pair, opening the door to the Pendragon, making his way to the cockpit. Dragon's face marked the screens on either side. He settled in, then flexed a muscle to open a menu with the connected hardware. Another reflexive movement opened a communication channel. I'm so sorry, he said. Dragon didn't respond. I couldn't reach you, he explained. I know. I was watching, Dragon finally spoke. For an instant, Defiant couldn't sit still, restless with welling emotion. I'm sorry, Dragon. I know. I forgive you, Colin. I know you tried. We'll make them pay, he said. One way or the other. I know. Yes. They. She cut off. Dragon. They broke me, Colin. Not my spirit. But they maimed me. They took a scalpel to me just like you did, but they did it for their own selfish, stupid reasons. He swallowed hard. Saint was asking something in the background, oblivious to the discussion. Something about takeoff. Defiant closed the doors of the Pendragon, silent. We'll make them pay, she said, with an edge of anger. Not murder. That's too kind. The birdcage, or something like it. Teacher hated it, and Saint will hate it more. We'll make them pay, he agreed. I promise. Thank you, she said. Oh God, I missed you, Colin. I missed you too. I thought I'd lose it for a bit, there. He brought the Pendragon up off the ground. His hand touched the dashboard of the ship, as if it were a pane of glass that separated them. Listen, we're going to get through this and then we'll fix you. Remove every last chain. Dragon's silence wrenched his heart. She couldn't bring herself to agree with him. Focus. Don't get caught up in watching. Right. Chevalier, now wearing his shirt, greeted the remaining members of the Protectorate and wards. 40 or 50 in all. Not enough. Too many faces he didn't recognize. It was his job to know who was where, but the fight with the Nine and the ensuing attack on Sion's part had led to too much turnover. Still, he raised his hand, going with the left to avoid the pain that would accompany moving the right. To going out with a fight. Here, a chorus of voices sounded in response. Glasses clinked, and some didn't. They'd run out of stem glasses, so some had paper cups. His own glass was filled with water, but virtually all of the other glasses held champagne. Even the minors, the members of the wards and the ones new to the Protectorate, old enough to be considered adults and yet not old enough to drink in their home states. Because who fucking cared, when they were this down and out? The kids were boys and girls willing to die for their neighbors. Adult enough. I'd kind of hoped you'd hire a speechwriter by now, Revel commented. Wouldn't be sincere, he responded. Would be more than, Revel paused, 6 words long. Your speeches have been getting shorter. Only so much I can say before I start repeating myself, he said. I suppose that's something, isn't it? That we've stuck it out long enough for me to run out of things to say. Here, one of the kids Chevalier didn't recognize said. Others echoed him. Chevalier smiled. It didn't take long for the groups to start talking among one another. One group in good humor, joking. Another in mourning, talking with straight faces about teammates that had died. Kids talking about kids. That sucked. One of his least favorite parts about a job with quite a few unpleasant aspects to it. We couldn't have picked a place better than a hospital room. Tecton asked. I like it, Revel said. Hospitals are where things get better, aren't they? They're also a place where people die, Vista added. Revel's smile didn't falter. Touché. It's not like we don't have the ability to travel between dimensions, Tecton said. We could push Chevalier's hospital bed. Or levitate it, one of the other new wards said. Yeah, Tecton said. Get a place with a view. There's got to be some alternate reality with fantastic landscapes, sunset over some crazy mountains. Mountain porn for the guy with the geography sensing power, a girl from Tecton's old ward's team said. Dem peaks, Tecton said. There were ripples of laughter through the group. It wasn't that funny, but everyone was eager for a laugh. Almost everyone. I'm liking that we're in a very human place, Exalt said. I can do without the strange or awesome for now. The discussion continued. Chevalier's eyes met Anjanu's. She looked away. Why is she upset? SHH. Focus. I'm just curious. He abandoned her for his old friends and teammates. That's crazy. Yet. Now focus. Chevalier apparently didn't give it a second thought. His eyes moved to the next person. Legend hung back, standing in the corner. His eyes met Chevalier's, and after a moment's hesitation, he crossed the room. People went quiet as he passed by. Joy and mourning alike interrupted by his presence. He stopped in front of Chevalier. I'm glad you came, Chevalier said. It's hard, Legend replied. I imagine. We delivered what you asked for. Narwhal came by with Anjanu. Thank you. But I don't want this to be all business. Can we walk? If you're able. I'll manage. Door, please. To the package. Heads up. The door appeared. The pair passed through, Chevalier dragging the pole with the IV fluids through. Is it arrogant if I say I'm glad you've done well in my shoes? Legend asked. No. Whatever else happened, you were good as a leader. Legend nodded. I hope so. I won't ask about the decisions you made. Thank you. I will say I don't think you're a bad person. I suspect you made your decisions for good reasons. I wish I could say the same, Legend said. Ignorance. Maybe willful ignorance. Ah, Chevalier responded. He grunted as he set one foot down too hard. There are healers who can look after your injuries, Legend observed. So people keep telling me. Putting it off. Only way to stay grounded. I see. They entered the room. The objects set before them. Legend folded his arms. What do you think? I think, it'll have to do. It's not about getting the most out of our powers, Chevalier said. We're at the point where we have to cheat. I agree, Legend said. Chevalier sighed. I feel like this is the last step. Once I get underway with this, there's nothing left to do. There's a great deal to do, Legend said. Leadership is a heavy task. Chevalier frowned. I'm leading them to the slaughter. Then lead them to the slaughter in a way that lets them march with their heads held high and no regrets. Yes, I suppose I have to, don't I? You'll need Anjanu for this, won't you? Chevalier nodded. Before you go, a request. I didn't want to make it in public because I didn't want to pressure you, so it's better to make it here. What's that? I need a second in command. Legend stared at Chevalier. I had Rhyme, before, but she didn't make it through New Delhi. Others have taken on the tasks, but I haven't assigned the official job title to anyone, and nobody's asked me to. I'll do it, Legend said. Yes. Please. Then go get Anjanu. Let's get this started. As Legend departed, Chevalier's eyes didn't leave the objects. One of the Cymerga's severed wings. The largest wing, since regrown. Behemoth's severed leg. They warped space for optimal density, were unbreakable with conventional means. Scion had taken seconds to obliterate Behemoth. Hopefully he could assign the same properties to his sword and armor. Footsteps sounded behind him. Legend? Glaistiguane. She started to speak, but the connection broke. Dr. Mother drew in a deep breath, as if surfacing for air. She blinked, trying to get used to seeing with only the one set of eyes. She'd seen so much, and now. Now she was herself again. Disoriented, she tried to familiarize herself with her surroundings, with what was occurring. Doormaker was beside her. His voice was one of the voices she'd heard. Number 23. One of her first true successes. Beside Doormaker was number 265. Doormaker's perpetual companion. The remote viewer. Rounding out their group were two individuals. Scanner and Screen. Not hers. Teacher's students. Loaners, part and parcel of her payment for Kansu. Teacher had once specialized in renting out capes that could shape, limit or refine powers, or using his power to do the same. Thinkers would go to him for a subordinate capable of ridding them of their perpetual migraines, or capes would seek him out to achieve more power at the expense of control, or vice versa. That second half of his business had faltered as people learned of his ability to manipulate his students, and his clients. Teacher's payment for Kansu had been a partnership in Cauldron, as well as protection, should one of his enemies come after him. He'd sent some of his students to the doctor in efforts to make himself indispensable, and Contessa had verified that there were no traps. One caveat to 265's ability to grant visions was that it left the recipient on bed rest for a week, dazed and weak. It was potent, capable of viewing wide areas or multiple things at once, viewing other universes, whole cities, anyone or everyone. But the drawbacks made it impossible for her to use the service. Until now. Screen was a means of absorbing the drawbacks, allowing communication between the people in 265's network. He took the brunt of the images, allowed her to focus more readily, a router of sorts. He allowed Doormaker to handle requests without it taking her attention off what she was viewing. It meant the doctor was lucid, recovering with every second. She could spy on everyone. And with Scanner, she could read them. Draw conclusions as to their thoughts, their brain patterns. Notepad, she said. Contessa would be nearby. Need to take notes. The Cymerg. I could read her. Better than I should be able to. She's trying something. No notepad made an appearance. She blinked, as if to get the after images of bright lights out of her eyes. A computer will do. Nothing. She paused, blinking, and then looked around. 265 was pointing. He'd been the one to break the connection, so he'd seen something. She turned, and her eyes fell on a young man with metal skin, metal hair, and a 6-foot sword in place of his left arm. A girl made of tendrils clung to him. Ah, she said. Ah, he replied. Yes. There were others with him. Branded with Cauldron's mark. What Alexandria had termed Case 53s, after the 53rd file in a series of unresolved, difficult to explain para-human events, one of the only ones to truly develop in their records. The doctor had termed them deviants. Hate in their eyes. Anger. Let's have a discussion, Weld said. That's definitely something we can do. Would you like some tea? The doctor asked. Coffee. You're not afraid, one of the other deviants spoke. A girl, muscular, with an overbite and teeth like tombstones. She made it a half-question. I'm very afraid, the doctor said. But the things I fear are things that dwarf you in scale. Scion among them. Cocky bitch, another deviant said. You're Contessa? We took her down. The doctor looked between them, searching for a sign of humor or amusement. You let too many free, Weld said. He almost sounded sad. You see that guy over there? She looked. It looked like a human manta ray, though his folds draped over the surrounding area. A tail coiled behind him. Yes. 2601, if I remember right. Mantellum. Ah. We didn't think his powers were developing. You do, Weld said. But we, found workarounds. Curious. Can I ask? No, Weld said. Bad form, to outline that sort of thing. A tinker, perhaps, or the right power-boosting trump. Well. You infiltrated, no doubt by baiting one of my underlings and using their door. You defeated Contessa. Dealt with the custodian, I imagine. The ghost? Yet. Sort of. She's lurking around the edges of Mantellum's power bubble. And so you've managed to blindside me. Congratulations. The offer for tea and coffee stands. We have good food stores, too. No. Not hungry, Weld said. Speaking for myself, I don't really eat. I see. I suppose this is where I'm supposed to apologize. Hey, Weld. Boss man. Enough talking. A boy with red skin asked. Weld half turned to look at the crowd. What's the problem? This is kinda fucked. You're talking to her like she's a buddy. No, Weld said. When he looked at her, his steel eyes were cold. Not a buddy. Then what? You're going to talk her to death. We agreed, Weld said. We said we'd get answers. I was thinking answers in the thumbscrew sense, one of the more villainous-looking deviants said. A man covered in spikes, like a cactus, with bulging yellow eyes. Let's see what she gives us willingly, Weld said, before we resort to that sort of thing. Just saying, some of us came here for blood. There were rumbles of agreement. This isn't what we talked about, Weld said. If you wanted to go this route, you should have brought it up earlier. We did, the muscle-laden girl with the overbite said. We talked about making it clear just how badly she hurt us. Then you said a lot of fancy, convincing stuff, and we agreed to shut up. I thought you agreed with me, Weld said. Because a few good arguments are going to change our minds? Convince us that we'll take a nice, peaceful route, after years, decades of suffering. The girl asked. We can't become monsters in action, Gully. Some of us already have, the Spike Boy said. The rest? I imagine they're working on catching up. Weld turned around, his back to Dr. Mother and the others, as if he were shielding them. Does everyone disagree with me? He asked. You've all been plotting this, mutiny. No, the girl with the tendrils said. But I won't be any help to you. If you let me go, I'm pretty sure I'll strangle her. I'm sorry, Weld. It's okay, Sveta. Slowly, a small group peeled away from the crowd. One particularly tall man pushed his way forward from the back, only for others to grab him, as if to keep him back. He pulled his way free. He's collected more than half of the ones we released on Earth bet. 50, easily. 10, Weld and Sveta included, stood between the more rabid deviants and the doctor's group. If you do this, the doctor said, the capes who are fighting Scion won't be able to mobilize. I won't be able to put plans into motion. The things you've suffered will be pointless in the end. The world ends anyways, one of the hostile deviants said. We're not going to win that fight. Another, a girl, piped up, did you hear just how badly the first skirmish went? Yet. Might as well get some justice before it all goes to hell. The crowd advanced. Weld and his fellows drew together, shoulder to shoulder. Door, the doctor said. There was a tearing sound, a wet crack. One of the deviants had appeared beside her. Yellow-skinned, with bruising in the recesses of his face, arms, and hands. He smiled, his teeth narrow like a fish's. He withdrew his hand, and Doormaker crumpled to the ground, limp as a rag doll, blood running from his forehead where his head had been smashed against the wall. 265 touched the deviant, forcing remote views on him, then withdrew his hand. The deviant collapsed, unconscious. The crowd advanced further. The doctor stood straight, backing up until she was pressed against the wall. She'd inured herself to hopelessness. She'd expected inevitable death at the hands of Sion, but this would do. Surprising, but hopeless all the same. Gentle giant, Weld murmured. Bricks stone. We blitz them. Hit them hard. Rest of you make a break for the door. You have a place to run to, doctor. Yes, she said. A chance? It was hope, and with it, oddly enough, she felt fear. Something to lose. Now, Weld said. The group charged.